Sword Spirit Chapter 248 to Chapter 303. While Yu Hao was struggling, he suddenly heard Elder Gong's words. He didn't think that Elder Gong would agree to Lu Xian's request to challenge two people at the same time, although he didn't know why Elder Gong made such a decision. Yu Hao didn't need to understand. He only needed to follow his orders. Not only was he not unhappy, but he was also very happy. As long as he could win, he would be able to get a treasured weapon for free. A treasured weapon was very valuable. Just then, among the Sky Saber House disciples, one person stepped out and ran onto the stage. This person was the number one inner sect disciple of the Sky Saber House, Zhou Tong. His strength had reached the 9th realm of the body refining realm. As the number one inner sect disciple of the Sky Saber House, Zhou Tong's strength was without a doubt. His strength of the 9th realm of the body refining realm showed how talented he was. However, at this moment, his face was filled with displeasure. He was the number one inner sect disciple of the Sky Saber House. Even if Lu Xian was the number one inner sect disciple of the Wind Sword School, their status was only equal. If it was one-on-one, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. But now that it was 2 against 1, even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. How could he show off his strength? However, since Elder Gong had personally given the order, no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't refuse. He could only come onto the stage and fight Lu Xian hand in hand with Yu Hao. Lu Xian, right? I know what you're thinking. You know that you're going to lose, but in order to not lose too badly, you're deliberately fighting both of us at the same time. Even if you lose, you'll be able to find an excuse to shirk responsibility. What a good plan. Zhou Tong smirked coldly, mercilessly exposing Lu Xian's scheme. However, since I've seen through you, don't even think about succeeding. Junior brother Yu, in a moment, just watch from the side. Let me have a go at him. After I win in a moment, that precious weapon of yours will still be yours. Zhou Tong's last sentence was directed at Yu Hao. Hearing this, Yu Hao was slightly displeased, but Zhou Tong's strength and status were both higher than his, so he naturally could not refute. Besides, he did not have to do anything to get a bejeweled weapon, which was not bad. However, the credit for defeating Lu Xian was not for him. It turns out that senior brother Zhou's eyesight is so sharp. I really admire you. Since you think that's what I think, then do as you please. However, don't blame me if I lose too miserably, said Lu Xian with a casual smile. Since the two of them were already on the stage, it didn't matter anymore. After saying that, Lu Xian casually tossed the 2 prized artifacts in his hand to the side. It was as though he had not tossed out precious prized artifacts, but a wooden stick that he had picked up from the roadside. As for Yu Hao, he retreated to a corner of the arena as per Lu Xian's instructions, leaving the battlefield to Lu Xian and Lu Xian. When he saw the treasured weapon that Lu Xian had casually tossed out, he could not wait to take it for himself. The strength of the Skyblade sect disciples, compared to our Wind Sword School, is indeed much higher. This Zhou Tong actually has the strength of the 9th great success stage of the body refinement realm. If it wasn't for Lu Xian's timely return, we would have been completely defeated. Instructor Yang sighed. That's your problem. At least this time, with Lu Xian here, the Skyblade sect will not be able to get their way. Chen Mo said with a slight smile. Hearing this, Instructor Yang's heart moved slightly. It seems that you have a lot of confidence in Lu Xian. However, the 8th great success stage of the body refinement realm against the 9th great success stage of the body refinement realm, in addition to an initial success stage of the body refinement realm, even with the intermediate sword intent, it will be difficult for him to win, right? Although I don't know what trump card Lu Xian has, based on my understanding of him, he will definitely not do anything that he is not confident in. Since he has boasted so much, he must have at least 90% confidence. Chen Mo said. Instructor Yang also nodded lightly. At this moment, there was not a trace of change on Lu Xian's face. It was obvious that he was confident. However, what worried him was that even if the inner sect disciples won, he would not have much confidence in the core disciple competition later. This time, the Skyblade sect suddenly came to provoke them. It must be because of the quota for that matter. Thinking of this, Instructor Yang's mood became heavy again. At this moment, on the stage, Lu Xian and Zhou Tong were already ready for battle. A long blade was drawn by Zhou Tong. The blade was smooth and shiny, almost like a mirror. Without a doubt, it was also a treasured weapon. Take out your sword, let me see what makes you so arrogant. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Zhou Tong said with a serious expression. Although he knew that there was no doubt that he would defeat Lu Xian, he would not underestimate him because of this. As you wish. Lu Xian said indifferently. At the same time, a sword light flashed, and the star-shattering sword appeared in his hand. He did not use the ice-shattering sword. Firstly, the ice-shattering sword's level was too high, and it would be too eye-catching. Secondly, if he used the ice-shattering sword to deal with Zhou Tong, it would be too much of a bully. With the sword in hand, Lu Xian's entire aura suddenly changed. The originally somewhat indifferent aura instantly became incomparably sharp, like a newly unsheathed sword that could pierce through everything. For Lu Xian, whose sword intent had already reached the middle stage, the state of man and sword as one would almost automatically be released without him noticing. The reason why Lu Xian had requested to challenge two people at the same time was not because he wanted to show off, but to give himself enough pressure. Right now, he was already at the peak of the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, and urgently needed a battle to stimulate himself. With the long sword in hand, Lu Xian no longer hesitated. With a light shout, the first form of the lightning light sword technique was instantly unleashed. Following the sound of thunder, a dazzling flash of lightning flashed. His entire body instantly charged forward, his sword sweeping out horizontally. A sharp sword chi instantly condensed and headed straight for Zhou Tong. Under the interference of the lightning, Zhou Tong's eyes slightly narrowed as he stared fixedly at Lu Xian's sword. He only felt a wave of pressure rushing towards him, and did not dare to be careless in his heart. With a low shout, the strength of the 9th layer of the body refinement realm was completely unleashed. His blade slashed out, and instantly collided with Lu Xian's sword. The saber light and the sword chi collided, immediately stirring up a huge wave of chi that quickly spread in all directions. In this round, both sides were evenly matched. Seeing that the battle between the two had already begun, everyone in the arena held their breaths in rapt attention. Their eyes stared unblinkingly at the arena as they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. Lin Sini and the others felt their hearts clench as they secretly cheered Lu Xian on, hoping that he would be able to defeat Zhou Tong. Elder Jin and the Heavenly Saber Gate's Elder Gong had calm expressions. No joy or anger could be seen on their faces. However, their hearts were completely captivated by the battle in the arena. The two of them hoped that their disciples would emerge victorious. Although he had successfully blocked Lu Xian's attack, Zhou Tong's face did not show the slightest hint of joy. Instead, it became even more serious. He did not know how much strength Lu Xian had used, but he had already used 70% of his strength in that attack, yet he was still unable to do anything to Lu Xian. Not bad, come again. Lu Xian's battle intent surged. With a loud shout, he executed the second move of the Thunder Light Sword technique. The sound of thunder was even louder, the lightning was even brighter, and the sword chi was even stronger. Not only was this move not weaker than before, it was even stronger. The Thunder Light Sword technique was a martial skill that was stronger than the previous one. Although it was only a yellow-ranked inferior grade martial skill, barely comparable to a yellow-ranked medial grade martial skill, when executed by Lu Xian, its power was equally shocking. Zhou Tong did not dare to be careless. He circulated all the origin energy in his body and quickly executed a yellow-ranked medial grade martial skill. He once again blocked Lu Xian's attack. The dense saber light seemed to have turned into a curtain of light. Countless saber chi continuously shot out, enough to block attacks from all directions. The Heavenly Saber Gate's #1 inner sect disciple was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, Lu Xian was not someone to be trifled with. Although the Thunder Light Sword technique was the lowest-ranked martial skill he knew, its power was not to be underestimated. The third move, the fourth move, the fifth move, one after another, Lu Xian continuously sent out sword moves. Each move was faster and stronger than the previous one. Haha, not bad. Again. Lu Xian fought to his heart's content. This Lu Xian was indeed the pride of the Heavenly Saber Gate's inner sect disciple. Although his strength was not as good as Lu Tao's, his foundation was much stronger than Lu Tao's. At this moment, Lu Xian's Thunder Light Sword technique was already at the fifth move. He had already completely blocked Lu Xian's attack, which was considered rare. However, although Zhou Tong looked like he was able to block all of Lu Xian's attacks, the more he fought, the more apprehensive he became. He knew his own difficulties. In order to block Lu Xian's Thunder Light Sword technique, he had already used 90% of his strength. However, he could only barely block it and did not even have the chance to counterattack. To put it nicely, they were evenly matched. To put it bluntly, he was completely suppressed by Lu Xian. How did this Wine Sword School suddenly produce such a strong disciple? If it was in the past, Zhou Tong would not have dared to believe that with his great success of the body refinement realm, he would be completely suppressed by a body refinement realm martial artist. Normally, he was the only one who could fight above his cultivation level. When would it ever be someone else's turn to fight above his cultivation level? However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. He had no choice but to believe it. The situation of the battle fell into the eyes of everyone present. On the Heavenly Saber Gate's side, Zhang Qing, who was suffering from internal injuries, was watching the battle unblinkingly. His heart was cold. While he had just lost to Lu Xian, he still felt indignant. That was because he himself did not quite understand how he had lost. He felt that he had lost unjustly, losing without even knowing why. However, as he watched the battle between Lu Xian and Zhou Tong in the arena, he no longer had the slightest bit of fluke in his heart. If he were to be placed in Zhou Tong's current position, he would probably be defeated right away, unable to withstand even a single attack. Not only was Zhang Qing paying attention, but the other disciples of the Heavenly Saber Gate, including the core disciples, were also closely watching the battle on the stage. Originally, these core disciples were not very interested in the battle on the stage. This was because they were core disciples. The top few inner sect disciples were not worthy of their attention. Only when Zhou Tong entered the stage did they become interested. This was because if there were no accidents, when they returned to the sect, Zhou Tong would become a core disciple. He would be worthy of their attention. But they did not expect that Zhou Tong would be suppressed after going up the stage. What was even more ridiculous was that the person who suppressed Zhou Tong's cultivation was almost an entire small realm lower than his. This was really unimaginable. At this moment, Lu Xian was finally taken seriously by them. But, it was only to be taken seriously. It would be a joke to say that he was a threat. Who were they? They were the core disciples of the Skyblade sect. This time, they came to challenge the core disciples of the Wind Sword School. Lu Xian was only an inner sect disciple. And Yu Hao, who was standing at the edge of the stage, had a look of shock in his eyes. Lu Xian's strength was really beyond his expectations. Zhou Tong had actually been able to suppress Yu Hao even when he had gone all out. To Yu Hao, this was simply inconceivable. Yu Hao felt a burning sensation on his face when he recalled how he had underestimated Lu Xian. But in his heart, he was also secretly glad that he did not rashly go up and fight Lu Xian. Otherwise, he would probably not be able to hold on anymore. After all, he was only at the initial 9th layer of body refinement. Compared to Zhou Tong, who was at the advanced 9th layer of body refinement, there was still a big gap. But then, his heart slightly sank. He suddenly thought of the bet that Lu Xian proposed before the battle. If Zhou Tong was defeated, didn't that mean that not only would he not be able to obtain the treasured weapon that Lu Xian took out, but he would also lose the treasured weapon that he had just obtained not long ago? Thinking of this, Yu Hao suddenly hesitated. His eyes were erratic. Although Lu Xian could suppress Zhou Tong, if he joined in, they might still be able to obtain victory. Since it was Lu Xian who proposed to fight 1 against 2, it was not against the rules for him to join the battle now. At this time, Yu Hao could not care about whether Zhou Tong would mind him joining in the battle. Even if it was an unfair victory, it was better than losing. In reality, this was Yu Hao thinking too much. Zhou Tong, who was currently fighting against Lu Xian, was extremely eager for Yu Hao to join the battle. Lu Xian's attacks were still increasing in strength, and it was likely that he would not be able to hold on after a few more moves. If he were to be defeated with his tail between his legs, how would he have any face left? However, he was the one who asked Yu Hao to watch the battle. How could he put down his pride and ask Yu Hao to fight against Lu Xian with him now? Just as the two of them were lost in their thoughts, Lu Xian suddenly said, "One isn't enough, let's do it together." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xian's figure suddenly flashed, and he quickly appeared in front of Yu Hao, directly attacking him with his sword, seeing that Zhou Tong was almost at his limit, Lu Xian actually took the initiative to encircle Yu Hao into the battlefield as well. The 1 versus 2 battle officially began. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Wind Sword School immediately became even more excited. Lu Xian had successfully suppressed Zhou Tong, and had completely displayed his powerful strength. This also gave everyone great confidence. 1 versus 2, it was not impossible to win. Good job, Senior Lu. Senior Lu, cripple them. One by one, the disciples waved the fists in their hands and shouted excitedly, as if the one who was displaying his prowess was not Lu Xian, but themselves. Senior Lu, you're too cool, I love you. A rather beautiful female disciple could not help but shout loudly. As a cultivator, she was not as bashful as the women in the secular world. Moreover, it was human nature to admire the strong, so this female disciple shouted boldly. Following her shout, she immediately attracted many gazes, 3 of which were extremely sharp. Without a doubt, they were naturally Lin Sini, Chen Xiaohan, and Zhang Dongshuang. However, after noticing everyone's attention, this female disciple did not restrain herself at all. Instead, she shouted even more vigorously, as if she could not wait to rush in front of Lu Xian and make Lu Xian aware of her existence. This Lu Xian, why is he so ostentatious? He must be purposely showing off to attract the attention of young ladies, humph. Chen Xiaohan lightly snorted. Lin Sini could not help but laugh, it's not as bad as you think. He is now fighting for Wind Sword School's reputation. If he can defeat 1 or 2 people from Skyblade School by himself, Elder Jean and the others will also be able to hold their heads high. After a pause, Lin Sini said mockingly, moreover, weren't you attracted by his purposely showing off? Chen Xiaohan was speechless for a moment. She pouted and did not speak. Lin Sini's words were not wrong. Back in the enchantment hall, it was because of Lu Xian's talent in Talisman Dao that attracted her attention. She did not expect that she would accidentally fall into his trap. Below the arena, while the crowd was agitated, Yu Hao, who was suddenly attacked by Lu Xian, had a shocked expression. He was just hesitating whether or not to join forces with Zhou Tong to deal with Lu Xian. He did not expect that Lu Xian would come looking for him. Fortunately, his strength was not weak. In a panic, he swung his blade and barely blocked Lu Xian's attack. Lu Xian's sword was only to pull Yu Hao into the battle. He did not use much strength, so naturally, it did not cause too much trouble for Yu Hao. However, Lu Xian's words and actions infuriated Zhou Tong, who was fighting against him. Lu Xian mercilessly said that 1 person was not enough. It was obvious that his strength was not enough for Lu Xian to use his full strength. For Zhou Tong, who had always regarded himself as a genius, this was undoubtedly extremely difficult to accept. Although from the battle just now, his strength was indeed not as good as Lu Xian's, knowing it was one thing, saying it was another. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhou Tong shouted angrily. He also used a movement technique and quickly chased after Lu Xian. The long blade in his hand waved and fiercely slashed towards Lu Xian's back. If he was hit, even if Lu Xian did not die, he would lose half his life. However, how could Lu Xian be so easily hit? When he attacked Yu Hao, he did not ignore Zhou Tong's existence. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest when he was at the peak of the 9th body refinement stage. Sensing the strong wind coming from behind, Lu Xian quickly turned around. Circulating his yuan power, he instantly transferred it to the star-shattering sword in his hand and swept it out. Lightning Light Sword Technique, 6th form. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Lu Xian's sword fiercely collided with Zhou Tong's attack. This move was a head-on clash. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Tong, who was at the peak of the 9th body refinement stage, would undoubtedly win against Lu Xian. However, by relying on the powerful Tai return to origin technique, the density of Lu Xian's yuan power was not something that a normal 9th body refinement stage could compare with. Moreover, ever since Lu Xian had obtained that drop of azure dragon blood essence from the Zhang family's inheritance grounds, Lu Xian could clearly feel that his strength had increased tremendously. Not only had his entire body been tempered to perfection, his attacks had also become more ferocious. The strength brought about by this kind of bloodline power was something that a normal martial artist would not be able to experience. Previously, when Lu Xian had used the lightning light sword technique's fifth form, Zhou Tong had already displayed his full strength. Now that the two attacks collided, Lu Xian did not move a single inch, while Zhou Tong had to continuously retreat 3 steps before dispelling the attack. With just this one attack, the difference in strength was immediately determined. Seeing this scene, the inner sect disciples of the Wind Sword School below the stage immediately cheered even louder. Yu Hao, who had been pulled into the battlefield by Lu Xian, also slowly walked forward at this moment, walking to Zhou Tong's side. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder, staring at Lu Xian who was in front of them. I've already said that one person is not enough. This set of sword technique has not even been used and you're already at your limit. It's better if the two of you come together and see if you can let me finish using this set of sword technique. Looking straight at Zhou Tong and Yu Hao, Lu Xian's tone could not help but carry a trace of heroism. The battle just now had already completely stirred up his fighting spirit. His entire body was bursting with vigor, as if he was a god of war that had descended upon the world. Lu Xian's words undoubtedly made Zhou Tong even more furious. He had never been looked down upon like this before, and his entire body was about to tremble with anger. Senior Zhou, don't forget our mission this time. This brat's strength is not weak, don't be careless. Let's join forces and take him down first. If we lose, we really won't have the face to see anyone when we return. Also, it will be hard to explain to Elder Gong. Yu Hao was still relatively calm, and spoke out to remind him. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's heart slightly calmed down. He had almost been controlled by his emotions. In a battle of this level, a calm state of mind was extremely important. His heart was anxious, and he only wanted to quickly defeat Lu Xian and redeem his face. In the end, haste makes waste. Fine, then we'll do as you say. Bring out all your abilities, don't hide your strength. I don't believe that this brat's strength is only at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm. Do you think he can deal with both of us at the same time? Zhou Tong's gaze was cold as he spoke. Previously, he had arrogantly declared that he would fight Lu Xian alone. Now that he had joined forces with Yu Hao, regardless of the outcome, he would lose a great deal of face. His heart was filled with deep hatred towards Lu Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tong's aura suddenly changed. A violent saber intent immediately emitted from Zhou Tong's body. He had actually comprehended saber intent. Moreover, at this moment, the saber intent emitted from his body was extremely condensed. It was much stronger than Zhang Qing's. His saber intent was not merely at the entry level, but a genuine initial stage saber intent. Although it could not compare to Imo Chochen's level of spear intent, it was about the same level as Lin Tian's sword intent, and this was already extremely rare. Zhou Tong had just unleashed his saber intent when Yu Hao, who was beside him, actually unleashed his saber intent as well. However, his saber intent was not as good as Zhou Tong's. It was about the same level as Zhang Qing's. Even so, as long as he could maintain it, his saber intent would sooner or later reach the initial stage. This time, the top 3 disciples of the Saber faction had all comprehended saber intent. Although Zhang Qing and Yu Hao had only comprehended the entry-level saber intent, this was enough to shock everyone. It should be known that within the Wind Sword School's Saber faction, there was not a single person who had touched the entry level of saber intent. Even Su Wenyang did not know what saber intent was. Although Zhang Qing's words were a little arrogant, there was one thing that couldn't be denied. When it came to sabers, the Wind Sword School could not compare to the Sky Saber faction. The inner sect disciples of the Sky Saber School are indeed much stronger than us. If I were to fight against Zhou Tong, I would definitely lose miserably. Mo Melancholy said bluntly. He was indeed a little unwilling to be defeated by Zhang Qing. If he had performed well, it would not have been impossible for him to defeat Zhang Qing. However, the appearance of this Zhou Tong was enough to make Mo Dangchen admit defeat. They were both at the initial stage of weapon intent, and although Zhou Tong was slightly weaker than him, his cultivation was more than a stage higher than his. You can't say that. Lu Xian is also an inner sect disciple. Even if the two of them combined, they would still not be able to defeat Lu Xian. Speaking of which, our Wind Sword School is still stronger. Xiayi said with a smile. He was not worried that Lu Xian would lose. With his understanding of Lu Xian, he must have made this decision with full confidence. Mo melancholy nodded and said, Lu Xian is a strange one. His strength has increased too quickly. In less than half a year, he has actually increased by 2 small realms. I originally wanted to fight against him, but now it seems that I am not even qualified to fight against him. Among all the inner sect disciples, Mo Melancholy was the first to see Lu Xian's potential. When Lu Xian pointed his sword at Su Wenyang, he was only at the 5th realm of the body refinement realm. However, his intuition told him that Lu Xian had the strength to fight against him in the sect grand competition. Therefore, he decisively issued a challenge. However, he did not expect that he had still underestimated Lu Xian's strength. Now, he had already thrown him to the back of his mind. He was the champion of the grand competition, but not in reality. Lu Xian was the true champion. Since you have requested to fight against us, then as you wish. Show us your true strength. If you lose, don't say that we have an unfair advantage. Zhou Tong sneered. After his state of mind had returned to normal, coupled with the use of sword intent and the cooperation with Yu Hao, his confidence had returned. In a battle between warriors, 1 + 1 was not equal to 2. If 2 people cooperated well, it could be equal to 3 or even 4. You want to see my true strength? Hee, let's see if you have the ability to force it out. Lu Xian laughed. Cut the crap, let's go. Zhou Tong bellowed and suddenly exerted his strength, taking the lead to charge forward. Yu Hao didn't dare to be careless either. After watching the battle just now, he believed that he had a good grasp of Lu Xian's strength. If the 2 of them joined forces, they might be able to defeat him. 2 figures charged at Lu Xian at an extremely fast speed. Halfway through their charge, they suddenly separated and each launched an attack at Lu Xian from the left and right. This time, the 2 of them did not hold back at all in their attacks. The saber intent they had comprehended was infused into their attacks without any reservation. The lethality of their attacks was greatly increased, and their power increased by at least 30%. The saber intents that Zhou Tong and Yu Hao had comprehended were different. Zhou Tong's saber intent was more imposing and berserk. It was compatible with his moves, and it was an open and broad fighting style. As for Yu Hao's saber intent, it was even sharper. Although it was not as powerful as Zhou Tong's, it was more exquisite and difficult to defend against. If one was careless, it was extremely easy to be hit. The 2 saber intents each had their own advantages. Now that they attacked together, it was a combination of hardness and softness, complementing each other. Lu Xian remained unfazed in the face of the attacks from both of them. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit nervous, but he instead grew increasingly excited. Before this, Zhou Tong had been alone, and he had not been too interested in him. Now that he had to face both of them at the same time, he finally felt some pressure. Seeing that the 2 attacks were about to reach him, Lu Xian immediately lifted the sword that was hanging down slightly. A dazzling flash of the sword flashed, bringing with it a powerful sword aura that shot forward from the bottom to the top, from the right to the left. The 7th form of the lightning sword technique was simple, but extremely practical. No matter how powerful your attack was, I will break it with a single strike. With a thunderous roar, the sword collided with the 2 strands of saber qi, causing another loud bang to erupt. It seemed to be extremely violent. A formless wave of air surged out, and a rebounding force was transmitted. Lu Xian did not move at all, while Zhou Tong and Yu Hao also had stable footsteps. This time, both sides were evenly matched again. Previously, Zhou Tong had taken 3 steps back when facing the 6th form of the lightning sword technique alone. Now, he did not retreat when facing the even stronger 7th form of the lightning sword technique. The effect of their combined attack was already evident. Seeing this, Zhou Tong and Yu Hao's confidence increased. They shouted at the same time and slashed out 2 more times. Zhou Tong was berserk, while Yu Hao was sharp. Lu Xian was also filled with battle intent. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The sword aura that he had accumulated from the previous 7 forms was released without any reservation at this moment, focusing all of it on the final form. The 8th form of the lightning sword technique. Almost in an instant, the long sword in Lu Xian's hand stabbed out consecutively. The 2 strikes were sent out at the same time, targeting the 2 of them. The illusory lightning finally solidified at this moment. Two bolts of lightning accompanied the sword as it charged towards the two of them at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had collided. The sword that had struck towards Zhou Tong had collided with his berserk blade aura, instantly dissipating into nothingness, successfully nullifying his attack. Yu Hao's strength was still inferior to Zhou Tong's in the end. Faced with Lu Xian's eighth form of the lightning sword technique, even if Lu Xian had split it into two, it was still not something that he could easily block. Although Yu Hao's attack had successfully blocked Lu Xian's sword qi, the bolt of lightning still charged towards his face without the slightest hindrance. If he was hit by this powerful strike, Yu Hao would definitely be heavily injured. Greatly alarmed, Yu Hao let out a roar at this crucial moment. He no longer dared to advance, abruptly retreating while forcefully striking out with his saber. Finally, he managed to block the bolt of lightning before it reached his body. Although he had narrowly avoided the attack, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He did not expect Lu Xian to be so swift and fierce. Facing two people at the same time, not only could he block Zhou Tong's attack, he could even force him back. If he had faced this attack alone, Yu Hao believed that his fate would not be any better than Zhang Qing's. Even Zhou Tong would have been injured by this attack. Haha, satisfying. Not bad indeed. Lu Xian let out a hearty laugh. Having successfully executed the lightning light sword technique, he felt that the bottleneck to breaking through to the ninth layer of the body refinement realm had loosened a little. You will have the chance to witness my next set of sword techniques. However, it's my turn to attack now. Lu Xian quickly said. As soon as he finished speaking, the momentum of his sword abruptly changed. Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, the expression of Zhou Tong, who had been rather pleased with himself earlier, changed slightly. Judging from Lu Xian's words, his next attack would obviously be even more powerful. A single lightning light sword technique had almost defeated him. Would he be able to block the following attack? Lu Xian did not give him much time to think. This time, Lu Xian took the initiative to attack. Rushing Thunder Flash, a middle-grade yellow-tier martial technique, the rushing thunder flash that Lu Xian had practiced to the extreme, was finally put to use in this battle. Lu Xian's speed suddenly increased explosively. In Zhou Tong's eyes, he was unable to clearly see the trajectory of Lu Xian's movements. In an instant, Lu Xian's figure had already appeared not too far in front of him. In the instant that he clearly saw Lu Xian's figure, he saw a snow-white longsword piercing towards him. The incomparably sharp tip of the sword. Even from a distance, he could feel the power contained within the sword. He did not doubt that if he were to be pierced by it, he would instantly lose his life. As for the disciples who had been loudly cheering for Lu Xian, at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. This sword was so breathtaking. The combination of speed and power was so perfect. If they were in Zhou Tong's position, there would be no other ending other than death. It was extremely likely that they would not even have the time to react. However, Zhou Tong's strength was not something that they could compare to. In this crucial moment, he only heard a loud roar and the yuan power in his body began to circulate wildly. His body defied the laws of physics and forcefully took 3 steps back without any warning. The longsword in his hand was quickly raised and blocked in front of his chest. This response finally bought a bit of time for Zhou Tong. With a crisp ding sound, the tip of the star-shattering sword pierced Zhou Tong's blade. However, although it was successfully blocked by Zhou Tong, the power of the sword could not be dispelled. In such a hurry, Zhou Tong was unable to dispel this power and could only rely on his body to resist it. All the muscles in his body trembled. This huge power had already spread to every part of his body. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his chest, but Zhou Tong forcefully swallowed it back down. How could he lose face in front of tens of thousands of people? However, his feet did not listen to his commands. Zeng zing zeng, he quickly retreated 7 steps before completely exhausting this power. Not bad, as expected of the number 1 inner sect disciple of the Sky Saber sect. Lu Xian revealed a smile and praised. He originally thought that Zhou Tong would be sent flying, but he did not expect that he only retreated a few steps. At this moment, the inner sect disciples of the Wind Sword School finally reacted and immediately shouted excitedly, "Swift Sword! It's Senior Lu's Swift Sword! Too amazing! Once the Swift Sword is used, Senior Lu will definitely win." They did not know the name of this sword technique, they only knew that it was Lu Xian's swift sword. And the power of Lu Xian's swift sword was something that almost all the inner sect disciples knew. Unfortunately, they did not see it many times. There were only 2 times that left a deep impression on them. The first time was during the inner sect disciple examination. At that time, Lu Xian relied on the sword in his hand to defeat the saber sect disciple, Xianxia, who was at the 6th rank of the body refinement realm. The second time was when Lu Xian charged into the sword forest. With the strength of the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, he attacked and took down Su Wenyang without the slightest reaction. And after that, even in the battle between Lu Xian and Lin Tian, he did not use the swift sword, causing many disciples to be disappointed. But who would have thought that at this moment, they would finally see this incomparably breathtaking swift sword again? And as expected, Lu Xian's swift sword did not disappoint them. Although Lu Xian always had the upper hand, he had never injured Zhou Tong in one strike and forced him to retreat 7 steps. The stunning move that Lu Xian made just now was none other than the blink sword style. The blinking sword art was still the original blinking sword art, but the current Lu Xian was much stronger than before. Whether it was the strength or speed of the sword, there was a substantial increase. With the peak of the 8th rank of the body refinement realm, he was able to take the upper hand against the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. After repelling Zhou Tong with one strike, without waiting for Lu Xian to continue, an incomparably sharp attack suddenly came from behind him. It was Yu Hao. With 2 consecutive strikes, the saber chi went straight for Lu Xian. Yu Hao's saber was also quite fast, but compared to Lu Xian's sword, there was still a large gap. Sensing Yu Hao's attack, Lu Xian did not continue to pursue Zhou Tong. His body flashed, lightly dodging Yu Hao's attack. Immediately after, Yuan power suddenly surged, and the blinking sword art was used again. The sword swept out, but this time, the target was changed to Yu Hao. The blinking sword art only talked about the concept of drawing the sword. Fast, fierce, accurate, and in the blink of an eye, whether it was a stab, a chop, or a cut, it was all harmless. In reality, only low-level martial skills focused on the moves. On the contrary, the higher the level of martial skills, the more emphasis was placed on the intent, and not rigidly on the moves. For example, the lightning sword art was only a low-level yellow-level martial skill. Every move had a fixed usage. But the blinking sword art, as a high-level yellow-level martial skill, began to abandon the moves. As for profound-level martial skills, such as the startling cloud sword art, it was completely infused with the concept of intent. Even if there was no sword in hand, as long as your intent was there, you could still kill the enemy. Precisely because of this, the higher the level of martial skills, the harder it was to block. Because it did not even have a move, how could you block it? If you wanted to break the opponent's attack, you had to break the opponent's intent, or use absolute strength to crush it. Facing Lu Xian's extremely fast and powerful attack, Yu Hao's 2 saber strikes were instantly broken. The sword chi instantly attacked, and even though there was a distance between them, it made people feel like their skin was about to be cut. At this moment, Yu Hao finally felt Zhou Tong's previous situation. Too fast, too strong, he felt as if he had just launched his attack and Lu Xian's counterattack had already arrived. He didn't even have time to react. Zhou Tong could forcefully block this sword with his strength of the 9th level of body refinement, but Yu Hao couldn't compare to Zhou Tong in terms of strength or blade intent. How could he block it? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Zhou Tong, who was already injured, glared angrily when he saw that Hao was in a dangerous situation. He shouted, "Stop!" As the voice rang out, Zhou Tong forcefully suppressed his injuries and charged forward in an instant, slashing at Lu Xian with his saber. He wanted to attack the enemy's vital spot and force Lu Xian to withdraw his attack. At the same time, Yu Hao also forcefully waved the saber in his hand in an attempt to defend, but he was still a step too late. Lu Xian's attack was much faster than both of them, not to mention that he was one step ahead of them. A powerful force suddenly crashed into Yu Hao's body and instantly invaded his body. Yu Hao couldn't stand anymore. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he retreated to the edge of the ring. He quickly slashed the ground with his saber, and only then was he able to stop his body. He almost ended up like Xianxia and was directly thrown out of the ring. But even so, he was still seriously injured. The yuan power in his body was chaotic, and he couldn't attack at all. Fortunately, his strength wasn't weak. His internal organs had already been refined, so he wouldn't lose his life. He should be thankful that Lu Xian didn't use sword intent in that attack. If he was invaded by Lu Xian's intermediate sword intent, his injuries would probably worsen, and he might even die on the spot. Seeing Yu Hao's situation, Skyblade Gate's Elder Gong couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. His eyes were gloomy. The 3 people who came here this time, Zhang Qing, Yu Hao, and Zhou Tong, were all candidates to become core disciples. It would be a great pity if anything happened to them. More importantly, this result was completely out of his expectations. In his opinion, if Yu Hao and Zhou Tong joined forces, even if they couldn't defeat Lu Xian, they could at least be evenly matched. Previously, when Zhou Tong was completely suppressed by Lu Xian, he already had a bad premonition. But after Yu Hao joined, it seemed like the situation was reversed. He didn't expect that after Lu Xian changed a set of martial skills, the 2 of them together were no longer a match for Lu Xian. With just 2 moves, one of them was lightly injured, and the other was seriously injured. Now that Yu Hao was seriously injured and had lost his ability to fight, Zhou Tong alone couldn't do anything. Defeat was almost inevitable. When Yu Hao was severely injured by Lu Xian's sword, the expressions of the spectating disciples from the Skyblade sect changed slightly. Lu Xian's strength had once again exceeded their expectations for Yu Hao, and Yu Hao to be able to achieve such a result despite their joint attacks. This Lu Xian is a little interesting. Don't forget, he didn't use sword intent. He could defeat Zhou Tong and Zhou Tong with his own strength. I'm afraid he will be a strong opponent in the future. Among the Skyblade Gate's core disciples, a person in white clothes said. When Lu Xian defeated Zhang Qing, they all saw Lu Xian's sword intent. However, when he fought against Zhou Tong and Zhou Tong, he didn't use it. Obviously, he was still hiding his trump card. Senior brother Luo must be joking. No matter how strong he is, how can he defeat senior brother Luo? How can he be a strong opponent? A disciple said respectfully. A smile appeared on senior brother Luo's face when he heard Lu Xian's words. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. In fact, he did not take Lu Xian seriously. He was a core disciple of the Skyblade sect. How could he treat an inner sect disciple as an enemy? I'm only saying that if he can keep this up, he may become a strong opponent in the future. I'm not talking about now. I can see that his strength is at the peak of the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. If I'm not wrong, he wants to use this opportunity to make a breakthrough and use Zhou Tong and Zhou Tong as a whetstone. Senior brother Luo said again. Luo Ning, you really have the mood to pay attention to these inner sect disciples' fights. Even if it's the 1st or 2nd place in the inner sect, they are nothing in the core disciples' fights. What's there to watch? Not far from Luo Ning, a disciple sitting cross-legged said lazily. He was obviously one of the Skyblade Gate core disciples. His tone was filled with disdain towards the inner sect disciples. As a core disciple, they had the qualifications to be arrogant. Furthermore, they weren't ordinary core disciples, but the top few within the core disciples. Compared to these inner sect disciples, their statuses were worlds apart. Even if Zhou Tong was standing in front of them, he would still have to obediently and respectfully call him senior brother. Hearing this, Luo Ning smiled and said, since I have nothing to do, I might as well watch these little guys fight. Moreover, that Lu Xian does have the qualifications to pay attention to him. Who knows, we might have the chance to meet him again in the future. However, looking at the situation, I'm afraid that our Skyblade Gate will lose. The inner sect competition. When the meditating disciple heard this, he said indifferently, if we lose, so be it. After all, there is no benefit to winning. The key to this challenge is still us core disciples. As long as we can win, our Heavenly Saber Gate will be able to gain a few more spots to enter the secret realm. Hearing him mention the spots to enter the secret realm, Luo Ning's heart couldn't help but become excited. This time, they came to challenge for the spots to enter the secret realm. Once they successfully defeat Windsword School, the Profound Ice Pavilion spots would definitely decrease, while their Skyblade Gate spots would increase. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here for nothing. That's not bad. However, this time, with Senior Brother Wei here, we will definitely win the core disciple competition. Saying this, the corner of Luo Ning's mouth curled up into a smile. He looked at the black-cloaked disciple at the side. This person was the senior brother Wei that he mentioned. At this moment, senior brother Wei didn't care about the two's words at all. He only sat cross-legged and focused on cultivating. His strength was the strongest among the disciples. He had already reached the spirit refinement realm. He was also the only spirit refinement realm expert here. The competition between the Skyblade Gate and Wind Sword School's inner sect disciples was nothing to him. Senior brother Wei is really hardworking. No wonder he could reach the spirit refinement realm so quickly. We need to work hard too. The disciple who spoke to Luo Ning looked at senior brother Wei with eyes full of respect. To all the Skyblade Gate's core disciples, senior brother Wei was their leader. While Luo Ning and the others were talking, on the stage, Lu Xian had already gained the upper hand. Previously, when he only used the lightning sword technique, he was able to fight evenly with Zhou Tong and Yu Hao. Now that he used the blink sword technique, defeating the two of them was not a problem at all. Following Yu Hao's heavy injury, Zhou Tong's heart trembled. He tightly grasped the long saber in front of his chest, guarding against Lu Xian's attack at all times. The sword just now made him understand how strong Lu Xian was. If Yu Hao didn't make a move in time and didn't give Lu Xian a chance to chase after him, he would have already been defeated. Now that Yu Hao was heavily injured, he could no longer make a move. From now on, he could only face Zhou Tong alone. Looking at Zhou Tong, Lu Xian still had a smile on his face. Do you want to admit defeat yourself, or do you want me to kick you off the stage? Although there was a smile on his face, Lu Xian felt some regret in his heart. The pressure brought by Zhou Tong and Yu Hao wasn't enough. In the end, he still wasn't able to break through to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Zhou Tong's face turned red. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Thinking back to the harsh words he said before, he felt even more ashamed. However, he was not as skilled as Lu Xian. No matter how unwilling he was, he had no way of retorting. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Tong quickly rushed forward. Even if he lost, it was better than admitting defeat. He had already lost enough face, he still had to save the last bit of it. Seeing that Zhou Tong still wanted to charge at him, Lu Xian's eyes flashed with disdain. Originally, he wanted to let Zhou Tong leave with dignity, but since he didn't know what was good for him, then he shouldn't blame him for being merciless. You overestimate yourself. Lu Xian said lightly. Facing Zhou Tong's attack, he didn't even try to dodge. Seeing that Lu Xian was looking down on him, Zhou Tong was even angrier. He could tolerate failure, but he couldn't tolerate the disdain of others. Half Moon Slash. Zhou Tong let out a furious roar, and the long saber in his hand danced in an instant. His speed was pushed to the limit, and it instantly turned into a crescent of light. The blade gleamed as bright as moonlight, and it slashed down towards Lu Xian. This slash was a high-grade yellow-tier martial technique, and it was his strongest martial technique. It was the reward for winning first place in the inner sect, but he had just started practicing it, so he couldn't use it to its full potential. But even so, a high-grade yellow-tier martial technique wasn't something normal martial techniques could compare to. Just now, when he used other martial techniques, none of them were a match for Lu Xian. In a moment of desperation, he could only place his hopes on this slash. Only this slash could match up to Lu Xian. At this moment, Zhou Tong's heart was filled with anger. This slash was naturally an attack filled with anger, and the small success stage saber intent was also pushed to the extreme. All of it was contained within this slash, causing this attack to be even more violent and powerful. Seeing him use this half-moon slash, Lu Xian's eyes slightly moved. This attack was obviously much stronger than the previous ones, and the martial technique was even more exquisite. Even when compared to his own blinking sword technique, it wasn't too far off. But unfortunately, Zhou Tong didn't completely understand this martial technique, or else he would have the qualifications to fight against Lu Xian. This slash came extremely quickly, like a torrential downpour of snow. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Lu Xian. Lu Xian no longer observed, raising his sword that was hanging diagonally downwards and pointing it straight at Zhou Tong. Die! Zhou Tong leaped high into the air and slashed down. Using the momentum of his descent, his power increased by 30%. The disciples of the Wind Sword sect below the stage all stopped talking. Although they hated the people from the Sky Saber sect, they had to admit that Zhou Tong was extremely powerful. The disciples of the Saber sect, in particular, were dazzled. At this moment, an incomparably sharp and powerful aura instantly shot up from Lu Xian's body. It was as if a long sword that could pierce through everything had suddenly been unsheathed. At this moment, Lu Xian had finally brought out the intermediate sword will. Feeling the impact of Lu Xian's sword will, Zhou Tong, who was in the air, suddenly changed his expression. Previously, when Lu Xian used the sword will, it was against Zhang Qing, but it was just a flash in the pan, and he didn't have the chance to experience it carefully. But now, he was so close to Lu Xian, facing the impact of Lu Xian's sword will head-on. He could truly feel the power of Lu Xian's sword will. This sword will was so dense, so solid. Compared to it, his minor completion stage saber will was so fragile. Once the intermediate sword will appeared, it almost instantly attached to Lu Xian's star-shattering sword. At this moment, the blink sword art, attack, activating the thunder rush, Lu Xian slightly bent his legs, and his body suddenly jumped up, pointing his long sword at Zhou Tong. His speed was extremely fast, as if he had broken through the limits of space. In the blink of an eye, he had already clashed with Zhou Tong's half-moon slash. Facing Lu Xian's extremely fast, powerful, and sharp sword, Zhou Tong's most powerful attack, which he was so proud of, was broken without any suspense. Even his minor completion stage saber will was completely destroyed by Lu Xian. In the entire area, only Lu Xian's powerful sword will remained. At this moment, Zhou Tong's face was filled with shock, and a feeling of powerlessness quickly surged. Facing Lu Xian's sword, he only felt that countless sharp swords were attacking him, and the long sword in the center was so powerful that it was impossible to resist. Under the suppression of the sword will, it was as if he couldn't even use his yuan power. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if Zhou Tong, who was in the air, suddenly gave up on any movement and allowed his body to freely fall, quickly colliding with the tip of the star-shattering sword. Elder Gong's pupils suddenly constricted. Zhou Tong, in danger. If Lu Xian didn't stop, this sword would definitely pierce through his heart, and Zhou Tong would die without a doubt. "Stay your sword!" Elder Gong shouted. At this moment, he was too far away from the arena, and the battle happened in an instant. Even if he wanted to help, he wouldn't be able to. Elder Jin's heart also skipped a beat. Although the Sky Saber sect had come to humiliate them, it was enough to humiliate them back. If someone really died, it would be hard to explain. Furthermore, Zhou Tong was the inner sect's #1, so entering the core was inevitable. The change in Zhou Tong's state was also instantly noticed by Lu Xian. Although these Sky Saber sect members came with ill intentions, their crimes didn't warrant death. Immediately, the sword in Lu Xian's hand changed from a stab to a slap. The sword that was originally aimed at Zhou Tong ruthlessly slammed into Zhou Tong's shoulder. With this huge force, Zhou Tong's body couldn't help but fall to the side. Lu Xian gently landed on the ground, and Zhou Tong rolled towards the edge of the arena, which happened to be where Yu Hao was. Seeing this, Yu Hao quickly extended his hand to support Zhou Tong. Although he was heavily injured and couldn't fight for now, his movements were still fine. As the dust on the arena settled, Elder Gong's worried heart finally calmed down when he saw that Zhou Tong was fine. He let out a sigh of relief, but his expression immediately darkened again. Zhang Qing was defeated, Yu Hao was heavily injured, and Zhou Tong escaped death. The three of them were all defeated by the same person. This time, the Sky Saber sect suffered a crushing defeat. The three of them couldn't do anything to Lu Xian. Furthermore, all of them lost miserably. Zhang Qing was defeated before Lu Xian even took out his weapon. Yu Hao and Zhou Tong attacked together, but they couldn't gain the upper hand. Furthermore, this was before Lu Xian used his full strength. When did this Wind Sword School have such a talented disciple? Elder Gong's thoughts turned quickly. According to what he knew, the Wind Sword School had been in decline for the past few years. That was why he led a group of disciples to provoke them. However, he didn't expect that their provocation would fail and they would be slapped in the face instead. After Yu Hao helped him up, Zhou Tong's thoughts slowly recovered. When he realized what had just happened, his face instantly flushed red. He was the #1 disciple of the Sky Saber Sex Inner sect, but he was actually frightened by a cultivator with a lower cultivation to the point that he lost his ability to fight. This was a great humiliation. Furthermore, it was witnessed by thousands of people. Zhou Tong simply had the thought of dying. To a person like him, who had his eyes on the top of his head, there was nothing more unsightly than losing his face. However, when he looked at Lu Xian now, he couldn't even muster up the will to fight. That sword strike earlier, that strong sword intent pressure, had completely destroyed his confidence. This sword strike was destined to become his nightmare. If he couldn't walk out from this sword strike, his achievements in life would be limited. If he had known this would happen, he would have admitted defeat in advance. Zhou Tong was filled with regret. Lu Xian had given him the chance to admit defeat, but he had insisted on putting on a brave front. He could only suffer the consequences of his own actions. Senior brothers, you have lost. Slowly walking forward, Lu Xian looked at Yu Hao and Zhou Tong and said. There was no arrogance or condescension in his tone, it was just a very normal tone. However, because of this, the two of them found it even more difficult to accept. They felt that they were just clowns. The arrogance they had before they went up to the stage had now turned into a resounding slap, continuously slapping their faces. Don't be too proud. Life is full of ups and downs. One day, I will get back at you for what you have done today. Yu Hao said hatefully. He didn't want to stay on the stage any longer. The gazes of the people from Wind Sword School below the stage made him feel like there was a thorn in his back. Zhou Tong didn't say a word. He didn't have the courage to argue with Lu Xian at the moment. The two of them supported each other and walked down the stage. However, they were stopped by Lu Xian. You two, you can leave, but please leave my weapon behind. Hearing this, Yu Hao was slightly taken aback. However, when he saw Lu Xian's gaze fall on the single blade in his hand, he instantly understood. Immediately, his face was filled with shame and anger. What his weapon? It was clearly his own weapon. However, according to the previous bet, if they won, they could take away 2 of Lu Xian's weapons. However, if they lost, they would have to leave their weapons behind. Yu Hao's expression kept changing. He held the single blade in his hand tightly and didn't want to let go. However, the thousands of people present had clearly heard the previous bet. How could he go back on his words? After a while, Yu Hao finally made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and threw the weapon in his hand to the ground. Isn't it just a broken weapon? It's yours. Senior brother Yu is indeed bold. I admire you. Lu Xian said with a smile. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Yu Hao's heart was bleeding. This was his first and only weapon. Now, it was gone so easily. Seeing Yu Hao throw away the weapon in his hand, Zhou Tong didn't want to stay any longer. He simply threw away his weapon as well. After all, after becoming a core disciple, it wasn't hard to get a weapon. The two of them walked straight down the stage. Lu Xian, on the other hand, didn't mind bending down to pick up the 2 treasures. He also put the treasures that he had taken out earlier back into his storage ring. Soon after, Lu Xian bowed to Elder Jin from afar and said, reporting to Elder, this disciple did not disappoint you. I sparred with the Skyblade Sect's senior brother and won. I learned a lot from him. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. After the dust settled, the top 3 inner sect disciples of the Skyblade sect were all knocked off the stage. Elder Jin could no longer suppress his excitement and let out a hearty laugh. After laughing for a while, Elder Jin looked at Elder Gong with a smile and said, Elder Gong, according to your request, our 2 sects have already sparred. Are you satisfied? The strength of my sect's disciples is enough to impress you, right? Elder Jin's tone was filled with pride. Lu Xian had defeated 3 people in a row and brought him great honor. There was no way he wouldn't be proud of himself. Elder Gong squeezed out a smile and laughed dryly. I didn't expect Wind Sword School to have such an outstanding disciple. This is beyond my expectations. When I return, I will definitely teach my disciples a lesson and let them know that there is always someone better than them and that they shouldn't be complacent. Despite what he said, Elder Gong felt as if he had just swallowed a fly. He had mixed feelings. He was there to provoke, not to be slapped. He had thought that Zhang Qing alone would have been able to wipe out the entire Wind Sword clan, but Lu Xian's appearance had completely ruined his plans. He had suffered crushing defeats, and now, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and face Elder Jin's smug face. Elder Jin laughed loudly again. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Xian, who was in the arena, suddenly said, "Elder Jin, and this elder from the Heavenly Saber Gate, this disciple has a presumptuous request. I hope Elder will agree to it." Hearing this, Elder Jin swallowed the words he was about to say and looked at Lu Xian in surprise. Elder Gong also raised his eyebrows. He didn't know why Lu Xian called him. Elder Jin was confused. Could it be that Lu Xian was asking for a reward? However, this time, Lu Xian had made a great contribution and protected the inner sect's reputation. It was reasonable to give him a handsome reward. Elder Jin no longer hesitated and said, "Just say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to it." He didn't even ask Lu Xian what it was about and immediately agreed to it. "I learned a lot from the sparring with the inner sect disciples of the Sky Saber sect. However, it wasn't enough. I heard that the core disciples of the Sky Saber sect are coming. I would like to exchange a few moves with them. I wonder if the two elders would agree?" Lu Xian looked straight at Elder Jin and Elder Gong as he slowly stated his request. Lu Xian's voice wasn't loud, but at this moment, everyone was silent as they listened to his request. As soon as these words were spoken, they were clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. Everyone was stunned. Silence, extreme silence, regardless of what the disciples were doing earlier, they were now staring at Lu Xian in astonishment. Their faces were filled with disbelief, as if they had heard wrongly. There were thousands of people at the scene, but not a single sound could be heard. It was extremely strange. Clang! Suddenly, a sound rang out. Although it was not loud, it was enough to startle everyone present. It was a disciple who was so shocked that he did not even hold his weapon properly, causing it to fall to the ground. Seeing so many gazes suddenly directed at him, the disciple's face flushed red as if he had caused some huge trouble. He hurriedly picked up the dropped weapon. Elder Jin also recovered from his shock. He slowly spoke and confirmed once again, "Are you saying that you want to challenge the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciple?" When the disciples heard Elder Jin's question, they all perked up their ears, afraid that they would miss a single word from Lu Xian's reply. "That's right. I hope that the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciples will not be stingy with your guidance." Lu Xian's voice was as calm as before, without any fluctuations. When these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. In an instant, the place went from extremely quiet to extremely noisy. Senior Brother Lu actually wants to take the initiative to challenge the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciples? Could it be that Senior Brother Lu did not reveal his true strength after defeating Zhou Tong and Elder Gong? The expressions of the disciples were extremely interesting. Astonishment, excitement filled their faces. Previously, it was the Heavenly Saber Gate's people who came to challenge them. Now, it was finally their turn to take the initiative to challenge the Heavenly Saber Gate? Furthermore, he was not challenging their inner sect disciples. Instead, he was challenging their core disciples as inner sect disciples. Senior Brother Lu is indeed Senior Brother Lu. How tyrannical. Senior Brother Lu is mighty. We support you. Senior Brother Lu will definitely win. Defeat the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciple. Senior Brother Lu, you can do it. Before Elder Jin and Elder Gong could agree to it, the crowd of disciples below the arena had already begun shouting. Their faces were flushed red, and it was obvious that they were extremely excited. While the person standing in the arena was not them, Lu Xian represented the inner sect disciples, and they were bound together for glory. A hint of disdain flashed on Elder Yu's face when he heard the shouts of the disciples. He thought to himself, Lu Xian really doesn't know what's good for him. He doesn't know when to stop. Does he think that he can fight against our core disciples just because he defeated the inner sect disciples of the Skyblade sect? If it was a normal inner sect disciple, Lu Xian might be able to fight against him. However, the ones who came to Wind Sword School this time were not the normal Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciples, but the top few core disciples. This was because their target was the Wind Sword School's core disciples. The one who was the most enraged was naturally Elder Gong, who was standing next to Elder Jin. Elder Gong's expression was rather grim when all of the inner sect disciples were defeated. He did not expect Lu Xian to push his luck and challenge the core of the Skyblade sect. Great Wind Sword School. I have lived for dozens of years and have never seen such an arrogant disciple. A mere inner sect disciple dares to challenge the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciples? Does he really think that there is no one in the Heavenly Saber Gate that can be bullied? Elder Gong was so angry that his eyes widened and his beard trembled. It was obvious that he was extremely angry because of Lu Xian's words. Elder Jean naturally did not care about Elder Gong's reaction. However, at this moment, he revealed a serious expression and frowned at Lu Xian. He said, "Lu Xian, this is not a joke. This time, the ones who came to Wind Sword School are not the normal Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciples, but the top few core disciples. You, think about it carefully." Obviously, Elder Jean did not think highly of Lu Xian. In fact, there were less than 5 people who thought highly of Lu Xian. Although the disciples below the stage were cheering enthusiastically, they were only cheering for Lu Xian. If one were to ask them what they were thinking, not many of them thought highly of Lu Xian. That was a core disciple with a much higher status than them. Moreover, he was a top existence among the core disciples. It was impossible for them to catch up to him. Hearing this, Elder Gong snorted coldly and said, "What's there to think about? If I don't agree, you will really think that our Heavenly Saber Gate is afraid of you. Since you have requested it, I will naturally agree." Elder Gong was enraged to the extreme. Lu Xian's arrogance was something that even someone as shrewd as him found rather unbearable. On the other side, Instructor Yang's eyes were also wide open. His eyes were filled with shock. After a long while, he slowly let out a sigh of relief and calmed himself down before saying, "This Lu Xian is really daring. This time, the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciples are very strong. Even the core disciples under me are not confident of winning against them. He actually dared to provoke them." Chen Mo was also a little surprised. After hearing Instructor Yang's words, he said, "He can't see through the strength of those core disciples. I'm afraid he doesn't know how strong they are. However, it doesn't matter. Even if he loses, he won't lose face. It is very normal for an inner sect disciple to lose to the top few core disciples." After a pause, Chen Mo continued, "Moreover, it is good to let Lu Xian taste the feeling of failure. Don't be fooled by this kid's courteous manner. In fact, he is very arrogant in his heart. Losing one round will lower his spirit." Instructor Yang nodded and revealed a smile. "That's good too. Anyway, the Heavenly Saber Gate has lost a lot of face. An elite among the core disciples was actually provoked by an inner sect disciple. If this matter were to spread, the Heavenly Saber Gate would be a laughingstock for years to come." Looking at Elder Gong's face, "I am happy. Lu Xian helped me vent my anger." Previously, when Elder Gong was facing Instructor Yang, he threatened to challenge the Wind Sword School's core disciple. He did not take Instructor Yang seriously at all. This made Instructor Yang very unhappy. Now that he saw Lu Xian humiliate Elder Gong, he was naturally very happy. Originally, he was already very satisfied with Lu Xian. Now, he looked even more pleasing to the eye. Lu Xian did not care about everyone's reaction at all. At this moment, when Elder Gong agreed, he immediately ignored Elder Jin's persuasion. Instead, he cupped his fists at the two of them and said, "Thank you for your permission, Elder. Then, let's invite the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciple to give me some pointers. This disciple will be able to comprehend more." Hearing Lu Xian's sincerity, Elder Gong did not know whether Lu Xian was pretending to be stupid or just wanted to take the opportunity to ask for pointers. However, this was not important now. If he could not get rid of Lu Xian, where would he put his old face? He snorted coldly and asked the Heavenly Saber Gate disciples, "You guys, who is interested in competing with this disciple from the Wind Sword School? Let me do it. Although it is beneath my status, I can't stand such arrogant people. Just because you defeated a few inner sect disciples, you think you are invincible? Do you really think that my title as a core disciple is just for show? If I don't teach you a lesson, others will really think that there is no one in the Heavenly Saber Gate that can bully us." A disciple dressed in white stood up and said with a hint of disdain on his face. This person was the one who spoke to Luo Ning earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, his speed suddenly increased. His figure flashed and he quickly rushed toward the stage. In just 2 or 3 steps, he arrived before the stage. With a flip of his body, he landed on the stage. This series of movements dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. Just this movement alone was enough to show how strong this person was. He was indeed worthy of being one of the top few core disciples of the Skyblade sect. I need to let you know that I am Zhu Ling, ranked 3rd among the core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Gate. However, you need to know that I am not here to exchange pointers with you. I am here to defeat you and show you the power of the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciples. Don't think that you can challenge me as you please just because you have some strength. Standing in front of Lu Xian, Zhu Ling had his hands behind his back. When he spoke, he only looked into the distance. He did not even bother to look at Lu Xian. His arrogance was evident. Previously, when Lu Xian and the others were fighting, he was not even interested to look at them. It was obvious that he looked down on the so-called core disciples. If it was not because Lu Xian dared to challenge him, he would not even think of talking to Lu Xian. Seeing Zhu Ling go up the stage and hearing Zhu Ling introduce herself, the hearts of the people from the sword sect slightly tightened. Chen Xiaohan and Lin Sini's hands were tightly clasped together. They were both worried for Lu Xian. If it was said that they still had confidence in Lu Xian when he was dealing with Zhou Tong and the others, then right now, they had no confidence at all. One Zhou Tong already has the strength of the 9th rank of the body refinement realm, and this guy is actually the 3rd core disciple. How strong is he? Lin Sini said worriedly. The difference was too big. Lu Xian, this guy, really makes people worry. He just needs to win against the inner sect disciple of the Skyblade sect and return victorious. As for the so-called core disciple, he can just leave it to the core disciples of the Wind Sword School to deal with, but he just has to show off. Chen Xiaohan's tone carried a bit of complaint. Of the 2 girls, one was worried and the other was complaining, but they both expressed their concern for Lu Xian. Young hero Lu's strength has already reached the peak of the 8th rank of the body refinement realm. He probably wants to use this opportunity to break through. Moreover, with my understanding of young hero Lu, he wouldn't speak without thinking. He definitely has a certain level of confidence. Don't worry, ladies. Looking at Lin Sini and Chen Xiaohan, Zhang Dongshuang gathered her courage and said. She had already noticed the 2 girls before. Whether it was Lin Sini or Chen Xiaohan, their beauty could be considered top-notch. No matter where they were, they would easily attract people's attention. Even if Zhang Dongshuang knew that she was born beautiful, she didn't have the slightest sense of superiority when facing the 2 girls. Moreover, in terms of appearance, she wasn't much different from Chen Xiaohan. Compared to Lin Sini, she was still a little lacking. And from their tone, it was obvious that their relationship with Lu Xian was not ordinary. It was highly possible that they were lovers. Therefore, Zhang Dongshuang didn't dare to speak until now. Upon hearing Zhang Dongshuang's words, both Lin Sini and Lin Sini looked over at the same time. Since Zhang Dongshuang had seen them, they had naturally noticed Zhang Dongshuang as well. In fact, before Zhang Dongshuang had noticed them, they had already noticed Zhang Dongshuang. Zhang Dongshuang came here with Lu Xian. When Lu Xian came here before, besides 9th uncle, the other 2 people were Zhang Dongshuang and Peng Su. They naturally would not ignore such a beauty beside Lu Xian. In fact, Chen Xiaohan had already cursed Lu Xian countless times in her heart. He had only gone out for half a year, but he had actually brought back another beauty. What a playboy, however, under such circumstances, she couldn't question Lu Xian. Moreover, strictly speaking, she wasn't anyone to Lu Xian. His real girlfriend, Lin Sini, didn't say anything, so what could she say? Haha, sister, what you said is reasonable. Our Lu Xian is naturally the most powerful. Chen Xiaohan replied with a slightly sharp tone. Undoubtedly, she was defending her sovereignty by saying our Lu Xian. Don't get me wrong, miss. There's nothing between young hero Lu and me. I'm just young hero Lu's maidservant. Speaking of this, Zhang Dongshuang's face was slightly gloomy. Women were sensitive. She could naturally hear the hidden meaning in Chen Xiaohan's words. Although her heart belonged to Lu Xian, the higher Lu Xian's strength and status were, the harder it was for her to climb up. Seeing Lu Xian's status in the inner sect of Wind Sword School, Zhang Dongshuang had already positioned herself well. It was not bad to be a maidservant by young hero Lu's side in the future. At least, she could have someone to rely on. Seeing Zhang Dongshuan's expression, Lin Sini gently tugged at Qin Shaohan and said, "All right, Shaohan, don't say any more. She's new here, don't scare her." Hearing this, Qin Shaohan could not help but angrily stare at Lin Sini and said, "Sister Lin, you're too kind. You don't even care about Lu Xian's misdeeds." Lin Sini smiled helplessly and did not say anything. She used to be like Qin Shaohan, but ever since she followed Lu Xian, for some reason, her character had completely changed. She actually became similar to Xianxia. "This Zhu Ling is very strong. I can't see through his strength, but he has at least reached the 10th tier of the body refinement realm. Young hero Lu's battle will probably be very difficult. Senior, can you tell me about Zhu Ling's strength?" Peng Su asked Ninth Uncle. On the way here, he had learned of Ninth Uncle's identity. In the face of a spirit refinement realm expert, he naturally did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. His tone was full of respect. Ninth Uncle's expression was also quite solemn. He slightly nodded and said, "You're right. This Zhu Ling is indeed at the 10th tier of the body refinement realm. Moreover, he has reached the 10th tier of the body refinement realm. The chances of Lu Xian winning this battle are extremely slim. He was actually at the 10th tier of the body refinement realm," the shock in Peng Su's eyes intensified. Previously, Zhou Tong was only at the 9th tier of the body refinement realm, but Zhu Ling was actually a whole small realm higher than him. Don't think that a small realm was not much. In fact, countless martial artists might not be able to overcome this gap in their entire lives. Although in the secular world, Lu Xian had successfully killed Lu Tao, who was at the peak of the 10th tier of the body refinement realm, how could the disciples of the sects be compared to the martial artists of the secular world? Although Zhu Ling's cultivation level was lower than Lu Tao's, if the two of them were to fight, Lu Tao would undoubtedly lose. As for Lu Xian, there was a gap of almost 2 small realms between him and Zhu Ling. This huge gap made it almost impossible for him to win. Although Lu Xian was able to fight those at a higher cultivation level, was Zhu Ling not the same? Ninth Uncle's words were also clearly heard by Xia Yi, Lin Tian and the others. Even Xia Yi, who had always been confident in Lu Xian's victory, was shaken this time. After all, the gap between them was just too big. If Lu Xian is able to defeat this Zhu Ling, I will really prostrate myself before him in admiration, Mo Melancholy suddenly said. Previously, Lu Xian's ability to defeat Zhou Tong and Lu Tao by himself had already exceeded his expectations. Now that he was facing Zhu Ling, Mo Melancholy was even more pessimistic about Lu Xian's chances. Be it strength or status, the two were on completely different levels. For a moment, no one said a word. They just stared at the two figures in the arena, waiting for the next battle. Would Lu Xian suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of Zhu Ling, or would he be defeated after a long entanglement, or would Lu Xian win, which was almost impossible? Seeing Zhu Ling step onto the arena, Elder Jean also sighed in his heart. Since things had already developed to this point, this battle was already unavoidable. In reality, he did not want to start this battle. If Lu Xian had defeated Zhou Tong and returned victorious, it would have been a happy ending and the inner sect would have gained enough face. But now, Lu Xian continued to challenge. Although it was not shameful to lose to a Sky Saber Gate core disciple, it was still a defeat. How could it be compared to a complete victory? Now, Elder Jean only hoped that Lu Xian would not lose too badly. If he could force out 70% of Zhu Ling's strength, it would already be very valuable. Since the Sky Saber Gate core disciples are willing to exchange pointers, then Lu Xian, you should try your best. The opponent is the third core disciple of the Sky Saber Gate, it is not shameful to lose. Elder Jean said. His words revealed his lack of confidence in Lu Xian. At the same time, he hinted at his opponent's identity so that Lu Xian would not feel any pressure. Hearing this, Elder Gong smiled coldly. Wanting to use my core disciple as a stepping stone? How could he not pay a price? It was impossible for him to escape unscathed. At once, he condensed his voice into a line and used his Yuan Qi to transmit his voice to Zhu Ling, be more ruthless and straightforward. Make Lu Xian lose as much face as you can. It would be best if you can leave him with serious injuries. Hearing Elder Gong's voice transmission, a sinister smile appeared on Zhu Ling's face. Even if Elder Gong did not instruct him, he would not let Lu Xian off easily. Previously, Lu Xian trampled on a Sky Saber Gate inner sect disciple. Now, he wanted to use a core disciple to establish his might. Zhu Ling could not tolerate this. Are you ready? Don't say that I am bullying the weak. I will let you make 3 moves first. I will not make a move within 3 moves, lest you lose too badly, Zhu Ling said nonchalantly as he looked at Lu Xian. This was the first time he looked at Lu Xian. Before this, he had never looked at Lu Xian in the eye. Then I will have to thank Senior. I hope Senior can give me enough pressure so that I can break through to the 9th body refinement realm. Lu Xian said with a smile. He did not care about Zhu Ling's arrogant words. Pressure? That's easy. I will let you feel enough pressure. I'm just afraid that before you finish feeling it, you will be defeated. Zhu Ling laughed loudly. Are you ready? Then let's make our move. Senior Zhu, be careful. The first move is coming. Lu Xian's face darkened. He shouted in a low voice. At the same time, all the energy in his body was mobilized. The rushing thunder flash was activated and he rushed towards Zhu Ling. The star-shattering sword in his hand stabbed out. It was the blinking sword art. Seeing Lu Xian rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, Zhu Ling was slightly surprised. This speed surprised him. Previously, he did not pay attention to the battle on the stage, so he did not know much about Lu Xian's strength. This was the first time he had come into contact with Lu Xian. You do have some ability. Zhu Ling said quickly, but he did not dare to be slow. With a step, he increased his speed and executed a movement technique. Seeing Zhu Ling's speed, Lu Xian praised him in his heart. As expected of a core disciple of the Sky Saber sect, his speed was not something an ordinary person could compare to. At this moment, the unknown movement martial skill that Zhu Ling was using made him look like he was drifting. It was a movement martial skill that was similar to the phantom steps, making it impossible for others to see his movement trajectory clearly. Even though Lu Xian had pushed the thunderbolt flash to its limits, he was only about as fast as Zhu Ling Xiong. At the end of the day, the thunderbolt flash was just a middle-grade yellow-level movement technique. Even if Lu Xian had practiced it to its limits, its level still meant that its speed was limited. The two of them continued to chase each other, but they could not close the distance. Zhu Ling kept himself within a safe distance. Lu Xian was gradually shocked. Ever since he obtained the rushing thunder flash, this was the first time he met someone who could match his speed. In the past, when he used the rushing thunder flash together with the blinking sword technique, it was almost always successful. However, this time, he was not able to do anything. At this moment, Lu Xian made up his mind and quickly circulated the Tai origin art. His spirit force was pushed to the maximum and his speed increased by 2 times. He continued to chase after Zhu Ling. Zhu Ling did not expect that under such circumstances, Lu Xian's speed could still increase. Zhu Ling was even more shocked. Lu Xian's speed was actually so fast that it was out of his expectations. Even though he still had the advantage, in reality, this was also his limit. In other words, even if he chased after Lu Xian now, he would not be able to do anything to Lu Xian. Seeing this, Zhu Ling did not dare to relax. He was the 3rd-ranked core disciple of the Sky Saber sect. If he was caught by a mere inner sect disciple, he would lose a lot of face. The reason why he dared to say that he wouldn't make a move within 3 moves was because he thought that his speed was faster than Lu Xian's. Now, it seemed that his plan had failed. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen. At the very least, Lu Xian wouldn't be able to catch up to him. The silhouettes of both of them kept flashing on the arena. Lu Xian's thunderbolt flash flashed continuously as if he was teleporting, while Zhu Ling's phantom steps left behind a series of confusing afterimages on the arena, making it difficult for her opponents to grasp her movements. The battle had only just begun, but they had already gone all out. The disciples below the ring had long since held their breaths in rapt attention as they stared fixedly at the 2 figures on the ring, not daring to relax for fear of missing the most exciting part. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Xian, hurry up. Chen Xiaohan was so anxious that she stomped her feet and kept urging him. It was as if she couldn't personally go up and replace Lu Xian. To be able to force Zhu Ling to this point, Lu Xian should be proud of himself. However, I'm afraid this is his limit. The ninth uncle's eyes were sharp and he could see through Lu Xian's state with one look. Hearing this, Xiaoyi and the others couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If Lu Xian's strength could reach the ninth layer of the body refinement realm, he would be able to instantly make up for this gap. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to break through. On the other side, Elder Gong's expression didn't look good either. He originally wanted Zhu Ling to instantly injure Lu Xian and redeem the Sky Saber Sect's face. He didn't expect the battle to be so intense. Both sides were evenly matched in terms of speed. After all, the longer the battle between the two lasted, the more face the Sky Saber Sect would lose. Zhu Ling was a core disciple, and he was ranked third among the core disciples. It was really embarrassing to fight with an inner sect disciple like this. Even if Zhu Ling defeated Lu Xian in the end, others would only praise Lu Xian for being able to fight with a core disciple for so long. They wouldn't praise Zhu Ling's strength. Elder Gong no longer hesitated and directly sent a message to Zhu Ling, "Stop playing around. Quickly defeat this Lu Xian." Hearing this, Zhu Ling cried out in his heart. He didn't expect Lu Xian's speed to be so shocking. However, the longer Lu Xian chased him, the more furious he became. If this continued, he would really lose all his face. "Are you going to fight or not? If this goes on, don't blame me for not keeping my promise of 3 moves. Zhu Ling said angrily. When Zhu Ling said this, his spirit force slightly collapsed. When experts exchanged moves, it was usually in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. This instant change was immediately grasped by Lu Xian. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian pushed his spirit force to the extreme. His speed suddenly increased and the star-shattering sword in his hand suddenly stabbed forward. In the blink of an eye, he sent out several slashes, all aimed at Zhu Ling. The series of afterimages created by Zhu Ling's phantom steps were instantly broken by Lu Xian. The last slash, which was the star-shattering sword itself, seemed to break through the obstruction of space and suddenly arrived in front of Zhu Ling. At this moment, Zhu Ling's pupils abruptly constricted and all the hairs on her body stood on end. The strength of the 10th level of body refinement realm exploded forth without the slightest bit of restraint. In a flash, her body forcefully moved 3 feet to the side. Lu Xian's sword stabbed into Zhu Ling's body. However, it was only an afterimage. This sure-kill slash was narrowly dodged by Zhu Ling. Although he successfully dodged this slash, Zhu Ling's back was already drenched in cold sweat. If his speed was just a little bit slower and his reaction was just a little bit slower, he would have really been hit by Lu Xian. Zhu Ling, who had regained his senses, was instantly incomparably furious. He was the dignified Sky Saber Sect's 3rd-ranked core disciple, yet he was almost defeated by a mere inner sect disciple. If he really failed miserably, how would he have the face to go back and see others? What's more, there were a few other core disciples sitting below the stage. This brat's strength is a little strange. It's better not to play with him. Zhu Ling thought in his heart. At the same time, Lu Xian also felt some regret in his heart. He was so close, it was really too much of a pity. However, this was the limit that he wanted. If he didn't reach the limit, how would he break through? Lu Xian's wrist shook and the sword light circulated. His spirit force once again circulated and he actually used his movement technique to chase after Zhu Ling again. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Zhu Ling shouted angrily, but his movements weren't slow. He quickly dodged again. In terms of speed, he didn't dare to underestimate Lu Xian. Why, Senior Zhu, are you going to go back on your words? The promise of 3 moves has only passed by 1 move. Lu Xian smiled as he continued to chase after Zhu Ling. Damn it, why did I set the promise of 3 moves? Zhu Ling was extremely annoyed. Since it was a promise that he made, how could he break it now? Although he was extremely unwilling, he didn't want to break it. Fine, I'll let you have 3 moves. I can dodge the first move, but I'll be prepared for the second and third moves. What can you do to me? Zhu Ling secretly swore in his heart. After the promise of 3 moves, he would definitely teach Lu Xian a lesson. How dare you ride roughshod over me? If I don't teach you a lesson, my surname isn't Zhu. Although he used the promise of 3 moves to force Zhu Ling to temporarily not retaliate, Lu Xian was still a little anxious. Could it be that he really couldn't catch up to Zhu Ling with his speed? Was the difference of two minor realms really that huge? Although Lu Xian thought that way, he didn't stop moving. Whether he could succeed or not, he would only know after trying. Just when Lu Xian felt that his speed had reached the limit, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared slowly from his body. That was the power of his bloodline. The power of his bloodline after fusing with the Azure Dragon Blood Essence. Ever since he successfully fused with the Azure Dragon Blood Essence, other than feeling that his body had become stronger and his recovery ability had become stronger, Lu Xian didn't feel anything else. He even thought that this was the benefit of the Azure Dragon Blood Essence. Only now did he realize that the power of his bloodline had never been fully developed. Because from fusing with the bloodline until now, he had never been forced to the limit, so he naturally didn't notice it. But now that his speed had reached the limit, the strong desire in his heart to increase his speed once again, the power of his bloodline was actually automatically activated. With the sudden eruption of the power of his bloodline, Lu Xian felt that it became even easier to circulate rushing thunder flash. That feeling of reaching the limit earlier had already completely disappeared. It was as if a bottle that was originally filled with water was suddenly changed to a larger bottle. On top of the current amount of water, even more water could be poured in. Immediately, how could Lu Xian still hesitate? Essence energy and power of his bloodline activated at the same time, his speed that had already reached the limit soared once again. At this moment, Zhu Ling was holding tightly onto a mouthful of origin energy, trying his best to widen the distance between him and Lu Xian. He secretly cursed in his heart, but at this moment, he suddenly saw Lu Xian's speed suddenly increase explosively. The originally balanced distance between them was quickly pulled closer. Seeing this scene, Zhu Ling turned pale with fright. Did this brat take some medicine? This speed could still be increased, it was simply unbelievable, but at this moment, he didn't have that much time to think. After the sudden increase in speed, Lu Xian's speed was already above Zhu Ling's. Together with his sword, he attacked Zhu Ling like a whirlwind. The blink sword style was used again, and almost instantly, it stabbed at Zhu Ling's chest. At the moment of imminent peril, Zhu Ling let out a loud roar and unleashed all the potential in his body, narrowly dodging this sword strike again and again. If he had been just a little bit slower, he would have been struck by this sword strike. It was a true difference of a few millimeters. Senior brother Zhu. This is the second move. There is still one last move, don't make a move. Lu Xian said to Zhu Ling with a smile. After the increase in speed, he already had absolute confidence that he could beat Zhu Ling in speed. He wanted to see if Zhu Ling dared to not make a move against his last move. After witnessing Lu Xian's explosive speed, Zhu Ling did not dare to open his mouth. He did not dare to relax at all. His entire body was at its peak. His best condition during the core disciple competition was probably no better than this. But now, he was only facing an inner sect disciple. Watch carefully, the third move is coming. Lu Xian still had the leisure to remind Zhu Ling. If one did not know, they would think that Lu Xian was the core disciple and Zhu Ling was the inner sect disciple. This idiot, setting up a pact of 3 moves. Idiot, idiot. Seeing this, Elder Gong could not help but curse. After cursing, he realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly shut his mouth and glanced at Elder Jean beside him. Elder Jean was overjoyed and said, Elder Gong, there is no need to be like this. This Zhu Ling's strength is not bad. With such speed at the 10th rank of the body refinement realm, he might even be able to fight against a spirit refinement realm cultivator in the mortal world. Hee hee. Elder Gong laughed dryly. Zhu Ling's speed was suppressed by Lu Xian. Wasn't this a blatant compliment? Elder Jean was in a great mood at the moment, as he had not expected Lu Xian to perform so well. That speed alone was more than enough for him to be proud of. Even if he were to lose to Zhu Ling, it would not be shameful at all. Instead, it would be a great honor for him to be able to force a core disciple into such a state despite being an inner sect disciple. Even the Wind Sword sect and the Sky Blade sect had not produced such a genius disciple in the past 20 years. As the two were talking, Lu Xian had already begun his attack. His spiritual force and bloodline power were fully unleashed. His speed was already above Zhu Ling's. If he wanted to, he could attack Zhu Ling at any time. It was just that he was looking for the best time to strike. Although Zhu Ling's phantom step was strong, it was not a real phantom. At best, it could only form a few afterimages. It was completely unable to confuse the opponent and could be seen through at a glance. After a few flashes of lightning, Lu Xian had completely dazzled Zhu Ling's eyes. Suddenly, Zhu Ling felt his vision blur. Lu Xian's body suddenly disappeared. For a moment, Zhu Ling was alarmed. With a loud shout, he turned around without hesitation. His warrior's intuition told him that Lu Xian had already flashed behind him. Sure enough, the moment Zhu Ling turned around, he saw a snow-white longsword rapidly stabbing towards him. The sharp sword aura was almost about to cut through his skin. Lu Xian had finally found the most suitable time to strike. Although Zhu Ling's reaction was fast, the time it took for him to turn around was enough for Lu Xian to make his move. Facing Lu Xian's swift attack, he had no chance of escaping. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't move his speed to the maximum in an instant. Even if he did, with Lu Xian's speed that surpassed his, it would be enough for him to stab his body. You forced my hand. Zhu Ling's face flushed red. With a loud roar, he quickly raised the blade in his hand. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he swung his blade valiantly. An attack that belonged to an expert at the 10th level of the body tempering realm swept out without holding anything back. A tyrannical and berserk blade aura was released from his blade and instantly engulfed the surroundings, forming an extremely powerful blade aura whirlwind that instantly rushed towards Lu Xian. Although Zhu Ling had hurriedly executed this attack, his own strength was not reduced in the slightest. The 10th level of the body tempering realm was not something that just anyone could block. Facing Zhu Ling's attack, Lu Xian was like a small boat in a raging storm. In an instant, he was about to be overturned and torn to pieces by the storm. This attack was the strongest attack that Lu Xian had faced so far. Among the opponents he had fought, the strongest was undoubtedly Lu Tao, who was at the peak of the 10th level of the body tempering realm. But even Lu Tao was unable to execute such a powerful attack. A powerful pressure came crashing down on him, and he felt all the muscles in his body trembling under the pressure. It was not out of fear, but out of excitement. This kind of pressure was exactly what he needed. Only with enough pressure would he be able to quickly break through to the next level. Die! Lu Xian shouted. In an instant, an intermediate sword aura burst forth from his body without warning. Although the speed of the originally extremely fast attack did not increase, its sharpness had increased by several times. As his sword aura burst forth, although the small boat in the raging storm was still the same, it suddenly stabilized, as if an invisible barrier had been added to it. It was impossible to break through and tear it apart. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, that stunning sword attack broke through Zhu Ling's boundless blade aura and continued to charge at him without any hesitation. Even that extremely powerful blade attack was unable to stop Lu Xian's attack. However, at this moment, a similarly vigorous aura burst forth from Zhu Ling's body. In the face of Lu Xian's pressure, he had finally unleashed his blade aura. Zhu Ling's blade aura, which was at the 10th level of the body tempering realm, was extremely powerful. Although his blade aura was not as strong as Lu Xian's intermediate sword aura, it was much stronger than Zhou Tong's and could compete with Emo Chochen's spear aura. Both of them were extremely condensed blade auras at the initial stage. It was clear that Zhu Ling had been comprehending blade aura for a long time. Blade aura and sword aura collided. Although the blade aura was slightly inferior, Zhu Ling's strength surpassed Lu Xian's sword aura. Both sides were evenly matched. With a ding, the tip of the star-shattering sword struck Zhu Ling's blade. With the help of this force, Lu Xian flipped his body and flew backwards, landing 10 feet away from Zhu Ling. As the two of them withdrew their attacks at the same time, the crowd of disciples below the stage finally reacted and shouted. The people of the Skyblade sect are really shameless. They went back on their words. Didn't they say that they wouldn't make a move within 3 moves? That's right. Wasn't that an attack? Speaking like it was a fart. Is he still a core disciple? What a disgrace. Haha, senior brother Lu is mighty. Beat them up. Those fellows who go back on their words. Sounds of ridicule could be heard. Zhu Ling's face alternated between red and white. He had no choice but to use that blade aura. If he had stubbornly refused to make a move, he wouldn't have been humiliated. Instead, he would have been injured and defeated. However, no matter how he explained, he couldn't hide the fact that he had broken his promise. He had clearly said that he wouldn't make a move within 3 moves, but he had still made a move in the end. At least on this point, he had already lost. Idiot! Idiot! Elder Gong was so angry that he was about to jump up and curse. This Zhu Ling had really disappointed him. It was fine if he had made the promise of 3 moves. However, he had personally made the promise and then went back on it. Furthermore, it was a core disciple who went back on his word against an inner sect disciple. This time Elder Gong and the Skyblade sect had lost all their face. If there was a hole in the ground, Elder Gong would really want to crawl into it. How could there be such an idiot among the core disciples? Ha ha ha. Good job, Lu Xian. Elder Jean laughed heartily without any scruples. He had personally spoken words of encouragement to Lu Xian, which was simply to everyone's satisfaction. Elder Gong ignored Elder Jin's ridicule and immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhu Ling. I'll give you 3 moves to defeat Lu Xian. Forget it, I don't want 3 moves. 10 moves. If you can't defeat him within 10 moves, I'll make you pay when we return. Normally, Elder Gong wasn't someone who got angry easily. However, right now, thousands of people were watching. Zhu Ling represented the face of the Skyblade sect. How could he not be angry? Hearing Elder Gong's voice transmission, Zhu Ling's face turned as red as a pig's liver. His hatred for Lu Xian deepened. This brat actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, causing him to fall into such a situation. Zhu Ling's heart was already filled with murderous intent. Below the stage, the group of Skyblade sect's core disciples didn't look good either. As members of the Skyblade sect, the disciples of the Wind Sword School scolding Zhu Ling was no different from scolding them. They were bound together for good or bad. Luo Ning, who had been paying attention to Lu Xian before, now had a slight change in expression. He could clearly feel that Lu Xian's strength had improved a lot compared to before. He didn't know why, but there was no doubt that his evaluation of Lu Xian had improved. However, in his opinion, this was as far as Lu Xian could go. After all, Zhu Ling hadn't made a move because of the agreement. Once he made a move, Lu Xian definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Good, very good. You're the only one who's able to force me to this extent. Even if you lose to me, you'll still feel honored. Zhu Ling gnashed her teeth as she spoke viciously, as if she was about to devour someone. However, Lu Xian's expression was very good. He finally felt the pressure from Zhu Ling. This feeling was very good. He was sure that Zhu Ling might be able to help him break through. Senior brother Zhu's strength isn't bad either. As expected, I feel pressured. However, the battle isn't over yet. It's not certain who will win or lose. Lu Xian said unhurriedly. He didn't hide his intention anymore. He not only wanted to use Zhu Ling to break through, he also wanted to defeat Zhu Ling here and now. As soon as he said this, the disciples of Wind Sword School instantly screamed crazily. Senior brother Lu will win. Isn't Senior brother Lu a bit too much? Zhu Ling is the core of Sky Saber sect. Isn't it too difficult to defeat him? Some disciples voiced out their doubts. Yeah, Zhu Ling didn't make a move earlier, that's why he was suppressed by Senior brother Lu. Next, he definitely won't hold back. That's not necessarily true. Previously, when Senior brother Lu said that he could defeat Zhou Tong and Su Wenyang, we didn't believe it either. However, in the end, he still defeated them. Now that Senior brother Lu has made such a bold statement, I think it's really possible. Senior brother Lu must have a trump card that we don't know about. That's right. I also think that Senior brother Lu can win. Isn't it just a gap of 2 small rounds? When Senior brother Lu killed Su Wenyang, it was also a gap of 2 small rounds. The disciples of Wind Sword School had different opinions. Some thought that Lu Xian was boasting too much, while some supported Lu Xian's victory. After a series of arguments, the voices gradually quieted down. The winner and loser would soon be revealed. Who's going to win and who's going to lose? Zhu Ling looked up to the sky and laughed. You think too highly of yourself. Since she had already embarrassed herself, Zhu Ling decided to let go of all her worries. Since she had already made her move, she might as well show off her strength. If she wanted to save her face, the best way was to defeat Lu Xian in a clean and efficient manner. Although the previous slash was evenly matched with Lu Xian's, this did not mean that Zhu Ling's strength was limited to this. This was because he had made this move in a hurry and was not able to display his full strength. This time I will make a pact of 3 moves with you. Don't you like weapons? As long as you can withstand 3 moves from me, this artifact in my hand will be yours. Zhu Ling said arrogantly. Although he lost to Lu Xian in terms of speed, he had absolute confidence in his strength. He was at the peak of the 10th layer of body refinement realm and had already broken through 5 meridians in his body. He was stronger than Lu Tao and 2 small realms higher than Lu Xian. With such a huge difference in strength, if he could not defeat Lu Xian within 3 moves, then he would have no face left as a core disciple of the Sky Saber sect. 3 moves again? But I like it. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. Since someone was giving him a weapon, there was no reason for him to reject. Listen up, you have to block 3 moves from me. Zhu Ling could not help but emphasize again, if you continue to dodge, then this pact of 3 moves will be invalid. Obviously, Zhu Ling was still afraid of Lu Xian's speed. This pact of 3 moves was not just to show off, it was also to restrain Lu Xian so that Lu Xian would not continue to run around and embarrass him again. So be it. Then, senior brother Zhu, please make your move. Lu Xian's fighting spirit gradually rose and became stronger. Block? What he wanted was to forcefully resist. If he didn't forcefully resist, how could he break through? Dodging was not something he liked. With a sword in hand, Lu Xian had nothing to fear. You're not strong, but you sure have guts. However, don't expect me to go easy on you. Prepare to receive my attack. Zhu Ling sneered. If he didn't defeat Lu Xian, how could he regain the face he lost? As soon as Zhu Ling said this, Lu Xian's grip on the star-shattering sword tightened. He stared at Zhu Ling and no longer dared to slack off. Since Zhu Ling said that she would let him take 3 moves, Lu Xian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to attack. The first move, knocking the mountain to scare the tiger. Following Zhu Ling's shout, the elemental energy in his surroundings instantly gathered and surged towards him. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. As the saying goes, the clouds follow the dragons, and the wind follows the tigers. This move of Zhu Ling's was called knocking the mountain to shake the tiger, and it was actually able to raise wind from the flat ground. As the elemental energy surged, a blade intent burst out from Zhu Ling's body without any reservation. It instantly merged with the elemental energy in the surroundings, filling up the surrounding area. Since he had declared that he would defeat Lu Xian within 3 moves, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He had already lost a lot of face previously, so how could he lose it again? Like a lion hunting a rabbit, he had already used all his strength. As the blade will seeped out of his body, he activated the Vermilion Spirit Phantom Steps and charged at Lu Xian at an extremely fast speed. The route he took was not a straight line, but a curve. He moved to the left and to the right, leaving behind several afterimages along the way. It was impossible to tell where he was going to attack from. Lu Xian's gaze was even sharper as he stared at Zhu Ling in front of him, completely unmoved by anything else. The elemental energy in his body continuously surged, and he had already raised his condition to its peak. As long as Zhu Ling launched his attack, he would be able to react in an instant. Although it sounded complicated, it was actually extremely fast. The distance between Zhu Ling and Lu Xian was not far to begin with. Zhu Ling's phantom steps flashed, and within a breath's time, she had already rushed to within 10 feet of Lu Xian. Just as Zhu Ling arrived in front of Lu Xian on the left, he suddenly stopped. With a loud shout, Zhu Ling's legs abruptly exerted force, and his entire body leapt high into the air. At the same time, he flipped his wrist, and the blade in his hand was immediately swung up. Although a single hand was nimble and versatile, how could it compare to 2 hands in terms of power? Slash! Zhu Ling's heart-shaking roar sounded out, and the blade in his hand immediately carried an extremely strong, seemingly irresistible pressure as it pressed down on Lu Xian's head without reservation. From the moment Zhu Ling suddenly stopped to the moment he released the blade, it seemed to have happened in an instant. The momentum was extremely fast and extremely strong. The disciples below the stage couldn't even clearly see his figure. While their gazes were still on Zhu Ling's afterimage, the blade had already slashed down. Elder Jean, who was watching the fight, felt his heart tremble, and couldn't help but secretly praise. What a good move, knocking the mountain off the tiger. Using the strength of the 10th layer of the body refinement stage to display such a fierce move, as expected of the third-ranked core disciple of the Skyblade sect. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Lu Xian would most likely be defeated in the first move. Seeing this move, Elder Gong's expression became slightly better. With this move, Zhu Ling had finally won back some face for him. The blade had yet to land, but the strong wind had already reached his body. Zhu Ling's extremely fast move somewhat exceeded Lu Xian's expectations. He only felt a strong pressure descend upon him, and the violent Yuan power storm almost tore his entire body apart. However, he had already prepared beforehand, so how could he let Zhu Ling succeed? Zhu Ling was fast, but he wasn't slow either. In the blink of an eye, intermediate sword qi erupted without reservation, and under Lu Xian's control, the powerful sword intent instantly condensed together. Without the slightest bit of dissipation, it all rushed towards Zhu Ling. This was the difference between the intermediate sword intent and the initial stage sword intent. The initial stage sword intent was scattered, while the intermediate stage sword intent was gathered. The moment the sword intent erupted, Lu Xian also quickly raised the star-shattering sword in his hand. Blink sword art, attack. Break. The same loud roar came out from Lu Xian's mouth. It was a head-on battle. The intermediate stage sword intent condensed into an invisible sword, while the blink sword art was a tangible sword. When the two swords combined, the power was more than doubled, the Yuan power was madly circulated, and Zhu Ling pressed down from above. Using the downward momentum, Lu Xian counterattacked from below with explosive power. All of a sudden, a ray of blade light shot out from the single blade in Zhu Ling's hand and rapidly slashed down. This ray of blade light was the essence of the move, knocking the mountain tiger. It had also gathered all of the power of the move on Lu Xian. If Lu Xian was unable to block it, he would definitely be heavily injured even if he didn't die. At the same time, a sword light shot out from the star-shattering sword, and instantly merged with the invisible sword formed by the intermediate stage sword intent. In just an instant, the blade light and the sword qi finally came into contact. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the shockwave caused by the collision of the Yuan power between the two instantly exploded. Even though they were quite a distance away, the disciples below the stage could feel the intense Yuan power undulations on the stage. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open, and they couldn't wait to go to the front to see the confrontation between the two in detail. Who would win? Who would lose? Compared to the feelings of the disciples, Lu Xian, who was one of the combatants, was undoubtedly more aware of the outcome of this collision. While the sword aura he unleashed broke through Zhu Ling's blade aura with an unstoppable force, Zhu Ling's attack was far more powerful than he had imagined. The powerful blade aura engulfed Lu Xian's sword aura in an instant and continued to charge at Lu Xian without any hesitation. Sensing this unforeseen event, Lu Xian's expression suddenly changed, and he was alarmed. At this critical moment, the Tai origin technique was frantically activated, and in almost an instant, the Thunderbolt Dash was activated, and he retreated 10 meters away without any warning. Even though Lu Xian's reaction speed was extremely fast, he still couldn't outrun Zhu Ling's attack. In the end, he still suffered the impact of Zhu Ling's attack, and a huge force instantly hit his body, and a dull feeling suddenly came from his chest, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Fortunately, Lu Xian's body was far stronger than an ordinary person's, and the moment he suffered the attack, the power of the bloodline in his body was once again mobilized, and it quickly gathered in his chest, helping him to alleviate the huge impact. Coupled with the fact that Lu Xian's sword had weakened, Zhu Ling's attack was no longer as powerful as it was when it was first unleashed. Even so, a trace of blood still flowed from the corner of Lu Xian's mouth, and he had already suffered a minor injury. Compared to Lu Xian's condition, Zhu Ling's condition was undoubtedly much better. With the help of the strong impact of the airwave, he somersaulted in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. However, Zhu Ling was not completely unaffected. Lu Xian's sword intent was really too strong, and although his attack had successfully broken through Lu Xian's sword light, it could not break through the intermediate sword intent at the same time. A sharp sword intent also attacked his body, causing his internal breathing to become chaotic. Because of this, he did not launch another attack when he landed, because he also needed some time to digest Lu Xian's sword intent. Overall, in this battle, Zhu Ling still had the upper hand. At least Lu Xian was obviously injured, and he was only slightly affected. Lu Xian was injured, and he vomited blood. Qin Xiaohan said in horror, her hands tightly grasping Linsini. Previously, Lu Xian had always been calm, until now, when he was injured for the first time, she was immediately worried. Don't worry, Lu Xian definitely has a way. Although Linsini was also worried, at this moment, she could only comfort Qin Xiaohan. It's okay, it's just a small injury. It's already commendable that Lu Xian was able to fight head-on with Zhu Ling without being defeated. Ninth uncle comforted the two women, but what he said was also the truth. Unlike those disciples who did not know the truth, he could clearly feel the gap between Lu Xian and Zhu Ling, and Lu Xian's result was already beyond his expectations. Seeing that Lu Xian was only slightly injured, Elder Jin's eyebrows relaxed slightly. Fortunately, he had thought that Lu Xian would be defeated in one move, but now it seemed that it was not bad. Compared to Elder Jin, Elder Gong was frowning slightly. He had thought that Lu Xian would definitely be defeated by Zhu Ling's move. However, he was only lightly injured. Wasn't this kid's endurance a little too strong? However, Lu Xian's injury was good news. From Elder Gong's point of view, Lu Xian's strength would stop here. Since he was already injured in the first move, he would definitely not be able to handle the next two moves. You are indeed a core disciple. This move is powerful, Lu Xian said as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Although he was slightly injured, his eyes did not lose focus. Instead, they were becoming more and more courageous. At this moment, after Zhu Ling quickly adjusted her breathing, her chaotic inner breath had also calmed down. When she heard Lu Xian's words, she snorted coldly again and said, "Your strength has somewhat exceeded my expectations. For a mere inner sect disciple to be able to reach this level is indeed impressive. However, that's all there is to it. I will definitely defeat you in the next move." Zhu Ling's words were filled with confidence. After this move, he thought that he had completely grasped Lu Xian's strength. Don't be so full of yourself. Since you managed to injure me, then you will be able to see my true strength. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows. His aura was not any weaker than Zhu Ling's. As his fighting spirit surged, the pride in his heart was also stimulated. As soon as these words came out, the disciples below the stage immediately revealed looks of surprise and bewilderment. Could it be that Lu Xian had not shown his true strength even at this point in the battle? That would be too terrifying. Some were looking forward to it, and some were doubtful. Hero Lu, are you finally going to use those two moves? Maybe you really have a chance to defeat Zhu Ling. Pengsu licked his lips and said excitedly. Defeating a core disciple of the Sky Saber sect was a great honor. He was fortunate enough to see Lu Xian's cloud-startling sword art once at the Zhang clan. When he fought against Lu Tao, Lu Xian used it as well. Although Zhu Ling was stronger than Lu Tao, when Lu Xian defeated Lu Tao, he did not use his sword intent. If he used his sword intent, there was a chance that he could defeat Zhu Ling. Oh? Does Lu Xian really have a trump card? Ninth uncle couldn't help but turn his head and ask. He had originally thought that Lu Xian would stop here, but according to Pengsu's words, it seemed that Lu Xian still had strength that he hadn't shown. Hehe, senior, please take a look. Young hero Lu won't disappoint us. Faced with ninth uncle's question, Pengsu kept him in suspense and refused to answer. Haha, then I'll wait and see. Let's see what other surprises this kid can bring me. Ninth uncle's interest was immediately aroused. Zhu Ling's eyes also flashed with a trace of bewilderment, but it disappeared in a flash. He didn't believe Lu Xian's words at all. From his point of view, Lu Xian was only at the 8th layer of the body refinement stage, yet he was able to display such a battle prowess. It was already extremely shocking. If Lu Xian still had a trump card, he definitely wouldn't believe it. Less nonsense, get ready to receive my attack. Zhu Ling didn't delay any longer. Taking advantage of Lu Xian's injury, this was an excellent opportunity to defeat him. While he was injured, take his life. As soon as his voice fell, Zhu Ling didn't stay any longer. He once again urged his Yuan power, and the second attack began. It was still the same phantom steps, and once again, he rushed towards Lu Xian. Body refinement stage martial artists temporarily couldn't mobilize the yuan power of heaven and earth on a large scale, so the battle was still based on close combat. Seeing Zhu Ling's attack, Lu Xian's expression turned cold. Sword and tent surrounded his whole body, and the yuan power in his body began to circulate according to a specific path. With the protection of the powerful bloodline, his injuries were not as serious as Zhu Ling and the others imagined. In addition, with the powerful recovery ability of the Azure Dragon bloodline, he had already recovered by 70 to 80%, and it didn't have much of an impact on him. Perhaps it was because of the victory in the first confrontation, Zhu Ling's confidence greatly increased, and even his condition improved a lot. This time, the speed of his attack was even faster, leaving behind a few phantoms. Almost in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Xian. Second move, night battle in 8 directions. Zhu Ling said word by word, clearly entering everyone's ears. The first word was already spoken when he used the phantom steps, and when the last word fell, it was the time when he officially launched his attack. At this moment, Zhu Ling's speed suddenly increased, and at this moment, even Lu Xian couldn't see his movements clearly. In an instant, Zhu Ling's body suddenly turned into 8, as if 8 Zhu Ling had appeared in front of Lu Xian at the same time, and all 8 of them attacked Lu Xian at the same time. Among the 8 figures, other than the original Zhu Ling in front of Lu Xian, the other 7 were naturally phantoms. However, although they were phantoms, the 8 attacks were real. This was because in that instant, Zhu Ling used the phantom steps to quickly change his position, and in one breath, he slashed out 8 times. Because the speed was too fast, the 8 slashes were almost at the same time, and it looked like Zhu Ling directly created 8 phantoms to attack at the same time. This was the special effect of the phantom steps when practiced to the great success stage, and it was almost the same effect as the thunder rush, but it didn't have the same continuity. Just from this point, it could be seen that the phantom steps was better than the thunder rush, and in fact, it was indeed so, because the phantom steps was a yellow tier superior grade martial skill, and the thunder rush was only a yellow tier intermediate grade martial skill. The combination of the phantom steps and the night fighting 8 directions was almost a perfect match. These 8 slashes, each of them displayed Zhu Ling's strongest strength. Although the power of each attack couldn't be compared to the previous knocking the mountain tiger, it won in terms of quantity. As long as any one of them couldn't be blocked, it would inevitably end with serious injuries, and if a few more of them couldn't be blocked, then perhaps it wouldn't be as simple as a serious injury. And this was also the reason why Zhu Ling dared to say that this move of Lu Xian would definitely lose. He admitted that Lu Xian's strength was not bad, and even the speed of his attacks was not bad, but he absolutely didn't believe that Lu Xian could instantly use 8 slashes at the same time, and each slash had the same strength as his. Lu Xian indeed didn't have this kind of strength. Although by relying on the blink sword art, it wasn't impossible to instantly use 8 slashes, but to want to match the power of Zhu Ling's 8 slashes was not realistic, unless Lu Xian also had the strength of the 10th body refinement rank. However, why did Lu Xian need to use 8 slashes to block? As long as the range of the attack was small, and the power displayed was strong enough, then 1 slash would be enough. As early as the moment Zhu Ling launched his attack, the slowly circulating spirit energy in Lu Xian's body had already suddenly become fast. The long sword that was hanging down suddenly rose up, and a gust of wind, accompanied by Lu Xian's movement, suddenly appeared. This gust of wind, with Lu Xian's long sword as the center, quickly spread out. In almost an instant, it filled a radius of several tens of feet. This wasn't an ordinary wind, but a storm formed by spirit energy. Originally, with Lu Xian's strength, it was absolutely impossible to mobilize spirit energy in such a large area, but now, he was using a profound level martial technique. The difference in the level of the martial technique could completely make up for the difference in strength to a certain extent. Having just finished executing the night fighting 8 directions, Zhu Ling's strength was also used to the extreme. His body landed firmly on the ground, waiting to enjoy the scene of Lu Xian being seriously injured and defeated, but when he lifted his head to look, he was greatly shocked. The aura released from Lu Xian's body was far stronger than he had imagined. This was not the aura that a martial artist at the 8th level of the body refinement realm should be able to release. Moreover, how could the power of this move be so great? Even a half-step soul refinement expert might not be able to release such a powerful attack. The two people's moves only happened in an instant, and Zhu Ling didn't even have time to look carefully. Following the 8 rays of sword chi shooting out, Lu Xian's attack had also been completely released. Only to see Lu Xian's eyes suddenly become sharp, and he shouted in a low voice, "Startling wind." Once the 2 words "startling wind" came out, the sword in Lu Xian's hands suddenly waved, and under this wave, the spirit energy storm that surrounded Lu Xian's body, as if it had been really startled, instantly jumped from a nearly still state to a berserk state. The surging spirit energy suddenly swept out, and countless gusts of wind rushed forward. At the same time, the sword intent that surrounded Lu Xian's body also merged into the spirit energy storm, causing the originally extremely strong startling wind to become even more unstoppable. The sword of startling wind instantly collided with Zhu Ling's night fighting 8 directions. This spirit energy storm completely enveloped Zhu Ling's 8 swords, and with an unparalleled aura, it directly crushed them. This was a crushing. As the first form of the cloud startling sword technique, startling wind was all about momentum. If the opponent's strength did not surpass his own, he would only be crushed by this sword of startling wind. The night battle of 8 directions was completely nullified by that one attack. The 8 blades that Zhu Ling was so proud of did not have the desired effect at all. They did not cause Lu Xian any trouble at all. Although night fighting 8 directions had reduced the power of startling wind by more than half, the power of the spirit energy storm was still extremely strong, and at this moment, it continued to sweep towards Zhu Ling without any reservation. Based on Zhu Ling's body, it was impossible for him to take it head-on. The biggest possibility was that he would be seriously injured by this sort of startling wind, or even directly knocked off the stage by the powerful momentum of the spirit energy storm. Zhu Ling had not yet reacted when among the spectators, Elder Jin, Elder Gong, Instructor Yang, Chen Mo, and Ninth Uncle, the 5 of them almost simultaneously slammed the table and stood up. The 5 of them exclaimed in unison, "Xian-level martial skill." Among the Skyblade sect disciples, Senior Wei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes at this moment. His gaze was instantly focused on the stage, and he looked at Lu Xian's startling wind. These 6 people, without exception, were all strong practitioners of the spirit refinement stage. Ordinary disciples might only be able to sense the power of Lu Xian's attack, but the 6 of them could clearly see the essence of this move. It was undoubtedly a Xian-level martial skill. Not only is it a Xian-level martial skill, he has also completely mastered this move, which is why he has such power. Instructor Yang quickly added, his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Although Xian-level martial skills were rare, there were also a few in the core of the Wind Sword School. What shocked everyone the most was that Lu Xian had completely mastered this Xian-level martial skill with the strength of the 8th body refinement stage. What kind of comprehension and talent did this require? The power of a profound level martial skill was needless to say, and its preciousness was not inferior to its power. But no matter how precious it was, as a 3rd-rank sect, the Wind Sword School still had a few sets. But why didn't the Wind Sword School popularize it, even if they were worried that the martial skill would be passed on to outsiders? But for an elite disciple, it was completely possible. This involved talent and comprehension. If one's strength was not up to par, and their comprehension was not up to par, showing a disciple a profound level martial skill in advance would do them more harm than good. Generally speaking, a body refinement stage martial artist could only practice upper yellow level martial skills. They could not comprehend profound level martial skills at all. If they tried to comprehend it rashly, it would lead to inner demons. If it was light, they would go mad, and if it was heavy, they would die. Only after reaching the spirit refinement stage and comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth could one begin to practice profound level martial skills. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough and they wanted to practice a profound martial skill, it would depend on their perception. However, perception was something that couldn't be measured with the naked eye. Therefore, it was common to see sects holding tests and competitions to select some talented people and reward them with martial skills and cultivation methods. Only these people could possibly practice these martial skills and cultivation methods. But now, Lu Xian's performance really shocked them. With the strength of the 8th level of body refinement, he was able to practice a profound level martial skill, and moreover, he was able to practice it to completion. This was simply unheard of. Based on the eyes of the few of them, they could see at a glance that this move, startling wind, whether it was the spirit or the concept, was completely in place. While everyone was shocked, Zhu Ling, who was in the center of Lu Xian's sword, was already full of horror. He originally thought that with his knight battling 8 directions, even if Lu Xian did not die, he would only have half his life left. He never thought that the result would be like this. With the startling wind, the knight battling 8 directions that he was so proud of, was completely broken. Apart from reducing a part of the power of the startling wind, he could not even completely block it. The only thought that flashed through Zhu Ling's mind was that Lu Xian actually still had a trump card, and it was such a powerful one. It was ridiculous that he thought that Lu Xian was just deliberately mystifying things. However, so what if this sword was strong? It was impossible to defeat him with this sword. He still had one last move left in his promise of 3 moves. Many thoughts flashed through Zhu Ling's mind. At the brink of defeat, his potential and strength were completely stimulated. He had already embarrassed himself once, so he definitely wouldn't do it again. With a loud roar, Zhu Ling's body, which had been standing still, suddenly spun 360 degrees. The third move, Flood Dragon Stirring Waves. Zhu Ling's voice instantly spread throughout the area. After he turned around, the single blade in his hand suddenly swept out. Blade Intent and Blade Chi burst forth at the same time, and an extremely powerful burst of Yuan power suddenly burst forth. This strike was Zhu Ling's strongest strike. Not only did he push his initial mastery Blade Intent to the limit, he also circulated the Yuan power in his body at full force. More importantly, he unleashed all the Yuan power that he had stored in the 5 opened acupoints in his body without holding back at this moment. Zhu Ling used all the energy that he could use. He did not believe that this move would not be able to deal with Lu Xian. This time, he not only wanted to break Lu Xian's startling wind, but he also wanted to defeat him directly. As Zhu Ling's Flood Dragon Stirring Waves was unleashed, majestic Yuan power was immediately released. Although it wasn't as powerful as Lu Xian's Yuan power of heaven and earth, it was still extremely powerful with his own strength. The group of experts who were shocked by Lu Xian's startling wind sword once again praised Zhu Ling's move. As expected of the Sky Saber sect's 3rd core disciple, the power of Zhu Ling's move was already close to the attack of a Spirit Refinement Realm expert. Even if he were to fight with some warriors who had just entered the Spirit Refinement Realm, he might still be able to put up a fight. The title of Core Disciple was not just for show. At the 10th stage of the Body Refinement Realm, he could also fight against a Spirit Refinement Realm expert. Unless Lu Xian can use the startling wind sword again, he won't be able to block it. Instructor Yang quickly judged the power of the 2's attacks and said, according to Zhu Ling's promise of 3 moves, as long as Lu Xian can block this move, he will win. Chen Mo also opened his mouth. Zhu Ling could be said to be trapped in a cocoon of his own making. The first time, he was defeated by the promise of 3 moves. The second time, he actually dared to use it again. The battle on the arena had already entered the most intense moment. Everyone's eyes did not dare to leave the arena for even a moment. Zhu Ling's second promise of 3 moves, was it going to be broken by Lu Xian again? The 9th uncle's eyes faintly revealed a trace of anticipation. This brat Lu Xian had really brought him a pleasant surprise. He actually had a profound level martial skill. Originally, he was not optimistic about Lu Xian, but now, he also felt that Lu Xian might have a chance of winning. Who asked Zhu Ling to make a promise of 3 moves? The might of Zhu Ling's move was indeed extraordinary. The Jiao Dragon stirring up the waves lived up to its name. The blade in his hand was like the Jiao Dragon, and the origin power that he unleashed with all his might was like the waves. At this moment, with a single swing of the blade, the powerful origin power formed a huge wave with an imposing aura, rapidly rolling towards Lu Xian. The remaining power of the startling wind instantly dissipated into nothingness after being hit by the giant wave of Yuan power. The giant wave continued to rush towards Lu Xian. If he was hit by this attack, Lu Xian would not just suffer a light injury. However, how could Lu Xian just sit and wait for death? Faced with Zhu Ling's incomparably powerful attack, there was not the slightest ripple in his eyes. There was only the usual calmness. That was because when Zhu Ling made his 3rd move, he was also preparing his 3rd move. Dense origin power flowed through Lu Xian's body at lightning speed, and through his right arm, it was instantly channeled into the star-shattering sword. With a flick of his wrist, a bolt of lightning suddenly burst forth from the star-shattering sword. Thunderclap! Lu Xian loudly shouted, As the word thunderclap left his mouth, he suddenly raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it towards Zhu Ling. At this moment, it was as if the laws of heaven and earth had been triggered. With the star-shattering sword as the center, the lightning yuan power drifting in the air rapidly gathered, forming a lightning net that was incomparably dazzling. The disciples below the stage could not help but open their mouths wide. Quite a few female disciples even had infatuated looks in their eyes. At this moment, standing upright on the stage, Lu Xian seemed to be using his long sword as a guide to control the lightning of heaven and earth. He was like a god that had descended from the heavens, extremely handsome and mighty. To these female disciples, there was nothing more attractive than a handsome and powerful young hero that had stood up to save the face of their sect at a crucial moment. Even Lin Sini and Qin Shaohan, who had long since fallen in love with Lu Xian, felt their hearts beating wildly at this moment. Their faces were flushed red, and their hearts were incomparably proud. Because their sweetheart was so powerful. In the instant that the lightning net was formed, Zhu Ling's flood dragon wave finally arrived. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian abruptly swung the star-shattering sword. The lightning that filled the entire stage instantly condensed, and an extremely thick and terrifying lightning bolt appeared in front of Lu Xian. Kill! Boom! Following Lu Xian's shout, a deafening thunderclap suddenly rang out. The thick lightning bolt in front of him swept forward without any reservation. The power of lightning was the most violent force in the world, while Lu Xian's sword intent was the sharpest force. When the two forces merged into one, it was a ghastly sight to behold. The thick lightning bolt instantly collided with the flood dragon wave. Originally, the incomparably powerful flood dragon wave seemed like a huge wave of yuan energy, but in the face of the thunderclap, it no longer had any power to speak of, and was directly engulfed by the thunderclap. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Zhu Ling was incomparably shocked. He had originally hoped that this attack of Lu Xian's was just for show, but the reality now told him that this lightning bolt was even more powerful than his flood dragon wave. At this moment, Zhu Ling did not dare to stay any longer. With a strange cry, he suddenly turned around and pushed his phantom steps to the limit, fleeing at lightning speed. What face, what dignity as a core disciple. At this moment, all of that was thrown to the back of his mind. Even his flood dragon wave was broken, he did not have the slightest bit of confidence that he could withstand this attack with his own body. However, no matter how strong the phantom steps was, it was only a yellow upper-tier martial technique, and he had not even practiced it to the extreme. How could such a martial technique compare to the power of lightning? In almost less than a split second, the thunderclap had already caught up to Zhu Ling. The violent force did not attack him at all, but the sword intent contained in the sword also shot into Zhu Ling's body, rampaging through his body, wantonly destroying it. How dare you! Elder Gong roared angrily, his entire body suddenly flying towards the arena in an instant. However, in the end, he was still a little too slow. Lu Xian's thunderclap was extremely fast, and while Elder Gong was roaring, it had already successfully hit Zhu Ling. At the moment when Lu Xian rose into the air, the thunderclap's violent force had already burst forth, and Zhu Ling's body was directly blown away from the arena. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he directly hit the ground about 10 feet away from the arena before falling heavily. The power of this thunderclap was evident. Following a loud bang, Zhu Ling spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Her face was drained of all color, and her body was in a mess, as her organs were severely damaged. Seeing this, Elder Gong's heart was burning with anxiety, and he became even more furious. He changed his direction and flew extremely quickly towards the place where Zhu Ling had fallen. At the moment when Elder Gong flew up, Elder Jin, Instructor Yang, and Chen Mo also flew up, and they all headed towards the arena. They were worried that Elder Gong would disregard his status and directly attack Lu Xian in a fit of anger, and they all had the idea of protecting Lu Xian. The 4 of them arrived almost at the same time. Elder Jin and the other 2 landed beside Lu Xian, while Elder Gong quickly helped Zhu Ling up, and a strand of yuan power entered Zhu Ling's body to check his condition, and at the same time, helped him expel the foreign yuan power from his body and treat his injuries. After withstanding Lu Xian's thunderclap sword, Zhu Ling's injuries were extremely severe. Not only was the yuan power in his body in a mess, but his internal organs were also showing signs of shattering. Even when Lu Xian was facing Lu Tao, who was at the peak of the 10th layer body refinement realm, the thunderclap sword had almost killed him. At that time, Lu Xian had yet to use his sword intent. This time, not only did Lu Xian push the thunderclap sword to its limit, he also unleashed the intermediate sword intent without holding back. If it wasn't for the water dragon stirring waves that helped Zhu Ling reduce part of the power and his own solid foundation, this sword would have been enough to take Zhu Ling's life. "Don't move, rest well," Elder Gong said in a deep voice as he continuously used his yuan power to nourish Zhu Ling's internal organs. As he expelled Lu Xian's thunderclap sword and the intermediate sword intent from Zhu Ling's body, Zhu Ling's life was finally saved. However, with such severe injuries, it would be impossible for him to recover without resting for 100 days. "Someone, take Zhu Ling away to rest," Elder Gong commanded. A few Sky Saber sect disciples rushed over and carefully lifted Zhu Ling, bringing him back to the place where the Sky Saber sect disciples were waiting. After that, Elder Gong slowly stood up and looked at the 4 people on the arena with a gloomy expression. However, Elder Jean and the others were completely ignored by him as he stared straight at Lu Xian. Facing Elder Gong's gaze, Lu Xian did not have the slightest bit of fear. He stared straight at Elder Gong without backing down. What a great wind sword school, what a great inner sect, and what a great Lu Xian. Elder Gong said good 3 times in a row, but there was no kindness in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with murderous intent. "Elder Gong, please calm down. Senior brother Zhu's strength is amazing, so I naturally did not dare to show any mercy. However, I did not expect senior brother Zhu to be so weak that he was defeated. I originally thought that senior brother Zhu still had some tricks up his sleeves." Lu Xian cupped his hands and explained to Elder Gong. However, in Elder Gong's eyes, this explanation sounded like mockery. "So useless? Ha ha ha, I have underestimated you. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Not bad." Elder Gong sneered. Elder Jean took a step forward and said, "Elder Gong, why do you say that? Swords and blades have no eyes. This is a competition between disciples. It is inevitable that there will be accidental injuries. However, Nephew Zhu was injured by a disciple of my wind sword school. How about this, the herbs used to treat Nephew Zhu will be paid by my wind sword school." When Elder Gong heard this, he waved his hand and rejected, "There is no need. Could it be that my heavenly saber gate cannot even treat the injuries of my disciples? Rather, your wind sword sect's inner sect produced a good disciple." When Instructor Yang heard this, he put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Elder Gong is too kind. After this, Lu Xian will definitely be a core disciple of my wind sword school. It is not embarrassing for Zhu Ling to be defeated by a core disciple of my wind sword school." Although Instructor Yang said this, he was overjoyed. Even if Lu Xian was going to enter the core disciple, he would only be an inner disciple. He would not have enjoyed the resources of a core disciple. However, your Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciple, who was ranked 3rd, was defeated by Lu Xian. This was a great humiliation. Not only was Instructor Yang proud, but everyone in the Wind Sword School was proud, especially the ordinary inner disciples. They were so excited that they wanted to stomp their feet. Senior brother Lu actually defeated the 3rd core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Gate. It was unbelievable for an inner disciple to defeat a core disciple. Before this, none of them were optimistic about Lu Xian. Even when Lu Xian successfully defeated Zhu Ling's first 3 moves, they were just proud of Lu Xian. When Lu Xian defeated Zhu Ling's night fighting in 8 directions, they only dared to think that Lu Xian would be able to defeat Zhu Ling's second 3 moves. Defeating Zhu Ling was not within their consideration. However, who would have thought that Lu Xian would rely on the sword in his hand to not only break the second agreement of 3 moves, but also heavily injure Zhu Ling during the 3rd move, forcefully seizing victory. If it was not for the fact that the situation was not right, they would have already shouted to encourage Lu Xian. "Cool, really cool." Xiaoya's face was red with excitement, and she forcefully suppressed her voice and said, "I also feel really cool." Mo Dingchen's face was also slightly red. It was rare for him to say such words, so he was obviously very happy. We won, we won. This time, Lu Xian will definitely become famous in the entire Wind Sword School. Not only the inner sect, but even the core disciples will definitely know about Lu Xian's prestige. Chen Xiaohan said happily. The person Lu Xian defeated was the third core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Gate. Even if the core disciples of the Wind Sword School were to fight against him, they would be defeated in large numbers. Yes, we finally won. We can retreat in one piece. When I saw Zhu Ling's last move, I was very worried. Lin Sini let out a sigh of relief. Previously, she was worried that Lu Xian would suffer some irreparable damage. However, Elder Gong ignored Instructor Yang's words and continued to look at Lu Xian. His eyes revealed a hint of provocation and he said, Lu Xian, didn't you want to use the pressure of the Heavenly Saber Gate disciples to break through to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm? Now it seems that your wish has not been fulfilled. Apart from Zhu Ling, there are 2 more powerful core disciples in the Heavenly Saber Gate. You still want to fight with them? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The slightly chaotic scene quieted down again. Everyone's eyes were once again fixed on Lu Xian. How would Lu Xian answer? Elder Jin, Instructor Yang, and Chen Mo's gazes stopped on Elder Gong for a while. They also looked at Lu Xian. They never expected that Elder Gong would make such a suggestion. He actually wanted Lu Xian to continue challenging the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciples. A dignified core disciple being challenged by an inner sect disciple was a shameful matter. Normally, Elder Gong would definitely not say such a thing. However, now that Zhu Ling, who was ranked 3rd among the core disciples, was defeated by Lu Xian, the Heavenly Saber Gate had already lost all its face. Since that was the case, he might as well throw caution to the wind. He would regain his face from where he lost. He did not believe that Lu Xian could defeat the Heavenly Saber Gate alone. Furthermore, Lu Xian had just severely injured Zhu Ling. Elder Gong was still holding a grudge against him. If he did not recuperate properly, Zhu Ling might suffer irreparable injuries. If Lu Xian were to accept the challenge, he would definitely let his disciple injure Lu Xian's foundation and affect his innate talent. Otherwise, when Lu Xian grew stronger, he would become a huge enemy for the Heavenly Saber Gate. Lu Xian, give up now. This Elder Gong definitely does not have any good intentions. Elder Jin immediately transmitted a message to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, give up. If you want to train yourself, follow me to the core disciples. I will let you fight to your heart's content. Instructor Yang's calm voice also entered Lu Xian's ears. He now had a very good impression of Lu Xian. This was the best unpolished jade that he had seen in the Wind Sword School for so many years. After his carving, the Wind Sword School would definitely produce another late-stage Spirit Refinement Realm expert, or even, an Origin Realm expert. Lu Xian, listen to your master. Give up. With your innate talent, breaking through to the 9th rank of Body Refinement Realm is just a matter of time. Chen Mo's voice quietly entered his ears. The 3 late-stage Spirit Refinement Realm experts from the Wind Sword School all agreed with Lu Xian to give up. From their point of view, nothing was more important than Lu Xian's safety. If it was a normal sparring session, it would be fine. But now, even a fool could see that Elder Gong did not have any good intentions. Xiang Lu, you have earned enough face for our inner sect. These people from the Sky Saber sect are not good people. They might be plotting against you. Stop fighting. A disciple suddenly shouted from below the stage. Lu Xian turned his head and saw a disciple from the sword sect. As soon as he said this, countless disciples immediately agreed. That's right. Xiang Lu, there is still a long way to go. Next time, we will personally fight our way to the Sky Saber sect. Xiang Lu, safety is more important. Hearing the words of the disciples, Lu Xian felt warmth in his heart. Among these disciples, many of them were people that he did not know. Other than the people from the sword sect, there were also disciples from the other subsects. They were all worried about him. He even saw some disciples from the Saber sect shouting. At this moment, Lu Xian had completely conquered these disciples from the Saber sect. Lu Xian, stop fighting. Sister Lin and I have been waiting for you for a long time. A clear and melodious female voice sounded. It was Chen Xiaohan who was jumping and shouting. Although Lin Sini did not say anything, her eyes were filled with concern. When their eyes met, Lu Xian could feel Lin Sini's love and longing for him. Just when Lu Xian sighed in his heart and was about to give up, another beautiful face suddenly flashed in his mind. I believe in you. I will wait for you to protect me. Zhao Bing'er's voice and smile, as well as her helplessness when she left in the face of a powerful enemy, appeared clearly in Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian remembered the grief and anger he felt when he could not even protect his woman because of his strength. He also remembered the bold words he said in the cave in the Hengduan mountain range that he wanted to become stronger. An unyielding will rose in his heart again. That's right, I want to become stronger. I can't miss any opportunity to become stronger. Bing'er is still waiting for me in the mysterious ice pagoda. I don't have that much time. The path of martial arts is extremely dangerous. How can I give up the opportunity to break through because I am afraid of danger? I have already watched Bing'er leave. If Sini, Xiaohan, and the others are in danger and I can't save them because I am not strong enough, how painful would that be for me? A raging fire began to burn in Lu Xian's heart. His eyes, which had softened previously, became firm once again. Ignoring everyone's persuasion, Lu Xian turned his gaze to Elder Gong. Since senior brother of the Sky Saber sect is willing to teach me, then Lu Xian is more than willing. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Lu Xian actually agreed to it. Elder Jean and the others were shocked. They didn't expect their persuasion to be useless. Lu Xian still chose to agree. Lu Xian, dealing with the Sky Saber sect's core disciple is the matter of the Wind Sword School's core disciple. As an inner sect disciple, why are you interfering? Step down immediately. Elder Jean scolded angrily. Although his tone was filled with anger, he was actually thinking about Lu Xian's safety. Haha, you are indeed a young hero. I admire you. Elder Gong laughed and praised Elder Jean. This is a competition between our two sections. There is no distinction between the inner sect and the core disciple. Moreover, Lu Xian has already defeated the Sky Saber sect's core disciple. This proves that he has the strength to fight against a core disciple. Is Elder Jin's courage less than that of a disciple? Although he knew that Elder Gong was mocking him, Lu Xian really didn't want to miss this great opportunity. He cupped his hands at the people in the ring and the disciples below the ring and said, "Thank you, Elder Jean, Instructor Yang, and Master, for your concern. However, this is a rare opportunity to spar with the Sky Saber sect's senior brothers. I don't want to miss it. Please give me this opportunity." Hearing this, Elder Gong sneered in his heart. He didn't know if Lu Xian was really too naive or if he was pretending to be stupid. Did he really think that this was just a competition of martial arts? However, Lu Xian's words were exactly what he wanted. Elder Gong didn't allow Elder Jean and the others to reject. He directly said, "Nephew Lu is indeed a proud disciple of the Wind Sword School. You are very courageous. Luo Ning, you will be the one to spar with Nephew Lu from the Wind Sword School." When Elder Gong took the initiative to call out, Luo Ning, who was among the Heavenly Saber Gate disciples, immediately took a deep breath and slowly stepped forward, unhurriedly walking toward the arena. Without Zhu Ling's coquettish actions, Luo Ning walked very steadily. He slowly walked up the stairs on the right side of the arena and stood in front of the crowd. He first saluted to Patriarch Gong, then to Patriarch Jean and the other two from Wind Sword School. He seemed to be very polite. Compared to Zhu Ling's arrogance, it made people feel more comfortable. "I'm Luo Ning, and I'm lucky enough to rank second in the sect competition of the Sky Broadsword School. Nice to meet you, Elder Gong, the elders of the Wind Sword School, and junior brother Lu." Seeing that Luo Ning had already stepped onto the stage and Lu Xian insisted on fighting, although Elder Jean was unwilling, he couldn't say anything. He could only sigh inwardly and fly off the stage. However, he did not go too far away. He stood not too far away from the stage. If anything were to happen, he would be able to act in time. Instructor Yang patted Lu Xian's shoulder and said, "Lu Xian, I have high hopes for you. Protect yourself and follow me to the core after this." His words were like giving Lu Xian a pass to the core. It was more reliable than Patriarch Jin's promise to send him to the core. After all, Instructor Yang was the one in charge of the core. Chen Mo also reminded Lu Xian to put safety first. Then, he flew off the stage with Instructor Yang and came to Patriarch Jin's side. It was obvious that he also wanted to protect Lu Xian. Lu Xian was the only one who could be protected by 3 late-stage spirit refinement experts as an inner sect disciple. Whether Zhu Ling's death can be avenged depends on you. After Elder Gong transmitted a message to Luo Ning, he also flew off the stage. Now, only Lu Xian and Luo Ning were left on the stage. Looking straight at Lu Xian, Luo Ning did not immediately start the battle. Instead, he said slowly, "Your strength is beyond my expectations. From the beginning of the battle, you have been hiding your trump card. Even now, I believe that you still have a trump card. However, against me, you can't hide your trump card anymore. Take out your trump card and see if you can defeat me." Luo Ning was the only one among the Skyblade sect's core disciples who watched Lu Xian's battle from start to finish. He was also the one who understood Lu Xian's strength the best. At the beginning, Lu Xian's appearance was indeed stunning. He did not even take out his weapon and defeated Zhang Qing. However, Zhang Qing's strength was too weak. In addition, Lu Xian's own strength was at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm. Almost everyone was paralyzed. Even if Luo Ning felt that Lu Xian was a little interesting, he only felt that Lu Xian had good potential and could be a great enemy in the future. However, he did not expect that Lu Xian would not have to wait until the future. With his strength at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm, Lu Xian was already standing in front of him and had the qualifications to fight him. Luo Ning had to admit that Lu Xian's talent and aptitude far surpassed his. After all, Lu Xian's strength was only at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm while he was at the peak of the 10th rank. Even if he could defeat Lu Xian now, if Lu Xian also reached the 10th rank of the body refinement realm, he was afraid that he would not be a match for him. If Lu Xian was a member of the Skyblade sect, Luo Ning would definitely make friends with him. Unfortunately, Lu Xian was a member of the Wind Sword School. As long as there was a chance, Luo Ning would not hold back. It would be best if he could seriously injure Lu Xian. Because of the relationship between the Skyblade sect and the Wind Sword School, the competition between them was destined. Luo Ning did not wish for a monster like Lu Xian to appear in the Wind Sword School. Looking at Luo Ning in front of him, although Lu Xian did not know how strong he was, he could clearly feel that Luo Ning's strength was stronger than Zhu Ling's because Luo Ning's aura was extremely strong. Zhu Ling could not compare, and Lu Tao could not compare. This person was a great enemy, and one that could possibly defeat him. Lu Xian quickly defined Luo Ning. The reason why he could win like a hot knife through butter, and even Zhu Ling was defeated by him, was not only because of his strength, but also because these people more or less looked down on him. If Zhu Ling did not look down on him, and chose to go all out, even if Lu Xian could win, it would not be so easy, and he might even have to use his full strength. But now, from the moment he defeated Zhu Ling, everyone's disdain towards him had been swept away. A person who could disguise himself as a pig to eat the tiger, an inner sect disciple, and defeat a core disciple, what was there to look down on? Moreover, from Luo Ning's words, he had been paying attention to him from the start. Senior brother Luo must be joking. I only hope to have a spar with senior brother Luo, and improve myself as much as possible. I don't dare to say the word defeat. Lu Xian looked at Luo Ning and said slowly. Although it was a very normal sentence, some observant disciples could hear the unusual meaning in Lu Xian's words. That was, Lu Xian did not have the confidence to win this battle. No matter which battle it was, Lu Xian more or less revealed his confidence to win. Even when facing Zhu Ling, Lu Xian also said that the outcome of the battle was unknown. Hearing this, Luo Ning's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Geniuses were all proud. To be able to make Lu Xian say this, even before the battle started, he was already slightly excited. At the same time, the battle intent in his heart gradually rose. He could not wait to fight with this genius from Wind Sword School. Let's cut to the chase. Come, let's see if you'll treat me as a stepping stone, or if I'll make you stop here. Luo Ning shouted. With a flash of blade light, a long saber leaped into his hand. This long sword was light and thin, but extremely sharp. On the body of the sword, there was a snow-white light, and it added a bit of coldness. If a normal person looked at it, they would feel extremely scared. Even among the lower human tier treasures, it could be considered as a fine item. Senior brother Luo is indeed straightforward. I will definitely go all out. As soon as Lu Xian said this, his eyes flashed, and he slowly moved back, increasing the distance between the two. As the two of them confronted each other, everyone quietened down in an instant, watching the most unpredictable battle since the start of the battle. In all of the previous battles, almost everyone thought that Lu Xian would lose, but Lu Xian won all of them, and he won beautifully. In this battle, Lu Xian's opponent was the strongest, but no one dared to think that Lu Xian would lose again, because the strength that Lu Xian had displayed completely overturned their view of the 8th rank of the body refinement realm. Lu Xian, maybe he would continue to win. Compared to the previous battles, there was a new audience for this battle. This person was the strongest core disciple of the Sky Saber School, the #1 core disciple, Senior Brother Wei. Before, no matter how intense the battle on the stage was, no matter how much the audience cheered, Senior Brother Wei didn't even look at them. He only sat quietly and cultivated. However, after Lu Xian used a profound level martial technique and successfully defeated Zhu Ling, who was ranked 3rd among the core disciples, this Senior Wei, who had already stepped into the Spirit Ascension realm, finally stopped sitting quietly. Instead, he slowly stood up and looked at Lu Xian and Luo Ning, who were facing each other on the stage. However, his expression remained calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing that you like to strike after the enemy, I'll strike first and gain the initiative. Luo Ning lightly shouted, and the long sword in his hand swung. His body suddenly rushed forward, and the sword directly slashed out. Without any preparation, Luo Ning's first move was to display his strongest strength, the aura of the peak of the 10th rank of the body refinement realm, and the blade intent of the small success stage, suddenly exploded at this moment. Luo Ning had previously paid attention to Lu Xian's battles, so he naturally knew that Lu Xian liked to use low-level martial skills to test his opponent's strength, but he wouldn't give Lu Xian this chance. He wanted to use his strongest strength to force Lu Xian to use his trump card, and take the initiative. When Luo Ning attacked, Lu Xian's expression changed slightly. He didn't think that Luo Ning would be so straightforward, and this seemingly casual attack was not any weaker than Zhu Ling's last 3 attacks. Under the guidance of Luo Ning's blade aura and blade intent, the entire stage seemed to have turned into a sea of blades. Everywhere was filled with sharp power, as if it wanted to cut Lu Xian into countless pieces. It was as if the extremely light and thin long sword in his hand had turned into thousands of blades, scattered all over the stage. The pressure suddenly came, the powerful aura almost made Lu Xian unable to move. The sharp blade aura seemed like it was going to pierce into his flesh. In the face of such pressure, not only did Lu Xian not feel the slightest bit of fear, but he became even more excited. Every cell in his body trembled with excitement, and the bottleneck that had been blocking him for a long time suddenly loosened. Ha! Lu Xian roared, the middle stage sword intent burst out without holding back. The aura that Luo Ning gave off was instantly torn to pieces. Although the arena was still filled with boundless blade aura, the surroundings of Lu Xian were once again under his control. Startling wind. With another loud shout, the star-shattering sword suddenly moved, and a gust of wind shot out, instantly stirring up the surrounding Yuanli and sweeping it forward. Lu Xian knew that facing this attack from Luo Ning, it was not something that a mere blink sword style could handle, unless he could also reach the 10th tier of the body refinement realm. The startling wind was unleashed. From the sea of blades created by Luo Ning, an extremely sharp long sword suddenly rushed out, and with the momentum of this sword, the surrounding blade aura all turned into sword aura. The arena that was controlled by Luo Ning was split into 2, one half blade aura, the other half sword aura. The energy storm created by the startling wind quickly clashed with Luo Ning's blade aura. In an instant, an even more violent energy storm came, but this energy storm was not controlled by Lu Xian, nor was it controlled by Luo Ning. It was created by the clash of blades and swords. All of the blade aura and sword aura were annihilated at this moment. The two collided and formed a shockwave that instantly reverberated towards Lu Xian and Luo Ning. Both of their bodies shook at the same time. Under the huge force, they were both forced back 3 steps. The first time they clashed, both sides were evenly matched. The difference in strength between Luo Ning and Zhu Ling was obvious. One has to know that the startling wind from before not only broke Zhu Ling's night fighting 8 directions, it also held back some energy. But now, it only managed to cancel out Luo Ning's attack. Awesome! There's still another move, Thunderclap. Make your move. Luo Ning let out a hearty laugh. The moment his body stopped, he once again moved forward. He took 3 steps and returned to his original position. His legs suddenly exerted force and his entire body leaped high into the air. The long blade in his hand instantly turned into a two-handed grip and he brazenly chopped down. This move was very similar to Zhu Ling's knock the mountain to scare the tiger, but it was much more powerful. Luo Ning released all of his yuan qi, and his blade intent that was close to the peak of the initial success stage was forcefully gathered by him. The yuan qi and blade intent combined, and the long blade in his hand seemed to suddenly grow longer. Suddenly, a blade light that was almost 3 meters long burst out, and it slashed towards Lu Xian. The disciples of Wind Sword School had never seen such a powerful attack. If they were to face this attack, they would not be able to lift their heads, not to mention withstanding it. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Some of the more timid female disciples even covered their eyes, not daring to look anymore. They were afraid of seeing Lu Xian being cleaved in half by the blade. However, their strong curiosity drove them to open a few fingers and secretly watch the battle in the arena. Elder Jean and the other two were indifferent. Although Luo Ning's attack was extremely powerful, they had also seen Lu Xian's thunderclap. Even if he was not a match for Luo Ning, his life would not be in danger. Sensing the power of Luo Ning's attack, Lu Xian felt even more pressure. The blood in his body boiled, and the bottleneck of breaking through to the 9th tier of the body refinement realm loosened even more. It was as fragile as a thin membrane that only needed a gentle poke to pierce through. Lu Xian had a feeling that after this battle, regardless of the outcome, he would definitely be able to break through. While countless thoughts flashed through his mind, he did not slow down in the slightest. The moment Luo Ning leaped high into the air, he swung the star-shattering sword in his hand as well. A familiar flash of lightning appeared. However, compared to the might that covered the entire arena before, it only covered half of the arena this time. That was because the other half was completely under Luo Ning's control. Compared to Zhu Ling, Luo Ning was indeed more powerful. The lightning suddenly converged and condensed in an instant, and a thunderous sound rang out. Thunderclap. As Lu Xian roared, the thunderclap sword, which had severely injured Zhu Ling, was unleashed once again. A massive thunderbolt with terrifying power charged straight at Luo Ning. Judging from its power alone, it seemed to be even more powerful than Luo Ning's blade of light. Personally facing Lu Xian's thunderclap, compared to watching from below the stage, it was more direct, and one could feel the power of this attack, as well as the destructive power it contained. Luo Ning, who was in the air, couldn't help but become excited. His entire body trembled. This was the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Ha! Only to hear Luo Ning's roar, and the blade actually increased in size again. Although the length did not increase, the thickness increased by more than double. Because in that instant, Luo Ning had already completely opened up the spirit energy in his meridians. The spirit energy in 7 meridians was much stronger than Zhu Ling's. At this moment, Luo Ning had already raised his strength to its strongest state. In less than a split second, the huge saber radiance suddenly collided with the thunderclap sword. Boom! A deafening roar resounded. The saber radiance, which was more than 10 feet long, struck the huge thunderbolt fiercely. Under countless shocked gazes, the powerful lightning released by Lu Xian's thunderclap was directly split apart by Luo Ning. Split into two, this Luo Ning was actually this powerful. One had to know that when Lu Xian fought Zhu Ling previously, he used the thunderclap to not only break his third move, the flood dragon stirring waves, but also heavily injured him and sent him flying for almost 30 meters. But now, it was broken by Luo Ning. However, even though Luo Ning managed to split that bolt of lightning apart, he had used up all of his power in that attack. The blade aura of more than 3 meters dissipated. It was apparent that he had used up all of his strength in order to break Lu Xian's attack. However, it was still too early to say it out loud. Although the lightning that was split into two was weakened, it did not completely dissipate. Moreover, Luo Ning's blade completely destroyed the stability of the lightning. Another loud bang resounded, and the berserk thunderclap was completely detonated, and suddenly exploded in front of Luo Ning. An incomparably powerful force attacked Luo Ning without holding back. Luo Ning's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He did not expect this attack to be so powerful, and his blade was not able to completely destroy it. Immediately, Luo Ning hurriedly swung his blade to offset part of the impact, but the other part still rushed towards his body. Under the attack of the huge force, Luo Ning flipped 3 times before landing on the ground. Although he was not injured, his breathing was chaotic, and he almost failed miserably. Although it was a bit embarrassing, the powerful thunderclap was still blocked by Luo Ning in the end. Compared to Zhu Ling's seriously injured state, it was countless times better. However, at this moment, the hearts of the disciples of Wind Sword School were all in a tight knot. Senior brother Lu's thunderclap was already broken. What else could he use to stop Luo Ning? Was he really going to lose? No, no, senior brother Lu must still have a trump card. Everyone had the same thought. They firmly believed that Lu Xian would continue to win. On the contrary, Peng Su and Zhang Dongshuang, who were previously the most confident in Lu Xian, were now the most worried. This was because they saw that Lu Xian's strongest strength was only the thunderclap, and they were not sure if he still had a trump card. Elder Jin and Instructor Yang circulated their Yuan Qi, and were ready to go to save Luo Ning. Chen Mo's soul force seeped out of his body. As long as he willed it, he would immediately be able to draw several runes to protect Lu Xian. Seeing Luo Ning land on the ground, this time, Lu Xian did not wait for him to make his move. Now, it was his turn to make the first move. Awesome, this is the last move, senior brother Luo, be careful. Lu Xian shouted, and the Yuan Qi in his body started to circulate crazily. He already felt that he was only a few millimeters away from the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. Whether or not he could break through, it all depended on this sword. Activating the thunderclap at full force, in an instant, Lu Xian's speed reached its limit, as if he had broken through the distance of space. Without any warning, he appeared less than 10 feet away from Luo Ning. Lu Xian's speed caused Luo Ning's eyes to widen. He didn't even have time to adjust his breathing, and forcefully suppressed his chaotic breathing. He raised the long sword in front of his chest, waiting for Lu Xian to make his move, and he would be able to react in an instant. Not letting Luo Ning down, after stopping, Lu Xian's wrist suddenly twisted, and the long sword stabbed out. 2 words came out of his mouth. Startling Cloud. Lower profound level Startling Cloud Sword Art's strongest move, the combination of aura, power, and speed. The Startling Cloud Sword was finally displayed in front of the world. Ever since he completely comprehended this sword in the cave, Lu Xian had never used this Startling Cloud Sword again. This was because there was no enemy worthy of using this sword, not even Lu Tao, not even Zhu Ling, they were not worthy. But now, Luo Ning, who was in front of him, was worthy of seeing this sword. When the sword stabbed out, it didn't have the powerful momentum of a gust of wind, it didn't have the gorgeous scene of a shocking cloud, it only had an indomitable will. This sword seemed to be able to pierce through everything, break through all obstacles, pierce through the sky, pierce through the clouds, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to be startled by it. This was the Startling Cloud Sword. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Everyone's mouths, which had been tightly shut, slowly opened, and grew wider and wider. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Elder Jin and the others not only had their mouths wide open, but their eyes were also wide open. This sword, how breathtaking! How frightening was that? This definitely shouldn't have been done by a mere 8th rank body refinement warrior. Even if it was a spirit refinement warrior, they wouldn't be able to do this. When the sword pierced through the air, Lu Xian suddenly felt his mind relax, and everything became clear, as if he had never been this clear-headed before. Gotcha! The sound of an egg breaking rang out in Lu Xian's mind. The bottleneck of the 8th rank body refinement realm had been broken through. Lu Xian's cultivation had finally increased. 9th rank body refinement realm. As his mind became clear, Lu Xian felt countless amounts of origin energy rush towards him, quickly penetrating into his body, penetrating through his skin and flesh, directly tempering his marrow. The 9th stage of body refinement, tempering marrow. After laying down the foundation of the first several stages of body refinement, Lu Xian's entire body had been tempered to an extremely formidable degree. He was only missing the deepest part of his marrow. Once he completed tempering marrow, he would be able to attack all the acupuncture points in his body and step into the 10th stage of body refinement. This sudden breakthrough was completely out of Lu Xian's expectations. However, the sword move had already been launched, there was no way to stop it. But because of this sudden breakthrough, Lu Xian's sword momentum suddenly weakened. Although his long sword was still thrusting forward, it was no longer as powerful as before. From Lu Xian's sudden breakthrough, his aura skyrocketing to the abrupt reduction of the power of the Startling Cloud Sword, all of these changes happened in an instant. Almost no one was able to react in time, and it was even more so for Luo Ning, who was a member of the government. When he saw Lu Xian's startling cloud move, his heart was filled with fear. Although he expected that Lu Xian would have a hidden card, he didn't think that this hidden card would be so powerful. That sword seemed impossible to block, and could only be forcibly withstood and then broken. Just as he was about to give up and accept his fate, he suddenly felt the power of the sword suddenly decrease. Although he didn't know why Lu Xian suddenly stopped, this gave Luo Ning a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Luo Ning's saber that was protecting his chest suddenly shot out, colliding with Lu Xian's sword. However, Startling Cloud was still Startling Cloud. It was the strongest move of the Startling Cloud sword art, and its power was close to that of a middle-grade profound level martial skill. Even if it was weakened because of an accident, it still wasn't easy to deal with. Luo Ning only felt a great force coming towards him. Within this great force, there was a powerful aura that made it hard for him to breathe. If he tried to forcefully block it, he might be able to block it, but he would definitely be seriously injured. As his mind raced, Luo Ning immediately gave up on the idea of blocking the attack. He felt that there was something strange about Lu Xian's attack. If the attack had been as powerful as it was at the beginning, it would have at least been able to severely injure him or even kill him on the spot. However, Lu Xian had suddenly pulled back at that critical moment. He subconsciously thought that Lu Xian had shown mercy. So he allowed the force to pass into his body. His body suddenly trembled, and although he felt his chest tighten, he quickly used this force to fly away. In an instant, Luo Ning was pushed to the edge of the stage. If Luo Ning didn't circulate his spirit force in time to stand still, he would have been knocked off the stage. Luo Ning fixed his eyes on Lu Xian after standing still. He wanted to see what Lu Xian was trying to do. However, what he saw shocked and stunned him. This was because Lu Xian did not care about anything else at all. He sat down cross-legged on the arena and began to train. While Luo Ning was puzzled, his body suddenly trembled and his eyes widened. He could clearly see that Lu Xian's cultivation had increased to the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. In an instant, everything that happened just now flashed through Luo Ning's mind. Lu Xian's aura suddenly increased, and his sword's aura weakened. This Lu Xian actually broke through in the middle of the battle. Seeing Lu Xian's state, Luo Ning suddenly had an idea. Right now, Lu Xian was defenseless. As long as he rushed forward, he could easily injure Lu Xian. If Lu Xian was heavily injured during a breakthrough, there was a high chance that he would go berserk, or even injure his meridians. This would affect his future cultivation and destroy this genius of the Wind Sword School. To go or not to go? Luo Ning's mind was in a dilemma. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, Luo Ning made up his mind and put down the saber in his hand. He stood still and didn't attack. While all of that sounded like a lot of work, it actually happened in the blink of an eye. A few silhouettes flew into the ring at lightning speed. Elder Jean and the other two quickly arrived before Lu Xian, forming a triangular formation to protect him. They were all shocked by Lu Xian's cloud-startling sword, which was why they were unable to react at first. It was only then that they came to their senses. Elder Gong of the Sky Saber sect also arrived in front of Luo Ning and glared at him. He didn't expect that Luo Ning still didn't make a move despite his previous warning. What are you daydreaming for? That was such a good opportunity and you wasted it. Elder Gong angrily shouted. Of course, these words couldn't be said in front of Elder Jean and the others. Instead, he transmitted his voice to Luo Ning. Luo Ning pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment before replying in a low voice, "This disciple has lost. Naturally, I can't attack anymore." Seeing Lu Xian's situation, Luo Ning completely understood what happened just now. Although Lu Xian suddenly stopped because of his breakthrough, Luo Ning also knew that if Lu Xian really wanted to attack, he could have suppressed his breakthrough and used all his strength to stab him. If that happened, Luo Ning wouldn't have survived. It could be said that because of Lu Xian, he was able to escape this calamity. How could he bite the hand that fed him? That's why he changed his mind at the last moment and didn't attack. You really disappoint me." Elder Gong clenched his teeth and said resentfully. Luo Ning bit his lips and didn't say anything. He also had his own principles and bottom line. After going back, even if Elder Gong punished him, he would accept it. In reality, Lu Xian was in a very dangerous situation just now. He broke through to the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. Although it wasn't stable yet, his strength also exploded in that instant. Otherwise, his aura wouldn't have suddenly increased. If he still forcefully attacked, even if Luo Ning didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. Towards Luo Ning, Lu Xian didn't have any bad feelings, so he didn't want to use too much force. That's why he let the sword aura weaken and only pushed Luo Ning back. Moreover, Lu Xian knew that Elder Jin and the others were below the stage and would definitely protect him. That's why he sat down cross-legged and stabilized his realm. However, he did not expect Elder Jin and the others to be so shocked by the startling cloud sword that they were unable to react in time. If Luo Ning had truly harbored ill intentions, Lu Xian would have probably been killed just then. Luckily, everything was fine. The arrival of Elder Jin and the others meant that Lu Xian was no longer in danger. He also entered into a state of cultivation. The Tai origin art circulated at full force, sending strands of energy to every part of his body, quickly refining his bones. Nephew Luo is indeed righteous. You didn't take the opportunity to attack. This old man thanks you on behalf of Lu Xian. Elder Jin cupped his fist at Luo Ning, which was a rare sight. He had broken out in a cold sweat just now, and it was fortunate that the worst-case scenario did not happen. If Lu Xian had been destroyed right there, he would have felt guilty for the rest of his life. Luo Ning hurriedly returned the greeting. Elder is too serious. Just now, junior brother Lu already held back. Plus, I already lost. Naturally, I couldn't attack again. Elder Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of praise. I didn't think that the Skyblade sect would have a disciple like Nephew Luo. You are much stronger than some people. However, Nephew Luo only fought to a draw with Lu Xian. Wait until Lu Xian wakes up, then you can fight again. After saying that, Elder Jin looked at Elder Gong. The so-called certain people was naturally referring to him. Elder Jin clearly knew what Elder Gong was planning. Elder Gong coldly snorted. Although he was unwilling and angry at Luo Ning, there was no other way. He was also shocked by Lu Xian's startling cloud. He didn't think that a mere 8th rank body refinement realm kid could actually use such a powerful sword. That sword had already surpassed the limits of the body refinement realm. It could be said that with just that sword, Lu Xian had the possibility of fighting against a spirit refinement realm cultivator. Of course, it was only the weakest spirit refinement realm. However, the current situation was extremely bad for the Skyblade sect. Luo Ning went out, but not only was he unable to defeat Lu Xian, but he also successfully broke through to the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. This was undoubtedly the worst result. There's no need to fight, I admit defeat. If junior brother Lu didn't hold back, I would have already lost. Now that junior brother Lu has broken through to the 9th rank of the body refinement realm, I'm even less of an opponent. Luo Ning was straightforward and directly admitted defeat. Since he was destined to lose anyway, there was no need to lose face again. Hearing Luo Ning admit defeat, Elder Jin's face revealed a trace of a smile. This Lu Xian had brought him a great surprise. He even defeated the 2nd core disciple of the Skyblade sect. Wind Sword School's inner sect hadn't had such glory for many years. However, he also knew that Lu Xian's powers would probably stop there. That startling cloud sword attack just now was extremely stunning, and it must have been Lu Xian's greatest trump card. It was no wonder that he dared to accept Elder Gong's challenge. Looking back at Lu Xian who was cultivating, Elder Jin let out a long sigh of relief. This matter could finally come to an end. Defeating the top 3 inner sect disciples of the Skyblade sect, adding on the 2nd and 3rd core disciples, and breaking through to the 9th rank of the body refinement realm, whether it was Lu Xian himself or the Wind Sword School, they all benefited a lot. The only loser was the Skyblade sect. Not only did their plan to provoke Lu Xian fail, their face was also slapped swollen. Not only did the Wind Sword School think so, but Instructor Yang, Chen Mo, and the disciples below the stage also thought so. Compared to the glory of the Wind Sword School, Instructor Yang and Chen Mo were more concerned about Lu Xian's safety. Even if the Wind Sword School lost face, it was only a temporary loss. But Lu Xian represented a late-stage spirit refinement realm expert, or even an expert who could break through to the Origin Realm. Instructor Yang had been in the Wind Sword School for many years, but he had never seen a disciple as talented as Lu Xian. Especially the startling Wind, Thunder, and startling Cloud 3 swords, which made him overjoyed. To be able to execute such an attack with the strength of the 8th rank of the Body Refinement Realm, his talent in swordsmanship was monstrous. If Lu Xian could break through to the Origin Realm, then the status of the Wind Sword School would rise to a whole new level. By then, the Skyblade sect would not be a match for them at all. Just when everyone was silent, a figure suddenly flew up from below the stage and landed on the stage quickly. A voice was heard. "I am very interested in this Lu Xian. Since he challenged the 2nd and 3rd core disciples of the Skyblade sect, I wonder if he has any thoughts of fighting with the 1st core disciple of the Skyblade sect?" The person who spoke was the 1st core disciple of the Skyblade sect, Senior Brother Wei, who had already stepped into the Spirit Refinement Realm. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Senior Brother Wei slowly walked up to Elder Gong's side and looked at Elder Jean and the others. His eyes were calm without the slightest hint of arrogance. No one could tell what he was thinking. However, after he said that, the situation that had just calmed down became tense again. No one expected that he would take the initiative to go up and challenge Lu Xian. Elder Jin's mood that had just calmed down became tense again. He frowned slightly and looked at Senior Brother Wei, saying slowly, "You are the number 1 core disciple of the Sky Saber sect. How dare you challenge an inner sect disciple of my Wind Sword School? Aren't you afraid of bullying the weak and becoming a laughingstock?" Although that was what he said, Elder Jean had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would not let this guy succeed. Challenging Luoning was fine. After all, Luoning was also in the Physique Refinement Realm, but this guy surnamed Wei was in the Spirit Refinement Realm. There was no way that Lu Xian could win. Hearing this, Senior Brother Wei smiled and said, "You are wrong. We are all cultivators. There is no difference between inner sect core disciples. It is all about strength. Since Lu Xian has the strength to defeat the 2nd or 3rd core disciples of the Sky Saber sect, he might be able to defeat me, the number 1 core disciple. Are all the disciples of the Sky Saber sect so shameless?" Instructor Yang suddenly sneered, with the strength of the Spirit Refinement Realm, challenging a disciple in the Physique Refinement Realm. The Sky Saber sect is really promising. Elder Gong, is this also your idea? A trace of awkwardness flashed across Elder Gong's face. He hadn't expected that Senior Brother Wei would suddenly go up on stage. Even if he had instigated Lu Xian to continue the challenge, it was only because he wanted Luoning to make a move. After all, Senior Brother Wei's strength had already reached the Spirit Refinement Realm. Whether it was in terms of strength or status, he shouldn't have challenged Lu Xian, who was merely at the 9th tier of the Body Refinement Realm. Just as he was about to speak, Senior Brother Wei spoke before he could. "I'm sure everyone saw Lu Xian's last attack. Everyone here is smart enough to know that his attack is comparable to a cultivator in the Spirit Refinement Realm. Therefore, even if I'm in the Spirit Refinement Realm, it's not a big deal." This Senior Brother Wei actually refused to let it go and insisted on fighting with Lu Xian. Furthermore, his words showed no respect to the 3 disciples of the Wind Sword School at the late stage of the Spirit Refinement Realm. He was also at the Spirit Refinement Realm, so he was naturally extremely arrogant in his heart. Although his strength was inferior to Elder Jean and the others, he was confident that with his innate talent, he would definitely be able to surpass them in the future. No need to say more. I will reject it on behalf of Lu Xian. You are a core disciple. If you really have the ability, you can challenge the core disciples of our Wind Sword School. Elder Jean didn't want to waste time and directly refused. Senior Brother Wei smiled, "Core disciple? Naturally, I will go. This time, my Heavenly Saber sect is here to show off our might." As soon as he said this, Elder Jean and the other two's expressions changed. This could be said to be a blatant provocation. Even when Elder Gong spoke earlier, he only said to have a friendly match and did not shed all pretense of cordiality. However, this Senior Brother Wei was so arrogant that he directly shed all pretense of cordiality. "We are here to provoke. We are here to show off our might." Before Elder Jean could speak, Senior Brother Wei continued, "Since we are here to show off our might, how can we tolerate failure? 2 of our Heavenly Saber sect's core disciples have already been defeated by Lu Xian. If I don't defeat him, wouldn't it be said that our Heavenly Saber Sect's core disciples couldn't even defeat a mere inner sect disciple of Wind Sword School? Today, I will definitely fight. Either I defeat Lu Xian and prove that the dignity of the Heavenly Saber Sect's core disciples is not something a mere inner sect disciple can challenge, or I let Lu Xian defeat me. Then, you can spread the news that the Heavenly Saber Sect's core disciples were all defeated by the inner sect disciples of Wind Sword School. His words were extremely arrogant. In short, he was going to fight no matter what. Elder Gong's expression was unsettled. It seemed like Senior Brother Wei was right. In any case, Lu Xian had already challenged the Heavenly Saber Gate's core disciple. Rather than letting it end now, it was better to defeat Lu Xian cleanly. At the very least, they would be able to regain some face. Furthermore, Senior Brother Wei's identity was somewhat special. Elder Gong could not influence his thoughts. Thinking of this, Elder Gong immediately fell silent and let Senior Brother Wei do whatever he wanted. No matter how glib your tongue is, I won't agree to it. Elder Jean revealed a cold smile. Do you really think this is your Heavenly Saber Sect's territory where you can do whatever you want? If you want to challenge the Wind Sword School's core disciples, go ahead. However, if you want to make trouble in my inner sect, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of a late-stage spirit refinement realm suddenly burst out from Elder Jin's body. Under the impact of the powerful aura, Senior Brother Wei's expression suddenly froze. Then, Instructor Yang and Chen Mo, who were behind Elder Jean, also unleashed their auras, one stronger than the other. I'm afraid the Heavenly Saber Sect is too arrogant. If you want to start a war, the Wind Sword School will accompany you to the end. Instructor Yang's expression turned gloomy. He had high hopes for Lu Xian. How could he let Lu Xian get hurt? He wanted to let the people of the Heavenly Saber Sect know whose territory this was. The sudden impact of the aura made Senior Brother Wei unable to stand still. He could not help but take a step back with an ugly expression. Wind Sword School, are you trying to bully us with your aura? Senior Brother Wei growled. So what if I am? You are our guest, so of course, we will welcome you. However, since you are here to show off, I don't mind kicking you out. Instructor Yang took another step forward with an even stronger aura. Instructor Yang's strength was even stronger than Elder Jin's. Facing Instructor Yang's deterrence, Elder Gong could not help but take a step forward and also burst out his strength at the late stage of the spirit cultivation realm to help Senior Brother Wei resist the impact. The situation was extremely tense, and the battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Elder Gong was also anxious. This time, he did not bring many people with him. He was not a match for Elder Jean and the other two. If he fought them head-on, he would be defeated miserably. Senior Brother Wei's expression kept changing, as if he was about to lose his temper. However, he also knew that the current situation was quite disadvantageous to him. After a while, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. He said, Instructor Yang just said that after this battle, Lu Xian will be a core disciple of your Wind Sword School. Well, I won't challenge you anymore. This battle is over. Lu Xian should be your core disciple now, right? Since he is already a core disciple, now, as a core disciple of the Sky Saber sect, I challenge him. Senior Brother Wei pointed at Lu Xian, who was sitting cross-legged. Instructor Yang's face darkened, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He did not expect that Senior Brother Wei would take advantage of his words and challenge his limit again and again. He was on the verge of exploding. Don't force me. Instructor Yang growled, and his strong killing intent filled the arena. As a senior member of the Wind Sword School, which one of them had not experienced countless battles and had blood on their hands, seeing Instructor Yang's surging killing intent, Elder Gong's expression changed. He quickly stood in front of Senior Brother Wei and said in a deep voice, Instructor Yang, don't be reckless. He is the son of our sect leader. If you dare to hurt him, the Sky Saber sect and Wind Sword School will fight to the death. Hearing Elder Gong's words, Instructor Yang's aura stagnated. However, it did not disappear. He continued to stare at Elder Gong and Senior Brother Wei coldly. He did not expect this guy to be the son of the Lord of the Sky Saber sect. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, so what if he was the son of the Lord of the Sky Saber sect? Even if the Lord of the Sky Saber sect was here, he would not dare to act presumptuously in the Wind Sword School, Although the younger generation of the Wind Sword School was weaker than the younger generation of the Sky Saber sect, their top strength was not inferior. You are Wei Yu-san? Instructor Yang glanced at senior brother Wei and asked. That's right. Perhaps senior brother Wei felt that Instructor Yang's aura did not continue to erupt. He took another step forward and said arrogantly. If you want to act presumptuously here, get your father here. You are not qualified. Instructor Yang said indifferently, I would like to see if Wei Yu dares to start a fight. Although the Sky Saber sect and the Wind Sword School were both subordinate sects of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, they were not the only subordinate sects of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. If the Sky Saber sect and the Wind Sword School fought to the death, the other sects would benefit. Anger flashed in senior brother Wei's eyes. He was very talented and was the son of the lord of the Sky Saber sect. In the Sky Saber sect, no one dared to look down on him. At this moment, facing Instructor Yang's ruthless reprimand, he was extremely angry. However, due to Instructor Yang's powerful strength, he could only suppress his anger. A hand was placed on Instructor Yang's shoulder. It was Chanemo Old Yang, don't bother with the younger generation. The Wind Sword School is not a place where others can give orders. It is not a place where you can challenge whoever you want. Chanemo said indifferently. Instructor Yang snorted coldly when he heard that, and his aura gradually subsided. It was indeed beneath him to compete with a junior. Moreover, Chanemo was right. Could it be that the Wind Sword sect had to obediently agree to whoever the Wei family wanted to challenge? If you wish to challenge a core disciple, feel free to do so. We won't stop you. However, don't even think about challenging Lu Xian. He's currently in the midst of breaking through, and no one wishes to disturb him. Although Chen Mo's tone was calm, it was filled with an unquestionable meaning. Young Master Wei, forget it. With your strength, defeating all the core disciples of the Wind Sword School would not be a problem. That would be enough to redeem our Heavenly Saber Gate's reputation. Elder Gong advised in a low voice. He did not want to make things awkward. Moreover, as long as they could defeat the core disciples of Wind Sword School, this provocation would also be successful. However, senior brother Wei wasn't willing to give Elder Gong any face. He was an arrogant and unruly person. Once he had decided on something, there was no reason for him to change his mind. Since you're breaking through, it's fine. I can wait. I believe that the elders won't forcefully reject my challenge on behalf of Lu Xian, right? Maybe Lu Xian himself wants to fight me? Senior brother Wei said coldly. Since Instructor Yang and the others did not allow him to challenge Lu Xian, he would find another way to break through. In his opinion, Lu Xian must be a prideful person. As long as he provoked him a little, he would not be able to control himself and fight him. Previously, Elder Gong's challenge was also rejected by Elder Jin and the others. However, Lu Xian still agreed to fight Luo Ning. Hearing this, Instructor Yang was a little angry. He did not expect the people of the Heavenly Saber Gate to be so shameless. However, since they did not really provoke him, he did not dare to act rashly. He could only forcefully suppress the anger in his heart. He thought to himself, let's wait for Lu Xian to finish his breakthrough and reject this Wei's challenge. Let's see what else he has to say then. If he still refuses to leave, then don't blame me for falling out with him. The situation was in a stalemate. Both sides did not dare to make any rash moves. Senior brother Wei was straightforward. He sat cross-legged on the arena and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for Lu Xian to wake up. The disciples below the arena were a little surprised. They did not expect things to develop to this point. The people of the Heavenly Saber Gate actually pestered senior brother Lu to fight. Logically speaking, since the battle was over, everyone should have left. However, no one moved. They all wanted to see how the situation would develop. However, even though they knew that the last person to step into the ring was strong and that Lu Xian might not be a match for him, they still had a faint expectation in their hearts. They hoped that Lu Xian would be able to take on their challenge and defeat them after he completed his breakthrough. If that was the case, then the people of the Heavenly Saber Gate, including the inner sect and core disciples, would all be defeated by Lu Xian. How domineering would that be? Lu Xian would become the hero of Wind Sword School, and the inner sect of Wind Sword School would be greatly honored. Many disciples also sat cross-legged, waiting for the situation to develop. Lu Xian won't be stupid enough to accept the challenge, will he? Qin Xiaohan gritted her teeth and said anxiously and worriedly. Lin Sini hesitated for a while and said slowly, he will definitely make the best choice. I believe in him. Lin Sini's words were a little conservative. She did not say whether Lu Xian would accept the challenge or not, because she was not sure. Although she did not want Lu Xian to take the risk, if Lu Xian really accepted the challenge, she could only choose to believe in Lu Xian. The entire Sword Woods was silent. Even the discussions of the disciples had disappeared. Everyone was waiting for Lu Xian to wake up. Perhaps because he knew everyone was waiting, Lu Xian cultivated for a long time. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, but Lu Xian's body still did not move. Could it be that he heard what we said and did not dare to accept the challenge, so he purposely stayed here to cultivate? Senior Brother Wei could not help but ask again. You can leave. No one is stopping you. Chen Mo was also resting with his eyes closed and said without lifting his eyelids. As he spoke, Chen Mo kept a close eye on Lu Xian's movements. Fortunately, Lu Xian's breathing was very calm at the moment, and there was nothing out of the ordinary about him. He was probably still training. However, for some reason, the time taken for his breakthrough this time around seemed to be rather long. I'm very patient. I want to see if he can cultivate for another 10 days or half a month. Senior Brother Wei was also stubborn with Lu Xian. No matter what, he had to force Lu Xian to fight him. Lu Xian was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. After he repelled Luo Ning with one sword and started his breakthrough, Lu Xian was completely immersed in his own pocket dimension. He was completely unaware of Elder Jean and the others coming up the stage, as well as Senior Brother Wei's challenge. In reality, Lu Xian had already completed his breakthrough. However, during the breakthrough process, something unexpected happened. In the beginning, under the Tai regression technique circulation, an endless amount of yuan qi continuously seeped into Lu Xian's body and started to refine his bone marrow. Everything was proceeding as usual. As long as he could successfully stabilize his 9th body refinement realm, Lu Xian would be able to wake up. However, at this moment, within Lu Xian's perception, a sword actually appeared in a blur. The moment he sensed this sword, Lu Xian was slightly shocked. He originally thought that the sword crystal in his dantian was acting strangely, but when his consciousness sunk into his dantian, he found that the sword crystal did not change at all and was still revolving in his dantian. Only then did Lu Xian feel that something was wrong. Since it was not the sword crystal, then where did this sword come from? At this moment, he maintained the Tai regression technique circulation and allowed the yuan qi to continuously refine his body. However, he tried his best to extend his perception towards the direction of the sword. As Lu Xian focused his mind, the initially blurry sword gradually became clearer. That sword was not standing vertically, instead, it was in a slanted position. When he saw the appearance of the sword, Lu Xian's suspicions increased. This was because he faintly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before. As he thought hard, an idea suddenly flashed in Lu Xian's mind. He knew where this sword came from, this sword that had appeared. Was the sword that was stuck in the Sword Sect's headquarters, on Fallen Sword Peak. At this moment, the appearance and posture of this sword in his mind were almost exactly the same as that sword. Fallen Sword Peak, as the former headquarters of the entire Wind Sword School, was the highest peak in Wind Sword School. No matter where one was in the inner sect, they would be able to see that stone sword. After understanding the sword's origins, an introduction of the sword quickly appeared in Lu Xian's mind. Elder Su had once told him that this stone sword had been left behind by the first sect master of Wind Sword School. Moreover, it was engraved with the previous sect master's lifelong knowledge. Countless people had tried to comprehend it, but unfortunately, no one had been able to comprehend even the slightest bit from it. If not for the mysterious feeling that the sword gave off, perhaps everyone would have thought that it was just a joke from the previous sect master. Even so, no one had been able to comprehend anything from it. As time passed, this matter faded away. No one put in any effort to comprehend it, and Fallen Sword Peak gradually became a symbol of Wind Sword School. Later on, the sword sect declined, and Wind Sword School evolved into a core, inner, and outer sect structure. Fallen Sword Peak's status also plummeted. However, why had this sword hilt suddenly appeared in his perception? Lu Xian was extremely surprised. It had to be known that he was only at the refinement stage. His perception was not strong, and it was difficult for him to even extend it out of his body. It was impossible for it to extend to Fallen Sword Peak. Moreover, there was nothing else in his perception other than the sword. It was extremely strange. The only explanation was that Lu Xian had not sensed the sword, but the sword had run into his perception. Although he could not understand it, Lu Xian vaguely felt that this was probably a fortuitous encounter for him. He no longer hesitated, and his mental strength became even more focused as he tried to sense the sword with all his might. He wanted to see just what mysteries this sword held. As he completely focused his mental strength, he finally saw the sword clearly. Although this sword was exactly the same as the stone sword on Fallen Sword Peak, it was not that stone sword. Instead, it was a real longsword. Lu Xian could feel the existence of a sword intent from it. This sword intent was much stronger than Lu Xian's intermediate sword intent. Lu Xian did not know what level it was at, but he guessed that it was at least at the peak of the intermediate sword intent, or even at the advanced sword intent. At this moment, the sword intent on the sword was released without reservation in Lu Xian's perception. It was as if a strong cultivator who had comprehended a strong sword intent had released his sword intent unreservedly, allowing Lu Xian to comprehend it. This kind of opportunity could only be found by chance. One should know that when Lu Xian released his sword intent and allowed Lin Tian to comprehend it, it allowed Lin Tian to obtain the key to the advanced sword intent. With Zhao Bing'er's guidance, Lu Xian's sword intent successfully advanced to the intermediate sword intent. At this moment, Lu Xian did not hesitate at all and began to immerse himself in it. He greedily absorbed the comprehension brought by the sword intent, and at this moment, his own sword intent was released without warning. This unforeseen event naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the arena. Why did Lu Xian suddenly release sword intent? Elder Jean asked in surprise. Could it be that he comprehended something during the breakthrough? Instructor Yang frowned slightly and guessed. Chen Mo released his soul power and probed Lu Xian's body. I can feel that Lu Xian is still immersed in cultivation. It seems to be an unconscious action. Could it be that his sword intent is going to advance again? He already has the intermediate sword intent in the body refinement stage. If he advances again, wouldn't he have the advanced sword intent? His talent is too strong. Although Instructor Yang said this, his face was full of joy. The stronger Lu Xian's talent was, the higher his future achievements would be. The sudden fluctuation of Lu Xian's sword intent made Elder Gong slightly uneasy. There must be a reason for this. He did not want to see Lu Xian's strength improve any further. Although Senior Brother Wei also frowned, he did not say anything. He had already made up his mind. No matter what Lu Xian was up to, he would force Lu Xian to fight with him. Chen Mo's senses were constantly surrounding Lu Xian, paying close attention to Lu Xian's condition. He was afraid that something might go wrong. Out of all the people in the arena, Chen Mo was undoubtedly the closest to Lu Xian because Lu Xian was his disciple. As Chen Mo watched on, he grew more and more astonished. That was because he was able to sense that the sword will that Lu Xian unleashed was growing stronger and stronger. While it was slow, he could clearly feel it. As time passed, the sky began to darken. It was already past dinner time, but none of the disciples below the stage had moved. Although Lu Xian was not awake now, who knew if he would wake up later? It would be a pity if he missed the exciting part because he went to eat. Although the strength of these disciples was not too strong, it would not be a big problem if they did not eat for a day, let alone a meal. As for Lu Xian's sword intent, it was still growing stronger. This time even Senior Brother Wei could not sit still. Although he did not care about Lu Xian's current strength, he was shocked to see Lu Xian's sword intent getting stronger in such a short period of time. What kind of talent did Lu Xian have? He could comprehend so much just by breaking through to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. It was too shocking. At this moment, Lu Xian only had eyes for the sword. Although the sword intent was growing stronger, he could feel that there was still a long way to go before he could comprehend the sword intent emitted by the sword. He was now completely sure that the sword intent emitted by the sword was not only at the mid-stage, it was most likely at the advanced stage. To Lu Xian, it was impossible for him to completely comprehend the essence of the sword while at the great accomplishment stage in a short amount of time. However, if he could comprehend even a small part of it, it would still be able to greatly improve his current sword will. After an unknown period of time, Lu Xian felt that the sword intent he could comprehend had almost reached the limit. There was a limit to one's strength and vision. Even so, the comprehension during this period of time had allowed his sword intent to reach the pinnacle level. It could be said to be a great improvement. If Lu Xian was allowed to slowly comprehend it, he might even spend a few months, or even a few years. The sword intent gradually disappeared, and the arena became quiet again. At this moment, it was already midnight. The disciples below the arena were still waiting for Lu Xian to wake up. Feeling the disappearance of the sword intent, Senior Brother Wei was shocked. The sword intent disappeared. Could it be that Lu Xian was finally going to wake up? It took him so much time to break through to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. Just when everyone thought that Lu Xian was going to wake up, Lu Xian, whose sword intent had disappeared, still did not move. Although he could not continue to comprehend the sword intent, the sword that remained in Lu Xian's perception did not disappear. Lu Xian was puzzled as he looked at the sword. According to Elder Su, the sword should have been imbued with the legacy of the first sect master of the Wind Sword sect. However, apart from emanating an extremely powerful sword will, there was nothing special about the sword up until now. Although the sword intent was an important part of the battle, it would be too disappointing if the inheritance was only this much. Just as Lu Xian was feeling puzzled, the sword that had been motionless all this while suddenly moved. At the same time, an invisible wave was emitted from the sword and was instantly transmitted into Lu Xian's mind. A piece of information immediately appeared. Dragon Sword Skill, Black Level Middle Grade Martial Technique. Dragon Sword Skill? Black Level Middle Grade Martial Technique? Receiving this piece of information, Lu Xian could not help but read it silently. The doubt in his heart increased. However, before he could finish digesting it, the sword in front of him had already moved quickly. At this moment, the sword seemed to be grasped by someone. One move after another was used. The sword drew 2 arcs in the air, and the sword suddenly retracted. The force was stored in the sword and was not released. Without waiting for Lu Xian to think, the sword suddenly exploded. The sword pierced out. Although there was no fluctuation of yuan qi, but Lu Xian could feel the explosive force of this attack. First move, Dragon Submerged in the Abyss. Another piece of information was transmitted into Lu Xian's mind. Lu Xian was enlightened. So this move was called Dragon Submerged in the Abyss. It was very appropriate. If the enemy dared to touch the edge of the dragon submerged in the abyss, they would definitely suffer a painful blow, which was also the final explosive thrust. Before he could digest this move, the longsword moved once more. This time, Lu Xian calmed his mind and began to observe it attentively. If his guess was right, this black tier medial grade martial technique, known as the Dragon Sword Technique, was the true legacy of the first sect master. The sword will from before was just a side effect. The next move, compared to the first move, was much more violent. The sword swung wildly, swept horizontally, chopped downwards, or stabbed forward. It actually included all kinds of attack methods. As he observed with rapt attention, he could feel that under the guidance of the sword, the yuan qi in his body was involuntarily moved and began to circulate according to a specific trajectory. Sensing this unforeseen event, Lu Xian was overjoyed in his heart. Martial techniques included not only moves, but more importantly, the circulation of origin power. As long as the moves and the circulation of origin power were combined, one would be able to truly display the strength of a martial technique. Second move, Dragon Raging in the Wild. The name of the move that the sword had just demonstrated was once again transmitted into Lu Xian's mind. It was called Dragon Raging in the Wild. When the dragon raging in the wild was surrounded by danger, there was no way to retreat. As long as it could kill the enemy, any move could be used. Looking at the two powerful martial techniques, Lu Xian was getting more and more excited. This was a black level middle grade martial technique. Compared to his current cloud startling sword technique, it was even stronger. If he could learn it, wouldn't his battle strength increase again? But it was a pity that he did not react to the first move and did not carefully observe it. After the dragon raging in the wild was finished, the sword did not stop. The third move was displayed once again. In the blink of an eye, the longsword suddenly soared into the sky. The tip of the sword trembled, and it suddenly pierced downwards. Borrowing the powerful impact of its descent, its power was incomparably great. Compared to the previous two moves, its power was even greater. This move, could it be dragon soaring in the sky? Lu Xian thought in his heart. Sure enough, as he expected, another wave of fluctuation came. The information that Lu Xian obtained was the third move, dragon soaring in the sky. Lu Xian hurriedly memorized the circulation of Yuan Qi for this move, dragon soaring in the sky, and continued to observe. This set of dragon sword technique, each move was stronger than the previous. He did not know how many moves there were in total. If there were 17 or 18 moves, wouldn't it be amazing? At this moment, the fourth move had already been displayed. Compared to the previous three moves, the fourth move was instead extremely simple. It was just a sweep and a stab, but the circulation of Yuan Qi was even more complicated than the previous three moves combined. His origin power coursed through his entire body at lightning speed. Almost all of the origin power in his entire body was mobilized. Lu Xian felt his breathing become ragged, and he felt as if his entire body was about to explode. As he struck with the long sword, he unleashed all of his accumulated power. While the move was simple, it was extremely powerful, because this move completely mobilized the entire person's strength. Because of this move was even more rare. It must be known that not all martial skills could display the full strength of a martial artist. Many martial skills could only display a portion of a martial artist's strength. Because of this, these martial skills would be divided into high and low grades. The fourth move, Proud Dragon, shows remorse. The strength of this move lies in the fact that when the move is used up, there is still energy left over, so there is no need to fear the enemy's dying counterattack. The name of the fourth move was transmitted into Lu Xian's mind, along with an explanation. Lu Xian hurriedly memorized the circulation of this fourth move, and once again observed with rapt attention. But what made him a little disappointed was that when this Proud Dragon shows remorse was used, the sword actually did not move. It seemed like this dragon sword technique's moves were all used, a total of 4 moves. The set of dragon sword technique displayed by the longsword just now, each move's power was extremely powerful. It was divided into 4 moves, namely Dragon Submerges in the Abyss, Dragon Battles in the Wild, Dragon Soars in the Sky, and the final Proud Dragon Repents. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, Lu Xian's combat strength would probably go up another level. Except, Lu Xian's brows knitted tightly. Although his talent in the way of the sword was extraordinary, a profound martial technique like a mystic rank martial technique was extremely difficult to learn. Moreover, Lu Xian was only at the body refinement stage now and had not reached the level to cultivate mystic rank martial techniques. Wanting to learn it with just one demonstration was something impossible. Right now, he could only vaguely remember some moves and some essence energy circulation trajectories. Just as Lu Xian was trying hard to recall everything just now, the stopped longsword actually started moving again. A familiar move appeared. It was the Dragon Sword technique's first move, Dragon Submerges in the Abyss. Slightly stunned, Lu Xian was immediately overjoyed. He knew that the inheritance left behind by the first sect leader would definitely not be this simple. Just one demonstration, even the most talented martial artist would probably not be able to learn it. At this moment, the second round of demonstration indeed began. Lu Xian immediately cast aside all distracting thoughts in his heart. Regardless of whether it was in his mind or in front of him, there was only the continuously moving longsword left. He allowed the longsword to guide him and the essence energy in his body flowed smoothly. Not daring to concentrate on comprehending, Lu Xian first memorized these moves and essence energy circulation trajectories. As long as he could remember these, comprehension could be slowly carried out in the future. The longsword demonstration, one move after another. Towards this set of dragon sword technique, Lu Xian's impression immediately deepened a notch. And after the second demonstration, the longsword continued to demonstrate for the third time. And just as the third demonstration began, Lu Xian suddenly felt a strange movement coming from within his dantian. The sword crystal, which had not moved for a long time, actually separated a gentle sword aura. Without waiting for Lu Xian to think, the sword aura instantly entered Lu Xian's meridians and started to move according to the dragon sword technique's circulation trajectory. Just slightly stunned, Lu Xian immediately understood that this was the sword crystal helping him understand this set of martial technique. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Back in Lin City, Lu Xian had looked at the stone statue once when he took the comprehension test for the Wind Sword Sec's entrance exam. That stone statue also contained a set of sword techniques, which was the lightning sword technique that Lu Xian was currently using. It was almost exactly the same as this time. He also needed to comprehend it on his own. Back then, with the help of the sword crystal, he was able to master the thunder light sword style within a short 2 hours. One could see just how much the sword crystal helped him. Sensing this situation, Lu Xian could not help but secretly guess in his heart. Could it be that this sword crystal also had a consciousness? Once he needed to comprehend it, it would take the initiative to help him comprehend it. However, this thought only flashed in a hurry. The most important thing now was to learn this set of dragon sword technique. Originally, Lu Xian did not have much confidence in comprehending the dragon sword technique in a short period of time, but now that he had the sword crystal, his confidence immediately increased. As he continued to observe the sword demonstration, Lu Xian began to actively mobilize the yuan energy in his body, slowly circulating it according to the trajectory left by the sword crystal. Circulating it with the guidance of the sword was naturally not as deep as actively circulating it. This was like the difference between theory and practice. No matter how strong the theory was, without a certain amount of practice, it was impossible to completely master it. When Lu Xian calmed down and fully comprehended it, he also discovered that the sword crystal's movements were different. Although the circulation trajectory was generally the same, there were some changes in some of the details. Originally, the circulation path of the dragon sword technique was already extremely complicated, but after the sword crystal's changes, it became even more complicated. However, after circulating it for a while, Lu Xian discovered that these changes did not seem to be big, but they increased the power of the dragon sword technique. Just like when he first improved the lightning sword technique, the sword crystal actually had the ability to improve a profound level mid-grade martial arts technique. The lightning sword technique was only a yellow level low-grade martial arts technique. If some powerful martial artists focused on studying it, they would also be able to improve it. However, a profound level mid-grade martial arts technique was already extremely powerful, and it was extremely difficult to improve it. However, in the hands of the sword crystal, it was not a problem at all. It only needed to let the sword guide and circulate it twice before it could start to improve. This change shocked Lu Xian. What exactly was the origin of this sword crystal? It was a little too powerful. Although he was filled with doubts, based on Lu Xian's current strength, it was impossible for him to explore it. Fortunately, the existence of the sword crystal could only be beneficial to him. At that moment, he no longer cared about these things and continued to focus on practicing the dragon sword technique. After circulating it over 10 times in a row, Lu Xian had more or less memorized the circulation of origin energy by heart. Seeming to have noticed this, the sword chi emitted by the sword crystal was retracted as if it had never appeared in the first place. The sword naturally did not know the changes in Lu Xian's body, and continued to patiently demonstrate it over and over again. This time, Lu Xian no longer paid attention to the circulation of yuan force and the moves. These things were only superficial, and he only needed to memorize them and slowly practice them. Compared to a yellow-level martial arts technique, to successfully learn a profound level martial arts technique, the most important thing was comprehension. It was just like when Lu Xian was practicing the startling cloud sword technique. If he was unable to comprehend the essence of the startling wind, the startling thunder, and the startling cloud sword technique, no matter how much he practiced, it would only be for show. It would be good enough if he could bring out 30% of the technique's power. Because of this, the same set of martial skills, when used by different people, would have completely different levels of power. This was because they had different levels of comprehension towards martial skills. This kind of thing purely depended on a martial artist's own perception and talent. As time passed, Lu Xian did not know how long he had been practicing, but he knew that he had already circulated the dragon sword technique countless times. After watching it over and over again, he naturally learned a lot. His comprehension was extremely strong, but even so, Lu Xian's comprehension was limited. no matter how he looked at it, or how he practiced, he seemed to be lacking a little bit. This feeling was similar to when he first practiced the cloud-startling sword technique. If he did not comprehend the meaning of the cloud-startling sword technique, he would not be able to use it. Lu Xian's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Could it be that he needed another opportunity to completely comprehend it? Or did he neglect something? Now, it was meaningless to continue watching. Everything had already been engraved in Lu Xian's heart. At this moment, he no longer focused on watching the demonstration of the long sword, but began to slowly ponder in his heart. At this moment, a question slowly rose in Lu Xian's heart. For so many years, no one in the Wind Sword School was able to comprehend the inheritance of the first sect master. Why did he suddenly comprehend it? Within it, there must be some kind of profound rank. Could it be that his physique was special? Or that his comprehension was extraordinary? Lu Xian just had a guess, but it was instantly denied by himself. He had stayed in the Wind Sword School for a long time, but he had never comprehended it before. Now that he suddenly comprehended it, it was obviously not because of this reason. Could it be because of the breakthrough? That was also impossible. Who knew how many people in the Wind Sword School had broken through? Not to mention breaking through to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, even if it was breaking through to the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, or even breaking through to the spirit refinement realm, there was no one who could comprehend it. Moreover, he had once broken through in the headquarters of the Sword Sect, which was closer to Fallen Sword Peak, but there was no abnormality. Obviously, this was not the reason. This guess was once again denied by Lu Xian. Dragon Sword Secret Art, Dragon Sword Secret Art. Dragon, Lu Xian's heart suddenly jumped. That's right, this martial technique was called Dragon Sword Secret Art. Could it be that he needed to have the dragon's bloodline to be able to comprehend it? That was the only difference between Lu Xian and the others. He had obtained the Azure Dragon bloodline when he went out to train. He did not have it in the past. From the looks of it, it was highly likely that it was because of that. In fact, Lu Xian's guess was not wrong. The reason why he was able to activate the inheritance was because of his bloodline, and it was not just that. Other than the bloodline, his breakthrough also played a part. Although it was only a breakthrough to the 9th rank of the body refinement realm, it also caused some extremely weak changes in the laws of heaven and earth. It was precisely because of these laws of heaven and earth, coupled with the attraction of his own Azure Dragon bloodline, that the first sect master's inheritance, which had been silent for who knew how many years, was activated under this extremely coincidental situation. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Dragon Sword Secret Art. The first sect master might have obtained a trace of the dragon's bloodline by chance and obtained the Dragon Sword Secret Art, which was why he was able to successfully cultivate it. He also knew that ordinary people could not cultivate it, so he did not leave behind any cultivation technique or martial skill jade slips. Instead, he used the stone sword of Fallen Sword Peak to cleverly pass down this martial skill, and only those who were fated would be able to obtain it. Now, there was no doubt that Lu Xian was the fated one. Thinking of this, Lu Xian's mind immediately became active. Since cultivating the Dragon Sword Secret Art required the dragon's bloodline, then it seemed that the reason why he was unable to completely comprehend this skill was because of this. A guess rose in Lu Xian's heart. He did not know, if he used the power of his bloodline, would he be able to comprehend it further? Since he thought of it, he would give it a try. All this while, Lu Xian had not used the power of his bloodline, because he did not know how to use it. It was only when he unintentionally activated the power of his bloodline in his battle with Zhu Ling that Lu Xian understood the existence of the power of his bloodline. Now, it was just the right time to use it. Lu Xian no longer hesitated. The Tai Yi origin technique circulated, and his origin energy slowly circulated according to the circulation path of the Dragon Sword Secret Art. At the same time, the power of his bloodline also began to be activated. Following the activation of the power of his bloodline, and seeing the demonstration of the longsword in front of him, a strange feeling immediately arose in Lu Xian's heart. It was as if at this moment, he had already transformed into a real Azure Dragon, an incomparably powerful divine beast. The ingenuity that he was unable to comprehend before, at this moment, became completely clear. Although Lu Xian had yet to truly transform into a dragon, he was already a dragon in his heart. At this moment, what he saw was no longer a sword technique. Instead, it was a gigantic dragon soaring in the sky. When the dragon was in the abyss, it was as if he was quietly staying in a bottomless abyss. Suddenly being attacked by an enemy, he was immediately enraged and suddenly launched an attack into the sky. When the dragon was fighting in the wild, it was as if he was the dragon fighting in the wild, surrounded by extremely powerful enemies. Danger lurked everywhere, and he could not afford to be careless. All kinds of ultimate moves were used, and he advanced without retreating, fighting for that slim chance of survival. When the dragon was in the sky, he transformed into the dragon that soared into the sky and descended with a roar, attacking the enemies on the ground from above. When the arrogant dragon felt regret, he would become a supreme existence. When he attacked, no one would be able to block his attack. However, even if he was a supreme existence, he would still be wary of arrogance and rashness. When he attacked with his full strength, he would still hold back a trace of strength that was sufficient to deal with any situation. All kinds of changes continuously flashed in Lu Xian's mind. Everything that he could not understand before was now understood. Although Lu Xian had only fused with a drop of dragon blood, it was the essence blood of an azure dragon. The density of the bloodline was far greater than that of an ordinary dragon's bloodline. At this moment, comprehending the dragon sword technique was even easier. Immersed in this state, Lu Xian no longer had any distractions. He absorbed the comprehension brought about by the power of the bloodline. At this moment, he had once again entered the rare state of thoughtless tranquility, a wondrous state that could only be encountered by luck. Just as Lu Xian was doing his best to comprehend the wonders of the dragon sword technique, everyone in front of the sword forest, except for the people from the sword sect and Chen Mo's group on the arena, was a little impatient. This was because the sky had already brightened, an entire night had passed, and it was the morning of the next day. Lu Xian had spent an entire night comprehending, but he was still not done. Even if the disciples in the audience were looking forward to Lu Xian waking up, at this moment, they couldn't bear it anymore. They hadn't eaten or slept for the whole night. Some of the weaker martial artists were sleepy and hungry. If it weren't for the exciting scene that was about to happen, they would have already gone back to rest. Even Lin Sini and Qin Shaohan, who were most concerned about Lu Xian, were somewhat dispirited. Lin Sini was still alright. After all, she had already reached the 6th level of body refinement. Her body could completely support it, but she was somewhat dispirited. As for Qin Shaohan, as a spirit talisman master, the strength of her soul was her forte. Although her spirit was fine, her body couldn't take it. Her stomach kept growling, and it was obvious that she was extremely hungry. On the other hand, the few people on the stage were not affected at all. They had all reached the spirit refinement realm. Not to mention a night without eating, drinking, and resting, they would not have a problem even if they continued for a few more days. Although there was no movement from Lu Xian, they were all paying attention to Lu Xian's state. They knew that his aura was constantly changing, as if he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation. That senior brother Wei wanted to interrupt Lu Xian's cultivation, but with 3 late-stage spirit refinement powerhouses guarding him, how could he be so presumptuous? Chen Mo only had one sentence: if he couldn't wait, he could leave. Could it be that senior brother Lu is really afraid and is deliberately using cultivation as an excuse to avoid battle? A disciple in the audience whispered. Breaking through to the 9th level of body refinement and spending so much time was really a bit unreasonable. Senior brother Lu is not such a person. Senior brother Lu is extraordinarily talented, and it is not something that we can speculate about. He must have had some epiphany during his breakthrough. Who knows, when he wakes up later, he might just beat that core disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect into a pig's head. A pretty female disciple defended Lu Xian. The strength that Lu Xian displayed before had completely conquered their hearts. If they were asked who their dream lover was, it would definitely be Lu Xian without a doubt. You really dare to say that? How can it be so exaggerated? Although I also support senior brother Lu, the first core disciple of the Heavenly Saber sect is in the spirit refinement realm. He is an entire realm lower than us in the body refinement realm. The difference in strength is too great. This is not a difference of a small realm. I feel that senior brother Lu's chances of winning are not high. A disciple voiced out his opinion. I am almost starving. At most, I will wait until noon. If senior brother Lu still doesn't wake up, I will go eat something. Another disciple said with hidden bitterness. If he knew that he would have to wait for so long, he would have already gone back to rest. In reality, there was no need to wait until noon. Many disciples had already started to retreat. Not everyone had the patience to wait for so long. However, none of the people from the sword sect moved. Lu Xian was a member of the sword sect. He was fighting in the ring with the glory of the sword sect. What was the point of waiting? After waiting for another 2 hours, more and more disciples retreated. The other sects were still fine, but more than half of the people from the Saber sect and the Fist sect had disappeared. Although many people from the 2 subsects were convinced by Lu Xian, most of them were not fond of him. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The fallen sword peak, which had been ignored and was only seen as a physical symbol of the Wind Sword School, suddenly exploded with an extremely powerful origin energy wave. Everyone was shocked. They could not help but look at the fallen sword peak. Even the few people on the ring were no exception. The origin energy wave did not come from the fallen sword peak, but from the stone sword on the fallen sword peak. Elder Jin's expression changed slightly. He had been in the Wind Sword School for many years and led the inner sect for more than 10 years. However, he had never seen such a change. The fallen sword peak had been forgotten by everyone. Why would there be a sudden change? What's going on? Elder Gong said in a stunned voice. He had also heard of the legend of Fallen Sword Peak. However, because there had been no activity, he had only treated it as a rumor and did not take it seriously. However, the unforeseen event clearly indicated that there was indeed something unusual about this Fallen Sword Peak. Elder Jin and the other 2 did not say a word. They also frowned and stared at the change in the Fallen Sword Peak. They did not know the reason either. Could it be that someone has activated the legacy of the old sect leader? Instructor Yang was puzzled and said in disbelief. As a member of the Wind Sword School, he had never doubted this rumor. He firmly believed that the legacy existed, but no one had activated it. However, based on the current situation, it was very likely that it had been activated by someone. Then who has activated it? Elder Jin said subconsciously. Then, his body trembled. He slowly turned his head and looked at Lu Xian, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Could it be Lu Xian? Elder Jin exclaimed. Instructor Yang, Chen Mo, and the other 2 turned their heads at the same time. Elder Gong and Senior Brother Wei also looked over. Their eyes were filled with uncertainty. Elder Jin's words were extremely likely. They had originally suspected that Lu Xian had only broken through to the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. How could there be such a big movement? However, if he had really activated the legacy of the Fallen Sword Peak, then what had happened just now could be explained. The reason why Lu Xian had broken through for so long was because he was receiving the legacy, and it was not just a simple breakthrough. As if to confirm their guess, the huge amount of yuan qi that was circling around the Fallen Sword Peak suddenly condensed and flew over rapidly. Because the yuan qi was too huge, it had almost condensed into a solid form. Even if it was invisible, everyone could see it clearly. Their eyes followed it. They saw that the yuan qi did not hide at all and directly flew toward the arena. An extremely powerful pressure shrouded them. Elder Jin and the other 2, who were standing next to Lu Xian, were unable to withstand such powerful pressure at all. They were forced to take several steps back, but even so, they were unable to stop themselves. The pressure grew even stronger. Even Elder Gong and Elder Wei, who had been standing further away, couldn't stand it any longer. The 5 of them were all forced off the stage. Only after they were off the stage were they able to withstand the pressure. However, Lu Xian, who had been cultivating in the arena, felt nothing at all. It was as if that pressure did not exist at all. Seeing this, how could Elder Jin and the other 2 not understand? It was obvious that their guess was correct. The one who had caused the movement of the Fallen Sword Peak was Lu Xian. Before they could figure out what was going on, the yuan qi suddenly enveloped Lu Xian. Countless yuan qi began to seep into Lu Xian's body. Even Lu Xian did not notice the sudden arrival of the yuan qi. He only felt as if he was in a sea of yuan qi, with endless yuan qi at his disposal. The Tai integration technique was pushed to the maximum at this moment. As it circulated rapidly, a huge amount of yuan qi was transferred to every corner of his body and began to refine his bone marrow. This feeling was extremely comfortable. Lu Xian could not help but want to moan out loud even when he was cultivating. However, even though he did not know why such a sudden change happened, he knew that it was very likely one of the legacies of the first sect master. This inheritance included the inheritance of sword will, the inheritance of martial technique, and finally, the inheritance of origin energy empowerment. The stone sword on the fallen sword peak had been personally carved by the first sect leader. Naturally, there were some modifications made to it. It could absorb yuan qi and store it. After so many years of absorption, the yuan qi had already become extremely huge. Although Lu Xian's absorption speed was very fast, his strength was still limited. With so much yuan qi constantly dissipating in the air, the concentration of yuan qi in the entire sword forest increased greatly. The disciples below the arena were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. They sat down with their legs crossed and started cultivating. If Lu Xian ate the meat, they would get some soup too. Even Elder Jin and Instructor Yang had started cultivating. Elder Gong and Senior Brother Wei, on the other hand, had awkward expressions on their faces. They wanted to cultivate, but they also felt like they had lost face. However, after hesitating for a moment, Elder Gong started cultivating first. This kind of opportunity was too difficult to obtain. Senior Brother Wei's expression changed slightly before he gritted his teeth and started cultivating as well. Only Chen Mo remained standing. He was not a martial artist, so yuan qi was of limited use to him. He could only watch over Lu Xian to prevent Elder Gong and Instructor Yang from scheming against him. Although everyone had benefited, the one who had benefited the most was undoubtedly Lu Xian. He was the one who had truly received the yuan power empowerment. Fallen Sword Peak had accumulated a tremendous amount of yuan power over the years. Lu Xian did not even need to absorb it himself, as it poured into Lu Xian's body on its own. It was as if Lu Xian's body had an extremely strong attraction force. Unfortunately, Lu Xian's strength was limited. He was like a container. Although he could hold a lot of things, the mouth of the container was not big and there was a limit to the speed at which things could be poured in. Even if he did his best to absorb it, the yuan power was still constantly dissipating. If Lu Xian had reached the spirit refinement stage and activated the inheritance, the benefits would have been even greater. Fortunately, it was not wasted. The dissipating yuan power greatly increased the density of the yuan power in the sword forest and was used by the disciples of the Wind Sword School. This could be considered as a reward for the disciples who had persisted until now. The disciples who had left midway naturally could not enjoy such a dense yuan power ocean. Such dense yuan power would not only greatly increase a martial artist's training speed, but it would also provide unimaginable benefits when it came to breaking through to the next realm. Many bottlenecks that trapped a martial artist would be easily broken through under the impact of such a large amount of yuan power. In this short instant, waves of aura fluctuations continuously erupted from the numerous disciples below the stage. Clearly, quite a few people had broken through to the next realm. However, their improvements were not even worth mentioning when compared to Lu Xian's. As his body was immersed in the yuan power empowerment, Lu Xian's body was rapidly being tempered. The previously tempered bones, meridians, and blood were further baptized, making his foundation even more solid. Moreover, the bone marrow that had only started to be tempered after reaching the 9th layer of the body refinement stage was also rapidly improving. In a short period of time, Lu Xian's aura continuously broke through. Initial 9th layer of the body refinement stage, intermediate 9th layer of the body refinement stage, advanced 9th layer of the body refinement stage. Under the effect of the yuan power empowerment, the speed at which Lu Xian's strength rose could not even be described as 1,000 miles in one day. As Lu Xian's aura grew stronger and stronger, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He did not expect Lu Xian to have such an opportunity. He had just broken through to the 9th layer of the body refinement stage. Could it be possible to directly break through to the 10th layer? Although it sounded a bit frightening, it was not impossible. The 9th layer of the body refinement stage was also known as the tempering marrow stage. As long as one's bone marrow was tempered to the extreme, one would have the ability to break through to the 10th layer. The only downside to such a rapid rate of improvement was that it would cause his foundation to be unstable. However, as long as Lu Xian slowly digested it in the future, it would not affect him much. This kind of opportunity that could only be encountered by chance and could not be sought was absolutely not to be missed. If Lu Xian were to slowly train by himself, who knew how many months it would take to reach the 10th tier of the body refinement realm? Don't think that a few months was insignificant. For a martial artist, the best time to cultivate was when they were young. A 17-year-old at the 10th layer of the body refinement stage had much more potential than an 18-year-old at the 10th layer of the body refinement stage. At this time, Lu Xian's strength had already risen to the peak of the 9th layer of the body refinement stage. In a short period of time, all of the bone marrow in his body had been tempered. At this moment, he already had the ability to break through to the 10th layer of the body refinement stage. Chen Mo's eyes did not blink. He stared at Lu Xian, secretly encouraging Lu Xian in his heart. You must break through, and the enormous amount of yuan power that had swept over from Fallen Sword Peak had not yet been completely consumed. It was still continuously pouring into Lu Xian's body. Lu Xian's aura was still rising, but his cultivation had temporarily stagnated. This was because what was blocking Lu Xian's path was the bottleneck of breaking through to the 10th layer of the body refinement stage. There was no breakthrough for a long time, but the amount of yuan power pouring into his body did not decrease at all. Lu Xian felt that his entire body was filled with yuan power. In his dantian, in his meridians, in his blood, in his bone marrow, as time passed, Lu Xian was like a vessel. It had already begun to fill up, and even his body had actually expanded. Seeing this situation, Chen Mo's expression changed slightly. Everyone's endurance had a limit. Although yuan power was good, if it exceeded the limit, then things would go in the opposite direction. If this yuan power was allowed to continue pouring into Lu Xian's body, then it was extremely likely that Lu Xian would directly explode from the enormous amount of yuan power. Sensing this, Chen Mo did not dare to be negligent. His soul force instantly seeped out of his body, strenuously passing through the ocean of yuan power and arriving beside Lu Xian. He carefully examined Lu Xian's situation, and at the same time, he was already prepared to act at any time. Although he was unable to withstand the pressure, if he used his full strength, wanting to completely disperse the yuan power that enveloped Lu Xian was not an impossible task. Although doing so would inevitably hurt Lu Xian, and would also cause Lu Xian to miss this opportunity, but compared to causing Lu Xian to lose his life, it was undoubtedly a better ending. However, Chen Mo did not act blindly without thinking. He knew that this was an extremely good opportunity for Lu Xian. A martial artist's breakthrough was usually when they were forced to their limits. Perhaps by borrowing this pressure, Lu Xian could directly break through to the 10th level of the body refinement realm. Moreover, such a powerful ocean of yuan power, if it was dispersed by him, it would really be too much of a waste. While Chen Mo was preparing for battle, Lu Xian also knew that he was currently in a critical situation. With the continuous influx of yuan power, all the places in his body that could contain yuan power were already filled to the brim. His meridians and dantian were already faintly aching. If he still could not break through, Lu Xian had no doubt that the powerful yuan power would definitely cause him to explode. If he died in this kind of situation, he really would not be able to rest in peace. He had never heard of anyone dying in this kind of situation. The situation was urgent, and Lu Xian did not have much time to think. The Tai origin technique's circulation speed was forcibly stopped by Lu Xian, and he could not continue to absorb yuan power. However, even if he stopped the Tai origin technique, he could only delay the speed at which the yuan power entered his body. Because of the yuan power empowerment, the yuan power automatically entered his body. What to do, what to do? Lu Xian's heart was burning with anxiety. Right now, he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the body refinement realm. All he lacked was that little bit of comprehension. As long as he could comprehend it, he would naturally be able to break through. Forcefully calming himself down, Lu Xian quickly thought of a countermeasure. He thought of all the abilities he could use, and finally, he set his target on the Dragon Sword technique. The Dragon Sword technique was a mystic-level middle-grade cultivation technique. It was incomparably mysterious, and the comprehension contained within it was naturally not small. After making up his mind, Lu Xian did not stay any longer. Gritting his teeth, the Dragon Sword technique circulated at lightning speed. Even the Tai origin technique that he had stopped started circulating again. He was already prepared to fight to the death. If he did not succeed, he would die. The yuan power within his body was instantly mobilized by Lu Xian, and he quickly began to circulate it according to the first form of the dragon sword technique. Following the circulation of the dragon sword technique, Lu Xian's feeling of transforming into a dragon once again appeared. The mysteries of the dragon sword technique also appeared in Lu Xian's mind one by one. The power of the bloodline was automatically activated at this moment. Lu Xian could not be bothered with the swelling pain coming from his body, and was completely immersed in his comprehension. Slowly, an illusory image of an azure dragon quietly appeared above Lu Xian's head. It continuously circled, and according to the changes in the moves of the dragon sword technique, it constantly made various movements. Sometimes it lurked, sometimes it fought, sometimes it soared into the sky, and sometimes it roared. The appearance of the azure dragon image was seen by Chen Mo at the first moment. Because this image was hidden in the sea of yuan power, people who were far away could not see it clearly. Moreover, the people near the arena were all cultivating, so the only one who could see this scene was Chen Mo. When he saw the azure dragon image, Chen Mo was incomparably shocked. An existence like a dragon, even to him, was something that only existed in legends. At this moment, even though it was only an image, it was enough to make him shocked. Looks like this disciple of mine has quite a big secret. Chen Mo suppressed the shock in his heart and thought. However, at this moment, he did not dare to miss any changes. Even if it was an azure dragon image, it was still a real dragon. From the real movements of the azure dragon image, it was enough to bring Chen Mo quite a bit of comprehension. Comparing the two, he felt that his comprehension of the talisman Dao seemed to have advanced to another level. Lu Xian's body swelled up even more, as if his entire body had become a size fatter. It was extremely strange, but his gains were also great. The dragon sword technique was indeed a profound level martial technique. Coupled with the activation of the power of the bloodline, the feeling of transforming into a dragon was enough to give him a feeling that he could not comprehend normally. Under the threat of life and death, Lu Xian's mind was unprecedentedly focused. His comprehension speed had practically reached a terrifying level. The barrier that was blocking him from breaking through to the 10th layer of the body refinement realm was becoming increasingly weak. Right now, he was in a hurry to see if he would explode from the overload of yuan power or break through to the 10th layer of the body refinement realm first. After an unknown period of time, Lu Xian felt that his entire body had become numb. It was because of too much pain. At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain on the top of his head, as if he had been pricked by a needle. Immediately after, his mind suddenly became clear, and all the pores on his body suddenly opened up. Even if it was because of the intense pain caused by the origin energy infusion, at this moment, it had weakened by 30%. Breakthrough? Lu Xian was only slightly taken aback, and then he felt a burst of ecstasy. In this life and death hidden threshold, he had finally succeeded in breaking through. The 10th layer of the body refinement realm was the last layer of the body refinement realm. Its importance was also much greater than the other 9 layers. It was a qualitative change in the increase of a martial artist's strength. The 10th layer of the body refinement realm was also known as the unblocking acupuncture point realm. As the name implied, it was the beginning of unblocking all the acupuncture points in the body. As for the previous 9 layers, they only tempered the body. Every martial artist in the 10th layer of the body refinement realm did not have a fixed number of acupuncture points. It depended on the martial artist's talent and foundation. For example, Lu Tao had cultivated to the peak of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, half a step into the refined spirit realm, but he had only unblocked 4 acupuncture points. Luo Ning was also at the peak of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, but he had already unblocked 7 acupuncture points. If he worked hard, it was extremely likely that he would be able to unblock 10 acupuncture points before stepping into the refined spirit realm. Realizing that he had already successfully broken through to the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, Lu Xian did not stop. Right now, he was in a life and death crisis. Even if he had reached the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, the amount of yuan power his body could hold did not increase. If he wanted to hold more yuan power, he had to unblock the acupuncture points. Only by unblocking the acupuncture points would he be able to store the yuan power in the acupuncture points. Then, the current crisis would be solved in an instant. the dragon sword technique had already stopped circulating. The Tai origin technique was activated to the maximum by Lu Xian. The yuan power in his body was completely drawn out by him and quickly rushed to the top of his head, which was also the place where he had felt the piercing pain. That place was one of the major acupuncture points on the top of the head, the Baihui acupuncture point. There were incomparably many acupuncture points in the human body. Adding up the various acupuncture points, there were already close to 1,000. And these acupuncture points had different degrees of importance. The most important ones were known as the vital acupuncture points. There were a total of 108 acupuncture points, and within these 108 acupuncture points, there were 36 fatal acupuncture points, commonly known as the death acupuncture points. For a cultivator, when breaking through the death acupoints, the priority was to break through the 36 death acupoints. Firstly, it was because breaking through the 36 death acupoints would bring about the best results. Secondly, it was also to prevent the 36 death acupoints from being attacked. After the death acupoints were broken through, the defensive power would greatly increase. Even if one was attacked, it would not cause too much damage. Now, the first acupuncture point that Lu Xian was attacking was the Baihui acupuncture point on the top of his head. It was one of the death acupuncture points. If an ordinary person was struck by this acupuncture point, they would immediately fall unconscious. Although a martial artist's resistance was stronger than an ordinary person's, after being struck, it would still cause irreparable damage to the body. At this moment, the yuan power in Lu Xian's body had already reached its limit. Under the control of the Tai origin technique, all of it rushed to the top of his head. At the same time, the yuan power that was forcefully poured into the top of his head also rushed to the top of his head. The two forces combined into one, and the impact was extremely huge. In almost an instant, it violently blasted against the Baihui acupuncture point. In the instant that the attack hit, Lu Xian let out a muffled groan. A wave of intense pain spread through his body. In an instant, he felt his vision turn black and he almost fainted. However, a martial artist's willpower was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Thus, Lu Xian clenched his teeth and endured. In just an instant, a tiny crack was blasted open on the sealed Baihui acupuncture point. Endless yuan power gushed in. Although this acupuncture point was small, it could hold an extremely large amount of yuan power. As the yuan power gushed in, the yuan power in Lu Xian's body immediately decreased. His swollen body also began to shrink, and the pain immediately lessened. The Baihui acupuncture point had been broken through. Lu Xian's transformation was immediately noticed by Chen Mo. His expression slightly changed, but soon after, a trace of joy surfaced on his face. Although he practiced the talisman Dao and not the martial way, he was no stranger to the cultivation of a martial artist. This situation clearly meant that Lu Xian had not only broken through to the 10th layer of body refinement, but had also successfully broken through the first acupuncture point. Chen Mo's right hand, which was ready to draw the soul talisman at any time, slightly relaxed. Lu Xian's crisis this time was probably going to be resolved. Not only would he be able to resolve his crisis, he would also be able to fully utilize this enormous amount of yuan power. When a martial artist broke through to the 10th layer of body refinement, due to the laws of heaven and earth, all the acupuncture points in the body would be clearly revealed. This was the best time to break through an acupuncture point. Some talented martial artists could even break through several acupuncture points in a row. For example, when Lu Tao broke through, he only broke through one acupoint, while Luo Ning and Zhu Ling broke through two acupoints at once. If they missed this opportunity, they would need to put in a lot more effort to break through their acupoints in the future. This time, Lu Xian's opportunity could be said to be incomparably great, because he had an almost endless amount of yuan power at his disposal. An ordinary martial artist would at most take a few elixirs when breaking through an acupuncture point. How could the help brought by those elixirs compare to this ocean of yuan power? Although a lot of this yuan power had already dissipated, it was still relatively large. With so much yuan power being used to break through acupuncture points, it was practically twice the result with half the effort. Although the Baihui acupuncture point had already been broken through, Lu Xian knew that his crisis was not over yet. He still needed to continuously break through acupuncture points until all the yuan power was used up. The Tai Guiyuan technique circulated once again. This time, under the guidance of the Tai Guiyuan technique, the yuan power rapidly flowed down and instantly arrived in between his eyebrows. This was the location of the Yintang acupuncture point. Although the Yintang acupuncture point was not one of the death acupuncture points, it was where the upper dantian was located. There was no need to elaborate on its importance. Right now, not only did Lu Xian need to break through the acupuncture points, he also needed to quickly use up the yuan power. The Yintang acupuncture point of the upper dantian could store a lot more yuan power than the other acupuncture points. Naturally, it was one of the first choices. The yuan power once again began to break through. Following a piercing pain in between his eyebrows, the closed Yintang acupuncture point slowly opened. A large amount of yuan power did not need to be controlled by Lu Xian and automatically poured into it. With the Yintang acupuncture point opened, it once again helped Lu Xian's body share some of the pressure. Although his body was still somewhat abnormal, compared to before, it was already much better. For the third acupuncture point, Lu Xian aimed at the major acupuncture point of the middle dantian, the Tanzhong acupuncture point between the chest and abdomen. The Tanzhong acupuncture point was not only the major acupuncture point of the middle dantian, it was also one of the death acupuncture points. Once it was struck, one's breathing would become chaotic, one would panic and even lose consciousness. This was also the reason why many people would feel suffocated after being struck in the chest. After consecutively breaking through two major acupuncture points, the yuan power in Lu Xian's body and the yuan power that was pouring into his body had been largely consumed. Therefore, the resulting impact was naturally reduced. With the first attack, besides feeling suffocated, Lu Xian's Tanzhong acupuncture point was unexpectedly not broken through. For the second attack, Lu Xian took a deep breath and once again pushed the Tai Guiyuan technique to the maximum. With a ferocious attack, the third acupuncture point, the Tanzhong acupuncture point, was finally broken through. Following the opening of the Tanzhong acupuncture point, the yuan power that had caused Lu Xian's body to swell finally completely disappeared, all poured into the Tanzhong acupuncture point. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who had been paying close attention to Lu Xian, watched as Lu Xian's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he did not know how many acupuncture points Lu Xian had broken through, there was no doubt that it was definitely more than one. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to contain so much yuan power. Immediately, Chen Mo held his breath and carefully observed Lu Xian's condition. He wanted to see how many acupuncture points his disciple could use this opportunity to break through. Without a doubt, the fourth acupuncture point was the lower dantian, 3 inches below the navel, the Guanyuan acupuncture point. This was also the most important of the 3 major dantians. One must know that this was where the sword crystal was located. Not in a hurry to break through the acupuncture points, Lu Xian frantically circulated the Tai Guiyuan technique. The yuan power outside his body rapidly entered his body. Previously, he had rejected the yuan power, but now, he could not wait for more yuan power. With more yuan power, he would be able to break through even more acupuncture points. As the yuan power continued to flow into his body, Lu Xian's body, which had just returned to normal, began to slowly swell again. All the yuan power was sunk by Lu Xian to 3 inches below his navel. Under the control of the Tai origin technique, the yuan power immediately condensed and suddenly began to bombard his Guanyuan acupoint. Immediately after, his Guanyuan acupoint shook. Sensing the abnormality, the sword crystal in his dantian once again shot out a stream of sword qi, bombarding him from the inside out. The two forces arrived at the same time, especially the impact from the sword qi of the sword crystal. The Guanyuan acupoint was actually broken by Lu Xian in one shot. Countless yuan power once again swarmed in, instantly filling up the Guanyuan acupoint. Using his inner vision, Lu Xian could clearly see the sword crystal inside. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He still remembered that he had obtained the Tai origin technique because he had unintentionally bombarded the sword crystal and obtained some memory fragments. Among these memory fragments were the Tai origin technique, the ancient enchantment technique and the blinking sword technique. He wondered if he could once again bombard another memory fragment. Lu Xian did not doubt that the information contained in the sword crystal's memory fragments were absolutely powerful. Even if he could only obtain one more martial skill, it would still be incredible. As he thought of this, Lu Xian's heart immediately began to burn. With the thought of giving it a try, he once again mobilized his powerful yuan power and prepared for another attack. However, this time, his target was the sword crystal in his dantian. Taking a deep breath, his yuan power fiercely charged forward. In an instant, the yuan power collided with the sword crystal. Lu Xian's perception expanded to the limit as he stared at the sword crystal for fear of missing even the slightest detail. However, to his disappointment, after the collision, the sword crystal only shook slightly and did not smash anything. Evidently, Lu Xian's current strength was not enough to activate the sword crystal again. Lu Xian sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. Even though he felt slightly regretful, this was just something he did on a whim, so he wasn't too disappointed. He stopped wasting his origin energy and focused on breaking through the acupoints. The fifth acupuncture point, Lu Xian chose the Shenting acupuncture point on his head. The Shenting acupuncture point was located a little above the forehead and was also one of the death acupuncture points. This time, without the help of the sword crystal, and with the gradual weakening of the yuanli that was pouring into his body, Lu Xian finally broke through the Shenting acupoint after 3 consecutive attempts until he was feeling dizzy. Lu Xian did not dare to be negligent and quickly stored the yuan power that was poured into the Shenting acupuncture point in order to maintain the stability of the acupuncture point. A newly broken acupuncture point was very unstable, and if it was not replenished with yuan power in time, it was very likely that it would close again. The sixth acupuncture point that Lu Xian chose was still located on the head. It was also one of the 36 death acupuncture points, the Renzhong acupuncture point. Once the Renzhong acupuncture point was opened, it could allow a martial artist to become clear-minded and achieve a balance between yin and yang. This time, it took a total of 5 attempts to break through the acupuncture point. At this time, Lu Xian was already drenched in sweat. If it was not for the fact that he did not want to miss this opportunity and had a large amount of yuan power to support him, he would not have broken through the acupuncture point in such a crazy manner. If he did not break through it, then it would be fine. If he did not break through it and continuously tried to break through it, then it would cause quite a bit of damage to his body. Following the opening of the Renzhong acupuncture point, Lu Xian had already broken through 6 acupuncture points in a row. This was definitely a shocking achievement. One had to know that Lu Tao had only broken through 4 acupuncture points at the peak of the 10th rank of body refinement and not even the 36 death acupuncture points. Even Luo Ning had only broken through 7 acupuncture points. As long as Lu Xian broke through 1 more acupuncture point, with his initial 10th rank of body refinement strength, the number of acupuncture points he broke through would be the same as Luo Ning's. But after Lu Xian continuously broke through the acupuncture points and poured yuan power into the acupuncture points, a large portion of the yuan power from the first sect leader's inheritance had already been consumed. The dissipation of yuan power had also stopped, because there was not that much yuan power left to dissipate. Many disciples who were in the midst of cultivation woke up one by one. Even if they only received a sliver of yuan power from Lu Xian's fingers, it was still a great harvest. Not only did it make their foundations more solid, many of the disciples even took the opportunity to break through the bottleneck that they had been trapped in for a long time. Below the arena, Elder Jean and the others slowly opened their eyes. They were the closest to the arena and the benefits they received were second only to Lu Xian. Although the short period of cultivation was not enough to cause them to have a qualitative change, it was still equivalent to 10 days of bitter cultivation. Elder Jean stopped cultivating and looked at Lu Xian, who was still sitting cross-legged on the arena. He could not help but say, "Lu Xian is indeed a genius. I didn't expect that the inheritance of the previous sect leader, which had been dormant for countless years, would actually be opened by him. This time, I'm afraid he has obtained unimaginable benefits." Instructor Yang nodded and said, "No wonder he took so long to break through, and there was still sword intent surrounding him during this period. I think he must have absorbed a portion of the previous sect leader's sword intent, and his strength will definitely improve further." Hearing this, Janemo turned his head and smiled. "Take a closer look at Lu Xian's cultivation level." Elder Jean and Instructor Yang were startled, and they did as they were told. Then, they were shocked at the same time and looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment. He had actually reached the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. Good boy, he just broke through to the 9th rank of the body refinement realm yesterday, and in just one night, he actually broke through to the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. Although he received the previous sect leader's Yuanli empowerment, this realm is not that easy to break through. His comprehension and talent are both excellent. Instructor Yang laughed out loud. Compared to the joy of Elder Jean and the other two, Elder Gong and Senior Wei of the Sky Saber sect did not look too good, especially Senior Wei, whose face was extremely gloomy. He had painstakingly cultivated to the spirit refinement realm, but this Lu Xian, in less than 2 days, actually rose from the 8th rank of the body refinement realm to the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. Such a speed of improvement filled his heart with jealousy and hatred. If the other party was originally a proud son of heaven, then it would be fine, but it just had to be an unknown boy who was only an inner sect disciple. The difference was so big that it was hard for him to accept. As he stared at Lu Xian, a cold smirk suddenly appeared on Senior Brother Wei's face. A huge improvement, huh? This was good. If the gap between the two was too big, he was worried that Lu Xian would not accept his challenge. Now that Lu Xian had successfully risen to the 10th rank of the body refinement realm, with his temperament, he would not reject his challenge. When the time comes, he would use a few tricks and definitely kill this peerless genius of the Wind Sword School here. As everyone came to their senses, the Yuanli empowerment was nearing its end. The Yuanli surrounding Lu Xian was constantly being absorbed into his body. Not long after, not a trace of Yuanli could be seen. As all the Yuanli entered his body, Lu Xian also began to attack the 7th acupuncture point. After Lu Xian thought about the 7th acupuncture point, he finally set his target on the death acupuncture point on the lumbar vertebra, the Mingmen acupuncture point. The Mingmen acupuncture point was located on the vertebra and was naturally very important. After breaking through the Mingmen acupuncture point, the endurance of the vertebra would be greatly increased. Because the Yuanli empowerment had already disappeared, all the Yuanli had been absorbed into Lu Xian's body. Therefore, breaking through the Mingmen acupuncture point was much more difficult than the previous few acupuncture points. Lu Xian clenched his teeth and endured the waves of pain from the breakthrough. After 10 consecutive attempts, he finally succeeded in breaking through. Without hesitation, all the Yuanli in his body was poured into the Mingmen acupuncture point by Lu Xian. At this point, the effects of the Yuanli empowerment had completely disappeared. Lu Xian used this opportunity and his own extraordinary talent to consecutively break through 7 acupuncture points. 7 acupuncture points was not a small number. Luo Ning had only broken through 7 acupuncture points when he reached the peak of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. On the other hand, Lu Xian had just stepped into the 10th layer of the body refinement realm and was already on par with him. The difference in talent between the two was obvious. In particular, the 7 acupoints that Lu Xian broke were all major acupoints all over his body. They were not the kind of minor acupoints that were dispensable. Not only did they contain more Yuanli, but they also brought a great boost to his powers. If Lu Xian were to fight with Luo Ning again with his current strength, he would not even need to use Cloud Shocking Sword or even Lightning Shocking Sword. Just Wind Shocking Sword would be enough to defeat him. The 10th layer of the body refinement realm was the key to a martial artist's strength. Although the Yuanli empowerment had ended, Lu Xian still did not move. The Tai Yi origin technique continued to circulate, digesting the huge changes that had just happened, and at the same time, consolidating his cultivation of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. At this moment, below the arena, the disciples who had left earlier had once again returned. The huge changes that had occurred in Fallen Sword Peak had been seen by everyone. When they were brought here and found out everything that had happened, the disciples who had left midway were all filled with regret. They did not expect that after leaving for a short period of time, they would miss such a good opportunity. Looking at their companions, who were originally of similar strength to them, now successfully broke through with the help of the ocean of Yuanli, these disciples could be said to be sour in their hearts. In 2 hours, not only had Lu Xian successfully stabilized his cultivation of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, he had also stabilized the 7 acupuncture points that he had broken through. However, Lu Xian's ambition did not stop there. The majority of what he had used to break through the acupuncture points was the Yuanli empowerment. Although it was because of the Yuanli empowerment that breaking through the acupuncture points was twice the result with half the effort, it was still possible to break through the acupuncture points without the Yuanli empowerment. The Yuanli that Lu Xian had absorbed into the 7 acupuncture points suddenly burst forth. In an instant, his body was once again filled with a huge amount of Yuanli. The Tai origin technique circulated, and an endless amount of Yuanli quickly flowed towards his lower body. The acupuncture points that Lu Xian had broken through were all located on the upper body. Although there were far more acupuncture points on the upper body than the lower body, there were also some extremely important acupuncture points on the lower body. In just an instant, the huge amount of Yuanli split into 2 parts and arrived at his calf. Its target was one of the major acupuncture points on the lower body, the Zhusanli acupuncture point. Without the slightest hesitation, the huge amount of Yuanli acupuncture point directly attacked it. Although the Zhusanli acupuncture point was also a major acupuncture point, it was not located in a vital part of the body. Therefore, other than the waves of pain when it attacked, there was not much of a reaction. This bit of pain was still something that Lu Xian could endure. Without the powerful impact brought by the Yuan power injection, just relying on Lu Xian's own Yuan power injection, breaking through the acupuncture points was no longer that simple. Once, twice, thrice, under the repeated impact, Lu Xian's legs only felt waves of pain, as if his legs were about to be crippled, but he still clenched his teeth and persevered. After 9 consecutive impacts, Lu Xian's endurance was almost at its limit. Finally, hard work paid off. Under the 9th impact, the Zhusanli acupuncture points in both legs were suddenly broken through. With the opening of the Zhusanli acupuncture point, a cool feeling spread. For a moment, Lu Xian only felt a sense of lightness, as if his whole body was about to fly. After the storm, finally came the rainbow. The Zhusanli acupuncture point was in charge of the lower limbs of the human body. After breaking through it, one's speed could be greatly increased. This was also the reason why Lu Xian chose it as the 8th acupuncture point to break through. A stream of Yuan power was quickly injected into the Zhusanli acupuncture point, but Lu Xian did not stop. The Yuan power stored in the 7 major acupuncture points was once again shot out, replenishing the exhausted Yuan power. The Tai origin technique revolved, and the Yuan power flowed down again. Lu Xian began to break through the 9th acupuncture point. The 9th acupuncture point was also on the lower body, but it was located on the feet. The Yongquan acupuncture point. The Yongquan acupuncture point and the Zhusanli acupuncture point had one thing in common, and that was that they both could increase a martial artist's speed. Since he chose to break through the acupuncture points on the lower body, then Lu Xian naturally had to do his best in one go and increase his speed further. Although it was said that breaking through to the 10th level of the body refinement realm was the best time to break through acupuncture points, everyone's potential was limited. Now that Lu Xian had successfully broken through 8 acupuncture points, wanting to break through the 9th acupuncture point in one go, the difficulty was almost doubled. When breaking through the Zhusanli acupuncture point, Lu Xian still had a sliver of confidence, but when it came to breaking through the Yongquan acupuncture point, even Lu Xian himself was not confident, and only held the mentality of giving it a try. The Tai origin technique was activated to the maximum, and in the 7 major acupuncture points, Yuan power continuously gushed out, replenishing the Yuan power used to break through the acupuncture points. Because of the intense pain, Lu Xian's face became extremely pale, and his whole body swayed, as if he could not even sit properly. Due to the intense pain, Lu Xian's face turned extremely pale. His entire body began to sway, as if he could not even sit properly. Elder Jean and the others had been staring at Lu Xian without blinking. At that moment, Lu Xian's abnormality was instantly noticed by them, and their expressions changed at the same time. Did an accident? Chen Mo could not help but ask. He had been paying attention to Lu Xian the most, but he had never seen Lu Xian behave so strangely. He's trying to break through his meridian point. It's probably because he's in too much pain that he can't bear it. Elder Jean had a worried look on his face as he said, breaking through acupoints is not something that can be done in one go. If you try to force it, not only will you be unable to break through the acupoints, it might even cause your body to be crippled. Can you wake him up? Chen Mo was even more worried when he heard that there was a possibility of crippling him. He knew that Lu Xian was incomparably arrogant and was afraid that he would compete with himself. If he caused irreparable damage, then the gains would not make up for the losses. This time, Instructor Yang answered on behalf of Elder Jean. Instructor Yang shook his head and said, no matter what, he must not interrupt it. During the process of breaking through the acupuncture points, he needs to be extremely focused. If he tries to interrupt it by force, he will go berserk if he is lucky, but if he is unlucky, his cultivation will drop drastically and his talent will be damaged. Now, he can only rely on Lucian himself. I hope he can realize his condition in time and not break through the acupuncture points blindly. The 3 late-stage deity refinement cultivators were unable to provide any help at this moment. They could only hope that Lucian would wake up on his own and not be stubborn to the end. How could Lucian not be aware of his current condition? After 10 consecutive attempts, his Yongquan acupoint was now in excruciating pain. If he were to continue, it was highly likely that this acupoint would be destroyed, or even crippled. However, he really did not want to give up. His continuous breaking through had strengthened the Yongquan acupuncture point. If he gave up now, the difficulty of breaking through the Yongquan acupuncture point would increase by several times. He might not even be able to break through it for the rest of his life. After carefully checking the situation of the Yongquan acupuncture point, Lucian estimated that the Yongquan acupuncture point could still withstand 5 more attempts. As long as he endured the pain, he might still have a chance to break through it. Fight, Lucian gritted his teeth and started to circulate his origin energy again. A new round of breaking through began. The first time, the second time, waves of unbearable pain came. Lucian's face was drained of all color and his body swayed even more violently. Elder Jean and the rest were worried about the situation. This kid, why is he so stubborn? If he really can't do it, he should just give up. Giving up one acupuncture point won't affect the overall situation. There are so many acupuncture points in the human body. Can he break through all of them? Instructor Yang could not help but scold. Lucian's talent had completely conquered him. He could not wait to pull Lucian into the core group to train him. How would he be willing to see him get hurt? As for the few women closest to Lucian, Lin Sini, Qin Shaohan, and Zhang Dongshuang, they were also worried. Although they did not know what Lucian was doing now, from the looks of Lucian's current condition, it was definitely not good. They did not care how strong Lucian's strength was. As a woman, they hoped that the man they loved would be safe. I still have 2 more chances. If I can't break through it, then I can only give up. Although, it's a pity. Lucian thought to himself. Under the torture of the pain, his consciousness was a little blurred. This time, Lucian did not just use his Yuan force. The power of bloodline, activate. Intermediate sword essence, activate. Dragon sword skill, activate. Apart from the sword crystal in his dantian that he was unable to use, he used all the powers that he could use at that moment. Go! Lucian shouted in his heart. He gathered all his strength and rushed towards the Yongquan acupuncture point. Kacha! A slight sound could be heard. Lucian was slightly stunned, but then he was overjoyed. The Yongquan acupuncture point had finally loosened a little. Although it was not completely opened, it was enough to let him see hope. Once again, another attack was launched. With this attack, Lucian seemed to hear an extremely pleasant rumbling sound. The Yongquan acupuncture point, which had been continuously attacked for 15 times, was finally opened. The remaining Yuan force all surged towards the Yongquan acupuncture point. In an instant, an extremely comfortable feeling came. The pain that was caused by the repeated attacks started to quickly reduce. The bitterness was over, and the sweetness was coming. With the opening of the Yongquan acupuncture point, Lucian's pale face started to show signs of redness. His swaying body had already stabilized and was no longer swaying. Seeing this, Elder Jean and the other 2 felt relieved and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. Good lad, he really succeeded. I wonder how many acupuncture points he has broken through. Elder Jean said with a sigh of relief. Instructor Yang rubbed his chin and guessed, based on his innate talent, coupled with the essence energy empowerment, he should have broken through at least 5 acupoints. Breaking through 5 acupuncture points in one go, as long as he does not die prematurely in the future, reaching the late stage of the spirit refinement realm, or even the peak of the spirit refinement realm is simply a matter of a nail in the coffin. Our Wind Sword School finally sees a rising genius, Elder Jean could not help but sigh. It was the easiest time to see a cultivator's talent when breaking through the acupuncture points of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. After clearing the Yongquan acupoint, Lu Xian finally stopped trying to break through the acupoint. He knew that he had almost failed, and he knew that he had reached his limit. He did not dare to try it recklessly. The most important thing now was to completely digest what he had just gained. Breaking through 9 acupoints in one go was definitely enough to shock everyone present. Forget the Windsword sect and the Skyblade sect, even in a 4th grade sect like the Dark Ice Pavilion, there were very few who could do such a thing over the years. What Lu Xian did not know was that even Zhao Binger only managed to break through 8 acupoints in one go when she broke through her acupoints. Although Zhao Binger did not receive the Yuan Force infusion, the mysterious Ice Pavilion also had some special training grounds for genius disciples. The concentration of the Yuan Force was much higher than the outside world. With the addition of some rare medicines, the supplementary effect was not inferior to Lu Xian's. Traces of Yuan Force were absorbed into Lu Xian's body, replenishing the Yuan Force he had just consumed. Everything was calm. The storm caused by the sudden change in the fallen sword peak finally subsided. Apart from the increase in everyone's strength, it was as if nothing had happened. As time passed, the sun climbed higher and higher. From morning to noon, the sun shone brightly. At this moment, Lu Xian, who had been meditating for 20 hours, slowly opened his eyes. Lu Xian had finally awakened. In a short period of 20 hours, Lu Xian's strength could be said to have undergone a tremendous change. His cultivation went from the peak of the 8th layer of the body tempering realm to the beginning of the 10th layer of the body tempering realm. He even broke through 9 acupuncture points in a row. His sword intent also soared from the middle stage to the peak of the middle stage. He also learned an extremely powerful martial technique, the middle profound grade martial technique, dragon sword technique. Under the strong sunlight, Lu Xian could not help but squint his eyes. After a while, he returned to normal and slowly stood up. Senior Brother Lu is mighty. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu, for the benefits. Seeing Lu Xian stand up, the disciples below the stage, who were either sitting or standing, all cheered with joy on their faces. Hearing the cheers, Lu Xian was slightly startled. He did not know what was going on. He had only broken through 1 cultivation level. Why were these disciples thanking him? At this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xian. It was Elder Jean and the others who had leapt onto the stage. Don't be surprised. When you broke through, the Yuan Force that dissipated has benefited them greatly. Naturally, they have to thank you. Even Instructor Yang and I have benefited greatly. Elder Jean smiled and said, Lu Xian, did you just receive the inheritance of the first sect leader? Upon hearing this, Lu Xian fell silent for a moment before nodding his head. There was no need to hide anything from Elder Jean and the rest. He bluntly said, just now, when I was breaking through, I sensed that a sword had suddenly appeared. It was the same shape as the sword on Fallen Sword Peak. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the inheritance left behind by the first sect leader. As expected. Elder Jean nodded his head in understanding. You are indeed a person with great fortune. Fallen Sword Peak has existed for countless years without any activity. Even the people of Wind Sword School have forgotten about it. I never expected that you would actually activate it today. Haha, the previous sect leader is indeed far-sighted. The timing of the inheritance activation is so coincidental. It happens to be activated when all the disciples are here. The dissipated Yuan power is minimized. If it was activated on a normal day, a large portion would have been wasted. Instructor Yang laughed heartily. The timing of the inheritance's activation was indeed just right. If Lu Xian had activated it while he was cultivating, the dissipated Yuan Qi would have quickly dissipated into the heavens and the earth. It would not have been used so easily by everyone. In the end, the one who would benefit would only be Lu Xian, and not all the inner sect disciples. After a pause, Instructor Yang suddenly asked in a low voice, Lu Xian, tell me honestly. How many acupuncture points did you break just now? After saying that, Instructor Yang looked at Lu Xian with a hopeful look on his face. The look of curiosity was undisguised on his face. He really wanted to know how far Lu Xian could go. Lu Xian was a little hesitant when he heard that. He thought about it for a bit and felt that there was nothing to hide. It was not a secret that could not be revealed. Furthermore, the three people present would definitely not harm him because of his talent. On the contrary, they would value him even more. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian said in a low voice, I broke a total of 9 acupuncture points. Hiss, Elder Jean, Instructor Yang and Chen Mo all sucked in a breath of cold air. The three of them looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Breaking through 9 acupoints in one go, what kind of potential was that? Even though there was the effect of elemental energy empowerment, if one's potential was insufficient, it would be impossible to achieve this effect. In fact, one might even explode from the immense amount of elemental energy. You're too scary. After a long while, Instructor Yang finally digested the shocking news brought by Lu Xian. He then turned to Elder Jean and asked, Elder Jean, how many acupoints did you break when you broke through the 10th stage of body refinement? Hearing Instructor Yang's sudden question, Elder Jin's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He quietly extended 3 fingers and said, only 3. Breaking through 3 acupoints in one go was not bad, but it was not great either. Compared to Lu Xian, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Not to mention the difference of 6 acupoints, even a difference of 1 acupoint would be an insurmountable gap. I am a little better than you, I broke through 4 acupoints. However, in front of Lu Xian, I feel a little inferior, Instructor Yang said in embarrassment. As the few of them whispered, Elder Gong and Senior Brother Wei stepped onto the arena at the same time. The provocation in Senior Brother Wei's eyes was especially obvious. After waiting for almost a whole day, Lu Xian finally woke up. I wonder how the 3 elders' discussion went. Can I issue a challenge now? Senior Brother Wei said directly. Seeing the 2 of them on the arena, Instructor Yang's face suddenly turned cold. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was confused. He had a slight impression of this Senior Brother Wei. He seemed to be sitting in the Skyblade Sex area, but he did not know when he came on the arena. He even said he wanted to issue a challenge. Could it be that he wanted to challenge me? While feeling surprised, Lu Xian checked Senior Brother Wei's strength, and his expression changed slightly. He could not see through Senior Brother Wei's strength. Now that Lu Xian had reached the 10th tier of the body refinement realm, he could see through the strength of all warriors in the body refinement realm. Since he couldn't see through Senior Brother Wei's strength, there was only one explanation, and that was that he had already reached the spirit refinement realm. With the strength of the spirit refinement realm, he actually dared to challenge a martial artist in the body refinement realm. Wasn't this guy too thick-skinned? Ignoring Instructor Yang and the others, Senior Brother Wei put his hands behind his back and said directly, Lu Xian, right? Yesterday, the 2nd and 3rd core disciples of the Skyblade sect were defeated by you. I wonder if you dare to accept the challenge of the 1st core disciple of the Skyblade sect. If you can win, then you can openly announce that you, as an inner disciple of the Wind Sword School, defeated all the core disciples of the Skyblade sect. How about it? Lu Xian, don't listen to his nonsense. Don't accept it. When your cultivation is higher in the future, I will personally take you to the Skyblade sect to challenge them. Instructor Yang said immediately. He did not hide anything from Elder Gong and Senior Brother Wei. Hearing this, Senior Brother Wei's eyes flashed with anger, but he forcibly suppressed it. He looked at Lu Xian with disdain. Why? You don't dare? Lu Xian chuckled. It doesn't matter whether I dare or not. However, why should I accept your challenge? Is it just for a false reputation? Even if I don't accept your challenge, it won't damage my reputation, right? A spirit refinement realm cultivator challenging a body refining realm cultivator is a matter of course. Instructor Yang and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Lu Xian's words. They were really afraid that Lu Xian would accept Senior Brother Wei's challenge in a moment of impulse. Although Lu Xian's strength had improved a lot, they did not believe that he could defeat Senior Brother Wei. Senior Brother Wei was not only the 1st core disciple of the Skyblade sect, but he was also the son of the Skyblade sect's sect leader. His foundation was extremely solid and could not be compared to ordinary spirit refinement realm cultivators in the secular world. Senior Brother Wei was speechless when he heard Lu Xian's words. He did not expect Lu Xian to reject him so decisively. According to his previous understanding of Lu Xian, he thought that Lu Xian was also a hot-blooded young man. As long as he provoked him, he would definitely accept the challenge impulsively. However, the truth was the complete opposite of what he expected. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. What's there to explain? It seems that I've misjudged you. You're just a person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. You only dare to attack my junior brothers, but you don't dare to accept my challenge. Senior brother Wei did not give up and tried to provoke Lu Xian again. You can think whatever you want. If you want to challenge me, you can find the core disciples of my Wind Sword School. If they can't accept it, I might want to fight with you. Lu Xian said casually. Senior brother Wei was slightly stunned when he heard that. Then, he became furious. According to what Lu Xian said, the reason why he did not accept his challenge was that he was not qualified to fight with Lu Xian. He would only be qualified to fight with him if he could defeat the core disciples of the Wind Sword School. As the first core disciple of the Skyblade sect, the son of the Skyblade sect leader, and an expert in the spirit refinement realm, when had senior brother Wei ever been looked down upon like this? For a moment, his heart was burning with rage, and he wanted nothing more than to go up and cut Lu Xian in half. Even though he was furious, with Instructor Yang and the rest present, senior brother Wei could not act presumptuously. Moreover, Lu Xian's stubbornness made him extremely frustrated. Since he had issued a challenge, how could he be easily rejected? After thinking for a while, he decided to use a different approach. You have just broken through to rank 10 of the body refinement realm, you must have broken through a few acupoints, right? Senior brother Wei slowly walked in front of Lu Xian and said, although breaking through an acupoint can bring about a significant increase in strength, it will inevitably cause some damage to the acupoints. If it is not nurtured in time, it is very likely to leave behind internal injuries in the future. So what? Looking at senior brother Wei, Lu Xian could not deny it. In fact, he was right. Lu Xian could feel a faint stabbing pain coming from the 9 acupoints that he had broken through, especially the Yongquan acupoint that he had broken through 15 times in a row. Hearing this, senior brother Wei's face revealed a confident smile. To get rid of these internal injuries, other than constantly nurturing them with Yuan power, the best way is to consume acupoint nourishing pills. I have 3 acupoint nourishing pills here. As long as you can defeat me, these 3 acupoint nourishing pills are yours. How about it? Once senior brother Wei said this, Instructor Yang and the rest immediately frowned. They did not expect this guy to be so generous. Acupoint nourishing pills were extremely important and precious to martial artists in rank 10 of the body refinement realm. The value of 1 acupoint nourishing pill was almost equivalent to the lowest level treasure. The value of 3 acupoint nourishing pills was incomparably huge. Even Instructor Yang and the rest could only use a limited number of acupoint nourishing pills. After thinking quickly, without waiting for Lu Xian to speak, Instructor Yang took the initiative to say, Wind Sword School also has acupoint nourishing pills. After this is over, I will personally bring you 3 acupoint nourishing pills, no, 5 acupoint nourishing pills. This time it could be said that Instructor Yang had put in a lot of effort. 5 acupoint nourishing pills was definitely a considerable amount of wealth. However, based on Lu Xian's talent, it was totally worth it to use 5 acupoint nourishing pills on him. With Lu Xian's talent, he absolutely could not allow a lack of elixirs to leave behind hidden injuries in his body, which would affect his future development. Senior brother Wei's heart sank when he heard Instructor Yang's words. He did not expect the Wind Sword sect to be so willing to pay such a high price. He looked at Instructor Yang with even more hatred. Instructor Yang had already ruined his plans to provoke Lu Xian several times. However, since he had already said so, how could he shrink back? Stealing his heart, senior brother Wei continued, 5 acupoint nurturing pills. How arrogant. I will take out 10 of them. As long as Lu Xian can defeat me, all 10 acupoint nurturing pills are yours. 10 acupoint nurturing pills is not a small amount. Instructor Yang didn't expect senior brother Wei to be so determined. It was not that he couldn't take out 10 acupoint nurturing pills, but among the core disciples, there were many who needed acupoint nurturing pills. He couldn't completely side with Lu Xian. Just as he was thinking, senior brother Wei seemed to be worried that his trump card was not enough, so he added another big bet. Apart from 10 acupoint nurturing pills, I will also add a spirit concentration pill. This bed is big enough, right? Senior brother Wei gritted his teeth. Compared to the 10 acupoint nurturing pills, this spirit concentration pill was what really hurt him. Spirit concentration pill? Elder Jin couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing Elder Jin's exclamation, Lu Xian was surprised. Although he didn't know what the spirit concentration pill was for, it must be something extraordinary if it could shock Elder Jin. That's right, it's the spirit concentration pill. Senior brother Wei said proudly. He glanced at Lu Xian and explained, I guess you still don't know the effect of the spirit concentration pill. Let me explain it to you. Above the body refining realm is the spirit refining realm. To break through to the spirit refining realm, one needs to refine the energy of the primordial spirit and condense the vital energy. Countless half-step divine refinement cultivators are stuck at this step, but with the spirit gathering pellet, it's nothing difficult. The spirit gathering pellet's function is to help cultivators condense their natal energy and break through to the divine refinement realm. In other words, a spirit concentration pill is equivalent to a spirit refining realm cultivator. Do you want it? Senior brother Wei's tone was full of temptation. He believed that a cultivator in the 10th layer of spirit refining realm might be able to resist the temptation of the acupoint nurturing pill, but it was impossible to resist the temptation of the spirit concentration pill. The acupoint nurturing pill was just the icing on the cake. Even without the acupoint nurturing pill, as long as a cultivator was willing to spend a certain amount of time nurturing his acupoints, he could achieve the same effect. However, the effect of the spirit concentration pill was unique. As expected, Lu Xian hesitated after hearing Senior Brother Wei's words. Senior Brother Wei was overjoyed when he saw this, but he struck while the iron was hot without batting an eyelid. It's extremely difficult to refine a spirit amassing pill. Even your wind sword sect doesn't have many. Of course, with your talent, you might be able to obtain a spirit amassing pill as a reward, but only one. It's impossible for you to obtain more. If you can obtain the spirit amassing pill in my hands, then your close friends and lovers will also have the chance to enter the spirit refinement realm. I believe that you also hope that your lovers can accompany you, right? After hearing Senior Brother Wei's words, Instructor Yang, who was about to persuade Lu Xian, immediately shut his mouth. He was about to tell Lu Xian that it was not difficult for him to get a spirit concentration pill with his talent, but if Lu Xian wanted to get a spirit concentration pill for someone else, it would be very difficult. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian suddenly smiled and said, taking out such a big bet, it seems that you really want to fight with me? Senior Brother Wei raised his eyebrows and said without concealing it, that's right. I am a person who pays attention to my thoughts. Since I'm standing on the arena, if I don't fight with you, I'm afraid I won't be able to calm down. You don't have to pay anything, but as long as you win, you can get 10 acupoint cultivating pills and a spirit concentration pill. Such a good thing is hard to find, right? If that's the case, then let's fight. Lu Xian finally agreed. With the strength of the body refining realm, he accepted the challenge of a spirit refining realm warrior. Lu Xian, be careful with your words. Think about it carefully. Instructor Yang shouted. Even if Lu Xian's improvement was huge, he only thought highly of Lu Xian's potential, not Lu Xian's strength. It was extremely rare for a body refining realm warrior to challenge a spirit refining realm warrior. Moreover, the other party was the #1 core disciple of the Sky Saber sect. He was not an ordinary spirit refining realm warrior. Thank you for your concern, Instructor Yang. However, riches come from danger. I do indeed wish to obtain a spirit concentration pill for my companion. Once he finished speaking, Lu Xian turned his gaze towards the foot of the stage and looked at the beautiful figure at the front of the sword sect disciples. When their eyes met, Lin Sini's eyes were filled with tenderness. There was even a hint of mist in them. Lu Xian was going to risk his life for her once again. If it was possible, Lin Sini would rather not have the so-called spirit concentration pill as long as Lu Xian did not take the risk. However, she knew that Lu Xian's decision was not something she could change. She could only choose to believe in Lu Xian. She believed that her man would definitely be able to defeat all the enemies in front of him. Qin Shaohan and Zhang Dongshuang, who were standing beside Lin Sini, looked at Lu Xian and turned to look at Lin Sini. Qin Shaohan's eyes were filled with envy. However, she could not say anything because she cultivated the talisman Dao and did not need the spirit concentration pill. She only thought that if she was in Lin Sini's shoes, would Lu Xian make the same choice? As for Zhang Dongshuang, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. This girl with the surname Lin should be young hero Lu's true love, right? She did not dare to ask for anything. She only hoped that she could stay by young hero Lu's side. Withdrawing his eyes from Lin Sini, Lu Xian opened his mouth again and said, "What's more, I had some enlightenment when I was cultivating just now. I also want to take the opportunity to verify it and find someone to try my moves on." Since Lu Xian had said so much, Instructor Yang could not persuade him anymore. He just sighed and said, "Safety first. Once the situation is unfavorable, I will take the initiative to stop the fight." Although he could not let Lu Xian refuse the challenge, he could guarantee Lu Xian's safety. At worst, he could admit defeat. Anyway, Lu Xian would not suffer any loss. "Haha, good, you really have guts." Senior Brother Wei laughed heartily, feeling extremely carefree. He had finally forced Lu Xian to fight him. Although the wager was valuable, as long as he defeated Lu Xian, all of it would be for naught. "Elders, please step down. Leave the arena to me and Lu Xian," Senior Brother Wei said. "Humph, if you dare to take advantage of this opportunity to kill me, let's see if you can walk out of here alive." Instructor Yang glanced at Senior Brother Wei and said coldly. He then jumped down from the arena. Following that, Elder Jin, Chen Mo, and Elder Gong left the arena one after another. Only Lu Xian and Senior Brother Wei were left in the arena. After taking a deep breath, Lu Xian looked at Senior Brother Wei and asked in a deep voice, "May I know your name?" An unnatural expression flashed across Senior Brother Wei's face when he heard Lu Xian ask for his name. He had always been extremely wary of his name, but since Lu Xian had asked him, he had no choice but to answer. "My surname is Wei, and my name is Sua. If there's nothing else, let's begin." Although Senior Brother Wei desperately wanted Lu Xian to ignore his name, things did not go as he wished. Lu Xian was slightly stunned and said, "Perverted?" Hearing Lu Xian say the two words together, Wei Sua's face flashed with anger. "It's Wei Sua. Wei is in Wei, Sua is in Sua. Not perverted." "I see. So it's Senior Brother Perverted. My apologies. I'm Lu Xian. I believe Senior Brother Wei already knows me." Lu Xian smiled and cupped his hands. Last time, he met an idiot. This time, he met a perverted person. People from the Skyblade sect's territory had interesting names. However, in Wei Sua's eyes, Lu Xian's smile was very detestable. "Humph, of course I know. Since you've defeated a few of my junior brothers, let me have a taste of your strength." Wei Sua did not want to waste any more time with Lu Xian and said decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, a shiny long saber appeared in Wei Sua's hand. As soon as the long saber appeared, it dazzled everyone's eyes and attracted everyone's attention. "A human middle-grade treasure weapon." Elder Jin exclaimed again. Instructor Yang and the others' faces darkened as well. They were all knowledgeable people. Naturally, they could tell at a glance that the weapon in Wei Sua's hand was not an ordinary human lower-grade treasure weapon, but a human middle-grade treasure weapon. Under normal circumstances, Wei Sua would not be able to wield a weapon of this level with his strength. However, he was the son of the Sky Saber sect's sect leader. How could an ordinary martial artist compare to the weapon he used? How shameless! Challenging a body refining realm martial artist with the strength of a spirit refinement realm martial artist, and he even wants to take advantage of the weapon. Chen Mo's face darkened. Wei Sua's cultivation was much higher than Lu Xian's, and now even his weapon was better than Lu Xian's. How could they fight this battle? Wei Sua chuckled and said, "Weapons are also part of one's strength. If you have a good weapon, you can give it to Lu Xian. I don't mind." Instructor Yang did not stand on ceremony. Even if Wei Sua did not say so, he was prepared to let Lu Xian change his weapon. He quickly took out a long sword from his storage ring. It was also a human middle-grade treasure weapon. Instructor Yang shouted at Lu Xian, "Lu Xian, I'll lend you my weapon." Looking at the long sword in Instructor Yang's hand, Lu Xian shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Instructor Yang. I appreciate it, but there's no need." Instructor Yang frowned. How could Lu Xian be so ignorant? Was he going to talk about morality with his opponent at this moment? Although it was not his own weapon and it was not easy to use, the difference between a human middle-grade treasure weapon and a human lower-grade treasure weapon was enough to make up for it. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Lu Xian take out his weapon. With a flash of sword light, a slender sword with an extraordinary design and flawless body had already appeared in Lu Xian's hand. As soon as this sword appeared, everyone was stunned, and then their expressions changed. Human rank. Upper rank. This time, it was Elder Gong who cried out. He was currently staring at the sword in Lu Xian's hand, his eyes unblinking. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, as if he wanted to take a closer look to prove that he was mistaken. Unfortunately, no matter how he looked at it, that sword was a high-grade human rank sword, and it wasn't fake at all. It's really an upper human rank. Where did this kid get it? Elder Jin's tone was filled with surprise and joy. He was surprised that Lu Xian had brought them wave after wave of surprises, and he was happy that not only was Lu Xian not at a disadvantage in terms of weapon, but he was also at an advantage. After confirming the grade of Lu Xian's sword, Instructor Yang immediately retracted his hand slowly. His expression was extremely interesting, and after a while, he muttered, "Damn it, I made a fool of myself again. This kid's weapon is actually better than mine." Hearing his words, Elder Jin and Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were in a good mood. Since Lu Xian already had an advantage in terms of weapon, they didn't say anything more. Wei Suo also looked carefully, and the smile on his face had disappeared. "I didn't expect you to still have a trump card. It seems that I still underestimated you. However, even if you have an advantage in weapon, the gap in strength is not something that can be made up for by a mere weapon." Lu Xian shrugged and said, "Senior brother Wei, you misunderstood me. I didn't want to have an advantage in weapon, I just didn't want to be at a disadvantage. However, I don't have a middle-grade human rank weapon, so I could only take out this upper human rank weapon. As for the advantage, it was just an unintentional move." Hearing this, Wei Suo fiercely complained in his heart, "If I changed my weapon to an lower human rank weapon now, would you be willing to change your sword?" Of course, he only thought these words in his heart. He would never do such a thing that would cause him to lose face. The most important thing was that he was extremely confident in his own strength. With his strength in the spirit refinement realm, it would be easy for him to deal with a kid in the body refinement stage. He would only let him have a slight advantage in terms of weapons. "Come on, there's no need to embarrass yourself with your ordinary martial skills. Let me experience your strongest martial skill," Wei Suo said sternly. The only thing that could threaten him was Lu Xian's profound-level martial skill. Even if it was Lu Xian's killer move, the blinking sword technique, it would not be able to pose any threat to him under such a huge gap in strength. "As you wish." Lu Xian spat out 4 words. He slowly raised the upper human rank broken ice sword in his hand, and the yuan power in his body was already circulating. On the quiet arena, a sudden gust of wind blew, causing Lu Xian's robes to flutter. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. The sword aura of the startling wind sword had already started to gather. Looking at Lu Xian's actions, Wei Suo did not move. As a spirit refinement realm expert, he naturally had his own pride. Facing a little guy in the body refining stage, if he still wanted to take the initiative to attack, where would he put his face? With the increase of the sword aura, Lu Xian's state of mind also quickly calmed down. He had forgotten everything around him. In his eyes, there was only Wei Suo in front of him. Wei Suo was not only the strongest enemy he had met so far, but also the first spirit refinement realm expert that he had fought head-on. Once upon a time, the spirit refinement realm was an unattainable existence for Lu Xian. The difference between the spirit refinement realm and the body refining stage was a whole realm. For most martial artists, it was almost an insurmountable mountain. But in the eyes of Lu Xian, the spirit refinement realm was not an invincible existence. Body refining stage 10 opened 9 acupoints, sword intent close to the peak of the middle stage, profound level lower grade startling cloud sword technique, profound level middle grade dragon sword technique were all his trump cards. Today, he wanted to prove to everyone that it was possible for a body refining stage cultivator to defeat a spirit refinement stage cultivator. Ninth uncle, that Wei Suo, what level has he reached? Can Lu Xian win? Will it be dangerous? Seeing that the battle was about to begin, Lin Sini finally could not help but ask Yanjiao, who was beside her. Yanjiao's eyes were also staring unblinkingly at the ring. When he heard Lin Sini's question, he replied without turning his head, the spirit refinement realm is the same as the body refining stage. There are a total of 10 levels. The first 3 levels are also known as the early spirit refinement stage, the middle 3 levels are known as the mid-spirit refinement stage, the last 3 levels are known as the late spirit refinement stage, and the 10th level is known as the peak spirit refinement stage. This way Su'a should have broken through the spirit refinement stage for a period of time. Right now, he is already at the great success of the first level of spirit refinement stage. More importantly, his foundation is also incomparably solid. It is far from what an ordinary spirit refinement stage martial artist can compare with. Great success of the first level of spirit refinement stage? Fortunately, at least there is not too much of a gap. Lin Sini thought to herself. In fact, it was precisely because Wei Su'a was only in the first tier of the spirit refinement realm that Instructor Yang and the others allowed Lu Xian to accept the challenge. If Wei Su'a was a little stronger and had reached the second tier of the spirit refinement realm or even higher, they would not have allowed Lu Xian to challenge him no matter what. In the spirit refinement realm, every level difference in strength would increase exponentially. With his mind fully focused on the battle, Lu Xian was already in his best condition. He fully unleashed the strength of the 10th tier of the body refinement realm and the sword essence that was close to the peak of the middle stage. At this moment, all of it burst forth. He was facing an elite in the spirit refinement realm and could not hide anything at all. Startling wind. As Lu Xian shouted, he turned his wrist and waved the shattered ice sword. The startling wind sword that was condensed to the extreme was instantly unleashed. A majestic gust of wind rapidly swept towards Wei Su'a. It also contained a powerful sword force and an incomparably sharp sword essence. When the 3 of them combined into one, it was extremely powerful. Is this the startling wind? It's not enough. Feeling the gust of wind sweeping in front of him, Wei Su'a softly spat out a few words. He did not dodge or evade. Instead, he quickly raised his long sword and slashed it down. The move was extremely simple, but this simple move was able to unleash a sufficiently powerful force. The strength of an elite in the spirit refinement realm was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. The difference between the spirit refinement realm and the body refinement realm was that a casual attack from an elite in the spirit refinement realm could mobilize the yuan qi of heaven and earth. As Wei Su'a raised his long sword, the surrounding yuan qi quickly gathered. The moment the long sword slashed out, a huge sword aura suddenly shot out and in the blink of an eye, it collided with Lu Xian's startling wind sword. Lu Xian's seemingly extremely powerful startling wind sword was not as powerful as imagined when faced with Wei Su'a's sword. It was almost instantly broken through. However, after Wei Su'a's sword broke through the startling wind sword, its strength was also exhausted and annihilated into nothingness. Even so, the difference between the two was obvious. Lu Xian had used his sword will and a profound level martial technique, while Wei Su'a had only used a normal attack. He had not even used any martial technique. It was obvious that if Lu Xian's strength was only at this level, he would definitely not be a match for Wei Su'a. The words spirit refinement realm were no joke. Although the startling wind sword had been easily broken, Lu Xian felt much more at ease. That attack just now was merely to test Wei Su'a's strength. After all, he had never fought against an expert in the spirit ascension realm before this. He did not have a direct understanding of the strength of a warrior in the spirit ascension realm. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one emerge victorious in battle. Although the attack was not able to force Wei Su'a's true strength, but Lu Xian had spirit Su'a, the realm, Rifin, he had the refinement Su'a, Wei, Su'a, Su'al Xian, realm, spirit, Li Su'a. Wei did not use. Yang Wei Su, Wei Xian Yang was with sect stage. He had yet to reveal the strength of the body refinement realm's 9th meridian. According to Lu Xian's estimation, since the startling wind sword was evenly matched with Wei Su'a, it was not impossible for him to win if he used all his strength. Lu Xian did not stop after startling wind made his move. He channeled his origin power once more, and a thunderous rumble was heard. At the same time, a dazzling web of lightning appeared in the empty air. Boundless origin power of thunder coalesced. Wei Suo watched Lu Xian's movements and sensed the thunder elemental energy all around him, but he still did not move. There was even a hint of a sneer on his face as he sized Lu Xian up with interest. The power of this martial skill was indeed extraordinary. What was even rarer was that Lu Xian had completely comprehended it. Unfortunately, Lu Xian's strength was his shortcoming. If Lu Xian had reached the spirit refinement realm, Wei Suo might have had to face him seriously. However, he was only at the 10th meridian. Even if Lu Xian had completely comprehended this martial skill, he would not be able to fully display its power. This was because a profound level martial skill was originally a martial skill that could only be used by a spirit refinement realm practitioner. Lu Xian's speed was very fast. In less than a breath's time, the entire arena was filled with flashing lightning. A battle between martial artists was a matter of life and death. If it took a few breaths' time to unleash an attack, it would be enough for one to die several times. Just as Wei Suo was preparing to receive Lu Xian's attack, Lu Xian's figure suddenly flashed. At this moment, the galloping thunder flash was activated. Lu Xian's speed was abruptly raised to the limit at that very moment. The very moment he used his body technique, he suddenly felt two cool sensations coming from his legs. It was as if two bursts of power had been shot out of his legs, causing his body to become even lighter and his speed to skyrocket. Without a doubt, the two bursts of energy came from the Zhusanli and Yongquan acupuncture points. The last two acupuncture points that Lu Xian had broken through finally showed their value. As the power from these two acupuncture points exploded, Lu Xian's already extremely fast speed suddenly became difficult to grasp. Realizing this, Lu Xian decided to go all out. The power of his bloodline was also activated at this moment. With 3 bursts of energy added together, how fast was his speed? The spectating disciples below the arena felt as if they had lost track of Lu Xian at this moment. They had no idea how Lu Xian moved. Even Elder Jean and Instructor Yang, who were late-stage tempered soul cultivators, were incomparably shocked. Although they could clearly see Lu Xian's movements, they could only see a hint of blur. To be able to explode with such speed with the strength of a 10th tempered body cultivator, how shocking was that? The most shocked person was naturally Wei Suo, who was facing off against Lu Xian. From the moment Lu Xian moved, he had already locked onto Lu Xian's figure. But what surprised him was that during the process of Lu Xian's movement, he had used some unknown method to increase his speed twice. After the first acceleration, he could barely see Lu Xian's figure. However, after the second acceleration, he lost track of Lu Xian as well. A martial artist in the tempered body cultivator's speed could actually reach such a level. This was simply subverting Wei Suo's understanding. Wei Suo, who originally had a contemptuous look on his face, no longer dared to be careless. With just this speed alone, Lu Xian had the qualifications for him to take him seriously. Although he thought that his strength was far superior to Lu Xian's, it did not mean that he dared to take on Lu Xian's attack. He was relying on the fact that he could easily break all of Lu Xian's attacks. Not to mention the following thunder strike, even if it was the previous wind strike, he would definitely not be able to escape unscathed. Everything happened in an instant. The distance between Lu Xian and Wei Suo was not considered far. At this moment, Lu Xian moved so quickly that he arrived in front of Wei Suo in an instant. Thunder strike. A cold voice rang out in Wei Suo's ears. As soon as this was said, all the lightning suddenly shrank and a huge thunderbolt suddenly appeared behind Wei Suo. The sound rang out and the change in the primordial energy caused Wei Suo's back to break out in cold sweat. Although he had already been on guard against Lu Xian's speed, the speed was too fast. He could not react at all, and Lu Xian's attack had already arrived. However, the spirit refinement realm was the spirit refinement realm after all. Even if he had been careless, this little accident was not enough to make Wei Suo lose his composure. A warrior in the spirit refinement realm had already refined his body's primordial energy. The power that could be unleashed was not something that a warrior in the body refinement realm could compare with. At this moment, the power of the spirit refinement realm burst forth from Wei Suo's body without reservation. An unknown movement technique was used, and he did not seem to move at all, but his entire body suddenly shot forward several feet. As his body shot forward, Wei Suo turned around extremely quickly. Although the thunder strike was fast, it was still a little slow due to Wei Suo's full strength. At this moment, there was still about 2 feet between Wei Suo and Wei Suo. Such a long distance was enough for Wei Suo to respond. Sky-burning devil blade! Wei Suo shouted angrily. The long blade in his hand suddenly swept across, and a violent flame burst forth. It rapidly rushed towards Lu Xian's thunderstrike. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks collided. At this moment, Wei Suo finally used his martial technique. Thunder and fire were both extremely violent elements. At this moment, when thunder and fire collided, how could they coexist peacefully? Lu Xian's thunderstrike and Wei Suo's sky-burning devil blade burst forth at the same time. Thunder roared and flames shot out in all directions. The entire arena was shrouded in the light of thunder and fire. From afar, one could only see a bluish-purple and fiery red. However, overall, the fiery red light still had the absolute upper hand. Although this blade was hurriedly unleashed by Wei Suo, the strength of the spirit refinement realm was not fake at all. More importantly, this sky-burning devil blade was also a profound level martial technique. Based on Wei Suo's status, a profound rank martial skill was not something unattainable to him. From the moment he stepped into the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, he had already started cultivating a profound rank martial skill. Up until now, he had already grasped 70 to 80% of the heaven-incinerating devil saber. Using a profound level martial technique with the strength of the spirit refinement realm was more than twice as powerful as using a body refinement realm. Just the amount of yuan qi that could be mobilized was already on a different level. Had it not been for Lu Xian's sudden burst of speed and the attack that caught Wei Suo off guard, the thunderclap sword would not have been able to block Wei Suo's sky-burning devil blade. Even so, the power of the thunderclap sword was quickly nullified by the sky-burning devil blade. None of the spectators missed a single detail of the intense battle in the ring. They did not expect Lu Xian and Wei Suo to enter such a heated battle so quickly. Elder Jin and Instructor Yang held their weapons in their hands, while Chen Mo was ready to inscribe talismans at any moment. However, the three of them did not make a move at the moment. They knew that Lu Xian still had a stronger sword, and that was the startling cloud strike. Previously, it was only half a move of the startling cloud strike, and it was enough to repel Luo Ning. Now, they also wanted to see what level this sword of Lu Xian could reach. Luo Ning, who had already retreated, also stared at the battle on the arena. Seeing Lu Xian and Wei Suo standing together, Luo Ning's heart was filled with emotions and frustration. If he was in Lu Xian's position, he would have been defeated long ago, not to mention that Lu Xian still had a trump card that he had yet to use. Lu Xian was able to fight against a cultivator in the spirit refinement realm to this extent, even almost causing Wei Suo to fail miserably. Lu Xian had already shown everyone how powerful he was. Even if he were to lose now, it would be an honorable defeat. The huge change in strength brought by Lu Xian's breakthrough was indeed quite shocking. If it was Lu Xian before his breakthrough, he would definitely not be able to reach this level. The only thing that made Luo Ning feel lucky was that he admitted defeat. Otherwise, if he were to fight with Lu Xian in his current state, he would probably be defeated in one move. That would undoubtedly be extremely embarrassing. At this moment, the bluish-purple lightning on the arena was finally suppressed by the fiery red light. The sky-burning devil blade, which had not yet exhausted its power, pressed down on Lu Xian forcefully. An evil smile flashed across Wei Suo's face. A mere body refinement state cultivator dared to be arrogant against him. Did he think that he could gain the upper hand with a little trick? He wanted to let Lu Xian know that a spirit refinement state cultivator was not so easily provoked. Just as Wei Suo revealed a smug expression, an extremely sharp sword light suddenly rushed out from the flames. The powerful sword aura almost condensed into a substance at this moment. The sky-burning devil blade, which had not yet exhausted its power, was instantly defeated by this sword. A figure appeared after the sword light. Lu Xian, who was holding the shattered ice sword, seemed to have been reborn from the fire. The flames around his body made his figure even more majestic. Startling cloud. These two clear words were spat out from Lu Xian's mouth. The startling cloud sword that Lu Xian had given up halfway was finally displayed in front of everyone without reservation at this moment. This startling cloud sword might not be Lu Xian's strongest attack, but it contained almost all of Lu Xian's understanding of the sword principle, the unyielding will to pierce the 9 heavens, the huge yuan power of the 10th spirit refinement state, and the sword intent that was condensed from the sword and tent that was close to the peak of the middle stage were all contained in this sword. The previous startling wind and thunder paled in comparison to the startling cloud sword. Whether it was power or sword intent, it could not be compared at all. The smile on Wei Sua's face disappeared instantly. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. Everything in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only the startling cloud sword that was stabbing towards him. This sword was far less magnificent than the startling cloud sword, but to Wei Sua, the degree of danger was far greater than the startling cloud sword. At this moment, he had to admit that this sword already had the capital to threaten him. The startling cloud sword, as the peak move of the startling cloud sword technique, was extremely close to a profound middle level martial skill. Previously, when Lu Xian used the strength of the peak of the 8th level of body refinement realm, the power of this sword was already comparable to the attack of a spirit refinement state warrior. Moreover, Lu Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change, directly rising from the 8th level of body refinement realm to the 10th level of body refinement realm. Even a spirit refinement realm warrior like Wei Sua did not dare to take it lightly. At this moment, Instructor Yang and the others were already holding their breath, staring closely at the sword of Lu Xian. The reason why they tacitly agreed that Lu Xian accepted Wei Sua's challenge was this sword was the most important factor, because they knew that based on the strength that Lu Xian had displayed before, he was completely no match for Wei Sua. Only this sword might have a chance to injure Wei Sua. Lu Xian no longer had any distractions in his mind when he unleashed the shocking cloud sword. All that was left was a sense of injustice and indignation. The image of Zhao Binger's unparalleled beauty appeared in his mind. It was precisely because he was indignant about Zhao Binger leaving that he was able to completely comprehend that sword by chance. In the air, Lu Xian's 2 acupoints on his legs, the Zhusanli acupoint and the Yongquan acupoint, suddenly shot out a stream of yuanli. The speed was already extremely fast, but when it increased again, it was simply unstoppable. The sharp sword qi firmly locked the space between Wei Sua's eyebrows. If Wei Sua could not block it, even with the strength of the spirit refinement realm, he would not be able to block this move at all. With his eyes fixed on this sword, Wei Sua suddenly exerted his strength. His body did not retreat, but instead, he took 3 steps forward in an instant. The long saber in his hand instantly drew an arc, and a brilliant saber light flashed. A stream of saber qi that was not inferior to the startling cloud sword shot out directly. Soul-snatching nether saber! Wei Sua shouted. This was the second move of the black level martial technique that he had cultivated. Boom! A loud sound was heard as the sword qi and the saber qi collided. 2 powerful forces collided with each other and cancelled each other out. At the moment of collision, a visible airwave surged out, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed towards the 2 people. Lu Xian and Wei Sua's body trembled at the same time, and suddenly, they retreated 7 steps. In terms of the strength of the yuanli, Lu Xian might not be comparable to Wei Sua, but in terms of the strength of his body, he was definitely not inferior. Whether it was the Tai regression technique or the green dragon bloodline, they were not things that ordinary people could have. After retreating 7 steps, Wei Sua forcefully stood still. The blood in his chest and abdomen were tumbling, and he was quite shocked in his heart. Previously, he had seen the battle between Lu Xian and Luo Ning, and this startling cloud sword was the move that he paid attention to. But now, this complete version of startling cloud sword was still out of his expectations. If not for the fact that he clearly knew that Lu Xian was only in the 10th tier of the refinement realm, he would have thought that the person he was fighting was also in the spirit refinement realm. This person was indeed a monster. Once he reached the spirit refinement realm, he would definitely not be a match for him. At this moment, Wei Sua's killing intent was even stronger. He would definitely not allow an opponent that was stronger than him to appear in the Wind Sword School. The only way to prevent Lu Xian from threatening him was to destroy him before he truly matured. Now, he had already made up his mind, he must not hold back anymore. Fortunately, he had already experienced the effect of this startling cloud sword. He naturally thought that this was already Lu Xian's strongest attack. If it was before, Wei Sua's judgment would not be wrong, but now, it might not be the case. Receiving the impact of the rebounding force, Lu Xian was actually less affected than Wei Sua. At the moment when the rebounding force reached his body, the Tanzhong acupoint that was broken by Lu Xian shot out a stream of yuan power, firmly protecting his chest and abdomen. This was the benefit of breaking through an acupoint. Senior Brother Lu is mighty, Senior Brother Lu will definitely win. The disciples who had regained their senses shouted loudly, wave after wave, their faces full of excitement. With the strength of the body refinement realm, Lu Xian was able to fight against an expert at the spirit refinement realm and even achieve a result that was equally matched. This was definitely something to be proud of. Elder Jean and the others were secretly shocked as well. The power of the startling cloud attack had far exceeded their expectations. Lu Xian had used the shocking thunder sword to catch Wei Suo off guard, but he was still unable to block Wei Suo's sky-burning devil blade. However, the startling cloud attack had not only nullified the remaining power of the sky-burning devil blade, but it had also fought Wei Suo to a standstill. There was no need to say how powerful it was. Lu Xian's performance has greatly exceeded our expectations. Next, prepare to save Lu Xian at any time. Instructor Yang breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice. They were looking forward to this startling cloud sword. Since it did not cause any harm to Wei Suo, they did not hold any hope. After successfully using the startling cloud sword, Lu Xian was also very happy. Although it did not cause any trouble to Wei Suo, he did not expect too much from the beginning. Not only was Wei Suo's cultivation higher than his, but the martial arts skill he used was also at the profound level. To be able to fight to this point, Lu Xian had the advantage of the weapon and the sword essence, and the unyielding will contained in the startling cloud sword itself. I think you have exerted all your strength. Next, I will not hold back. I will let you see the strength of a warrior at the spirit refinement realm. Wei Suo said coldly. As his voice came out, his momentum became stronger and stronger. For this feeling, Lu Xian was no stranger. It was Wei Suo's sword essence. In the process of fighting with Lu Xian before, Wei Suo relied on his own strong cultivation and did not use the sword essence. It was not that he did not want to use it, but he thought it was unnecessary. But now, Lu Xian had the capital to use the sword essence. Hearing this, Lu Xian chuckled and said, "Full strength? That may not be true." At this point in the battle, Lu Xian's confidence had increased greatly. He had not used the dragon sword technique yet, so how could he use his full strength? Hearing Lu Xian's words, Wei Suo's expression changed slightly. Based on his understanding of Lu Xian, he should not be someone who spoke arrogantly. At this point in the battle, could it be that he still had a trump card? That would be too terrifying and unbelievable. Not to mention that Lu Xian still had a trump card, Lu Xian's current strength was enough to shock him. After all, there was a huge gap between the two of them in the spirit refinement realm. Could it be that Lu Xian still has hidden strength? Isn't this too monstrous? Elder Jean could not help but gulp and say. Although he had high hopes for Lu Xian, he did not dare to hope that Lu Xian could really defeat Wei Suo, who was in the spirit refinement realm. A strange look flashed in Instructor Yang's eyes as he said, "It's really hard to say. Don't forget, Lu Xian just received the inheritance of the first sect leader. Before Lu Xian received the Yuan power empowerment, he cultivated for almost 20 hours. We have no idea what he experienced during that period of time." Hearing Instructor Yang's words, Elder Jean and Chen Mo's hearts skipped a beat and they nodded slowly. It seemed that Lu Xian was not lying. Don't be in a hurry to attack. Let's observe the situation first, Chen Mo said. At the same time, a talisman scroll appeared in his hand. Compared to drawing talismans on the spot, using a talisman scroll to attack was undoubtedly faster. Since they wanted to see Lu Xian's strength, they naturally had to make the most perfect preparation. Is that so? Do you really want to defeat me? Wei Suo said playfully. Naturally, he would not waver just because of a few words from Lu Xian. To be honest, I really want to. 10 acupoint nourishing pills and a spirit concentration pill are really tempting. Lu Xian said unhurriedly. At the same time, the Yuan power in his body began to circulate according to the circulation path of the dragon sword technique. After obtaining the middle black level martial arts technique that was passed down from the first sect leader of Wind Sword School, it was time to show its brilliance. If you're capable, feel free to take it. Wei Suo sneered, I've let you attack for 3 times. Now, have a taste of my power. Before he finished speaking, Wei Suo suddenly exerted force in his legs and lowered his long saber, charging towards Lu Xian at a high speed. With his strength, there was no need for him to get close at all. However, in order to injure Lu Xian without being rescued by Instructor Yang and the rest, he had to reduce the time he had to attack to the minimum so that they would not have time to attack. Oh no! Elder Jean shouted in a low voice and frowned. Naturally, Wei Suo's thoughts did not escape his eyes. He immediately wanted to go up and stop Wei Suo. Just as Elder Jean was about to make a move, Instructor Yang grabbed him by the shoulder. Instructor Yang said in a deep voice, "Wait a moment. Trust Lu Xian. At the very least, he'll be able to block one attack. It won't be too late to attack then." "Then let's wait for another move," Elder Jean said after a slight hesitation. He also believed that Lu Xian could block at least one move. As they were talking, Wei Suo had already charged towards Lu Xian. His body emitted a powerful aura as he charged forward. Invincible Emperor's Blade. A low roar rang out from Wei Suo's mouth. As his body charged forward, the origin energy within his body was activated without any restraint. As the origin energy was mobilized, the surrounding origin energy swept towards Wei Suo, allowing him to use it. In an instant, the Yuan Qi condensed into a huge sharp blade. It was even bigger than Luo Ning's blade radiance, and the Yuan Qi was much more condensed than Luo Ning's blade radiance. However, this was not all Wei Suo had up his sleeves. The saber intent around his body suddenly contracted and condensed into an invisible blade, merging with the huge blade radiance. Wei Suo's saber intent was also at the intermediate stage, however, it was not as powerful as Lu Xian. Not to mention the current Lu Xian, it was even weaker than Lu Xian before he received the inheritance of Fallen Sword Peak. Regardless, with the intermediate stage saber intent and the strength of the first tier of the spirit refinement realm, Wei Suo could even fight against an ordinary expert in the intermediate stage of the spirit refinement realm. As the number one core disciple of the Sky Saber sect, it was normal for Wei Suo to fight against someone of a higher level. The invincible Emperor's Blade carried an unstoppable aura as it slashed towards Lu Xian's head. At this moment, Wei Suo seemed to have turned into a real emperor. A domineering aura could be felt. Since this move was named invincible, it was easy to imagine how powerful it was. Even the sky-burning Devil Blade and the soul-stealing blade could not be compared to it. To Wei Suo, the invincible Emperor's saber was like the startling cloud sword to Lu Xian. It was a trump card, a killer move that gathered speed and momentum into one. How could he not know that Elder Jean and the others would not give him a second chance to make a move? So, he did not even think about using a second move. He wanted to severely injure Lu Xian with one move. Even if he could not kill him, he wanted to destroy Lu Xian's foundation. Seeing this slash, Elder Jean was alarmed. The power of this slash was already comparable to a mid-stage spirit refinement cultivator. Could Lu Xian really block this move? The expression of Ninth Uncle, who was watching the fight, changed. He was an expert in the middle stage of the spirit refinement realm. Although he had just reached the fourth level of the spirit refinement realm, which was the lowest level, his strength was not comparable to ordinary warriors in the third level of the spirit refinement realm. At this moment, when Wei Suo made this move, Ninth Uncle found that the strength of his attack was not much different. It could even be compared with his full strength. The change of Ninth Uncle was immediately noticed by Linsini. Her heart suddenly jumped and she hurriedly asked, "Ninth Uncle, is Lu Xian in danger?" "It's hard to say. Let's wait and see." Ninth Uncle did not rush to a conclusion, but he had already determined that Lu Xian would definitely lose. He just did not want to hurt Linsini. In just 1 year, Ninth Uncle absolutely could not believe that Lu Xian would have the strength to fight with him. Hearing this, Linsini's heart sank and her eyes were full of worry. With her intelligence, how could she not see the hidden meaning of Ninth Uncle's words? As everyone's expression changed, Wei Suo's saber had already slashed in front of Lu Xian. However, to everyone's surprise, in the face of Wei Suo's saber, Lu Xian did not dodge. He just stood there foolishly as if he was scared silly. Why isn't Senior Brother Lu dodging? With Senior Brother Lu's speed, even if he can't block this move, he can definitely dodge it. The inner sect disciples spoke anxiously. Previously, Lu Xian's powerful speed had left a deep impression on them. He has already taken out his trump card. How can he resist senior brother Wei's attack? I think he is scared silly. He deserves it. On the Sky Saber Sect's side, Zhu Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. He was seriously injured by Lu Xian and almost died. He could not recover without 100 days of hard work. His hatred for Lu Xian had already broken through the sky. He could not wait for Wei Suo to kill Lu Xian and avenge him. Luo Ning opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not speak. Although it seemed that Lu Xian could not avoid it, he did not know why. He had a feeling that Lu Xian still had a trump card that he had not used. Everyone was wondering why Lu Xian did not dodge. In their opinion, the only way for Lu Xian to successfully avoid Wei Suo's saber was to dodge. In fact, no one dared to think that Lu Xian could withstand this attack. At this moment, the essence energy in Lu Xian's body circulated rapidly according to the Dragon Sword Art's circulation route. He gripped the ice-breaking sword tighter and tighter as he stared at Wei Suo's invincible imperial saber. Finally, the saber successfully chopped down. Even though there was a distance of 3 meters between them, Lu Xian could feel the sharp saber intent and a piercing pain. Oh no! Save him! Elder Jean shouted. At this moment, he no longer held any hope. As long as Wei Suo's saber chopped down, not to mention chopping Lu Xian in half, he might even be smashed to pieces. In an instant, his entire body flew up and quickly flew towards the arena. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly flew up and blocked Elder Jin's path. It was Elder Gong. The fight is not over yet. Is Elder Jin trying to break the rules? Elder Jin frowned. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, he was suddenly stunned. This was because Lu Xian, who was under Wei Suo's saber, had already made his move. Azure Dragon Bloodline Power, activate. The essence energy in the 9 apertures burst forth. At this moment, Lu Xian's entire body was filled with dense essence energy. The boundless essence energy was his flesh and the Azure Dragon Bloodline Power was his skeleton. At this moment, Lu Xian was the powerful dragon, the dragon hidden in the deep abyss. The dragon hidden in the deep abyss did not mean that he had no strength. It was just that he had not made a move yet. However, now that someone dared to challenge the dragon's might, it was time for the dragon hidden in the deep abyss to show its might. The ice-breaking sword suddenly appeared. A simple sword pierced towards the invincible imperial saber that was pressing down on him. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. The sword in Lu Xian's hand seemed to have transformed into a dragon. This dragon's roar was the sound of the ice-breaking sword tearing through the air. So what if he was an emperor? Emperors liked to call themselves the true dragon. However, in front of a true dragon, how could an insignificant emperor dare to call himself a dragon? He was just a fake dragon. At this moment, Lu Xian was the true dragon. Dragon hidden in the deep abyss. A loud roar came from Lu Xian's mouth. Holding the sword, Lu Xian leaped up instantly. The essence energy in his body burst forth. With the profoundness of a medial-grade profound martial technique and the might of his bloodline power, the surrounding heaven and earth essence energy swept over. Spirit Refinement Realm? Elder Jean exclaimed. At this moment, Lu Xian was flying in the air and controlling the heaven and earth essence energy. It was similar to a Spirit Refinement Realm expert. The speed of this sword was extremely fast. Lu Xian was like a dragon hidden in the deep abyss. He soared into the sky with a powerful attack that no one could block. Together with his sword, he charged into the invincible imperial saber that Wei Suo had unleashed. However, the seemingly powerful invincible imperial saber was like a withered tree in front of Lu Xian. It melted rapidly. Wherever Lu Xian's sword went, it was completely destroyed. As Lu Xian rose into the air, the eyes of everyone present widened and their mouths gaped open. What they saw was completely beyond their wildest imaginations. They didn't even dare to imagine that Lu Xian could withstand the invincible imperial saber, let alone now. Not only had Lu Xian withstood it, he had completely destroyed it. From the moment Lu Xian unleashed his sword, everything happened in an instant. Elder Jean and Elder Gong were suspended in the air, Instructor Yang maintained his attacking posture, and Chen Mo clenched the talisman scroll in his hand. The most shocked person was Wei Suo, who was facing Lu Xian head-on. The invincible imperial saber that he was so proud of had been completely defeated. Lu Xian had only unleashed one sword and his invincible imperial saber was completely destroyed. Moreover, Lu Xian's attack had yet to dissipate. After breaking the invincible emperor's blade completely, Lu Xian flicked his wrist and switched from a stab to a slash. All of the power contained in the slash turned into a sword aura that rushed towards Wei Suo. Under the influence of Lu Xian's aura, what Wei Suo saw was not a sword aura, but a giant dragon that was roaring and attacking him. Illusion, it's all an illusion. Wei Suo roared. At this critical moment, he exerted his strength to the extreme and unleashed 2 consecutive slashes. One was the sky-burning devil blade and the other was the soul-snatching dark blade. The strength of a spirit refinement realm expert could not be underestimated after all. Lu Xian's dragon hides in the abyss had already destroyed Wei Suo's invincible imperial saber. At this moment, when it collided with Wei Suo's 2 slashes, it finally dissipated and was successfully blocked by Wei Suo. However, in reality, Lu Xian had obtained a complete victory in this competition. With the strength of 1 move, he had defeated 3 of Wei Suo's moves. After unleashing 2 slashes, Wei Suo did not dare to stay any longer. He circulated his yuan power and activated his movement skill. In the blink of an eye, he retreated 10 feet away and almost retreated to the edge of the arena. Too terrifying. This Lu Xian was merely at the 10th stage of the body refinement realm. How could he be so powerful? The scene just now remained in Wei Suo's eyes. He felt that if he had attacked a little slower, he would have been mercilessly devoured by the giant dragon. Lightly landing on the ground, Lu Xian did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he held his sword and stood there calmly. Just 1 move of dragon hides in the abyss had defeated Wei Suo. He was confident that he would win. Although he had practiced the dragon sword skill countless times in his mind, this was the first time Lu Xian had performed it personally. Before this, he had never thought that the dragon sword skill would be so powerful by using the power of his bloodline. As Lu Xian landed on the ground, the arena was silent. Although the truth was placed in front of them, no one dared to believe it. The powerful Sky Saber Sect's #1 core disciple, Wei Suo, who had already reached the spirit refinement realm, was defeated. After a moment of silence, the crowd of Wind Sword Sect inner sect disciples below the stage suddenly erupted into cheers. Senior Brother Lu is mighty. Senior Brother Lu will win. My God. Wei Suo was an expert in the spirit refinement realm, but Senior Brother Lu broke 3 of his moves with 1 sword. What kind of strength did he need? Senior Brother Lu was really invincible. Before this, no one dared to think about this result. It was not that they didn't think about it, but they didn't dare to think about it. In their minds, the difference between the spirit refinement realm and the body refining realm was like heaven and earth. When an expert in the spirit refinement realm attacked, a warrior in the body refining realm had no ability to resist at all. But now, Lu Xian taught them a hard lesson with facts. The spirit refinement realm was not invincible. As long as the strength was strong enough, a warrior in the body refining realm could also defeat a warrior in the spirit refinement realm. He actually won? Hee, I really don't understand this guy. I'm old, hee. The 9th uncle couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. In just 1 year, Lu Xian, who couldn't even afford the enchantment potion, had grown to such a level and almost had the strength to defeat him. He won. Lu Xian scared me to death. When he comes back, I have to bite him hard. I was so worried about him. Qin Xiaohan was so excited that she jumped and said, Sister Lin, Lu Xian won. Your concentrating spirit elixir will be settled. Well, I know he can do it. Lin Sinyi's eyebrows smoothed out, and her eyes were brimming with smiles. Her previous worries had all turned into joy at that moment. Lu Xian was always able to bring waves of surprises to people. How is it possible? How is it possible? Even Senior Brother Wei can't do anything to him? What kind of monster is this guy? Zhu Ling clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was so excited that his injury broke out again. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fainted. He really couldn't accept this result. Several disciples of the Sky Saber sect who were responsible for taking care of him suddenly became flustered. Ha. A burst of hearty laughter could be heard. It was Instructor Yang who was laughing heartily. Well done. Defeating a spirit refinement practitioner at the body refinement stage. Our wind sword sect has finally produced a rare peerless genius. Hearing this, a relieved smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. He loosened his grip on the spirit glyph scroll. The strength that Lu Xian had displayed had completely reassured him, and he no longer needed to worry. As for Elder Jean, who was hovering in the air and prepared to save Lu Xian, his expression changed from shock to astonishment, and then to joy. He did not expect that Lu Xian would not make a move and would only be preparing his attack, causing him to nearly make a move to forcefully end the fight. Lu Xian's great victory made him too lazy to get angry with Elder Gong. No. I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet. Wei Suo, who had retreated to the edge of the arena, suddenly roared. The laughter of the people from Wind Sword School sounded like a burst of mockery to his ears. This kind of feeling was worse than death for him, who had always felt good about himself and regarded himself as the favored son of heaven. Especially when he retreated for 100 feet, his face turned red and white. It was just a subconscious action. Now that he thought about it, he was so ashamed that he wanted to die. As Wei Suo roared, the voices of the crowd also lowered. Although Lu Xian had broken 3 of Wei Suo's moves with one stroke, Wei Suo had not really lost yet. I want you to die. Wei Suo roared as if he had gone mad. His body suddenly rushed forward. In his rage, his speed was actually 3 times faster than before. A cornered beast still fighting? Lu Xian's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently. Since Wei Suo still wanted to fight, he would beat him until he admitted defeat. This time, Lu Xian was no longer in a passive position. He activated the Thunder Dash and rushed forward at the same speed. As the two of them rushed forward, the distance between them shortened rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the two of them rushed to the center of the arena. Wei Suo's eyes were bloodshot. He absolutely could not accept this kind of defeat. He was the son of the Skyblade sect master, the #1 core disciple of the Skyblade sect, an expert in the spirit refinement realm, a well-deserved favored son of heaven. How could he be defeated by a warrior in the body refinement realm? The long saber in his hand was held by Wei Suo with both hands. With a loud roar, he swung his saber more than 10 times in the blink of an eye. The power of each saber thoroughly displayed his strength. The entire arena was covered by saber shadows. More than 10 saber auras rushed towards Lu Xian at the same time. The momentum was extremely terrifying. It was even more powerful than the invincible Emperor's saber from before. However, none of the spectators were worried for Lu Xian. They firmly believed that Lu Xian would definitely win. Lu Xian quickly lifted the shattered ice sword that was hanging low. Dragon battles in the wild. Lu Xian spat out these 4 words clearly. His clear voice spread to every corner of the arena. The long sword danced, fast, extremely fast. At this moment, Lu Xian's attack seemed to have transformed into countless giant dragons in the eyes of the spectators. All of them whistled as they met Wei Suo's saber aura. Lu Xian used every single sword technique he knew, be it slashing, slicing, slashing, or stabbing. When dragons fought in the wild, attacks were coming from all directions. The dozen or so attacks from Wei Suo were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 Countless attacks collided with each other. Wei Suo's attack was instantly countered by Lu Xian. His speed was so fast that it left everyone speechless. However, Lu Xian's momentum did not decrease at all. The 2 acupuncture points on his legs released another burst of energy, causing his speed to increase even more. This time, Lu Xian would not hold back. Since Wei Suo was unwilling to admit defeat, he would beat him until he did so. Seeing Lu Xian charging over, Wei Suo's eyes flashed with panic. He hurriedly released 2 more attacks in an attempt to force Lu Xian to retreat. However, the dragon battles in the wild had already been activated. Why would Lu Xian have the slightest bit of fear? He gently raised his long sword and several rays of sword radiance shot out, destroying all of Wei Suo's attacks. At this moment, Lu Xian had already charged in front of Wei Suo. Wei Suo no longer had any strength to resist. Stop! Elder Gong shouted hurriedly. He immediately wanted to fly down to save Wei Suo. Wei Suo was the son of the Sky Knife sect leader. If something were to happen to him here, how could he explain himself when he returned? However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Elder Gong. The battle is not over yet. Are you trying to break the rules, Elder Gong? Elder Jean asked coldly. Previously, when he wanted to rescue Lu Xian, he was stopped by Elder Gong. Now, Elder Gong had returned the favor. Get out of my way. Wei Suo is the sect leader's son. Are you trying to start a war between the two sects? Elder Gong shouted fiercely. He used the Sky Knife sect leader's name in an attempt to force Elder Jean to retreat. However, Elder Jean was not moved at all. He snorted coldly and said, so what? Since Wei Suo refuses to admit defeat, we will naturally beat him until he admits defeat. With Elder Jin's obstruction, Elder Gong could not break through in a short period of time. Elder Jean also knew that Lu Xian would not do anything out of line. Letting Lu Xian teach Wei Suo a lesson was also a way to vent his anger from before. As the two of them spoke, Lu Xian had already attacked with his long sword. Facing Wei Suo, who was defenseless, he was simply letting Wei Suo flatten him. Clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp sounds could be heard. Lu Xian's long sword was like a phantom as it continuously hit Wei Suo's body. Wei Suo's face was his main target. Although Lu Xian did not dare to kill Wei Suo here, he did not feel any pressure at all to humiliate him. For someone like Wei Suo, being slapped in the face in public was probably worse than death. As for offending Wei Suo, Lu Xian did not take it to heart at all. Would Wei Suo not hate him to the bone if he did not slap Wei Suo's face? Since that was the case, he might as well fight to his heart's content. Moreover, Lu Xian was confident that if he was given a little more time, a mere Wei Suo would not be a threat at all. Since that was the case, he might as well fight to his heart's content. Moreover, Lu Xian was confident that if he was given a little more time, a mere Wei Suo would not be a threat at all. Sword after sword, the left and right sides of Wei Suo's face were both swollen. Previously, there were bright red sword marks, but later on, they simply became red lumps. As for Wei Suo, he fell weakly to the ground. There was not a single piece of intact flesh on his face, and it was difficult for him to even open his eyes. Even if he was placed in front of his father, the Sky Knife sect leader, he might not be able to recognize him. If one were to describe it in 4 words, it would definitely be a tragic sight. Lu Xian sheathed his sword and stood upright. He could not be bothered to look at Wei Suo, who was like a dead dog. Elder Gong suddenly descended from the sky and quickly helped Wei Suo up. He checked Wei Suo's body with his primordial energy and checked Wei Suo's condition. After a while, he heaved a sigh of relief. Apart from some superficial wounds, Wei Suo did not suffer any serious injuries. However, compared to his injuries, Lu Xian's actions undoubtedly caused more psychological damage to Wei Suo. Lu Xian had slapped him in the face in front of so many people. His entire face was swollen. With Wei Suo's temperament, how could he bear it? At that moment, Wei Suo had already fainted. With his strength in the spirit refinement state, such injuries would definitely not cause him to faint. It was obvious that it was caused by anger. Elder Jean also landed in front of Lu Xian. He looked at Elder Gong cautiously, in case Elder Gong attacked Lu Xian out of anger. However, at that moment, Elder Gong no longer had such thoughts. With Wei Suo's defeat, the Sky Saber sect's objective had been completely defeated. The one who ended everything was an inner sect disciple of the Wind Sword School. No one had expected such an outcome. Even Elder Jean was only looking forward to Lu Xian's return to defeat the top inner sect disciple of the Sky Saber sect. Who would have thought that Lu Xian would be able to sweep through all the disciples, and even the core disciples of the Sky Saber sect could not stop him? If Elder Gong had known that such a situation would occur, he would have gone to the core disciples of the Wind Sword School right from the start and not come to the inner sect to show off his might. Although Wei Suo was only in the greater success stage of the first tier of the spirit refinement state, with his solid foundation and the profound level martial technique that he had comprehended, he could fight against ordinary cultivators in the 3rd or even the 4th tier of the spirit refinement state. It was not difficult for him to defeat all the core disciples of the Wind Sword School. Elder Gong waved his hand and summoned a few disciples of the Sky Saber sect to carry Wei Suo away. Luo Ning was also among this group of disciples. Looking at Wei Suo's swollen face that resembled a pig's head, it was truly too horrible to look at. Putting aside the fact that they were enemies, Luo Ning's admiration for Lu Xian could be said to be at its peak. To be able to achieve such a feat with the strength of the 10th tier of the body refinement realm was truly astonishing. However, one could not blame Lu Xian, but Wei Suo was too arrogant. If it was not because he forced Lu Xian to fight and provoked the Wind Sword sect, he would not end like this. Luo Ning was glad that he admitted defeat in time. Otherwise, he would the Saber sect's family sect. Among the disciples of the Sky Saber sect who fought against Lu Xian, only Luo Ning lost in a slightly better way. Zhang Qing was defeated by Lu Xian without even using his sword. Yu Hao and Zhou Tong worked together and were defeated by Lu Xian. Zhu Ling was heavily injured, and as for Wei Suo, it was needless to say. Although he was the strongest, he lost the most miserably. Wait a minute. Instructor Yang flew onto the stage and shouted, Wei Suo just made a bet. Since the outcome has been decided, it is time to take out the wager. Also, if I remember correctly, Zhu Ling from your Sky Saber sect still owes Lu Xian a bejeweled weapon. Now, return it together. Elder Gong's face alternated between red and white. What Instructor Yang said was the truth, and he had no way to refute it. Fortunately, Wei Suo and Zhu Ling had already fainted. Otherwise, the two of them would probably be in a worse state. Don't worry. Our Sky Saber sect can still afford it. We won't go back on our words. Elder Gong snorted coldly and took out a series of items from his storage ring. There were 2 jade bottles and a weapon. Instructor Yang took them and opened the 2 jade bottles. He sniffed them and looked at the weapon. Then, he nodded with satisfaction. There were 10 acupoint nourishing pills and a spirit concentration pill in the 2 jade bottles. Lu Xian, take care of your loot. Instructor Yang turned around and threw the items to Lu Xian. Then, he said to Elder Gong, I know why you came to challenge us. However, you can give up now. TSK. The core disciples of the Sky Saber sect came out in full strength, but they were all defeated by an inner disciple of our Wind Sword school. How interesting. Ha ha ha. How could Elder Gong not hear the complacency and mockery in Instructor Yang's tone? However, the truth was in front of him. He could only swallow it. He came in high spirits, but he returned in defeat. He even caused Wei Suo to be humiliated. When he returned this time, he would definitely be severely punished by the sect leader of the Sky Saber sect. Don't be complacent. We will have more chances to meet in the future. Elder Gong gritted his teeth and said. You're welcome. However, you can get lost now. Instructor Yang was not afraid at all. The Wind Sword School had produced Lu Xian. As long as he was nurtured well, it would not be a problem for his strength to rise to the next level. Even the Wind Sword School would benefit a lot. If the Sky Saber sect wanted to challenge them again, they would have to think twice. Elder Gong swept his gaze across the crowd, focusing his attention on Lu Xian. With a flick of his sleeve, he left the arena. Luo Ning hesitated for a while and cupped his fists at Lu Xian. Then, he carried Wei Suo and left with Elder Gong. Seeing Luo Ning cupping his fists at him, Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled. There were some interesting people in the Sky Saber sect. If there was a chance, he might be able to make friends with Luo Ning. Under Elder Gong's control, the Heavenly Saber Gate's flying device immediately rose from the ground and soared into the sky, bringing the Heavenly Saber Gate disciples away. When the Wind Sword sect disciples thought about how arrogant they had been when they first arrived and how miserable they were now, they all revealed joyful smiles. This year's sect competition was probably the most exciting in the history of the Wind Sword School. However, the most exciting part was not the first half of the sect competition, but the second half of the fight between Lu Xian and the people of the Sky Saber sect, which was full of ups and downs. In comparison, everyone felt that the previous sect competition of the 9 subsects was overshadowed. Seeing the people of the Sky Saber sect leave, Elder Jean slowly turned around and looked at the disciples of the inner sect. He waved his hand to signal the crowd to quiet down. Then, he shouted, in this year's sect competition, the first place goes to Lu Xian. Do you have any objections? No objections. Thousands of people replied in unison. No one objected. What a joke. Although Lu Xian did not fight with Mo Qiuqian, he even defeated the first core disciple of the Sky Saber sect. Not to mention the first place in the inner sect, it was very possible for him to become the first place in the core disciple. Alright. Elder Jean nodded his head in satisfaction. He was in a good mood, now. I announce that this year's sect competition is a complete success. All the disciples will receive double the rewards. The rewards will be distributed within 3 days. Now, everyone can return to the subsects. Elder Jean generously doubled the rewards. The disciples who obtained the rankings were instantly elated. The rewards of the sect competition were already very high. Now that it was doubled, it was extremely huge for them. The elders of the subsects all brought their disciples back to the subsects. However, Lu Xian, Mo Qiuqian, and Lin Tian were asked to stay by Instructor Yang. The 3 of you have great potential. You can be selected as the core disciples of the Wind Sword School. Are you willing? Instructor Yang said solemnly. We are willing. The 3 of them answered in unison. Becoming a core disciple was the goal of every inner sect disciple. There was no reason for them to be unwilling. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Elder Jean could not help but sigh in his heart. These 3 were the most outstanding disciples of the inner sect. He indeed did not want them to leave. However, the existence of the inner sect was to select the most outstanding disciples to enter the core disciples. This was something that was inevitable. That's good. I will give you 1 day to settle your matters. After 1 day, follow me to the core disciple area. At that time, I will explain some things that you need to take note of. Instructor Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. Hearing this, Lu Xian could not help but frown. Only 1 day? He had just returned and did not have time to catch up with the others. He really did not want to leave so soon. He immediately stepped forward and cupped his hands. Instructor Yang, please forgive me. I have just returned and there are still many things that I need to settle. I wonder if I can delay it for a few days. If that's the case. Instructor Yang thought for a while before saying, your situation is special. Since that is the case, I will give you a few more days. I will give you 7 days. If it was a normal person, Instructor Yang would definitely reject the request on the spot. However, Lu Xian was different. He single-handedly defeated the Skyknife sect scheme. He was able to defeat Wei Sua, who was in the spirit refinement realm when he just entered the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. Whether it was his contributions or his own talent, it was enough for Instructor Yang to look at him differently. Thank you for your understanding, Instructor Yang. A hint of joy flashed across Lu Xian's face. Although 7 days was not long, it was enough. Seeing that Instructor Yang was treating Lu Xian so well, a hint of envy flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He was the grandson of Elder Lin of the Sword Sect, so he naturally knew about Instructor Yang. It was said that Instructor Yang was extremely strict with his disciples and never pretended to be polite. It was obvious that he was quite satisfied with Lu Xian, which was why he was so nice to him. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Putting aside the fact that he was able to achieve what he had today, it was all thanks to Lu Xian's help. Just based on Lu Xian's current strength, he had nothing to say. Go. In these 7 days, I will be staying in the inner sect. If there is anything, just look for me, Instructor Yang said with a smile. The 3 of them responded and left together. Lu Xian and Lin Tian naturally returned to the Sword Sect, while Mo Qiuqian followed the 2 of them back to the Sword Sect. In front of the Sword Forest, the other 8 subsects of the 9 major subsects had left one after another. However, the people of the Sword Sect were still there, obviously waiting for Lu Xian. When they saw that Lu Xian had returned, the group of disciples immediately cried out in joy. Congratulations, Senior Brother Lu, for winning first place in the competition. As the disciples cheered, Elder Qing and the other 2 stepped forward to welcome Lu Xian's return. Lu Xian, you've given us a big surprise in half a year. Haha. Elder Qing laughed out loud. The Sword Sect had not been in the limelight for many years. This time, not only did they stand out in front of the 9 subsects, they even brought the limelight to the Sky Saber sect. After this, the Sky Saber sect would no longer think that the Wind Sword School's Sword Sect was just a name. Lu Xian naturally didn't dare act carelessly when facing these elders, and he revealed a trace of a smile before he bowed to them and said, "Greetings, Elder Qing, Elder Su, and Elder Lin. I was fortunate to have accomplished my mission and successfully seized first place for the sword sect. It's rare that you still remember this. If you did not return in time, our sword sect's ranking would not be good." Elder Su stroked his beard and smiled. At this moment, Lin Sini and the others also walked up and stood behind the three elders. They looked at Lu Xian with joy in their eyes. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. They had not seen him for half a year, and they all missed him very much. Turning around and seeing Lin Sini and the others, Elder Lin laughed and said, "All right, Elder Qing, don't waste the time of young people catching up. Let's return to the sword sect first." Hearing this, the disciples of the sword sect all laughed kindly. However, the laughter sounded ambiguous. Lin Sini blushed slightly, but she did not show any fear. They had not seen each other for so long, and she indeed missed him very much. Looking at Lu Xian, Lin Sini seemed to have a lot of words to say, but she did not know where to start. After a while, she squeezed out a few words, "Seeing that you did not return for so long, I thought something happened to you. But it's good that you are safe now." "What could have happened to me?" "It's very good." Lu Xian smiled. At the same time, he reached out to stroke Lin Sini's slightly messy hair. However, he sighed softly in his heart. This training trip could be said to be really dangerous. Whether it was in the Zhang clan's land of inheritance or when they encountered the people from the profound ice pavilion who were chasing after Zhao Binger. If anything had gone wrong, it would have been hard to say whether or not he would have been able to stand there in one piece, let alone completely retreating from the Heavenly Sword sect. However, while it was dangerous, the rewards were great. Compared to before he left the Wind Sword sect, Lu Xian had undergone a complete transformation. However, Lu Xian's gentle actions made some people jealous. "Humph, it's very good indeed. Not only has your strength increased greatly, you've even brought back a beauty that's as beautiful as a flower. I presume you've lived this half a year extremely carefree, right?" Chen Xiaohan's voice sounded out, and her face was filled with a jealous expression. Hearing this, Lu Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "It's not what you think it is. However, I really have to thank you this time. If it were not for the 3 talisman scrolls, I'm afraid you would not be able to see me now." Chen Xiaohan was slightly shocked. She did not care about her jealousy and quickly said, "You met with danger? Did something happen to you?" Lin Sini looked at Lu Xian with worry in her eyes. Although Lu Xian was fine, it was common for cultivators to suffer from hidden injuries when they met with danger. Looking at the two women's concerned gazes, Lu Xian felt warmth in his heart. He shook his head and said, "It was a close call, but no danger. That's why I said it was all thanks to your talisman scrolls." Chen Xiaohan heaved a sigh of relief. The jealousy that had just disappeared surged up again. She snorted and said, "What's the point of just saying thank you? You should at least give me some substantial compensation, right?" "Substantial compensation?" Lu Xian was stunned. He did not know what he had that Miss Chen would like. "What do you think?" Chen Xiaohan glared at Lu Xian. Her nimble tongue quickly licked her lips. It was extremely seductive. Lu Xian was not a newbie. He immediately understood. However, he did not expect Chen Xiaohan to be so bold. She dared to tease him in front of so many people. He quickly coughed awkwardly and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's return to the sword sect first. I can still stay in the inner sect for 7 days. I have plenty of time." "Coward!" Chen Xiaohan muttered angrily. She was a lively and extremely bold person. Otherwise, she would not have pretended to be asleep to tease Lu Xian. After not seeing each other for half a year, she missed Lu Xian even more. Naturally, she did not care about what others thought. "Ninth uncle, you haven't been back to Wine Sword School for a long time. Why don't you come back to the sword sect with me for a few days? We can go back together in a few days. I want to go home and see my father." Lu Xian bowed to ninth uncle. This time, it was all thanks to ninth uncle's help. Otherwise, he would have missed the sect competition. Ninth uncle nodded and said with a smile, "That's good. I have a good relationship with the elders of your sword sect. It's a good time to catch up with old friends. Dong Shuang, Peng Su, you two come with me. Lu Xian turned his head and said to Zhang Dongshuang and Peng Su. The two naturally nodded. They came with Lu Xian, so they naturally had to follow Lu Xian. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of Wind Sword School because they were unfamiliar with the place and people. Sister Lin, we have to keep a close eye on him. Dong Shuang, listen to how intimately he calls you. Chen Xiaohan whispered in Lin Sini's ear. She was careless and directly regarded herself and Lin Sini as comrades on the same front. Lin Sini could only smile helplessly. However, as a woman, it was absolutely impossible to say that she did not mind this kind of thing. In addition, Chen Xiaohan had said too much, so Lin Sini felt an inexplicable sense of urgency in her heart. The group of people chatted as they walked. Lu Xian did not just talk to the girls but took the initiative to find Xiaoyi and Xingfeng. These two used to be good friends. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, their friendship was still there. Seeing that Lu Xian was the same as before, Xiaoyi and Xingfeng were relieved. I thought that after your strength increased, you wouldn't remember us brothers anymore. Xiaoyi joked. However, what he said was the truth. Lu Xian's current strength and status were not something that Xiaoyi and Xingfeng could compare with. A prospective core disciple who could defeat the top core disciple of Sky Saber sect was definitely someone that Wind Sword School would focus on nurturing. Haha, am I that kind of person? No matter how strong Lu Xian is still Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian's tone was calm, the determination revealed still made Xiaoyi and Xingfeng feel warmth in their hearts. We are brothers. After we go back, let's drink until we are drunk. Xiaoyi laughed and patted Lu Xian's shoulder. Then, he turned his head and said to Lin Tian and Mo Dengchen, two core senior brothers, Lu Xian has become brothers with us. You won't turn your back on him, right? Lin Tian and Mo Dengchen looked at each other and smiled. Then, they said in unison, let's go back and drink until we are drunk. Seeing that Lu Xian was so close to Xiaoyi and the others, Lin Tian and Mo Dengchen were a little envious. One of them used to be a spoiled brat. Aside from lackeys, he did not have any friends. The other cultivated all day long and did not even have a lackey. They did not feel it before, but ever since they got to know Xiaoyi and the others because of Lu Xian, they enjoyed this feeling. Along with cheers and laughter all along the way, all of them returned to the Sword Sect. After returning to the Sword Sect, Lu Xian temporarily left and went to the place where the three great elders were. Although he was about to leave the Sword Sect, after staying here for so long, Lu Xian had long regarded himself as a member of the Sword Sect. After a long conversation, Elder Qing and the others also told him in detail what happened after Lu Xian left. After knowing that Elder Feng had helped him kill Su Wenyang, Lu Xian felt even more grateful to Elder Feng. After this matter was over, he had to personally thank her. After that, Lu Xian also made his own request. First, he hoped that after he left, the three great elders would try their best to take care of his friends. Second, Lu Xian wanted to exchange all of his treasured weapons for treasured swords. There were many treasured weapons on Lu Xian, but it was a pity that they were all sabers. Among the people he knew, there were only a few who used sabers, but there were quite a few who used swords. In any case, it was useless to keep them, so he wanted to give them to Xiaoyi and the others. With regards to this, the three great elders readily agreed. Not to mention exchanging, even if Lu Xian asked for it, with his merits, it would not be difficult. Immediately, the three great elders took out a few treasured swords from the Sword Sect's treasury and handed them over to Lu Xian. Lu Xian, your talent is outstanding. In the short span of a year, you rose from the 4th layer of the body refinement realm to the 10th layer. Your potential is limitless, and your future is even more limitless. Although you are a member of the Sword Sect, in reality, the Sword Sect did not give you much help. This time, you were able to help the Sword Sect seize first place. Qing, thank you. Elder Cheng's expression was solemn, and he actually bowed to Lu Xian. As an elder bowed to a disciple, it could be said that it was unprecedented. Lu Xian hurriedly helped Elder Qing up and said, Elder, you are too serious. As a member of the Sword Sect, I naturally have to help the Sword Sect. Moreover, Elder Su has shown me great kindness. Even if I help the Sword Sect seize first place, I still feel that I cannot repay you. In the future, no matter where I go, I will always be a disciple of the sword sect. As he looked at Lu Xian, who spoke with sincerity, Elder Cheng's heart was filled with gratification. He never thought that in the sword sect's most desolate time, he would be able to meet a disciple with both exceptional talent and disposition. It was enough. After this, you will be a core disciple. I reckon you won't be able to use the reward for seizing first place in the sword sect. I will help you pass your portion to Linsini. As long as one of the 3 great elders of the sword sect remains, they will definitely help protect her. Elder Cheng took the initiative to speak. He knew that Lu Xian was a person who valued friendship the most. After leaving the inner sect, the only person he couldn't let go of was Linsini. When he heard those words, Lu Xian was naturally quite happy. With the 3 great elders looking after him, he could be at ease about Linsini. After finishing his business, Lu Xian bid farewell to the 3 great elders and returned to the residence of the disciples. Xia Yi, Lin Tian, and the others had been waiting for a long time. Jars of aged wine filled the table, waiting for Lu Xian's return to celebrate. Today was Lu Xian's return, and at the same time, it was a day where he would display his might. It was definitely worth celebrating. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Xian immediately took out 3 treasure-tier longswords from his storage ring. One for Xia Yi, Xing Feng, and Lin Sini. Xia Yi and Xing Feng were shocked by such precious gifts, and they quickly declined. However, how could Lu Xian allow them to refuse? 2. Xia Yi and the others, perhaps treasure-tier weapons were precious, but with Lu Xian's current strength and status, they were nothing. It was getting late and everyone had drunk a lot of wine. Xia Yi and the others joined hands to pour wine into Lu Xian's mouth. Since they had agreed to get drunk, they would not be lenient. With Lu Xian's strength, he could naturally force the wine out of his body. However, drinking was about having a good time. How could he do something that spoiled the mood? Seeing that Lu Xian was about to pass out, Lin Sini and the other 2 girls stepped forward to help Lu Xian block the wine. Even the 3 girls were a little tipsy. It was not until the sky turned completely dark that everyone was willing to let go of Lu Xian. Lin Sini and the other 2 girls helped Lu Xian back to his room. After returning to his room, Lu Xian operated his yuan qi to force out some of the wine and make his mind clear. He still had some things to explain, so he could not pass out just like that. Sini, Xiaohan, there were too many people just now, so I couldn't say anything. I haven't introduced Miss Zhang to you. In the future, Miss Zhang should be staying at Wind Sword School. I hope you can take care of her. Lu Xian looked at the 3 girls and said. By the way, Lu Xian, you haven't told me what happened while you were away. Also, how did you get to know this Miss Zhang? Humph, I haven't seen her for half a year and now she's a beauty. Even if you don't give me an explanation, you should at least give Sister Lin an explanation, right? Chen Xiaohan blushed and said angrily. Under the influence of wine, she asked straightforwardly. Based on her understanding of Linsini, she would definitely not ask. Lu Xian smiled helplessly and said, in fact, my relationship with Miss Zhang is not what you think it is. Moreover, I have benefited a lot from Miss Zhang. This time I just want to explain it to you. Hearing this, Chen Xiaohan immediately stopped talking. She widened her eyes and looked at Lu Xian, waiting for him to continue. Linsini also listened attentively. Zhang Dongshuang was a little nervous as she twisted the corner of her clothes. It felt like a little wife meeting a big wife. At that moment, Lu Xian did not hide anything. After obtaining Zhang Dongshuang's consent, he told her about her past. Lin Sini and Chen Xiaohan were shocked to learn that Zhang Dongshuang had experienced so many hardships at such a young age. Especially Chen Xiaohan, she felt guilty towards Zhang Dongshuang. If she had known that Zhang Dongshuang had suffered so much, she would not have targeted her like that. She was a typical person who was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Compared to Zhang Dongshuang, Chen Xiaohan and Lin Sini were much luckier. Chen Xiaohan had a powerful father and was doted on by many elders of the enchantment hall since she was young. Although Lin Sini's background was not as good as Chen Xiaohan's, she was the only daughter of her family and was like a princess. She had never been wrong since she was young. I didn't expect Miss Zhang to experience so many hardships in such a short period of time. However, it's all in the past. Don't think about it anymore. Just stay in the wind sword school from now on. Lin Sini comforted her. Yes, Sister Lin and I will become good friends with you. Also, I did not mean to target you before. Please forgive me. Qin Xiaohan also took the initiative to apologize. Zhang Dongshuang was instantly overwhelmed by the favor. She had nothing now. She was only willing to follow Lu Xian as a slave. If Lin Sini and the others did not accept her, she really did not know what to do. Fortunately, the two girls were reasonable people and did not make things difficult for her. Seeing that the misunderstanding between them had been resolved and they were chatting happily, Lu Xian also let out a sigh of relief. The three girls present had more or less an ambiguous relationship with him. If they really made a fuss, Lu Xian would not know what to do. If that's the case, then I can rest assured. I'll go back to my room first. Sini, I'll trouble you to take care of Miss Zhang tonight. Tomorrow, I'll ask Elder Jean for help to help Miss Zhang settle down. After drinking, his head was a little dizzy. In addition, the three girls were chattering nonstop. Lu Xian felt that his head was going to explode. He really could not stay any longer. Going straight back to his room, Lu Xian looked around the room that he had not returned to for a long time. It was still spotless. All the furnishings were the same as before he left. Thinking about it, Lin Sini often helped him clean it. A trace of warmth flashed in his heart. With a daughter like this, what more could a husband ask for? However, the problem of his relationship was really troublesome. Shaking his head, Lu Xian did not think too much about it. Too many things happened today and he was really tired. Not only did he learn the dragon sword art, he also broke through to the 10th layer of the body refinement realm and broke through 9 meridians. In addition to the battle with Wei Suo, he was both physically and mentally exhausted. Although he really wanted to rest, Lu Xian did not dare to. Ever since Zhao Bing'er left, Lu Xian felt that time was precious. Otherwise, he would not have challenged so many Heavenly Saber Gate disciples. Others might think that he was trying to show off, but Lu Xian knew that he was trying to force out his greatest potential. Taking out a praying mat, Lu Xian sat down cross-legged. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. It was the jade bottle that contained the acupoint nurturing pill. After Wei Suo's reminder, Lu Xian knew that there would be repercussions after breaking through his meridians. At this moment, the 9 meridians in his body were still aching. In order to prevent any hidden injuries, it was better to nourish them first. An acupoint nurturing pill was swallowed by Lu Xian. The acupoint nurturing pill was a medicinal pill used for the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. Every pill was incomparably precious and the medicinal ingredients used were also very good. Circulating the Tai origin art, the medicinal pill quickly dissolved after it entered his body. A warm current rose from Lu Xian's abdomen. It was clear that the medicinal effect was starting to take effect. This medicinal effect was much milder than any medicinal pill that Lu Xian had consumed before. Furthermore, it was extremely dense. No wonder it was so expensive. Lu Xian guided this medicinal effect to his Yongquan acupoint. The Yongquan acupoint was the acupoint that Lu Xian suffered the most damage. It was also the acupoint that hurt the most. Naturally, it had to be nourished first. Using his inner vision, the situation around the Yongquan acupoint was clearly seen by Lu Xian. As expected, there were many small wounds around the acupoint. If left unattended, it would most likely become even more serious. Following the arrival of this medicinal effect, an extremely comfortable and cool feeling spread. Lu Xian felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. The effects of the acupoint nurturing pill were indeed extraordinary. The medicinal effect continued to take effect. The small wounds on the Yongquan acupoint were quickly healed. After an unknown amount of time, the medicinal effect of the acupoint nurturing pill had completely taken effect. The wounds on the Yongquan acupoint were already more or less healed. Just to nourish one acupoint required one acupoint nurturing pill. This item was really not something that ordinary people could afford. The majority of martial artists could only slowly nourish themselves with their origin energy. Fortunately, ordinary martial artists would not be like Lu Xian, who had opened so many acupoints. After cultivating for a period of time, Lu Xian felt much better. He opened his eyes and was about to take the next pill. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of smiling eyes looking at him. He saw Linsini sitting in front of him with her hands supporting her chin. She stared at him without blinking. "Cinny, why are you here?" Lu Xian asked curiously. "Why? Am I not welcome?" Linsini pouted and asked. Lu Xian looked behind Linsini. When he saw that she was alone, he immediately asked, "How could that be?" Where are Xiao Han and the others?" "They are sleeping. I snuck over while they were asleep." Linsini's face was slightly red. Then, she put on a straight face and said, "I came over to ask you something." "What is it?" Lu Xian was a little confused. "Based on my understanding of you, I feel that you are hiding something from me. When you were talking about Miss Zhang's background, you were obviously a little hesitant. Hurry up and tell me the truth." Linsini pretended to be fierce and said. After Qin Xiaohan's incessant teasing, Linsini felt that it was indeed necessary for her to defend her sovereignty. "You noticed that too." Lu Xian showed a trace of a bitter smile. He was also hesitating about whether to tell Linsini about Zhao Bing'er. He didn't expect that before he could think about it, Linsini found out about it first. Hearing this, Linsini suddenly stared at him. "There really is." "Good, Lu Xian. Hurry up and tell me." Linsini was angry and anxious. She was just bluffing Lu Xian. She didn't expect Lu Xian to confess so quickly. At this time, Lu Xian also understood what was going on. Fortunately, he didn't intend to hide it from Linsini from the beginning. Now that he said it, it wasn't a bad thing. His own love debt was a complete mess. While the two of them hadn't had any substantial relationship, no matter what choice Linsini made, Lu Xian would choose to respect it. "Remember what I said before, that I used the talisman scroll that Xiaohan gave me to escape? Let's start from here," Lu Xian slowly said. Since he was going to say it, he didn't plan to hide anything. Once he said it all, it could be considered that he had a load off his mind. Zhao Bing'er was chased because she was forced into a marriage. She was almost killed by her pursuers, and she escaped with her life. Then, during the time in the cave, the two of them secretly developed feelings for each other. Finally, when the people from the mysterious ice pavilion came, and finally, Zhao Bing'er sacrificed herself, Lu Xian didn't hide anything. As Lu Xian spoke, Linsini's eyes suddenly became moist. 2 streams of tears quietly fell from the corners of her eyes. Although he couldn't bear it, Lu Xian also knew that hiding it wasn't a solution. He gritted his teeth and insisted on telling the truth. "That's how it is. Cinny, no matter what choice you make, I will respect you. I can only say that I, Lu Xian, have let you down." Lu Xian softly sighed. He had never seen Linsini cry like this before. This time, her heart must have been broken. "I didn't expect there to be so many pitiful women in this world. Miss Zhang's life is so pitiful. Although Miss Zhao is powerful, she is also so pitiful. Her loved one disappeared, and she was forced into a marriage, all for the sake of her Vitaline. In comparison, I am indeed much luckier," Linsini said faintly. "Ah?" Lu Xian's eyes instantly widened. What did this mean? Did it mean that Linsini's tears were because of Zhao Bing'er's misfortune, and not because of what he imagined? As he looked at Linsini, Lu Xian asked in a probing manner. "So you don't blame me?" Linsini's tears suddenly stopped, and she grunted lightly. "I don't blame you. Dream on. I miss you every single day in the sword sect, yet you're enjoying yourself outside. What do you think I should do?" Linsini paused for a moment and continued. "Besides that, what did you mean when you said that you'd respect my choice no matter what? Did you take a liking to Miss Zhao and intend to seize the opportunity to abandon me?" At this moment, Linsini had once again recovered her unruly appearance that Lu Xian had when he first met her. However, this caused Lu Xian's heart to be at ease because he knew that even if Linsini was angry, it would definitely be limited. Lu Xian smiled embarrassedly. "I didn't mean that. I just felt that I went slightly too far, and I was worried that you'd be angry." As she looked at Lu Xian's appearance, Linsini, who originally intended to put on a stern expression and show Lu Xian some displeasure, instantly softened. "Who asked me to fall in love with this bastard? I'll definitely be angry. Even though I was prepared for this since the beginning, but which woman doesn't hope for their man to only love them? Lin Sini spoke faintly. However, I know that this isn't realistic. Even my father has a few wives, let alone you. Everyone saw the scene in the Sword Forest today, and your accomplishments will definitely be limitless in the future. Just as I expected, you'll definitely encounter a better woman besides me. Now, it really has been proven. No matter if it's background or strength, that Miss Zhao I spoke of far surpasses me, and she even surpasses the current you. However, since she was able to take a liking to you, it proves that my judgment isn't bad. How could I easily give up on such an outstanding man? Lin Sini stared blankly at Lu Xian as she spoke. Looking into Lin Sini's eyes, Lu Xian's heart was touched. He couldn't help but reach out and pull Lin Sini into his arms. Thank you, Sini. I really didn't expect you to forgive me so easily. I, Lu Xian, am indeed a jerk when it comes to this kind of thing. However, I promise you that no matter what I, Lu Xian, will always have you in my heart. Lu Xian's voice was filled with sincerity. If he let such a good woman down, then he wouldn't be worthy of being called a man. Listening to Lu Xian's words of love and feeling his warm embrace, Lin Sini felt incomparably at ease. Since she had chosen to fall in love with this man, she was already prepared for this day. Do you still remember the condition I asked you to agree to in the past? Lin Sini asked. Hearing this, the gears in Lu Xian's head spun rapidly. With a flash of inspiration, he suddenly remembered and smiled. With a flash of light in his hand, a familiar long sword suddenly appeared. I've always carried the yearning sword that you gave me. Lu Xian said proudly. He looked like a child begging an adult for candy. Seeing that Lu Xian had remembered so quickly, Lin Sini immediately glanced at him coquettishly. Her heart was filled with sweetness as she said, "You pass." Previously, she had seen that Lu Xian even had a high-grade human step artifact. He had even casually given a few artifacts to Xia Yi and the others. A mere mid-grade iron artifact was probably Lu Xian's worst weapon, but he still carried it with him. Regarding this, Lin Sini was already satisfied. Today, I want you to agree to another condition of mine. Lin Sini smiled mischievously and raised her index finger. Speak. Lu Xian readily agreed. He knew that Lin Sini would definitely not make things too difficult for him. Lin Sini's face turned red. She moved closer to Lu Xian's ear and whispered, "Since I can't be your first woman, then the second must be me." Hearing Lin Sini's whisper, Lu Xian's heart suddenly jumped. He never thought that Lin Sini would make such a condition. However, was this even a condition? No matter what, it was still him taking advantage of her. What's wrong? You're not willing? Seeing that Lu Xian did not speak for a long time, Lin Sini couldn't help but pinch Lu Xian's waist. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. I agree. Lu Xian repeatedly replied. Alright, then now we. Lin Sini's face turned even redder. She gritted her teeth and spoke in an extremely low voice, almost inaudible. Ah? Lu Xian also did not think that Lin Sini would be so decisive. Humph, you're not an honest person. If I let you go this time, who knows when you'll provoke others again. Now. Lin Sini struggled out of Lu Xian's embrace and directly pushed Lu Xian to the ground. She was extremely unrestrained. Sini, you're still young, excuses? You're not much older than me. You're not. Humph. Don't force me, I really. Before Lu Xian could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by Lin Sini's red lips. Under such stimulation, Lu Xian could no longer hold himself back. He directly flipped over and carried Lin Sini, quickly throwing her onto the bed behind him. Ever since that night with Zhao Binger, Lu Xian had not tasted flesh. Previously, in order to make Zhang Dongshuang sleep peacefully, he had to hug her every day. The fire in Lu Xian's heart had long been ignited. Today, after being seduced by Lin Sini, he could no longer hold himself back. The two of them had skin to skin more than once. It was just that they had not broken through the last threshold. Now, it was finally time. Pieces of clothing fluttered in the wind. The room was filled with the scenery of spring. Accompanied by a slightly painful moan, a tear rolled down from the corner of Lin Sini's eye. It wasn't because of the pain, but because she was relieved. She had finally become his woman. Previously, before Lu Xian left, Lin Sini had already made preparations. However, because of Qin Xiaohan's interference, she had to stop at the last moment. Originally, she was supposed to be his first woman. Perhaps it was because of the previous experience. This time, Lu Xian appeared to be more gentle. He tried his best to take care of Lin Sini's feelings. Lin Sini's pain also gradually disappeared. After an unknown amount of time, accompanied by Lu Xian's deep voice, the two of them climbed to the peak of the wave at the same time. Feeling Lu Xian's accelerated heartbeat, Lin Sini was shy and happy at the same time. She bit hard on his shoulder. Lu Xian was shocked. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but he immediately suppressed himself and let Lin Sini bite him. However, he was very puzzled. Why did women like to bite people? Last time, Zhao Binger seemed to have bitten him here too. Oh, no, it was the other shoulder. In the end, Lin Sini did not bite as hard as Zhao Binger. Zhao Binger's bite caused blood to flow, but Lin Sini only left a deep bite mark. The two of them said nothing as they quietly enjoyed the moment of intimacy. Perhaps it was because they had broken through the last obstacle, but he felt that their hearts were getting closer and closer as he held Lin Sini in his arms. It was as if he was holding his woman in his arms. "Xiaohan, what are you looking at?" A voice suddenly sounded. Lu Xian and Lin Sini were shocked at the same time. This voice, Lu Xian, was not unfamiliar. It was Zhang Dongshuang's voice. But why was she outside the door? And what was she talking about Xiaohan? At this moment, outside the door of Lu Xian's room, Zhang Dongshuang was sleepily looking at Qin Xiaohan, who was lying by Lu Xian's window. She was very puzzled. Why didn't Xiaohan sleep at night? Why was she lying here? When Zhang Dongshuang woke up, she found that Lin Sini and Qin Xiaohan had disappeared from the bed. She came out to look for them, but she did not expect to see this scene. Suddenly being called out by Zhang Dongshuang, Qin Xiaohan was shocked. "Ah. Why did you come out?" Qin Xiaohan's face was red, and she felt uncomfortable all over. When she woke up, she found that Lin Sini was gone, so she came to look for them. But she found that there was a sound in Lu Xian's room, so she peeked in. She did not expect that the two of them were doing that shameful thing. Feeling ashamed and annoyed, Qin Xiaohan wanted to push the door open and go in. But this time was different from the last time. She stopped them in time last time, but this time it was obvious that what was done could not be undone. But if she left, she was unwilling to do so. Under hesitation, she suddenly leaned against the window and looked. Unexpectedly, she was reluctant to leave, and felt uncomfortable all over. She wanted to sneak away after that, but things did not go as she wished. She was exposed by Zhang Dongshuang. Go, go, go. Let's go back to the room and talk." Qin Xiaohan blushed, pulled Zhang Dongshuang, and ran away. She knew that Lu Xian and Lin Sini must have noticed her. It was too shameful, but when she thought of what Lu Xian and Lin Sini had done, Qin Xiaohan immediately felt balanced. "Humph, what you did was really shameful. And Sister Lin, you sneaked over to secretly eat, so unkind." "Oh, what was I thinking?" The more Qin Xiaohan thought about it, the more shameful she felt, and her face was burning. "We seem to have been discovered." Lu Xian looked at Lin Sini in his arms and said with a bitter smile. Lin Sini was also very shy, but thinking that things had come to this point, she did not think about it anymore. She made up her mind and said, "So be it. I just want to declare my sovereignty." "Humph, Xiaohan, I'm afraid you can't wait to come in." "And that Miss Zhang, there must be something between you and her, right?" "There's nothing between me and Miss Zhang." Lu Xian hurriedly protested. Nothing happened, so it could be considered as innocent, right?" Lin Sini did not say anything. Anyway, she was satisfied with the current situation. After a pause, Lin Sini turned over and hugged Lu Xian, saying, "Lu Xian, I know you want to save Miss Zhao, but you have to understand that you are not just her man. In this world, there are many people who love you. No matter what you do, don't be impulsive. I don't object to you saving her, but I don't want you to take risks. Promise me, no matter what, you will prioritize your own safety, okay?" Looking at Lin Sini's sincere eyes, Lu Xian also said in his heart, "Yes, now my life does not belong to me alone. Not only do I have to be responsible for myself, but I also have to be responsible for others. Thinking of this, Lu Xian nodded gently. Well, don't worry, I will protect myself. Unless I have enough strength, otherwise, I will not act rashly. Lin Sini suddenly smiled sweetly and hugged Lu Xian even tighter. She did not ask for anything, she only hoped that Lu Xian could be safe. This was the lowest expectation as a woman. Since this is the case, let's do it again? Ah? Can we take a break? Humph, can't you? How can a man say no? See how I teach you a lesson. Lin Sini was in high spirits about their first time together. It was as if she wanted to vent all her yearning for the past half a year on this matter. Fortunately, a martial artist's body was extremely tough, and Lu Xian was one of the best among them. Even so, he still spent a lot of effort to subdue Lin Sini. He lost count of the number of times he did it that night, but he did not embarrass himself in front of Lin Sini. A night of torment. Early in the morning, the sun gradually rose. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the two were still sleeping soundly on the bed. Lin Sini was curled up in Lu Xian's arms like a kitten. A thin blanket covered their upper bodies, but Lin Sini's fair and slender legs were exposed. It was a pity that Lu Xian was in a deep sleep and could not see this scene. Of course, he did not stop playing last night. Knock knock knock. A series of knocks sounded on the door, and Zhang Dongshuang's voice sounded. Young hero Lu, Sister Lin, it's time to wake up. Standing at Lu Xian's door, Zhang Dongshuang's face was slightly red. She seemed a little nervous. At first, she did not know that Lin Sini had sneaked over. However, after Qin Xiaohan's hesitant words, she immediately understood what had happened in Lu Xian's room. Qin Xiaohan had sneaked over to eavesdrop, but she was too ashamed to knock on the door, so she sent Zhang Dongshuang over. Upon hearing the noise, the sleeping Lin Xianyi's eyebrows slightly knitted together. With some effort, she opened her eyes and looked at her surroundings in a daze. A trace of doubt flashed across her eyes, but her consciousness quickly returned to normal. She quickly recalled the craziness from last night and a faint blush quietly appeared on her fair neck. Looking at the still sleeping Lu Xian, Lin Sini immediately kissed him and smiled sweetly. Then, she lifted the blanket and prepared to stand up to pick up the clothes that Lu Xian had thrown away last night. However, at that moment, a pair of strong hands suddenly wrapped around Lin Sini's slender waist and hugged her again. Lu Xian instantly opened his eyes. He flipped over and pressed Lin Sini under his body. He smiled evilly and said, "You want to run away after kissing me? It won't be that easy. You're a bad person. How dare you pretend to be asleep?" How could Lin Sini not know that Lu Xian had already woken up? He was purposely watching her embarrass herself. She punched Lu Xian's back with her soft fists. "Hee, you actually dared to look down on me last night. I'm going to show you what I'm made of today." As he spoke, Lu Xian's mischievous hands started to wander around Lin Sini's body. Lin Sini could not help but let out a soft snort. However, she was still rational and her eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. She said, "Miss Zhang is just outside the door. Don't mess around." However, Lu Xian turned a deaf ear to her and continued to do a series of embarrassing actions. How could Lin Sini resist Lu Xian's actions? Immediately, the two of them fell into a sea of desire again. Although Lin Sini tried to suppress her voice, Zhang Dongshuang, who was standing at the door, still heard an unusual movement. Her face turned even redder and she panicked. She quickly left. Since the two of them were already awake, her task was completed. She would have accomplished her mission. As for what the two of them wanted to do, that was not something she could control. After a full hour, the movement in the room finally stopped. Not long after, there was a rustling sound. With a creak, the door to Lu Xian's room was opened. Dressed neatly, Lu Xian walked in with a proud and refreshed expression. Lin Sini shyly followed behind him. "It's all your fault. How am I going to see Xiaohan and Miss Zhang later?" Lin Sini said angrily. She used the two-finger divine art and ruthlessly pinched Lu Xian's waist. However, he was able to completely disregard that level of attack power. "What are you afraid of? You will find out sooner or later. I am helping you to declare your sovereignty. My good intentions are really misunderstood." Lu Xian was the one who complained first. Knowing that she could not compete with Lu Xian in terms of eloquence, Lin Sini immediately snorted and stopped talking. It was already past breakfast time. Lu Xian did not plan to eat, but unexpectedly, Zhang Dongshuang had already prepared the food for them. This made Lin Sini a little embarrassed. She and Lu Xian were sleeping in, but Zhang Dongshuang had to bring food for them. After the meal, Lin Sini went back to her room first, while Lu Xian brought Zhang Dongshuang to look for Elder Jin. Since Zhang Dongshuang was going to settle down in Wind Sword School, she naturally had to obtain the status of a disciple of Wind Sword School. With Elder Jin's status, it was naturally easy to arrange an inner sect disciple. Moreover, Zhang Dongshuang's talent and strength completely met the requirements of an inner sect disciple. In fact, she was even more outstanding than most of the inner sect disciples. Zhang Dongshuang cultivated the way of the blade. Logically speaking, she should enter the Saber faction. However, she had already heard from Qin Shaohan about the grudge between Lu Xian and the Saber faction. Naturally, she was unwilling to go. Anyway, she had a portion of the inheritance from the Zhang family's ancestor, so she did not need the guidance of the Saber faction. After obtaining her consent, Zhang Dongshuang immediately became a disciple of the Sword faction. This made Lu Xian rather happy. After he left the inner sect, it was naturally better to have Zhang Dongshuang and Lin Sini as companions than to leave Lin Sini alone. After settling Zhang Dongshuang's matter, Elder Jin asked her to wait at the side for a while. Then, he called Lu Xian into an inner room. Apart from Elder Jin, he did not expect Instructor Yang to be here as well. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yang Yi. Lu Xian, you can call me Instructor Yang. From now on, you will be a core disciple of the Wind Sword School. Since there is a chance now, I would like to explain a few things to you, Instructor Yang said after letting Lu Xian sit down. Please speak, Instructor Yang, Lu Xian said respectfully with a serious expression. Although he had obtained the status of a core disciple, Lu Xian was still clueless about being a core disciple. Now that Instructor Yang was willing to guide him, he naturally could not ask for more. Instructor Yang nodded and said, "There are no elders among the core disciples, only instructors. Apart from me, there are many other instructors. However, I am the chief instructor of the core disciples, and I lead a group of instructors." Lu Xian nodded to himself. He had previously felt that Instructor Yang's identity should not be ordinary, and now it seemed that he was right. Other than having a higher status than the inner sect disciples, there is actually not much difference between a core disciple and an inner sect disciple. There are only a few differences that I would like to explain to you. First of all, the training resources that a core disciple can receive every month is far more than an inner sect disciple. Not only can they receive a certain amount of primeval stones and elixirs, they can also read martial skills of a higher level. Upper yellow level martial skills that are not found in the inner sect can be read by the core disciples as they wish. As for Xian level martial skills, there is also one, but it needs to reach a certain level of strength and sufficient contribution before it can be bestowed. Lu Xian was slightly shocked, but then he felt relieved. Such a big place like the Wind Sword School definitely had no lack of upper yellow level martial skills. The reason why they did not allow the inner sect disciples to read was because they were worried that it would be leaked to the outside world. Other than that, every 3 days, there will be a Middle God Refinement Realm Instructor's lecture. Every 7 days, there will be a Late God Refinement Realm Instructor's lecture. The content of the lecture is different. It might be about cultivation, battle techniques, or even survival techniques. These things, to you, are more or less useful. However, whether you want to attend the lecture or not, it is up to you. There is no mandatory requirement. There were actually so many Spirit Refinement Realm experts giving lectures? Lu Xian couldn't help but look forward to it. Although he was not weak and had extraordinary talent, the path of cultivation was not something that could be achieved by hiding behind closed doors. It would be easier to comprehend by listening to the insights of other experts. Looking at Lu Xian, Instructor Yang continued, "From this, you can also see the biggest difference between the core disciples and the inner sect disciples. For the inner sect disciples, cultivation is the first priority. Their main task is to provide talents for the core disciples. However, the core disciples are different. The core disciples often have missions and have to participate in all kinds of battles. Because of this, the knowledge of battle techniques and survival techniques will be imparted to you. Only when you become a core disciple can you be considered as a true member of the Wind Sword School. That is why we will provide you with the best training environment. However, to enjoy so many benefits, you naturally have to bear the corresponding obligations. This obligation is that every core disciple must hold a position in the sect for at least 20 years. The stronger ones can be an elder, an instructor, or even take on some missions that you don't know yet. As for the weaker ones, they can be a deacon or a member of the battle team. After the time limit is up, you can choose freely. You can stay in the Wind Sword School or you can choose to return to your homeland. The sect does not have any requirements. The only requirement is that the upper yellow level martial skills and above must not be leaked to the outside world. What if it is leaked to the outside world? Lu Xian asked curiously. Once it is found out by the sect, it will be time for the law enforcement team to be sent out. No matter where you are, they will definitely chase you to death. If the Wind Sword School is not strong enough, they will ask for the help of the Xianxia Pavilion, which is a subordinate sect of the Wind Sword School. Instructor Yang said indifferently, it is not that there are no violations of the rules of teaching martial skills to the outside world. However, the person who taught the martial skills to the outside world, including the person who learned the martial skills, will have his entire family annihilated. Lu Xian was secretly shocked. It seemed that the management of the martial skills in the Wind Sword School was extremely strict. This was also the reality of the Sky Sword continent. The reason why the sects were so powerful was because they had countless powerful martial skills in their hands. Naturally, they were not allowed to leak them to the outside world. This was also the consensus of all the sections. If the subordinate sects could not complete the task, the superior sects would naturally complete it. As for the requirement of the Wind Sword School for 20 years, Lu Xian was not surprised at all. The sect had spent a lot of money, resources, and manpower to train you. Naturally, there must be something in return. Moreover, as long as you could complete the task, there would not be any restrictions on the movement of the warriors. Instead, there would be all kinds of excellent treatment. In fact, there were not many warriors who chose to leave after the end of the term. This was because by working in the Wind Sword School, not only did they have all kinds of resources to use, they also had the most important identity. No matter where they went, they would be respected by the majority. Moreover, within the Wind Sword School, there was a special town built for the family members of the deacons and elders to live in. As long as they paid a price, they would be able to obtain the qualification to live in the town. This also allowed the people who worked in the Wind Sword School to have no worries. For example, Lin Tian's family, Lin family, was located here. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian asked a more crucial question: how long can I train in the corps? When do I start taking up the position? This time, you have asked the right question. Instructor Yang smiled. After becoming a core disciple, it doesn't mean that you don't have to worry about your future. Every 3 months, there will be an assessment. There is no fixed standard for this assessment. It is based on each disciple's previous assessment results. On the basis of the previous results, you must have an obvious improvement in order to pass the assessment. Otherwise, it means that you have reached the limit of your potential and are no longer worth nurturing. Thus, you will lose your qualification as a core disciple and start taking up the position. I see. Lu Xian nodded his head. It seemed that becoming a core disciple was not easy. If there was no obvious improvement, the qualification would be taken away. With the existence of such an assessment, no disciple would dare to neglect training. After all, the assessment looked at the improvement. No matter how talented you were, if you did not train diligently and failed the assessment, your qualification as a core disciple would still be taken away. Although you could still train after taking up the position, if you wanted to obtain resources, you would have to continuously put in effort to obtain them. It was not like being a disciple, where you could directly obtain a large amount of resources. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian continued to ask the question that he was most concerned about: does joining the corps mean that I will completely belong to the Wind Sword School? The Sky Sword continent was so big. The Wind Sword School was just the tip of the iceberg. Even the superior sect of the Wind Sword School, the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, was nothing in the Sky Sword continent. Lu Xian's goal was not just a mere Wind Sword School. If joining the corps meant being restricted, then he would have to reconsider. Hearing this, Instructor Yang smiled slightly and said, "I know what you're thinking. Your talent is the highest I've ever seen in my life. You'll definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Even the Wind Sword sect won't be able to accommodate you. After joining the corps, you can focus on cultivation. As long as your talent is strong enough, you might even be valued by the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. The Mysterious Ice Pavilion will occasionally come to our Wind Sword sect to take in some talented disciples. As long as you're valued by the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, the Wind Sword sect will definitely let you go. Because the more disciples you can provide to the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, not only will the Wind Sword sect receive more rare resources, but it will also be valued more by the Mysterious Ice Pavilion." He actually had the opportunity to join the Profound Ice Pavilion. There was a flash of joy in Lu Xian's eyes. He was worried about how to get in touch with Mysterious Ice Pavilion. He didn't expect that after becoming a core disciple, he would have the opportunity. In this case, he couldn't miss it. Alright, I will stop here with the introduction of the core disciples. You will naturally understand the specifics when you join the corps. If there is anything you don't understand, feel free to look for me. Instructor Yang didn't say much about these things. Then, he changed his tone and said, "This time, other than giving you a simple explanation, the main reason I called you here is for another matter." Another matter? Lu Xian was confused. Could it be that there was something more important than him joining the corps? However, he didn't ask much and waited quietly for Instructor Yang to continue. This time, the Sky Saber sect's provocation is not without purpose. They have a clear purpose. Instructor Yang suddenly changed the topic to the Sky Saber sect's provocation. "Since you are now a core disciple, then you are qualified to know about this matter. The purpose of their provocation is for the Mysterious Realm quota." Mysterious Realm quota? Could it be that the Wind Sword School has a way to enter the Mysterious Realm? Lu Xian was slightly surprised. Mysterious Realm. He had read about it in some of the books in the inner sect. As the name suggested, Mysterious Realm meant a mysterious place. The existence of secret realms was not a secret. On the Sky Sword continent, there were some mysterious spaces, which were also known as secret realms. These secret realms were usually spaces created by some mighty martial artists. Some of them were even left behind from the ancient era. The functions of mysterious realms were also different. Some were places to pass down martial arts, some were places to store valuable treasures, and so on. However, there was no doubt that every mysterious realm represented great wealth. Of course, there were many unknown dangers in the mysterious realms. However, these mysterious realms were controlled by some large sections. Hearing this, Elder Jean shook his head and smiled. How can Wind Sword School have something like a mysterious realm? The mysterious realm that Instructor Yang mentioned is a mysterious realm controlled by the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. The mysterious realm controlled by the Mysterious Ice Pavilion is called the Mysterious Ice Secret Realm. It has existed for many years. However, as time passed, the Mysterious Ice Secret Realm became more and more unstable. I believe you know that some time ago, when you had a conflict with the Saber sect, your Master Chen Mo, Hall Master Chen, and the others were not in the sect. That time, we went there because of this. The Mysterious Ice Pavilion controls the Mysterious Ice Pavilion and it opens once every 3 years. This year is the year it opens, so we went to the Mysterious Ice Pavilion to help them stabilize the mysterious realm, Elder Jean explained. Lu Xian immediately understood. No wonder Elder Jean and Chen Mo were not in the sect at that time. He didn't expect them to go to stabilize the mysterious realm. Instructor Yang continued, the Mysterious Ice Secret Realm is used by the Mysterious Ice Pavilion to train their disciples and improve their strength. You will know the details if you have the chance to enter. Every time it opens, the number of people who can enter is limited. Therefore, the quota for the Mysterious Ice Pavilion is very precious. As a subordinate sect of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion, our Wind Sword School, the Sky Saber sect, and some other third-grade sects can get a certain quota. However, the exact number depends on the arrangement of the Mysterious Ice Pavilion. That's why the Sky Saber sect came to provoke us. If they had successfully defeated all the disciples of our Wind Sword sect, then in the eyes of the mysterious Ice Pavilion, the disciples of the Sky Saber sect would undoubtedly have greater potential, and they would obtain more spots to enter the secret realm. However, it's good that you appeared out of nowhere and defeated all the disciples of the Sky Saber sect by yourself. It can be said that you foiled the conspiracy of the Sky Saber sect. I believe that our Wind Sword sect will obtain more spots than the Sky Saber sect. After listening to Instructor Yang and Elder Jin's explanation, Lu Xian had a certain understanding of the intentions of the Sky Saber sect, as well as the quota for the mysterious Ice Pavilion. But, these things don't seem to have anything to do with me, right? Lu Xian asked. Elder Jin could not help but laugh. Lu Xian, Lu Xian, you are usually quite smart. Why are you so muddle-headed now? Do you still not understand Instructor Yang's words? This time, there will definitely be a spot for you in the quota for the mysterious Ice Pavilion. After hearing this, Lu Xian was immediately overjoyed. The quota for the mysterious Ice Pavilion was extremely precious. He had just become a core disciple, and he actually had the opportunity to enter the mysterious Ice Pavilion. At that moment, his heart was burning with excitement. The mysterious Ice Pavilion represented a great opportunity. How could Lu Xian not be tempted? Elder Jin is right. After the mysterious Ice Pavilion distributes the quota for the mysterious Ice Pavilion, you will definitely have a spot. Instructor Yang affirmed Elder Jin's words. As the chief instructor of the core disciples, Instructor Yang's status in the core disciples was equivalent to Elder Jin's status in the inner sect. With his words, the matter of Lu Xian getting a spot for the mysterious Ice Pavilion was almost certain. Although you've just become a core disciple, with your contribution this time, coupled with your strength and talent, it's definitely enough for you to get a place. This time I'm telling you about this matter. In addition to informing you, I also want to remind you to work hard during this period of time and further improve your strength. Instructor Yang exhorted. Although there are many benefits and opportunities in the mysterious Ice Pavilion, there are also many dangers. If there is an accident, there is a high chance that you will die. However, no one can help you with this. You can only rely on yourself. Do you understand? Since Instructor Yang had said this, how could Lu Xian not understand? He immediately took a deep breath and said, Lu Xian understands. I will definitely not let Elder Jin and Instructor Yang down. I will cultivate diligently and definitely not waste this precious opportunity. Instructor Yang nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you know what you're doing. Alright, I've told you everything that needs to be said. Treasure these few days in the inner sect. You can't slack off from now on. Lu Xian nodded lightly. He hesitated for a moment and said to Elder Jin, I have not returned home for a long time. This time I would like to ask for Elder's permission. I want to go home. It had been almost a year since he entered the Wind Sword School. Lu Xian had not returned home. Although he had previously returned to Lin City, he was in a hurry to return to the sect to participate in the sect competition. Therefore, Lu Xian did not have time to return home at all. Soon, he would be going to the place of the core disciples. He was afraid that he would not be able to return for a long time. Therefore, Lu Xian wanted to take this opportunity to go back to see his father and sister. Haha, this is human nature. It is rare for you to have such filial piety. How can I not agree? How about this, I will personally bring you back when the time comes. It will also save a lot of time on the road. When the time comes, you can directly find me. I want to see what kind of person can cultivate such a monstrous genius like you. Elder Jin touched his beard and readily agreed. Not only that, he was also willing to personally bring Lu Xian back. Regarding this, Lu Xian was naturally overjoyed. After thanking him, he brought Zhang Dongshuang back to the sword sect. After knowing that he had the opportunity to enter the mysterious Ice Pavilion, Lu Xian did not dare to waste time. He was afraid that he had to shorten the time he spent in the inner sect. Lu Xian, what are you doing? Xiaohan and the others are watching. Lin Sini's face was red as she was pulled into the room by Lu Xian. After returning to the sword sect, the first thing Lu Xian did was to find Lin Sini. Under Qin Xiaohan's widened gaze, he directly pulled Lin Sini into his room. After the embarrassing incident last night, Lin Sini was already a little embarrassed to see anyone. Now that Lu Xian did not even bother to hide it, it undoubtedly made Lin Sini even more embarrassed. Lu Xian, it's still daytime right now. If you want to, can you wait until nighttime? After Lu Xian locked the door, Lin Sini continuously twisted the corner of her clothes as she said through gritted teeth. Lu Xian, who had turned around, could not help but be slightly stunned when he heard Lin Sini's words. However, he quickly reacted and could not help but knock Lin Sini's head as he laughed and said, "What are you thinking about? You're really a little pervert." Lin Sini immediately retorted, "When did I? You were clearly the one who suddenly pulled me in and even locked the door. You clearly wanted to do that." Lu Xian shook his head as he thought in his heart. Although the incident in the morning was a little out of line, did Lin Sini think that he was such a perverted person? "Sit down, I have something to tell you." Seeing that Lu Xian really did not seem to have that idea, Lin Sini realized that she had misunderstood. She immediately sat down obediently and waited for Lu Xian to continue. Lu Xian took out 2 jade bottles from his storage ring and handed them to Lin Sini. "In these 2 jade bottles, there is a spirit concentrating pill and 10 meridian nurturing pills. Keep them well." Lin Sini was shocked and was about to refuse, but she did not expect Lu Xian to beat her to it and say, "Don't say any more. Although these pills are valuable, they are not difficult for me to obtain. If you want to keep up with me, you must not refuse." Hearing this, Lin Sini's gaze immediately softened. Although she knew that Lu Xian's battle with Wei Suo was to help her win the spirit concentrating pill and meridian nurturing pill, she was still extremely touched when she saw Lu Xian give them to her without the slightest hesitation. "Lu Xian, you are so good to me." Lin Sini took the initiative to fall into Lu Xian's arms. This time, she really did not refuse because Lu Xian's words had touched the bottom of her heart. Although she said that she did not care how many women Lu Xian had, she naturally hoped that she could always be by his side. However, her talent was limited. If she wanted to be by Lu Xian's side, she could only rely on external help. "Don't say silly things. You are my woman. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Lu Xian smiled slightly. Although he had many ambiguous relationships with many women, the one he was most worried about was undoubtedly Lin Sini. Zhao Binger was strong, and Lu Xian could not help her at all. Qin Shaohan had a father who was the enchanting hall master. Even Zhang Dongshuang had the inheritance of the Zhang family's ancestor. Only Lin Sini had nothing other than himself. Moreover, as the first woman who had touched him, Lu Xian's feelings for her were even deeper. "I will ask Elder Qing to give you the rewards for the first place in this competition. Make good use of these resources and work hard to improve your strength so that you can be promoted to a core disciple as soon as possible," Lu Xian said. Lin Sini's talent was not considered top-notch, but it was not bad either. Moreover, with his help, as long as she was willing to work hard, it would not be a problem for her to be promoted to a mere core disciple. "Yes." Lin Sini nodded her head heavily. Ever since she had fallen in love with Lu Xian, she had never been lazy in her training. Otherwise, she would not have been able to reach the 6th layer of the body refinement realm in a short period of half a year. She had even surpassed Xia Yi, who was originally stronger than her. Soon after, Lu Xian flipped his wrist, and a jade scroll appeared in his hand. Other than being used to store a large amount of information, the other use of a jade scroll was to inscribe some powerful martial skills that could only be understood, but could not be explained in words. "Do you still remember the martial skill I taught you last time? This is the complete set of martial skill, enough for you to train all the way to the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. Remember it first, after memorizing it, destroy it." As he spoke, Lu Xian stuffed the jade scroll into Lin Sini's hands. What was inscribed on the jade scroll was naturally the Tai return to origin technique. With sufficient resources, in addition to the powerful Tai return to origin technique, Lu Xian did not believe that Lin Sini's strength could not rise at a rapid pace. Immediately, Lin Sini did not hesitate and took the jade scroll. Her mind quickly immersed itself in it, absorbing the knowledge of the Tai return to origin technique. In the past half a year, the Tai return to origin technique had played an important role in her rapid rise in strength. Naturally, she knew how powerful this martial skill was. Moreover, she could faintly guess that this was probably one of Lu Xian's trump cards. To be able to pass such a precious thing to her, it was enough to show how important she was in Lu Xian's heart. However, Lin Sini had long regarded herself as Lu Xian's person. Naturally, she would not reveal anything. In fact, even if she wanted to, she could not do so. Unless she was like Lu Xian, where the Tai return to origin technique was clearly imprinted in her mind, it would be impossible to inscribe the martial skill on the jade scroll. Seeing that Lin Sini was immersed in cultivation, Lu Xian also sat cross-legged on the side, swallowed an acupoint nourishing pill, and continued to nourish the 9 major acupoints in his body. Sister Xiaohan, this is not good, right? Being dragged by Qin Xiaohan, Zhang Dongshuang hesitantly followed behind. What are you afraid of? Let them mess around, but don't let us eavesdrop. Quietly, don't make a sound. Like a thief, Qin Xiaohan came to Lu Xian's window in a mischievous manner. Since she had already embarrassed herself last night, Qin Xiaohan was not afraid anymore. This time, she wanted to drag Zhang Dongshuang down, so that she would not be the only one embarrassed. Just now, when Lu Xian dragged Lin Sini into the room, Qin Xiaohan naturally thought of what happened last night. Suddenly, she could not hold back the thoughts in her heart, and ran over again, wanting to eavesdrop. Why is there no movement? Is it over so quickly? Qin Xiaohan was puzzled. Could it be that Lu Xian is a silver spear but a wax spear? No, young hero Lu and sister Lin did it for more than an hour this morning. Zhang Dongshuang quickly got into her role. While eavesdropping, she defended Lu Xian at the same time. In some ancient books, there were records of matters between men and women, so the two women were not ignorant of this kind of thing. After Lin Sini completely memorized the Tai origin return technique, she destroyed the jade slip to prevent it from spreading. Then, Lu Xian told Lin Sini about some problems in cultivation, as well as some of his understanding of the sword. Like him, Lin Sini also cultivated the sword, so Lu Xian's understanding was extremely useful to Lin Sini. After listening to the two of them talk about cultivation, Qin Xiaohan and Zhang Dongshuang felt very bored, so they left with their tails between their legs. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Xian had already stayed in the sword sect for 3 days. In these 3 days, Lu Xian specially went to the enchantment hall. Firstly, he wanted to visit Chen Mo, and secondly, he wanted to thank Elder Feng. Although he had already escaped from the Wind Sword School, if it was not for Elder Feng, the Saber sect would have probably caused trouble for Lin Sini. At the same time, Lu Xian also gave Elder Feng a few talisman scrolls that he had inscribed with all his strength. The power was not worth mentioning, but it contained all of Lu Xian's understanding of the ancient enchantment technique, so it was naturally extremely useful to Elder Feng. As for Chen Mo, he also praised Lu Xian's actions in the sect competition. At the same time, he made a copy of some rare books on the talisman Dao and gave it to Lu Xian. As Lu Xian's master, this was the only help Chen Mo could give to Lu Xian. Over the past few days, Lin Sini would secretly sneak into Lu Xian's room every night to spend the night together. However, this was only a cover-up, because Qin Xiaohan and Zhang Dongshuang were not asleep at all, and they clearly knew Lin Sini's whereabouts. With Qin Xiaohan's temper, it was inevitable that she would once again urge Zhang Dongshuang to eavesdrop with her. However, this time, Lu Xian had learned his lesson. After waiting for Lin Sini to come, he set up an illusion array and a soundproof array in the room, so they could not hear or see anything at all. This made Qin Xiaohan extremely angry. 3 days later, Lu Xian went to look for Elder Jean and asked to return home. Elder Jean did not go back on his word, and indeed personally brought Lu Xian home. This time, Lu Xian's return home was quite large. Apart from Elder Jean, there were also Instructor Yang, the 9th uncle, and the 3 great elders of the sword faction. As for the disciples, there were Lin Sini, Qin Xiaohan, and Zhang Dongshuang, as well as Xia Yi, Xing Feng, Lin Tian, and Mo Qiuqian. Almost everyone who was on good terms with Lu Xian went home with him. It would have been fine if it was just a group of disciples, but with so many elders accompanying him, Lu Xian was considered to be very respected. This flying spirit boat is a human middle-grade treasure weapon. It is extremely fast. There are only a few of them in the entire Wind Sword School, and there is only one in the inner sect. This time, I will make an exception and use it once, haha. Elder Jean laughed and took out a boat-shaped flying spirit boat. This flying spirit boat grew with the wind and soon became nearly 10 feet in size, enough to accommodate dozens of people. It was extremely spacious for everyone to stand on it. Last time, when Elder Su brought Lu Xian and the others from Lin City, he used a sword-shaped flying spirit boat. However, it was only the lowest human lower-grade treasure and could not be compared to Elder Jin's spirit boat at all. What Elder Jin said was indeed true. Lin City was quite far from where the Windsword School was located, but with this flying spirit boat flying at full speed, it took less than 4 hours to arrive. Look, what's that? If I guessed correctly, that should be the legendary flying spirit boat. Quickly go and report to the governor, there is an expert coming, and we don't know if he is friend or foe. Everyone, get ready to defend. The sudden arrival of the flying spirit boat shocked the guards of Lin City, and they all went to report to the governor. A powerful person who could use this kind of flying spirit boat was definitely not someone they could resist. Let's go to the Castellan's mansion first. Although the Castellan of Lin City belongs to the Tianwu Empire and doesn't belong to our Windsword School, he can be considered an outer member of the Windsword School. Elder Jin waved his hand, and the Flying Lord immediately flew towards the Castellan's mansion. The Tianwu Empire was one of the 3 empires under the jurisdiction of the Windsword School. Even the monarch had to respect the Windsword School, so the Castellan's mansion was naturally considered a part of the Windsword School. After receiving the report of the arrival of the flying spirit boat, the Castellan of Lin City, Xianxia's father, Xia Tao, quickly came out of the Castellan's mansion in shock. He didn't expect to see the flying spirit boat flying straight towards the Castellan's mansion as soon as he came out. For a moment, Xia Tao couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't know who was on the flying spirit boat and why they were here. Although he knew that his beloved daughter, Xianxia, was a core disciple of the Windsword School, he thought that a mere core disciple would definitely not be able to use such a powerful flying artifact. The flying spirit boat quickly landed in the biggest courtyard of the Castellan's mansion. Xia Tao immediately flew up and quickly rushed to the place where the flying spirit boat landed. As the Castellan of Lin City, he naturally had the strength of the spirit refinement realm. Otherwise, how could he rule such a large city? Immediately after, a group of fully armed guards of the Castellan's mansion arrived one after another, ready to fight. Are you the Castellan of Lin City, Xia Tao? Elder Jin's dignified voice sounded. Hearing the person calling out his name, Xia Tao was slightly surprised. He quickly bowed and said, I am indeed Xia Tao. May I know who you are? Don't panic. I am the Deputy Lord of the Windsword School, Jin Lei. Elder Jin introduced himself so that Xia Tao wouldn't misunderstand. Although he didn't care about a mere Castellan of Lin City, this was Lu Xian's hometown after all. Xia Tao immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Elder Jin's words. He hurriedly waved his hand to dismiss the group of guards. Since they were from the Windsword sect, there was naturally no danger. After all, Lin City was also under the Windsword sect's rule. But then he became nervous again. Unexpectedly, the deputy suzerain of the Windsword School had come in person. For him, this was an absolutely important person. He did not know why he suddenly came to his small Lin City. If he had something to announce, he should go to Tianwu City, the capital of the Tianwu Empire. So it is the vice sect master who has arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. May I know what brings the vice sect master here? Xia Tao bowed his head, not daring to look at Elder Jin and the others. As the deputy suzerain of the Windsword School, Elder Jin had great power. If he wanted to, as long as he paid the price, it would not be a problem for him to change the emperor of the Tianwu Empire. If he wanted to abolish a mere Castellan like him, it would be a piece of cake. Haha, no need to be so courteous. I told you not to panic. Your Lin City has produced a great talent. Elder Jin laughed out loud. Returning to Lin City, which he had not seen for a long time, Lu Xian was also excited. The last time he came in a hurry, he left in a hurry again. He did not stay at all. Unable to contain his excitement, he hurriedly walked forward and said, Lu Xian greets Uncle Xia. Suddenly hearing Lu Xian's voice, Xia Tao was slightly stunned. He raised his head, saw Lu Xian, and said in surprise, Nephew Lu. Previously, after Lu Xian won first place in Lin City in the entrance examination of the Windsword School, Elder Su had led him to the Castellan's mansion. In addition, Lu Xian and Xianxia had a good relationship, so Xia Tao naturally had a good impression of them. However, he did not expect that this time, Lu Xian would come back with the vice suzerain. Could it be that the talent the vice suzerain mentioned was Lu Xian? Uncle! Uncle Xia! Xia Yi and Lin Sini came out as well and greeted Xia Tao. The two of them had not been back for a year, and they were just as excited as Xia Tao. Xia Yi? Sini? Why did you all come back? Xia Tao was a little confused. Although Xia Yi and Lin Sini were talented, in his heart, he obviously could not associate them with the vice suzerain of the Wind Sword School. Hee, we got a free ride back thanks to Lu Xian, Xia Yi said with a chuckle. Lu Xian smiled and walked forward, saying, Uncle Xia, let me introduce the elders to you. This is Elder Jin, the vice suzerain of the Wind Sword School. This is the chief instructor of the core disciples of the Wind Sword School, Instructor Yang. These three are the elders of the sword faction of the Wind Sword School, Elder Qing, Elder Lin, and Elder Su. Of course, there is also ninth uncle. As Lu Xian introduced the people one by one, Xia Tao was even more shocked. My God, the vice suzerain, the chief instructor, and the three elders of the sword faction were all here. What an honor it was. Even the emperor of the Tianwu Empire could not invite so many people to come here. Usually, if the Wind Sword School had something to do, they would at most send an elder, and most of the time, only some deacons would come out. Moreover, according to Xia Yi, it seemed that all these powerful people came back with Lu Xian. What was Lu Xian's status in the Wind Sword School now? In Xiao Tao's impression, Lu Xian was still the young man who won the first place in the entrance examination of the Lin City. It was only a year, but he had changed so much. Although his mind was racing, Xiao Tao did not forget his etiquette and said, this subordinate greets all the elders. May I invite all the elders to rest in the mansion? Facing Xiao Tao's invitation, Elder Jin and the others naturally did not reject. Under Xiao Tao's lead, they walked straight to the mansion. Xiao Tao also hurriedly ordered his subordinates to prepare a banquet. Although the elders did not seem to have any malicious intentions, with so many powerful people here, he had to treat them carefully. After sitting down, Instructor Yang was the first to speak with a smile. Xiao Tao, this time, there is an amazing genius in your Lin City. This time, Lu Xian represented our Wind Sword School and defeated the disciples of the Sky Knife sect. He is worthy of the title of the first core disciple of the Wind Sword School. Although Lu Xian was only the first in the inner sect, in Instructor Yang's opinion, even the strongest core disciple might not be able to defeat Wei Su'a. Since Lu Xian could defeat Wei Su'a, he was indeed worthy of the title of the first core disciple. In front of Xiao Tao, he naturally deliberately raised Lu Xian's status. There was a huge gap between the first in the inner sect and the first in the core sect. Hearing this, Xiao Tao was immediately overjoyed. Although Lu Xian was not related to him, he was still a citizen of Lin City and had a good relationship with Xianxia. Now, it seemed that Xia Yi and Lin Sini also had a good relationship with Lu Xian. Since Lu Xian had achieved such great glory, he, the governor of Lin City, was also proud. At this moment, he was completely relieved. I didn't expect nephew Lu to achieve such a good result. This is really worthy of celebration. When nephew Lu participated in the entrance examination of the sect, I already felt that nephew Lu would have extraordinary achievements in the future. I didn't expect that in just a short period of 1 year, you actually showed such extraordinary achievements. Xiao Tao said with a smile. Towards Xiao Tao, Lu Xian was indeed grateful. When he annihilated the entire Ryuka clan, it was Xiao Tao who helped to suppress the matter. Later on, he even helped to settle down Lu Xian's father and sister. Although Xiao Tao might have done these things for the sake of Xianxia, no matter what, Lu Xian still remembered this friendship. Uncle Xia, you flatter me. Lu Xian said humbly, then turned to Instructor Yang and asked, by the way, Instructor Yang, do you have any impression of Xianxia, one of the core disciples? She also entered the sect last year. At that time, it was you who personally guided her. Uncle Xia, you are Xianxia's father. Hearing Lu Xian mention Xianxia, Xiao Tao's ears pricked up. Xianxia was his only daughter, and it was evident how much he doted on her. He just saw Lu Xian, Xia Yi, and Lin Sini, but he didn't see Xianxia. Xiao Tao was obviously anxious. but it was not appropriate for him to ask. At this moment, when he heard that Lu Xian took the initiative to ask for him, he immediately cast a grateful look at him. Xianxia? It turns out that Xianxia's father is you. Haha, it seems that this Lin City is really a place where talents come from. Instructor Yang was a little stunned at first, then he laughed out loud. If it wasn't for Lu Xian mentioning it, he wouldn't have known that Xia Tao was Xianxia's father. Xianxia's talent is quite good. Although she is not as good as Lu Xian, she is also outstanding among the core disciples. She has only entered the sect for less than a year, but she has already caught up with many disciples who have been in the sect for a few years. If I had known that she was your daughter, I would have brought her back this time. Instructor Yang nodded slightly. It's okay, I hope Instructor Yang can take care of my daughter. I will be very grateful. Xia Tao said again and again. Although he also wanted to see Xianxia, as long as Xianxia was safe, his heart was also half relieved. After everyone talked for a while, Lu Xian said that he wanted to go home to have a look. A group of elders naturally got up. Since this time they were accompanying Lu Xian to go home, naturally Lu Xian was the leader. They came to the city lord's mansion just to greet Xia Tao, so as not to cause any misunderstanding. Xia Tao naturally had to accompany them. They got up together, and at the same time, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he was very attentive to Xianxia's request. In the past year, he had taken care of the Lu family. Otherwise, it would be really hard to explain now. Since the Lu family moved to Lin City, with the relationship between Xianxia and Lin City, they immediately received the double care of the city lord's mansion and the Lin family. With the care of the two most powerful families in Lin City, the Xia family and the Lin family, the Lu family naturally quickly gained a foothold. Lu Yu also conscientiously ran the business that the Lin family handed over to the Lu family. Now the Lu family had a place in Lin City. Not only did they buy a huge house in the prosperous area of Lin City, but there were also countless servants in the house. The only drawback was that it was a little quiet. After all, there were only Lu Yu and Lu Qiong. Although Lu Xian didn't know where the new home of the Lu family was, Xia Tao knew. Immediately, he personally led the way and led the way. As the city lord, personally leading the way was an honor that no one in Lin City could enjoy. Go and inform your master that Xia Tao is here to visit. Xia Tao personally walked to the Lu family mansion, knocked on the door, and said to a servant. Xia Tao? The servant was a little confused. He felt that the person in front of him was a little familiar, and the name was very familiar, but he couldn't remember at the moment. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he suddenly remembered the identity of the person. He was so scared that he hurriedly saluted and said, "Your humble servant greets the city lord. Please forgive me." Xia Tao was immediately speechless. Although he usually took care of the Lu family, he rarely visited them in person. Even if he did, it would be his subordinates who knocked on the door and reported the city lord's name. He didn't expect that this time, when he personally knocked on the door, he wouldn't be recognized immediately. After all, no one would think that the city lord would take the role of knocking on the door. There's no need to be so courteous. Quickly go and report. Xia Tao waved his hand. The servant immediately got up and ran into the mansion. After a while, a few figures hurried to the door. Their voices could be heard even before they arrived. The governor has arrived. I, Lu Yu, hope you can forgive me for not going out to meet you. A hearty voice was heard. It was Lu Xian's father, Lu Yu. Father. Lu Xian called out excitedly before Lu Yu could approach. Lu Xian was only 17 years old. He had been away from home for a year, so he missed his family very much. Lu Yu was still in a daze when he heard Lu Xian's voice. Lu Qiong, who was behind him, exclaimed in surprise, "Little Xian. You're back?" "Sister, it's me. I'm back." Lu Xian ran toward Lu Yu and the others. "Little Xian, you're back? Haha, I haven't seen you for a year. You've grown a lot taller." Lu Yu said happily as he held Lu Xian's hand. But then he remembered that Xia Tao was still at the door. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Governor, please come in. I didn't expect you to send little Xian back in person. I'm really grateful." "Haha, brother Lu, you're too polite. I'm not the one who sent little Xian back. I'm just a guide. Xia Tao laughed out loud. There were not many people in Lin City who could be called brother by Xia Tao. As the saying goes, a father's status depended on his son's status. With Lu Xian's current status in the Windsword sect, Xia Tao naturally had to treat Lu Yu as an equal. Lu Xian was shocked when he heard that. The dignified city lord was only a guide. Could it be that there were other important figures? What did Lu Xian do to deserve the attention of such figures? Father, let's go in first. Our mansion is really big. It's much bigger than the mansion in Qingshan town. Lu Xian looked around his new home and praised. Then he turned around and invited Elder Jean and the others into the mansion. Seeing the crowd enter in a single file, Lu Yu naturally welcomed them personally. He was secretly shocked in his heart. Apart from a few young people, he couldn't see through the strength of a single one of them. Even among those few young people, there were quite a few whose cultivation levels were higher than his. It should be known that after a year, Lu Yu's strength had also risen to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Lu Yu originally wanted to invite Xia Tao to sit in the main seat, but Xia Tao didn't have the guts to do so in front of so many experts. He refused and sat in the last seat, just a little higher than Lincini and the others. Father, let me introduce you. This is Elder Jean, the deputy head of the Windsword School. He took good care of me in the Windsword School. This is the chief instructor of the Windsword School, Instructor Yang, who will be my instructor. These three are the 3 elders of the Windsword School, Elder Qing, Elder Lin, and Elder Su. You also know 9th uncle. These are my close friends. Lu Xian introduced them one by one according to their seats. Every time he said a name, Lu Yu's heart was in turmoil. Gosh, these were all great figures. In Lu Yu's eyes, any disciple of the Windsword School was a great figure. But these were not ordinary disciples, they were elders. Any one of them had a higher status than Xia Tao. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lu Yu finally understood why Xia Tao had said that he was just a guide. Lu Yu greets the elders. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. Please forgive me for my negligence. Lu Yu hurriedly stood up. His heart was filled with anxiety. He had only greeted Xia Tao and had not greeted any of the elders. Who knew if they would blame him or not? Brother Lu, you don't have to be so polite. We should be the ones thanking you for raising such a good son like Lu Xian. We've come here this time to see who exactly is capable of raising such an outstanding talent. Elder Jean said with a smile. However, the way he called Brother Lu made Lu Yu terrified. According to Lu Xian, this was the vice-sect leader of the Windsword School. He was actually talking to him as the same generation. It was unbelievable. After talking for a while, Lu Yu gradually understood the ins and outs of the matter. When he found out that Lu Xian had actually advanced to the 10th tier of the body refinement realm and defeated the number 1 core disciple of the Skyknife sect, and was known as the number 1 core disciple of the Windsword sect, Lu Yu was immediately overjoyed. Which father did not look forward to their son becoming a dragon? Lu Xian's performance was so dazzling that he was undoubtedly the happiest as a father. Lu Qiong was also so excited that her face was red. She loved her younger brother the most since she was young. Seeing that the younger brother who used to follow her around had grown to such a level, she was naturally very satisfied. This must be Lu Xian's older sister, Lu Qiong? Speaking of which, our Windsword School has to thank you. Elder Jean laughed. Suddenly being called out by Elder Jean and said that he wanted to thank her, Lu Qiong was a little confused. However, she couldn't forget her manners. She quickly bowed and said, Greetings, Bisect leader. May I know why you are thanking me? Elder Jean stroked his beard and said with a smile, I once heard Lu Xian say that he participated in the entrance examination of the Windsword sect back then because a wealthy clan wanted to force him to marry his wife. He had no choice but to participate in the examination. If that had not been the case, the Windsword sect would not have been able to obtain such a talented disciple. Speaking of which, I naturally have to thank you. Elder Jin's words were not wrong. Speaking of which, Lu Xian really had to thank Ryuka, especially Long Yang. If it wasn't for him who threw him into the wild, how could he have obtained the sword crystal by chance? For Lu Xian, the sword crystal was like a key. Without this key, no matter how talented he was, he might not be able to open it. There's such a thing? Instructor Yang said in surprise, I didn't know about that. In that case, I naturally have to give you a gift. I didn't bring anything this time. Here's a muscle cleansing and marrow pill. I obtained it by accident. I don't have any children, so I'll give it to you. After saying that, Instructor Yang took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Qiang. Lu Xian was slightly taken aback. He knew about the muscle cleansing and marrow cleansing pill. Although the muscle cleansing and marrow cleansing pill was only used in the body refining stage, its effects were extremely powerful. It could cleanse one's muscles and marrow, and it could improve one's aptitude to a certain extent. Its value was comparable to the concentration spirit pill. He did not expect Instructor Yang to be so generous. Lu Qiang didn't know what this pill was for, but seeing how surprised Lu Xian was, it was definitely not something ordinary. She was just about to refuse when Elder Jean laughed and said, Since you're so generous, Yang Yi, I naturally can't be weak. With your muscle washing and marrow cleansing pill, I'm sure it won't be difficult for me to advance to the soul refinement stage. Then, I'll take out a spirit amassing pill as a thank you gift. As soon as Elder Jean said that, everyone was shocked. Lu Xian was even more surprised. This was a spirit concentration pill. Previously, he fought with Wei Suo for a spirit concentration pill. He didn't expect Elder Jean to take out one and give it to his sister. This gift from Instructor Yang and Elder Jean was too precious. Our wealth can't compare to Elder Jean and Instructor Yang's. However, Lu Xian has joined our sword sect, so how can we not give him a gift of thanks? Since we already have the muscle cleansing and marrow pill and the spirit concentration pill, then we'll make up for the gap in between. Here are 300 essence restoration pills and a bunch of pills for breaking through to the body refinement stage. I believe Miss Lu Qiang will be able to smoothly break through to the spirit refinement stage. Elder Qing smiled and directly handed over a storage ring. As he said, the storage ring probably contained the pills for breaking through to the body refinement stage. Although the value of a single pill was far less than what Instructor Yang and Elder Jean had given her, there were many of them. Especially the pills for breaking through to the body refinement stage, they were also extremely precious. The total value was probably not much different. It could be said that with the pills given by Elder Jean and the others, as long as one was not extremely talented, one would be able to smoothly reach the spirit refinement stage. This was the difference between a large sect and a small family. It was extremely difficult for a small family to produce a spirit refinement stage cultivator, but for a large sect, as long as there were enough pills, it was completely possible to produce a powerhouse in the spirit refinement stage. Lu Xian was born in Milin City. This time he has obtained such glory. I, as the city lord, am also proud. However, it seems that he doesn't need any resources, so I'll give him a cultivation method. However, it's only a middle grade. Yellow level cultivation method. This was obtained from a secret place when I was wandering outside. Don't worry about the consequences, you can cultivate with peace of mind. Xia Tao also came to join in the fun at this time. Seeing so many powerhouses giving him gifts, Lu Yu was almost dumbfounded. Not to mention the value of these things, just being able to receive so many gifts from powerhouses was not something that an ordinary person could do. Everyone's intention was very clear, that was to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Lu Xian. Lu Xian's talent was extraordinary, and he did not lack resources. They could not help Lu Xian too much, but for Lu Qiang, they could provide a lot of good things. Moreover, seeing that Lu Xian and Lu Qiang were very close, the effect of helping Lu Qiang would definitely be no less than helping Lu Xian himself. Seeing that everyone had given their gifts, Lu Xian could no longer sit still. He quickly stood up and said, Elders and Uncle Xia, how can we accept such generous gifts? I, Lu Xian, am already very grateful to receive your care. Lu Xian, don't be in a hurry to refuse. You should know that if you refuse, you will offend so many of us, Elder Jean said with a smile. That's right, don't blame me for making things difficult for you in the sect. Instructor Yang also joked. Lu Xian, just accept it. This isn't for you, but for your sister. Are you saying that you're the only one who can achieve great accomplishments in martial arts and not your sister? Lu Xian said. Xia Tao said. What he said was exactly what Lu Xian wanted. It would be best if his sister could also cultivate to the spirit refinement realm. If that's the case, then I won't refuse. Lu Xian will definitely remember the kindness of the elders and Uncle Xia. Sister, just accept it, Lu Xian said sincerely. Lu Qiong only dared to accept these priceless gifts after receiving Lu Xian's consent. These things represented an expert in the spirit refinement realm. In the secular world, as long as a family had an expert in the spirit refinement realm, it could become a second-grade family, second only to a third-grade sect. After chatting for a while, Elder Jean and the others left one after another. Xia Tao brought them around Lin City. Normally, the elders did not leave the mountain often. Since they were already out, they naturally had to take a look around. Of course, this was also to give Lu Xian a chance to spend time with his family. If they were around, Lu Yu would naturally entertain them. Xia Tao was also happy to take this opportunity to get closer to the elders of the sect. It would only be beneficial for him. As for Xia Yi, she also went home first. At the same time, she brought Lin Tian and the others back to her home to entertain them. For a moment, only Lu Xian, Lin Sini, and the other two women were left in the Lu mansion. Xian, haven't you introduced your female companions to me? Lu Yu looked at the three women with interest. His gaze was as if he was sizing up his daughter-in-law. He knew Lin Sini. She was the precious daughter of the Lin family and was an old acquaintance of Lu Xian. As for the other two women, although he had never seen them before, they were both outstanding beauties. Regardless of appearance or temperament, they were all top-notch. Although he did not know their personalities, Lu Yu was undoubtedly satisfied to see them sitting upright and still with slight shyness and nervousness. He was also an experienced person. One look at the women's expressions and he knew that they must have a close relationship with Lu Xian. In fact, Lu Yu was right. At this moment, the women were extremely nervous. It was as if an ugly daughter-in-law was meeting her parents-in-law. Of course, no matter who it was, they did not have the word ugly. Since his father had spoken, Lu Xian naturally did not dare to slack off. He introduced the three of them one by one. Lin Sini's identity was needless to say, but Chen Xiaohan's identity shocked Lu Yu. He did not expect Lu Xian to be so capable. He actually managed to hook up with the daughter of the enchantment hall master so easily. However, when he recalled that Elder Jean, Instructor Yang, and the others had come to express their goodwill, Lu Yu immediately calmed down. He knew that the current Lu Xian had undergone a great change compared to a year ago. As for Zhang Dongxuan's background, Lu Yu couldn't help but sigh. It was really unfortunate for her family to have such a huge change at such a young age. As they chatted, Lu Yu casually asked some questions. Although Lin Sini wanted to stay longer, she also wanted to go home after a year. Zhang Dongxuan and the others left with her. After all, it was not appropriate for them to stay in the Lu mansion, so it was more appropriate for them to stay in the Lin mansion. Lu Xian, these three women seem to have a close relationship with you, Lu Yu said with a smile after the women left. Hearing Lu Yu mention this, Lu Xian smiled awkwardly. We're all good friends. Of course, we have a close relationship. Is that so? If my eyesight hadn't deteriorated, I'm afraid that Miss Lin would have lost her virginity. Don't tell me that person isn't you? Lu Yu said calmly with a mischievous look in his eyes. Lu Xian was taken aback. You can tell? Of course. Lu Yu said proudly. Your father used to be an experienced playboy. How could he not tell? Apart from Miss Lin, the other two women also have a good impression of you, especially Miss Han. When she was talking to me, she looked at you nervously from time to time. I'm afraid she has already fallen in love with you. Good boy, you didn't disgrace your father. You brought back 3 beautiful daughters-in-law after a year. Keep up the good work. Our Lu family is still too small. We'll have to rely on you to carry it forward in the future. It'd be best if you can give birth to 17 or 18 sons. For the older generation, nothing was more important than carrying on the family line. However, Lu Qiong's face turned red when he heard Lu Yu's words. Father, how can you say this to Xiao Xian? You're always so frivolous. You didn't teach him anything good, Lu Qiong said. Sigh, how can you call that frivolous? It's important to carry on the family line. Moreover, these three women are very good," Lu Yu said with a straight face. He then added, "And you, Xiong if you like any young master, you must tell me. I'll help you. Men know men the best." Lu Xian smiled and said, "How can my sister marry someone so easily? She should at least find someone who's favored by the heavens. Don't listen to father's nonsense. Xiaoxian, let me tell you, since Miss Lin has given her body to you, you have to treat her well. Don't let her down," Lu Qiong said. As a woman, she naturally knew what women wanted the most. "Yes, Qiong you're right. Since it's like this, I'll go with you tomorrow to pay a visit to the head of the Lin family." If it was in the past, it would be too much to ask for a marriage alliance with the Lin family. But now, even the city lord has come to make friends with us. We're qualified to marry into the Lin family. Lu Yu thought for a while and said. He wasn't worried. His son was so decisive and even got the girl's body. What's done can't be undone. Moreover, with Lu Xian's current status, it wouldn't be a disgrace to the Lin family. Marriage was a major event. His parents' orders and the matchmaker's words were not very important to him as a martial artist. However, since he was back home, Lu Xian had no choice but to follow Lu Yu's arrangements. That day, Lu Yu sent people out to buy some. Since they came to propose marriage, the 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts naturally couldn't be omitted. Moreover, the Lin family was one of the top families in Lin City, so it couldn't be shabby. Seeing that Lu Yu was serious, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel nervous. According to the customs of the Sky Sword continent, 17 years old was about the right time to get married. However, Lu Xian's heart was focused on martial arts. Marriage wasn't an issue, but it was still not a problem to get engaged. Seeing this situation, Lu Xian had no choice but to tell Lu Yu about the matter between him and Zhao Bing'er. When he found out that Lu Xian had actually gotten a girl with a higher status, not only did Lu Yu not blame him, but he also constantly praised Lu Xian for his future prospects. Like father like son, especially when he found out that Lin Sini had already accepted him, Lu Yu admired Lu Xian even more, repeatedly saying that the student had surpassed his father. According to Lu Yu, it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. They would first settle this marriage, and when Lu Xian's cultivation level was high enough to match Zhao Bing'er, he would go to the profound ice pavilion to ask for her hand in marriage. Although there was no other way, facing his own father, Lu Xian had no choice but to follow his father's words. Lu Xian hurriedly used a few sound transmission talismans to inform Elder Jean and the others, hoping that they would help him as a matchmaker. Otherwise, he would not have any confidence. A day quickly passed. On the second day, Lu Xian and his family once again met up with Elder Jean and the others. Lin Tian, Xia Yi, and the others all came to join in the fun, grinning as they followed them. The family head invites you in. A servant of the Lin family opened the main doors of the Lin mansion and invited Lu Xian and his family in. Lu Xian walked all the way to the reception hall of the Lin family. Just as he bowed, the family head of the Lin family, Lin Sini's father, Lin Hongji, loudly shouted. Lu Xian, how dare you? You actually dared to come here. Lu Xian was stunned and could not help but raise his head to take a look. He saw Lin Sini standing beside Lin Hongji with a flushed face, continuously winking at Lu Xian. Lu Xian immediately smiled bitterly. If his father could tell that Lin Sini had lost her virginity, how could Lin Hongji and the others not see it? Lin Sini must have told them everything after being questioned. Sini is the apple of my eye. How dare you do such a thing? Ah San, chase the guests out. Lin Hongji angrily shouted as he slammed the chair and stood up. At this moment, Xia Tao, who was behind Lu Xian, hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over and said, Brother Lin, calm down. I think Lu Xian and Sini are a perfect match made in heaven. Now that Lu Xian has come to propose marriage, how can we just close the door and reject guests? Come, sit down, let me introduce you to the guests. Hearing this, Lin Hongji reluctantly sat down and said, Then I will give Brother Xia face. Xia Tao chuckled as he introduced Elder Jean and the rest to Lin Hongji. Upon hearing the identities of Elder Jean and the rest, Lin Hongji was immediately shocked. He did not expect that all of them would have such powerful backgrounds. Not to mention him, the head of the Lin family, even the emperor of the Tianwu Empire would have to treat them with the respect of a disciple. Lin Hongji immediately apologized and stood up to invite Elder Jean and the rest to take a seat. Unexpectedly, Elder Jean waved his hand and said, "It's all right, it's all right. Those who don't know are not to blame. Moreover, we're not here today as the Wind Sword Sect's deputy leader, but as a matchmaker." Elder Jean stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Lu Xian and Lin Sini are both disciples of the Wind Sword School. Today, I have shamelessly come to be the matchmaker. I hope that the head of the Lin family will do me the honor." Hearing that Elder Jean and the others were actually here to be the matchmaker, Lin Hongji immediately opened his mouth and did not know what to say for a moment. Seeing this, Xia Tao hurriedly transmitted his voice to Lin Hongji, "Brother Lin, know when to stop. It's about time. The deputy head of the Wind Sword School and the chief instructor are here to be the matchmaker. This is even more glorious than a marriage bestowed by the emperor." In fact, Lin Hongji had already received news from Xia Tao yesterday. He also knew the identity of Elder Jean and the others. He also knew Lu Xian's status in the Wind Sword School. Not to mention the fact that Lu Xian was favored by so many elders. Even if an ordinary core disciple came to propose marriage, it would be a good match. However, Lin Sini was the apple of his eye, and there was no way he was going to give her away so easily. As such, he had to put in enough effort to save face for Lu Xian. That was why he had to reprimand Lu Xian, lest Lu Xian did not know how to cherish her. His daughter was so disappointing that she had even given her body to Lu Xian, so what else could Lin Hongji say? "Since the deputy head has personally come to be the matchmaker, how can I not give you face? Lu Xian, since you have come to propose marriage, you must treat Sini well in the future. If I find out that she has been wronged in the future, I will hold you responsible. By then, no matter what your identity is, I will not let you go even if I have to risk my life," Lin Hongji said in a serious tone. "Of course. Please rest assured, Uncle Lin. If I let Sini be wronged in the future, I, Lu Xian, will definitely be struck by lightning," Lu Xian hurriedly said as an excuse to get out of the situation. Liu laughed and said, "Brother Lin, please calm down. If my little brat doesn't know how to cherish him, I will teach him a good lesson even without Brother Lin's help. Today is a joyous day. Don't say such inauspicious words. Someone, quickly bring the betrothal gifts." Bundles of betrothal gifts were carried out according to the rules. In order to satisfy the Lin family, Lu Yu had put in a lot of effort. Although Lu Xian's status was not low, he was still marrying someone else's daughter. No matter what, Lu Yu could not be careless. Hearing the servants report the betrothal gifts one by one, Lin Hongji's expression became much better. He nodded to himself, thinking that Lu Xian was not a bad kid. He did not take advantage of his position to bully others, and the betrothal gifts he presented were not shabby at all. While these betrothal gifts were nothing to the Lin family, Lin Hongji was only interested in the formality. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Elder Jean and the others were also invited to the seats of honor. Although Elder Jean said that he was only here as a matchmaker, Lin Hongji did not dare to slight him. He pretended not to know Elder Jean and the others' identities, but now that it was obvious, he naturally had to treat them with respect. After the banquet, Lin Hongji said drunkenly, "Lu Xian, I know that your status is not low, and it may be even higher in the future. But you must ensure that Sini lives a happy life. She is the apple of my eye. She has never been wronged since she was young. Of course. Uncle Lin, please rest assured. Sini and I love each other. There is no need to say anything else," Lu Xian said. Lin Hongji nodded his head in satisfaction. "It's a good thing that you're smart enough to come and propose today. If you did something like that and still didn't come and propose today, today's matter won't end so easily. Even if the vice sect leader comes, I'll still have to show you some strength." Lu Xian sweated in his heart. "You have already shown me your power today. You just came in and wanted to chase me away." Of course, Lu Xian did not dare to say this. He could only say yes repeatedly. "Lu Xian, congratulations on being with your sister. In the future, you must treat your sister well. Let me toast to you." Zhang Dongshuang raised her wine glass and said. "Sister?" Lu Xian was a little surprised. Lin Sini sat to the side and held Lu Xian's hand. She pursed her lips and smiled. Yesterday, after my father found out about little sister Dongshuang, he adopted her as his daughter. Of course, she calls me sister. She was very happy today. Lu Xian had come to propose marriage so soon, and the two of them were officially engaged. Now, she was truly Lu Xian's woman. Although she was slower than Zhao Binger in some matters, she was first in terms of status. Women always had their own thoughts. Although Lin Sini could accept the fact that she knew about Lu Xian and Zhao Binger, she couldn't help but secretly compare herself to Zhao Binger. Chen Xiaohan, on the other hand, was drinking to drown her sorrows. Seeing Lu Xian and Lin Sini holding hands, she felt rather upset. Damn Lu Xian, stinky Lu Xian, bastard Lu Xian. How can you be so straightforward now? You weren't as straightforward as you were in the enchantment hall. Chen Xiaohan cursed in her heart. She couldn't help but think that if she had been a little more thick-skinned and slipped into Lu Xian's room a few days ago in the sword faction, what would the situation be like today? However, all of this was just a if. At least now, the one who was engaged to Lu Xian was not her, but Lin Sini. Sini, Lu Xian, can't be said to be a good man, but I will definitely not let you suffer. Lu Xian whispered in Lin Sini's ear. Hearing this, Lin Sini immediately leaned into Lu Xian's embrace with a blissful expression. After the lively scene, Lu Xian and the others bid farewell. Although Lin Sini wanted to leave with Lu Xian, they had just been engaged, so she still had to be reserved. She could only suppress the thoughts in her heart and stay in the Lin mansion. After returning to the Lu mansion, Lu Xian didn't go out again. He stayed at home to accompany his father and sister, talking about some of the exciting things that happened in the past year. As for the dangers, he naturally didn't mention them. In any case, they had already passed, so there was no need to make his father and sister worry. Now that he was engaged to Lin Sini, the relationship between the Lu family and the Lin family would undoubtedly become closer. Moreover, the city governor's mansion knew about the relationship between Lu Xian and Elder Jin and the others, so they would definitely take care of him. So, Lu Xian could put his mind at ease. In addition, Lu Xian also told Lu Qiong some things about cultivation. At the same time, he left 2 precious long swords for Lu Qiong so that she could cultivate to the spirit refinement realm as soon as possible. With the strength of the spirit refinement realm, she would no longer be in danger in Lin City. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xian stayed in Lin City for another 2 days. Including the time before, the 7 days agreed with Instructor Yang had passed. It was almost time to go to the core disciple's place. Xianer, you don't have to worry about the matters at home. Don't keep thinking about it. Since your heart is in martial arts, you must go further on this road. Father, I am proud of you. At this moment, Lu Yu also put away his disrespectful smile and exhorted with a solemn expression. At this moment, he was like a real father. I understand. I will not let you down. When I have achieved some achievements in cultivation, I will come back to accompany you. Lu Xian hugged Lu Yu tightly and said. At this moment, he was not the Lu Xian who defeated the #1 core disciple of the Sky Saber sect. He was just a 17-year-old child in front of his father. Good, good, I knew that your achievements must be extraordinary. Originally, I only wanted you to live a stable life. Since you have embarked on the martial arts path, then go on with peace of mind and do your best. There was a hint of emotion in Lu Yu's tone. Although Lu Xian felt that something was wrong, he was immersed in the sadness of parting and did not think too much about it. Little Xian, I want to thank you for everything you have done for me. That little brat has finally grown up and can take charge of his own affairs. I will always be proud of you. Lu Qiong also smiled. She also came up and hugged Lu Xian. Lu Xian, let's go. All good things must come to an end. When you have achieved some achievements in martial arts, you can come back and bring glory to the family, Instructor Yang said. After taking a deep look at Lu Yu and Lu Qiong, Lu Xian immediately left without looking back. It was said that when a martial artist cultivated to a high level, it was possible to prolong their lives. At that time, he could forcibly increase the strength of his father and sister so that they could accompany him for a longer time. After leaving the Lu mansion, Lin Sini and the others were already waiting there. Elder Jin once again threw out the airship and everyone boarded it. Xia Tao, Xia Feng, Xia Ye's father, Lin Hongji, Lu Yu, and the others all stood beside the airship to send everyone off. After saying goodbye, Elder Jean directly activated the airship and rose into the sky. Lin City gradually came under everyone's feet and became smaller and smaller until it could not be seen. Lu Xian, you have to leave in such a short time. I can't bear to part with you. Lin City was like a little girl snuggling tightly in Lu Xian's arms. They had just gotten engaged and she was really reluctant to part with him. What nonsense are you talking about? Cultivate well in the sword faction. I will wait for you with the core disciples, Lu Xian said as he stroked Lin City's hair. As if she had thought of something, Lin City suddenly said, by the way, if I remember correctly, Xianxia seems to have some feelings for you. You will be seeing Xianxia soon. Lu Xian instantly had a headache. What was going on? Now that he was engaged to Lin City, he naturally could not provoke Xianxia anymore. Xianxia and I are good sisters and have been best friends since we were young. I can even accept Xiao Binger, whom I have never met before. As long as you have the ability, it is not impossible for me to accept Xianxia, Lin City suddenly said. Really? Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Seeing Lu Xian's expression, Lin City, who had been very gentle just a moment ago, immediately raised her eyebrows. Good, Lu Xian. You are so excited at the mention of this. I didn't think that you would reveal your true nature after just a casual test. Lin City's hands pinched the soft flesh on Lu Xian's waist hard as if she wanted to vent the dissatisfaction in her heart. Lu Xian could only admit that he was unlucky. It was his fault for having a dirty mouth. After pinching for a while, Lin City let go. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Xianxia is my best friend. If she knows that we are engaged, she will definitely be very sad. I don't want to see her sad. If she is willing to accept me, I will allow you. But you can't abandon me. City, I will never provoke Xianxia. Don't worry. After suffering a loss before, Lu Xian would never be fooled again this time. He quickly pointed to the sky and swore. Lin City glared at him and said, Don't coax me. I mean it. Really? Lu Xian's face was full of disbelief. It seemed that City, this little girl, had become smarter. She would even further test me. I must not be fooled. Don't think that Xianxia is soft and weak. She seems to be easy to talk to. But she may not be able to accept that you are disloyal. So, this is not a simple matter. Lin City said quite seriously. This time, Lu Xian seemed to realize that something was unusual. It seemed that Lin City really wasn't testing me? Don't worry. I will never take the initiative to provoke other women, even if it is Xianxia. Lu Xian also said. Seriously. He was not the kind of person who was half-hearted. He would not pursue for the sake of pursuing, unless there was really a relationship. I know. I can rest assured now. Let's leave everything to fate. Lin City was already very satisfied. She lay in Lu Xian's arms, enjoying this moment of peace. Elder Jean piloted the flying spirit vessel and returned to the inner sect first. Lu Xian bid farewell to his two good friends, Xia Yi and Xing Feng. He was about to head to the core, and he had no idea when they would meet again. When he bid farewell to Qin Shaohan, she did not respond at all. Although he felt guilty, he did not dare to say too much. If this could make Qin Shaohan give up on him, then it would be a good thing. Having too many women was just too troublesome. Let's go. I will bring you to the core disciples area. Once you enter the core disciples area, your world will be wider. Instructor Yang said and threw out a sword-shaped flying artifact. Lu Xian, Lin Tian, and Mo Chouchen went up one after another. Hearing Instructor Yang's words, the three of them were filled with anticipation and excitement. Core disciples, here I come. Instructor Yang's sword-shaped flying artifact was of the human tier, which was not as good as Elder Jin's. Its speed and size were also much smaller. After all, Elder Jin was using the public flying artifact of the inner sect, while Instructor Yang was using a private flying artifact. Although martial artists would have the ability to fly when they reached the spirit refinement realm, they still needed a flying artifact to fly long distances. After all, their elemental energy was limited and couldn't support long-distance flying. Of course, the price of a flying artifact was extremely expensive. Even a normal late-stage spirit refinement realm martial artist might not be able to afford it. Instructor Yang and Elder Jean only had it because of their extraordinary status. As the flying artifact continued to move forward, Lu Xian and the rest flew past mountain after mountain. The towering fallen sword peak of the sword sect gradually became a small black dot until it completely disappeared. During this period, Lu Xian also saw a small town. Instructor Yang told them that it was where the families of the elders and deacons of the Wind Sword School lived. Although it looked small, that was because they were flying high. In fact, this town was even bigger than Lin City, and there was a teleportation array that allowed them to go to the secular world. The location of the core disciples was quite a distance away from the inner sect. They had to fly for a full hour before they arrived. Because the speed of the flying machine was extremely fast, they had actually flown quite a distance in that hour. When they came to an empty place, Instructor Yang suddenly stopped. "We're here." "Here?" Lu Xian and the rest were extremely surprised. There was nothing here. However, before they could ask, Instructor Yang suddenly made a hand sign and shot forward, disappearing in an instant. Illusion array. Lu Xian immediately understood what was going on. As expected, after a short while an extremely tall and huge mountain suddenly appeared in front of them, and a huge mountain gate appeared in front of them. Lu Xian squinted his eyes and took a look. There were a few words carved on the mountain gate. Xianxia Mountain. This mountain is the headquarters of the Wind Sword School, and also the place where the core disciples cultivate. It's called Xianxia Mountain. Let's go. With that, the flying artifact flew forward again and quickly stopped in front of the mountain gate. Flying is forbidden in Xianxia Mountain. Remember, Lu Xian, even if you've reached the spirit refinement realm, you can't fly in Xianxia Mountain. You must leave the mountain gate. Instructor Yang reminded. Lu Xian and the rest quickly nodded to remember, lest they break the sect rules in the future. Greetings, Instructor Yang. Greetings, Instructor Yang. In front of the mountain gate, there were 2 disciples guarding the gate. As soon as they saw Instructor Yang, they immediately greeted him. These 3 are new disciples. They will be your junior brothers from now on. Remember that. Instructor Yang said to the 2 of them. So these 2 were also core disciples of the Wind Sword sect. They actually used core disciples to guard the door? Lu Xian was secretly surprised, but he still had to be polite. Lu Xian, Lin Tian, and Mo Chen, greets the 2 senior brothers. Lu Xian and the rest bowed at the same time. Junior brothers, you don't have to be so polite. We're a family from now on. The 2 disciples smiled amiably, but in their hearts, they were secretly shocked. The 3 junior brothers who came this time seemed to be very strong. One was in the middle stage of the 8th rank, one was in the early stage of the 8th rank, and the last one they couldn't see through. Didn't that mean that they had reached the 10th rank, or even the spirit refinement realm? The one they couldn't see through was naturally Lu Xian. While they were surprised, Lu Xian and the rest were also secretly praising them. They were indeed core disciples. Both of them were in the 9th rank of the body refinement realm. In the inner sect, they were definitely strong. Let's go. We'll talk inside. Instructor Yang said. Lu Xian and the rest quickly followed. Instructor Yang, why do core disciples have to guard the mountain gate? Lu Xian asked the question in his heart. Instructor Yang smiled slightly and said, this is the rule of our core disciples. Every disciple takes turns to guard the mountain gate. 1 person, 1 day. Firstly, it is to let you cultivate your character. Secondly, it is to let you be alert and understand the principle of neither servile nor overbearing. So that's how it is. The 3 of them were deep in thought. The Skysword continent was so big. There were many strong families and sects in the secular world. Disciples who came out to gain experience might fall at any time. It was better not to be too arrogant. Previously on the aircraft, they didn't feel it. Now that they were on the Cloud Sky Mountain, Lu Xian and the rest realized how big this mountain was. Every core disciple has their own residence. You can modify it according to your preferences. Apart from that, there is also a martial skill pavilion, 5-element cave, mission tower, and other places. It's not much different from the inner sect. Of course, the martial skills in the martial skill pavilion are stronger, the formations in the 5-element cave are stronger, and the missions in the mission tower are more difficult. The rewards are also greater. Instructor Yang explained while walking. Looks like this core disciple is the upgraded version of the inner sect. Lu Xian said. Instructor Yang nodded, you can understand it that way. Apart from these places, there is also a martial arts hall. The martial arts hall is where the instructors give their lectures. Hand over your identity tags. Now, you will need to change to a core disciple's tag. Within the tag, there is a map of the Cloud Sky Mountain, as well as the rules of the sect. At the same time, you can also use the tag to send messages to other disciples. The three of them took out their nameplates and handed them over to Instructor Yang. Instructor Yang flicked his wrist and 3 red nameplates appeared in his hand. The red nameplate represents your identity as a core disciple. Brand your soul imprint on it and it will become your exclusive nameplate. Other disciples can also use your soul imprint to send you a message. The 3 of them naturally did as instructed. Since they had just arrived at the Cloud Sky Mountain, they were completely clueless. I will send you to the disciples' residences first. There are empty mansions there. You can choose whichever one you want. When the time comes, just hang your name on the door. As Instructor Yang spoke, he turned a few corners. Flying was prohibited in the Cloud Sky Mountain. Otherwise, he could have brought Lu Xian and the rest over. Not long after, Lu Xian and the rest saw many mansions. They looked almost the same, but there were different names on the door. It was obvious that they were already occupied. Alright, you can choose first. If there's anything, you can contact me directly. I will report to the sect leader first. Instructor Yang was about to leave after he finished speaking. Anyway, he had already told them everything that needed to be said. As for the rest of the matters, they could check it on their own. Wait, Instructor Yang, can I ask where Xianxia lives? Lu Xian quickly asked. Instructor Yang instantly laughed, didn't I tell you to use the tag just now? The tag contains the soul imprint of each disciple. You can just send a message to her directly. That's true. Lu Xian smiled embarrassedly. Then, he sank his consciousness into the tag and searched for Xianxia's soul imprint. He did not know who passed down the array in the tag, but it was extremely convenient. Soon, Lu Xian found Xianxia's soul mark. Without hesitation, he took out a voice transmission talisman and left a message. Then, the talisman turned into a ball of sparks and disappeared. Lu Xian, you also have acquaintances among the core disciples? Lin Tian asked curiously. Yes, she entered the sect with me a year ago. However, I entered the inner sect while she entered the core. Lu Xian nodded and replied. Mo Dechen's expression did not change, but your current strength is probably stronger than all the core disciples. How can you say that? Lu Xian shook his head, there must be crouching tigers and hidden dragons among the core disciples. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Lin Tian laughed, we naturally have to keep a low profile, but you don't need to. With strength comparable to the spirit refinement realm, what's there to be afraid of? In the quiet room of Xianxia's mansion, she was quietly cultivating. Suddenly, a spark exploded in front of her and Lu Xian's voice sounded. Xianxia, I've already arrived at Cloud Sky Mountain. I'm at the entrance of the disciple residence. Suddenly hearing Lu Xian's voice, Xianxia's face lit up. Lu Xian actually came. Back then, Lu Xian said that he would definitely come find her after a year, and now he really did not go back on his words. I haven't seen him for a year, I wonder how he is now. Xianxia thought, but since he can come to Cloud Sky Mountain, he must have become a core disciple. At the very least, he should have reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm, right? Thinking of this, the image of a handsome youth appeared in Xianxia's mind. The first time she saw him, he was fighting a life-or-death battle with a hedonistic son on the martial arena. He relied on a stunning sword strike to win, and even took away 100 gold from the hedonistic son's chest. Also, in the jewel pavilion, he unconsciously hugged her and drew the berserk talisman. That was the first time she was so close to a man. Finally, in the Wind Sword School's entrance examination, Xianxia was incomparably amazed. With the strength of the 4th level of the body refinement realm, he defeated all the experts and even entered the 6th level of the Sword Tower. Scene after scene constantly flashed in Xianxia's mind. Although she had only been in contact with Lu Xian for a short period of time, she had developed a hazy feeling for Lu Xian. In this year, when she had nothing to do, she would think of Lu Xian and Lu Xian's promise 1 year later. A light flashed in Xianxia's hand, and an enchantment scroll appeared in her hand. It was the berserk talisman that Lu Xian had drawn. Her hand brushed over the scroll, and Xianxia remembered the promise she made to herself when she entered the core disciple realm. If 1 year later, I can meet him at Cloud Sky Mountain, then I'll give myself a chance. If I can't meet him, then I'll forget about it. Xianxia's heart of martial arts was also very firm. If Lu Xian couldn't even become a core disciple, then the distance between them would only grow further and further. The two of them were destined to never be able to be together. But now, Lu Xian had come and become a core disciple like her. Even if his current strength was not as good as hers, she believed that with Lu Xian's talent, after entering the core disciple realm, he would definitely grow further. The feeling in Xianxia's heart began to gradually germinate. After exiting the quiet room, Xianxia pushed open the door to see Lu Xian. However, after thinking about it, she turned back. After fiddling with it for a while, Xianxia finally chose a set of plain white clothes to change into. It was the same set of clothes she wore when she first met Lu Xian. Other than a few special occasions, core disciples did not have to wear disciple clothes. However, Xianxia was usually very low-key and always wore the most ordinary disciple clothes. Even so, her natural appearance and temperament could not be concealed by a mere set of clothes. She had long become the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty among the core disciples. After a year, Xianxia changed into her own clothes on Cloud Sky Mountain for the first time. However, it was only to see Lu Xian. As the saying goes, a woman will dress for the person who pleases her. After tidying herself up in front of a bronze mirror, Xianxia nodded her head in satisfaction and left. Not long after she left, Xianxia met a core disciple. When he saw Xianxia, this disciple immediately opened his mouth in shock and said in disbelief, Junior Sister Xia? Hello, Senior Brother Zhou. Xianxia smiled indifferently and left after greeting him. A year had passed, but her personality did not change at all. Good. Senior Brother Zhou repeatedly nodded his head. He still had not recovered from the breathtaking feeling from before. As he watched Xianxia leave, he muttered, What the hell, Junior Sister Xia actually changed into her own clothes today? This has never happened before. However, Junior Sister Xia is truly worthy of being the #1 beauty of the core disciples. After changing into a set of clothes, how breathtaking. Soon after, he shook his head. However, based on Junior Sister Xia's talent and appearance, it is not something I can hope for. I'm afraid that only Senior Brother Kong is worthy of her. Senior Brother Kong has been pursuing Junior Sister Xia for over half a year. Could it be that Junior Sister Xia is going on a date with Senior Brother Kong today? Along the way, there were many core disciples in the area. When they saw Xianxia's outfit, they were all stunned. They did not expect Junior Sister Xia to be so beautiful after dressing up. Among the core disciples, there was absolutely no one who did not know of Xianxia. Regardless of talent or beauty, she could be considered a first-class existence. It had only been a year since he had entered the sect, but he had advanced from the 6th layer of the body refinement realm to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. He could be said to be the best among the core disciples, and he had even obtained the recognition of the core disciples as the eldest senior brother, Senior Kong Wenbin. Of course, what everyone took delight in talking about was that ever since she entered the sect, Xianxia had always been wearing the most ordinary disciple robes, without the slightest bit of deliberate dressing up. Looking at all the female core disciples, which one of them didn't dress up beautifully and change their clothes every day? Even so, ever since Xianxia arrived, the title of the #1 beauty had never been snatched away by anyone. Lu Xian? Just as Lu Xian and the other two were waiting for Xianxia's arrival, a voice suddenly sounded. Hearing someone call his name, Lu Xian was slightly surprised. If it was a female voice, he might have thought that Xianxia had arrived. But the one calling him was a male voice. Lu Xian thought to himself, among the core disciples, other than Xianxia, he didn't know anyone else. It's me. You are? Lu Xian asked puzzledly. On the left side of Lu Xian, several core disciples were walking towards him. The person who had just spoken was the black-robed person. It really is you. Hearing Lu Xian admit it, a trace of malevolence flashed across that person's face. He increased his speed and suddenly arrived in front of Lu Xian. The people beside him also quickly caught up and sized up Lu Xian. Junior apprentice brother's son, he is Lu Xian? The Lu Xian who annihilated your aunt's entire family? Another person said. Junior apprentice brother's son? Aunt? Annihilated family? Lu Xian frowned slightly. Up until now, Lu Xian had only annihilated a family twice. One was Qingshan Town's Ryuka, and the other was Peerless Empire's Lu family. Carefully looking at this so-called junior apprentice brother's son, Lu Xian faintly felt that he looked somewhat familiar. Then, he suddenly understood. Since this person's surname was Sun, he must be Elder Sun's nephew. When Lu Xian had attacked Ryuka, Elder Sun had saved his daughter, who was also Long Zhan's wife. Thinking about it, this junior apprentice brother's son should be Elder Sun's grandson. Realizing the identity of this person, Lu Xian's expression immediately became cold. Although annihilating a family was an extremely cruel thing to do, but Lu Xian did not regret it in the slightest. Because if he hadn't killed Ryuka, then the unlucky ones would have been his father and sister. This was something that Lu Xian would never allow no matter what. You really have guts. I didn't think that you would actually be able to obtain the status of a core disciple. Junior apprentice brother's son's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. My name is Xianxia. Long Zhan is my uncle. Long Tian, Long Hai, and Long Tai are my cousins. Now, do you remember? So what? Lu Xian's expression was indifferent. Even Elder Sun couldn't do anything to him. What did he have to fear from a mere 9th-level body refinement realm middle stage Xianxia? So what? Haha, what a joke. The hatred of the annihilation of my family is absolutely irreconcilable. My aunt has treated me like her own since I was young, but now she washes her face with tears every day at home. You actually dare to ask me what I want? Xianxia coldly smiled. His current appearance was really not in line with the words handsome. Could it be that you still want to kill me for revenge? If you have the strength, then you are more than welcome. Lu Xian's eyebrows twitched, not the slightest bit afraid. Junior apprentice brother's son, don't be impulsive. I can't see through this Lu Xian's strength. I'm afraid that he has reached the 10th level of body refinement. A person beside Xianxia said in a low voice. Hearing this, Xianxia was startled. Just now, when his heart was filled with anger, he didn't investigate Lu Xian's strength. In his opinion, a mere 4th-level body refinement brat from a year ago, being able to reach the 8th level of body refinement was already amazing. How could he put Lu Xian in his eyes? But he didn't think that Lu Xian's strength was completely beyond his expectations. He had actually reached the 10th level of body refinement? This brat, what kind of dogshit luck did he have? Xianxia cursed in his heart. So what if he is at the 10th level of body refinement? I think at most he has just stepped into the threshold of the 10th level of body refinement. In a year's time, he has improved so much. He must have used medicinal pills to increase his strength. If his foundation is not stable, then he is just a piece of trash. Xianxia gnashed his teeth and said. He didn't believe that Lu Xian could be that strong. Lu Xian. At this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. Lu Xian and the others all turned their heads to look. They saw a white-clothed Xianxia standing not too far away, a happy smile on her face. Xianxia. Junior apprentice sister Xia? Lu Xian and Xianxia called out at the same time. After being separated for a year, seeing Xianxia again, Lu Xian was naturally incomparably happy. Xianxia was extremely surprised. He had never seen Xianxia wear anything other than her disciple robes. But today, she had specially changed into a plain white dress. It set off Xianxia's stunning appearance, causing him to feel incomparably stunned. So senior son is also here. Xianxia indifferently nodded at Xianxia. But when she looked at Xianxia, the happy smile on her face had long since disappeared. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia's face immediately darkened. Obviously, in her eyes, there was only this Lucian. She didn't even look at him before. "May I know why junior sister Xia has come here?" Xianxia restrained his temper and asked. "Lucian and I are old acquaintances. This is the first time he came to Cloud Sky Mountain, so I came to find Lucian." Could it be that senior brother Sun and Lucian are also old acquaintances? Xianxia was puzzled. She was only cultivating in Cloud Sky Mountain, so she didn't know anything about Xianxia's identity. Old acquaintances? She specially came to find Lucian? And she purposely changed into a dress that she hadn't worn in a year in Cloud Sky Mountain? Xianxia instantly felt jealousy burn in his heart. As the number one beauty of the core disciples, Xianxia naturally had countless suitors. Xianxia naturally had the same thoughts, especially when Xianxia repeatedly rejected the number one core disciple, Kong Wenbin, which ignited hope in the hearts of the other disciples. But now, Xianxia's attitude towards Lucian was clearly different from the others. How could Xianxia not bear a grudge? Moreover, he himself had an irreconcilable hatred towards Lucian. Haha, so that's how it is. I'm not old acquaintances with Lucian, but I'm even more familiar with him than that. I've heard his name for a long time. A trace of a ruthless smile surfaced on Xianxia's face. Ignoring Xianxia, Xianxia once again turned his head to look at Lucian and said, "Lucian, do you dare to come up to the martial arena and have a match with me?" Killing was prohibited on Cloud Sky Mountain, but disciples were allowed to exchange pointers. Right now, Xianxia definitely couldn't kill Lucian, but it was possible to make him lose face, or even cause some permanent hidden injuries. After all, in battle, swords have no eyes. Especially in front of Xianxia. Xianxia wanted to let Xianxia see that this nuisance Lucian simply couldn't compare to him. "Xianxia. Junior brother Sun, you're crazy. He's at the 10th level of body refinement." A person beside Xianxia shouted in a low voice. "Senior brother Xiao, don't worry. With my strength, jumping levels to fight is just a small matter. This Lucian increased 6 levels in a year, his foundation is definitely not stable. Maybe he can't even compare to the 10th level of body refinement in the secular world. I can easily defeat him," Xianxia said confidently. He didn't believe that there was such a heaven-defying person in this world who could improve so much in a short year. With Xianxia's talent, she only advanced from the 6th level of body refinement to the 9th level of body refinement in a year, and that was with the help of Cloud Sky Mountain's countless resources. "You want to challenge me?" Lucian said with a smile that wasn't a smile. This Xianxia, at most, was in the middle stage of the 9th level of body refinement. In terms of cultivation, he couldn't even compare to the number one Zhou Tong of the Sky Saber sect, and he actually wanted to challenge him. It really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that the matter of my battle with the Sky Saber sect hasn't spread to the core yet. Otherwise, this Xianxia definitely wouldn't do such a stupid thing, Lucian thought. That's right. Could it be that you don't dare? Xianxia's eyes were full of provocation. Not only could he avenge his aunt, he could also show off in front of Xianxia. Xianxia felt extremely satisfied. You want to challenge Lucian? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me play with you. Mo Dachin shook his head and said. Seeing that Xianxia still wanted to challenge Lucian and even said that he wanted to challenge someone of a higher rank, even Mo Chochin couldn't stand it anymore and took the initiative to accept the challenge. You? Xianxia's gaze moved to Mo Chochin and he sneered, "You're only at the 8th rank of body refinement, not even at the 9th rank, and you still dare to challenge me? This is the Cloud Sky Mountain, not your small inner sect." After the sect's grand competition, Missouri Chochin's strength had increased from the middle stage of the 8th rank of body refinement to the 8th rank of body refinement. Although he couldn't compare to Lucian who could defeat a 1st rank of spirit refinement genius at the 10th rank of body refinement, he had no problem dealing with a 10th rank of body refinement in the secular world. This Xianxia, at most, was only at this level. Looking down on the inner sect? Wait until you defeat Chochin before saying that. Lin Tian shook his head and laughed. Core disciples had always looked down on inner sect disciples, but how could they know that to become a core disciple from the inner sect was far more difficult than becoming a core disciple in the first place? Inner sect disciples who were able to become core disciples were undoubtedly people with great strength. After all, they weren't like those disciples who were directly promoted to core disciples who only needed talent. Since you want to accept this challenge on behalf of Lu Xian, I'll give you this chance. I'll let you know that a core disciple is not something your small inner sect can compare to. Xianxia said with disdain, the martial arena is not far from here, follow me if you have the guts. Qiuqian, show him your strength. Lin Tian laughed and patted Mo Qiuqian's shoulder. Then, the group walked straight to the martial arena. Seniors bullying new students was a common thing, but this time, Lin Tian and the others didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Even if he and Mo Qiuqian couldn't do it, there was still Lu Xian. Even Instructor Yang had tacitly agreed that Lu Xian was the #1 core disciple. At this moment, Xianxia finally had the chance to speak. Walking beside Lu Xian, she said with surprise and joy, Lu Xian, you actually reached the 10th rank of body refinement? Heavens, how did you cultivate? According to Xianxia's estimation, Lu Xian would at most be at the 8th level of body refinement. If he was able to reach the 9th level of body refinement, it would already be unimaginable. But she didn't expect that Lu Xian's strength was much stronger than what she had imagined. He had actually reached the 10th level of body refinement, even higher than her. One had to know that in Cloud Sky Mountain, she enjoyed the resources of a core disciple and was even able to receive the guidance of a group of instructors, yet she was only at the middle stage of the 9th level of body refinement. Lu Xian smiled and said, I was just lucky. However, Xianxia shook her head, on the path of cultivation, there is no such thing as luck. Even if there is, it is also your destiny. A year ago, I already felt that you would definitely be extraordinary in the future, but I didn't think that you would reveal your extraordinary talent so quickly. As she said this, Xianxia's heart was incomparably happy. She was sincerely happy for Lu Xian, and also happy for herself. Although she had a trace of affection for Lu Xian, if Lu Xian's strength was lower than hers, she would always feel a little awkward. But now, it was completely gone. Everyone liked a man with strong strength. Just look at the #1 core disciple, Kong Wenbin, who had obtained the heart of a core female disciple. We're here. Seeing Lu Xian and Xianxia whispering to each other, Xianxia's heart was even more unhappy. He loudly interrupted the two's conversation and directly jumped onto the stage. He rushed down the stage and said to Mo Melancholy, who was below the stage, You don't want to challenge me? Then come up. Melancholy, if you beat him, I will accompany you for another 10 rounds. Lu Xian said with a smile. Are you serious? Mo Melancholy's face revealed a trace of surprise. Lu Xian's sword intent had almost reached the peak of the middle stage. Every time he fought with Lu Xian, Mo Melancholy was able to gain a lot. The reason why he was able to reach the 8th level of body refinement so quickly was not unrelated to his fights with Lu Xian these past few days. Of course. Lu Xian said with certainty. Good. Mo Melancholy immediately went up the stage full of confidence. Seeing Mo Melancholy standing in front of him, Xianxia sneered, a mere 8th level of body refinement kid, what are you trying to act cool for? You actually carry a weapon on your back all the time. Are you afraid that others won't know that you have a treasure weapon? How ignorant. Xianxia didn't like Lu Xian, so naturally, he also didn't like Mo Melancholy and Lin Tian. Come. Mo Melancholy didn't want to say anything more. He reached out and took the long spear from his back, holding it with one hand. Looking at the two people on the stage, Xianxia turned to Lu Xian and asked, This friend of yours, can he win against Xianxia? Lu Xian asked in reply, What level has this Xianxia's weapon intent reached? Weapon intent? Xianxia couldn't help but laugh, you overestimate him. How could he have comprehended weapon intent? Lu Xian thought about it and felt that it was true. The people from the Sky Saber sect that he had met before had all comprehended saber intent. Subconsciously, he thought that all core disciples had comprehended weapon intent. However, this Xianxia was just an ordinary core disciple. How could weapon intent be so easily comprehended? Then there's no problem. Just watch. Lu Xian was also full of confidence in Mo Melancholy. Mo Melancholy's spear intent had already reached the peak of small success and was extremely close to the middle stage. Dealing with Xianxia would only require a bit more effort. While the two were talking, the two people on the stage had already assumed a fighting stance. Mo Melancholy slowly raised his long spear, and a sharp spear intent seeped out. His whole body was like a straight spear, and he would rather break than bend. Mo Melancholy's cultivation was lower than Xianxia's. If he wanted to win, he naturally needed the help of spear intent. Spear intent? Feeling Mo Melancholy's spear intent, Xianxia was also shocked. Those who could comprehend weapon intent were all lacking in comprehension. Moreover, this little guy in the 8th layer of the body refinement realm had a very strong spear intent. At this moment, he immediately withdrew his contempt. A pair of steel claws quickly appeared in Xianxia's hands. He had been practicing claw arts with Elder Sun since he was young. Naturally, he continued to practice claw arts after entering the Wind Sword School. So what if you have spear intent? Watch me break your spear intent. Xianxia shouted and took the initiative to attack. His whole body instantly rushed forward and waved the precious weapon steel claws in his hands. In an instant, the sky was filled with claw shadows. This Xianxia is using a yellow-level upper-grade martial skill called Xianming Ghost Claw. It is extremely ruthless, and the claw shadows are both real and fake. It is impossible to defend against. Xianxia, who was beside Lu Xian, softly explained. The name is quite domineering. However, he has clearly not completely mastered this martial skill. There are too many flaws. Lu Xian saw through Xianxia's situation with a single glance. Lu Xian had already mastered 2 profound-level martial skills. This kind of yellow-level martial skill could naturally be seen through with a single glance. Moreover, this Xianming Ghost Claw could only be considered ordinary among the yellow-level upper-grade martial skills. It could not be compared to Lu Xian's blinking sword style. Just as Lu Xian had said, Xianxia's martial skill looked incomparably frightening. However, it was filled with flaws. The long spear in Mo Chochen's hand rapidly stabbed forward and pointed at the flaws of the Xianming Ghost Claw, causing Xianxia to be unable to approach. As the saying goes, a month with a staff, a year with a saber, and a lifetime with a spear. This spear was the most difficult to master, but it was also the most powerful. With the spear in one's hand, it was enough to prevent anyone from getting close. After 3 consecutive attacks and being forced back by Mo Chochen 3 times, Xianxia suddenly could not hold himself back. He was at the middle stage of the body refinement realm, yet he was still unable to quickly defeat a body refinement realm upper-grade body refinement realm. How could he endure this? 10,000 claws fly. Xianxia gave a loud shout and activated all of his yuan power. In an instant, countless claw shadows scattered in all directions and attacked Mo Chochen. His entire body was hidden in the claw shadows as he rapidly approached Mo Chochen. Mo Chochen's eyes narrowed. The peak of small success spear intent suddenly erupted. Total annihilation. This was the most ordinary spear technique, but it contained a powerful spear intent. Facing the long spear, the claw shadows that filled the sky all melted away. At this moment, Xianxia had only reached a distance of 10 feet from Mo Chochen. How could Mo Chochen still hesitate? The peak of small success spear intent suddenly retracted and instantly condensed on the tip of the spear. Stab. This move was something that Mo Chochen had learned from Lu Xian. It was the principle of using the middle stage weapon intent. Xianxia hurriedly used his claws to block. However, a huge force struck him and he was instantly pushed off the stage. Xianxia, defeated. Mo Chochen, victory. Although Xianxia had successfully blocked Mo Chochen's spear attack, Mo Chochen's spear intent was too strong. Moreover, with Lu Xian's guidance, Xianxia had faintly touched the threshold of the intermediate stage spear intent. With one spear strike, Xianxia was directly knocked out of the arena. Although he wasn't injured, according to the rules of the competition, once he was knocked out of the arena, he was naturally defeated. Falling to the ground, Xianxia felt a little dizzy. He had lost? He had lost to a newly entered core disciple, and a mere 8th level body refinement disciple at that. For a moment, Xianxia's heart was filled with shame. One had to know that his original goal was to ruthlessly slap Lu Xian's face. But now, not to mention Lu Xian, he couldn't even beat the weaker disciple by Lu Xian's side. Hee, didn't some people look down on inner sect disciples? TSK, what a pity, you're not even as good as an inner sect disciple, and you still have the nerve to act like a big shot. You're really slapping your own face. Lin Tian mercilessly mocked. Sun Yingshui's grandfather was Elder Sun, and Lin Tian's grandfather was also Elder Lin. In terms of background, the two were not the slightest bit inferior. In terms of status, Lin Tian was also a core disciple, so how could he be afraid of Sun Yingshui? Lu Xian's gaze fell on Sun Yingshui, and he lightly said, if you want to avenge Ryuka, then come find me. Only you have the ability, I'll accept it. Lu Xian, don't be arrogant. This matter will definitely not end like this, just you wait. Sun Yingshui clenched his teeth and said ruthlessly. And the two core disciples who came with him whispered, Junior Sun, let's retreat first, there's still time. Humph. Sun Yingshui swung his sleeves and left angrily. This time he had lost a lot of face. Lu Xian, you promised to fight me 10 more times, don't go back on your word. Mo Chouchen walked down from the arena and said. Compared to fighting Sun Yingshui, Mo Chouchen was more willing to fight with Lu Xian. He could gain more things, and in the inner sect, he had the title of Spear Maniac. Lu Xian revealed a smile, don't worry, after we settle down, I'll spar with you every day. Then he turned to Xianxia and said, I'm really sorry for letting you witness such a farce just now. Xianxia smiled and shook her head, you're still the same as before. Trouble follows you wherever you go. You've only just arrived at the Cloud Sky Mountain and you've already attracted trouble. However, junior brother Mo is indeed impressive. That Sun Yingshui is an entire small realm higher than you, but he was still able to win. During the sect competition, Missouri Chouchen had seen Lu Xian's Cloud Shocking Sword Art and Dragon Sword Art's first 2 moves, so he had no confidence to fight. During the sect competition, Missouri Chouchen had seen Lu Xian's Cloud Shocking Sword Art and Dragon Sword Art's first 2 moves, so he had no confidence to fight. Xianxia was a little surprised. Lu Xian was at the 10th level of body refinement, so it was natural that Mo Chouchen would lose, but to say that he couldn't even take 1 move was shocking enough. Lu Xian smiled faintly and didn't explain much, only saying, Chouchen, Lin Tian, and I have just arrived at Cloud Sky Mountain, so we're not familiar with the place, so we'll have to trouble you to show us around. That's only natural. However, even though your cultivation level is higher than mine, I entered the sect before you, so you have to call me senior sister. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. Junior brother Lu Xian greets senior sister Chenxi. Lu Xian also cooperatively bowed. Xianxia immediately smiled. She was also very happy to see Lu Xian again after a year. Otherwise, with her personality, she definitely wouldn't make such a joke. Since you've just arrived, you probably haven't chosen a residence yet, right? I'll bring you there first. Xianxia said. Immediately, the 4 of them continued walking inside. Lu Xian and Xianxia walked in front, talking and laughing, while Lin Tian and Mo Chouchen whispered behind them. Chouchen, I'm more and more impressed with Lu Xian. After staying in the enchanting demon hall for a few months, he got his hands on Hall Master Chen's precious daughter. After going out to train, he brought back Lady Zhang, who is as beautiful as a flower. Now that he's just become a core disciple, he actually knows such an otherworldly person like Xianxia. This kind of luck with women, we simply can't compare. If you have Lu Xian's talent and strength, I believe you can also do it. Mo Chouchen's expression didn't change as he said. Lin Tian immediately resentfully said, forget it, I'll catch up to you first. Lu Xian is too monstrous. Chenxi, where is your residence? I'll also choose to stay next to you. When the time comes, I'll be able to take care of you. Lu Xian said. At this point, Xianxia seemed a little helpless. When I first entered the sect, for the sake of peace, I intentionally chose a slightly more remote residence. But now, that place has already been chosen. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, then laughed heartily. It was obvious that the disciples who chose to stay near Xianxia all had different intentions. As the number 1 beauty of the core disciples, who wouldn't want to get close to her? Naturally, they wanted to get close to her first. Then you should also choose a quieter place for me. Since we're all on the Cloud Sky Mountain, it won't be difficult to see each other. Lu Xian shook his head. No problem, I can choose a place to stay. When the time comes, I can move over to your place. Xianxia said. She immediately realized something and her face slightly reddened. Don't misunderstand. I heard from Imo Chochin that your strength isn't bad. When the time comes, I'll have to ask for your guidance. If that's the case, that's fine. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat. However, when he recalled what he said to Lin Sini, he immediately warned himself that he must not do anything that would let Sini down. Lu Xian and the others first went to Xianxia's residence. She didn't have many things, so she only packed some of her personal belongings. Then, she began to search for a new residence with Lu Xian and the others. As they walked, Lu Xian and the others quickly arrived at a sparsely populated residence. The residences for the core disciples were all similar, and there were quite a few of them. The only difference was that some disciples preferred peace and quiet, while others preferred liveliness. Here it is. Lu Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. I want this one. Since the decision was made, the four of them chose a new residence. Xianxia's and Imo Chochin's residences were next to Lu Xian's, while Lin Tian could only choose the one opposite Lu Xian's. The mansion was clean and tidy. It could be seen that even though no one lived in it, it was not cleaned at all. Furthermore, it was fully furnished. Everyone quickly packed up. Choosing a residence was only the first thing. According to Instructor Yang, the martial skill pavilion on the Cloud Sky Mountain was of a higher grade than the inner sect. The martial skills and cultivation methods inside were also of a higher grade. Even high-grade yellow-grade cultivation methods were not rare. Lu Xian and the others had just arrived, so they naturally wanted to see if there were any suitable martial skills for them. Just as the four of them left the residence, a few figures rushed over. Xianxia, I just went to your residence to take a look. Your door plate has already been taken down. Did you move here? The man in the lead asked in disbelief. Seeing this person, Xianxia only bowed and said, Greetings, Senior Kong. I have indeed moved here. Hearing this, Senior Kong's face slightly darkened. Just now, Sun Yingshui had told him that Xianxia seemed to have an extremely good relationship with a new kid. Not only were they chatting and laughing, but they had also changed out of their usual disciple robes and dressed up. Originally, Kong Wenbin did not believe it. He did not think that a person like Xianxia would change for a mere kid who had just entered the sect. However, it seemed that the relationship between Xianxia and the new kid was not only as close as Sun Yingshui had said, but they even moved their residence. How many times have I told you, there is no need to call me Senior Kong. Just call me Wenbin. Kong Wenbin said patiently. He had originally wanted to slowly penetrate Xianxia's heart, but Xianxia was stubborn and did not even change the way she addressed him. After a pause, Kong Wenbin looked at Lu Xian and the other two. His gaze swept across the three of them and quickly fixed on Lu Xian. Lin Tian and Imo Chochin were only at the 8th layer of the body refinement realm, and only Lu Xian was at the 10th layer. Kong Wenbin naturally knew who Lu Xian was. You are the newly promoted core disciple, Lu Xian? Kong Wenbin asked. That's right. You must be the number 1 core disciple, Kong Wenbin, Senior Kong? Lu Xian said as he sized up Kong Wenbin. He could not see through Kong Wenbin's strength, but it was obvious that Kong Wenbin had also broken through to the spirit refinement stage. No wonder he was the number 1 core disciple. That's me. Kong Wenbin directly admitted. Although he had just met Lu Xian, in his heart, he had already listed Lu Xian as his love rival. To be able to make Xianxia do so many strange things, Kong Wenbin did not believe that there was no relationship between Lu Xian and Xianxia. He had spent close to a year but was still unable to obtain Xianxia's heart. Lu Xian had only just arrived, but had already made Xianxia do so many things. How could he not be angry? Lu Xian, do you dare to fight with me? Strength is king. Let's use a fight to decide who Xianxia belongs to. How about it? Kong Wenbin said bluntly. Hearing this, before Lu Xian could say anything, Xianxia had already frowned. Senior Kong, you have the strength of the spirit refinement stage, while Lu Xian is only at the 10th level of the body refinement stage. There's a difference of an entire realm. Aren't you going a little too far? Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, the fate of the Kingdom of Dawn is not something that can be decided by a mere battle. It can only be decided by the Kingdom of Dawn itself. Let's not talk about whether or not you can win. Even if you win, it will be useless. Although Lu Xian did not want to incur too many debts of love, Kong Wenbin's words were really a little too much. Humph, Kong Wenbin coldly snorted. He only said this in a moment of desperation. With his strength of the spirit refinement stage, challenging a disciple who had just entered the sect was really inexcusable. However, looking at how close Xianxia and Lu Xian were, and the two of them were even living together now, how could Kong Wenbin feel good in his heart? If he were to just let it go like this, he was really unwilling. Senior Kong, if I remember correctly, when new disciples enter the core disciples, they need to go to the martial arts discussion hall for a fight. Let all the disciples witness the strength of the new disciples. Xianxia reminded from the side. Hearing this, Kong Wenbin's eyes instantly lit up. In a moment of desperation, he had actually forgotten about this matter. This was an extremely good reason. Moreover, this was the rule of the core disciples, and Lu Xian could not refuse. That's right. New disciples have to head to the martial arts discussion hall to spar, especially those of you who have been promoted from the inner sect. In the inner sect, you are the top geniuses. However, when you reach the core, in order to prevent you from being too arrogant, you need to recognize your own strength. This is the rule of the core disciples. I believe that Lu Xian won't reject it, right? Kong Wenbin said. Rules were rules, and they couldn't be changed. He didn't believe that Lu Xian would dare to reject it. There's such a thing? Lu Xian was startled. Some things about the core disciples were recorded in the disciple nameplate, but Lu Xian didn't have the time to look at it. Xianxia nodded and said, indeed, when I first entered the sect, I also participated in the martial discussion hall. Before Lu Xian could agree, Lin Tian, who was at the side, hastily said, since it's like this, we naturally can't avoid it. I think, let's go and spar, and also experience the skills of the core disciples. He was happy to watch the show. Kong Wenbin and Xianxia didn't know Lu Xian's strength, but how could he not know? Seeing that Kong Wenbin wanted to challenge Lu Xian, he naturally hoped that Lu Xian would accept the challenge. He wanted to see how Kong Wenbin would embarrass himself. Spirit refinement realm? So what? Lin Tian is right. Lu Xian, let's go. Don't let others look down on us inner sect disciples. Mo Chochin also said. Alright, let's go. I also want to see how powerful the core disciples are. Lu Xian was also itching to fight. Ever since the battle with Wei Suo, he hadn't fought to his heart's content. Although he had fought with Mo Chochin a few times, he couldn't display his full strength, and mainly relied on guidance. Seeing that Lu Xian and the others had also come down, Kong Wenbin and the others immediately revealed a smile. They weren't afraid that you wouldn't accept the challenge. A malicious look flashed across Xianxia's face. He had just lost face in the hands of Lu Xian, and he couldn't wait to see Lu Xian's crushing defeat. Inform all the junior brothers that the newly matriculated disciples of the martial arts discussion hall will be sparring today. Kong Wenbin said. The two disciples behind him immediately took out their nameplates and notified the other core disciples. The martial arts discussion in the martial arts discussion hall was a major event. It was held to suppress the arrogance of the new disciples. As long as they weren't busy, all the disciples would attend. Seeing that the matter of the martial arts discussion was settled, Xianxia whispered in Lu Xian's ear, Lu Xian, be careful. The purpose of this martial arts discussion hall is to let the older disciples suppress the new disciples. Once the battle starts, it will not stop. Even if someone loses, there will be a stronger disciple to fight. Pausing for a moment, Xianxia continued, although you are at the 10th rank of the body refinement realm, there are also a few core disciples at the 10th rank of the body refinement realm. Among them, there are quite a few who have cultivated upper yellow rank martial skills, and even some profound rank martial skills. Especially senior brother Kong, he has already reached the spirit refinement realm. You will definitely not be his opponent. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia continued, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. This is a matter of course. At least in the history of the Wind Sword School, there has never been a new disciple who was able to win in the martial arts discussion. Even if he wins, I will not agree to his pursuit. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. This is a good opportunity to see the methods of the core disciples. Lu Xian said with a slight smile. Seeing that Lu Xian did not show any signs of nervousness, Xianxia immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The group of people immediately walked towards the martial arts discussion hall. Kong Wenbin, on the other hand, turned his head back from time to time. Seeing that Xianxia was constantly talking to Lu Xian, his heart was burning with jealousy, and it was not a good feeling. The number of words that he had spoken to Xianxia in a month was probably not as much as the number of words that Lu Xian and Xianxia had spoken today. Furthermore, it was him who purposely found some topics to talk to Xianxia, not to mention that Xianxia took the initiative to talk to Lu Xian. Lu Xian and the others had not arrived yet, but the martial arts discussion hall was already bustling with noise. Junior brother you are here too. Did you receive senior brother Kong's message? Haha, I did not expect senior brother Xiao to also come. I heard that there are new disciples coming over for the martial arts discussion, so I came over to join in the fun. Yeah, it has been a year since there was a martial arts discussion. It is good to have some fun. When the time comes, does junior brother you want to go up the stage to have a martial arts discussion? Hehe, I won't hide it from senior brother Xiao. Back then, when I entered the sect, I was bullied by all of you senior brothers. This time, since there are new disciples here, I can only vent my anger here. One after another, the entire martial arts discussion hall was filled with dozens of core disciples. Many of the core disciples were eager to have a try. Back then, they had been bullied in the martial arts discussion hall. Now that there were new disciples joining the sect, how could they miss this opportunity? Of course, the martial arts discussion was just a sparring session. It was not a battle of life and death. It was just for fun. It seems that your intelligence is not good. This martial arts discussion is different from the usual ones. A disciple said proudly. Oh? What's different? Tell me about it. Another disciple asked curiously. You all know about junior sister Xianxia. No matter if it is beauty or talent, she is top-notch. Senior brother Kong has been pursuing her for a long time. However, I heard that one of the new disciples has a close relationship with junior sister Xianxia. He might even be junior sister Xianxia's lover in the secular world. The reason why junior sister Xianxia has always rejected senior brother Kong's pursuit is because of this person. Furthermore, this martial arts discussion is personally initiated by senior brother Kong. Do you all still think that this martial arts discussion will be the same as before? There is actually such a thing? Then it will be lively this time. However, only senior brother Kong is worthy of junior sister Xianxia. How can that new disciple be worthy of junior sister Xianxia? I think he will make a fool of himself in this martial arts discussion. Cough cough. A voice sounded at the door. It was Kong Wenbin. Seeing Kong Wenbin, the group of core disciples immediately went silent. After all, it was not a good thing to speak behind someone's back. Greetings senior brother Kong. May I know where the other new disciples are? A disciple walked out and asked. It was senior brother Xiao who spoke before. Kong Wenbin was the first core disciple, so he was the second core disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xian's group of 3, along with Xianxia, appeared at the door. Suddenly seeing 3 unfamiliar faces, the group of core disciples immediately understood that these 3 people were most likely the new disciples for this martial arts discussion. Lu Xian, Lin Tian, Mo Chen, greets senior brothers. Lu Xian's group of 3 paid their respects to everyone present. After all, they had just entered the sect, so they naturally had to be attentive. However, when they saw Lu Xian, everyone present was shocked. What kind of joke is this? This person called Lu Xian is also a new disciple? This is the strength of a 10th level body refinement cultivator. As soon as Lu Xian's group appeared, the core disciples in the martial discussion hall began to discuss. Obviously, the strength of Lu Xian's group was far beyond their expectations. Mo Chen and Lin Tian were fine. Although the 8th rank of the body refinement realm was not low, it was not considered much among the core disciples. After all, disciples who were promoted from the inner sect would not be too weak. But Lu Xian's strength really shocked everyone. Body refinement level 10, this kind of strength, even if placed within the core disciples, would definitely be at the top, but now, he was only a newly promoted disciple from the inner sect. These 3 are the newly recruited disciples. Kong Wenbin said, according to the rules, the new disciples must have a martial discussion in the martial discussion hall. Since almost everyone is here, let's begin. The number of core disciples was naturally not limited to just this few. However, some of the core disciples were focused on cultivation and were too lazy to participate. Some of them had gone to complete their tasks and were not in the sect. Therefore, the disciples who had free time were basically all here. It was just a mere sparring session among the new disciples. Naturally, there was no need for everyone to come. My strength is the lowest, so I will go first. If I lose, you guys will stand up for me. Lin Tian smiled and took the initiative to walk forward. I am Lin Tian, body refinement rank 8, junior brothers, please give me some pointers. Lin Tian cupped his hands towards the disciples. Luckily, Lin Tian is only at the body refinement rank 8, so his strength is average. The disciples whispered. Not long after, a disciple suddenly stepped forward. My name is Wanan, I have only been in the sect for a year. This time, let me spar with junior brother Lin. Wanan said with a smile. His strength was not strong, body refinement rank 8, a bit higher than Lin Tian. After all, he had only been in the sect for a year. So it's senior brother Wan. Please show mercy, senior brother Wan. Lin Tian greeted. Haha, junior brother need not be so polite. I heard that the inner sect disciples have a strong foundation, so I may not be able to win. Wanan was obviously a good-tempered person. His face was filled with a warm smile. Although the purpose of the martial arts discussion was to suppress the arrogance of the new disciples, they were, after all, fellow disciples of the same sect. The most important thing was to discuss martial arts. According to the usual practice, there is a need to add some prizes during the martial sparring. If junior brother is able to win, then treat it as a greeting gift from senior brother to junior brother. However, if junior brother loses, then senior brother will kindly accept this prize. Wanan explained the rules of the martial arts competition to Lin Tian while Lu Xian and Mo Chochin listened from below. Lu Xian couldn't help but nod inwardly when he heard about the rules of the wager. With the wager, it was obvious that both sides would try their best. If they lost, not only would they lose face, but they would also lose real benefits. Here are 10 medial grade origin stones. Take them as the wager for this sparring session. If junior brother does not have enough money, you can owe them for now. Wanan took out 10 medial grade origin stones and placed them on a round plate. Obviously, it was specially used to hold the wager. Primordial stones were one of the hard currencies in the cultivation world. Whether it was used for cultivation or to replenish yuanli in battle, it was very useful. 1 medial grade origin stone was equivalent to 100 low grade origin stones, and 1 high grade origin stone was equivalent to 100 medial grade origin stones. As for high grade origin stones, their value was naturally higher and they were extremely rare. Even in an ordinary primordial stone mine, there were only a few high grade origin stones. Although the exchange rate was 1 to 100 with high grade origin stones, in fact, not many people were willing to exchange for them. The 10 medial grade origin stones that Wanan took out were equivalent to 1,000 low grade origin stones. Previously, when Lu Xian was in the Heavenly Blade shop, the low grade human tier star breaking sword was worth 5,000 low grade origin stones. Wanan's wager was equivalent to 1/5 of the price of the star breaking sword, which was not considered low. Not everyone was like Lu Xian, who could casually give away a few star-breaking swords. Even for core disciples, if they wanted to obtain star-breaking swords, they would have to exchange for contribution points. Senior brother Wan must be joking. Junior brother can still take out these medial grade origin stones. Lin Tian smiled and also took out 10 medial grade origin stones from his storage ring. He was born in the Lin family, so he still had this little bit of wealth. After the two of them placed the wager, they separated and prepared to fight. Wanan's weapon was a treasure-tier-long spear. This caused Mo Chochen's eyes to light up. As a spear user, he naturally had a good impression of Wanan. Junior brother, be careful. Wanan bellowed. The spear shook and he began to attack. Lin Tian was not afraid. He also raised his sword and rushed forward. The two of them quickly clashed. After exchanging 3 moves, Lin Tian was already at a disadvantage. Not only was Wanan's realm slightly higher than his, but he also frequently listened to the Cloud Sky Mountain's instructor's lectures. His foundation was naturally solid. It seems like Wanan is going to win this battle. A disciple slightly nodded. That's natural. Wanan's realm is originally higher than Lin Tian's. Moreover, he has cultivated in the Cloud Sky Mountain for a year. How can an ordinary inner sect disciple compare to him? The other disciples all agreed. Unless it was a disciple with outstanding talent, they would usually not be able to win a single match in a martial arts competition. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's sword intent suddenly burst forth. Previously, he had not used his sword intent. Now that he saw that the situation was disadvantageous to him, he immediately stopped suppressing his strength. When Lin Tian's sword intent appeared, a trace of surprise flashed across the faces of the disciples who were previously certain that Wanan would win. It's actually sword intent. Moreover, the sword intent is quite dense. It is obvious that he has comprehended it for a period of time. It seems like this Lin Tian's comprehension is not bad. I'm afraid Wanan's battle will be difficult. When the sword intent appeared, the disciples all changed their previous opinions. Among the core disciples, although there were more people who comprehended tool intent than the inner sect disciples, not everyone could do it. As expected, when Lin Tian's sword intent appeared, Wanan, who had just gained the upper hand, was immediately suppressed. The sharp sword intent caused Wanan to be restricted in all aspects. Sword intent was indeed one of the best characteristics for fighting those of a higher realm. It seems like Lin Tian has improved quite a bit during this time. Lu Xian nodded with a smile. That's natural. Not only did he see your battle with the Skyblade sect, but he also fought with you many times. Both of you walk the path of the sword. He has benefited much more than I have, Mo Qiqing said. After fighting for a while, Lin Tian used his sword intent to break through Wanan's defense. He blocked Wanan's spear with his sword and pointed it at Wanan's chest. Wanan was defeated without any suspense. Putting away his spear, Wanan praised, "Junior brother Lin is indeed amazing. I didn't expect you to have comprehended sword intent. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. The prize belongs to junior brother. However, junior brother, don't be careless. Since I have lost, there will naturally be a stronger senior brother. Senior brother Wan, you are too humble. I won by luck." Lin Tian was not arrogant and returned the greeting. Wanan immediately left the stage. However, his defeat was also very magnanimous. After all, the two of them had similar cultivation levels. Moreover, Lin Tian had comprehended sword intent. It was only natural for him to lose. Haha, junior brother Wan, you have not won yet. Some of the disciples below the stage teased. Wanan shook his head. I have always wanted to comprehend spear intent. Unfortunately, my comprehension ability is limited. It is only natural for me to lose. Next, I will have to invite the other senior brothers to make a move. The rules of the martial exchange were to challenge Lin Tian step by step. There would be no suspense if a 10th layer body refinement stage disciple came up to fight Lin Tian. Only when a new disciple was able to defeat a veteran disciple of similar strength would a stronger one step up. After hearing Wanan's words, the disciples discussed in low voices for a while before another person stepped forward. Lin Tian's strength had been completely exposed in his previous battle with Wanan. The disciples would naturally not overlook his sword intent. This time, the person who stepped up was a peak 8th layer body refinement stage disciple who had comprehended weapon intent. Although his weapon intent was not as good as Lin Tian's, his strength was much stronger. It was obvious that he was targeting Lin Tian and would not allow Lin Tian to win a second time. After winning a match, the veteran core disciples had already lost all face. How could they allow Lin Tian to win again? The prize was still 10 mid-grade yuan stones. Sure enough, even though Lin Tian had utilized his sword insight to the limit, he was still lacking by a single move in the end, and he regretfully lost. However, being able to fight a senior disciple whose strength surpassed him to such an extent was still an honorable defeat. In the end, Lin Tian did not lose anything. He won 10 mid-grade yuan stones in the first round and lost the second round. I'll go for the second round. Mo Dengchen took the initiative to step forward. Mo Dengchen, please give me some pointers. Advanced 8th layer body refinement stage? Why don't Senior Brother Wen fight another round? A disciple below the stage asked. Senior Brother Wen was the core disciple who had just defeated Lin Tian. He was at the peak 8th layer body refinement stage and fighting Mo Dengchen could not be considered as bullying. After hearing this, Senior Brother Wen was somewhat tempted. 10 mid-grade yuan stones was not a small sum. It was equivalent to 1/5 of a human low-grade artifact. Haha, Junior Brother Wen, I advise you not to go up. This Mo Dengchen is not easy to deal with. Even Senior Brother's son was defeated by him before. A disciple laughed. The battle between Mo Dengchen and Xianxia had been witnessed by many people. At this moment, they naturally spoke up to warn him. If a senior disciple was defeated, it would not affect their reputation. Senior Brother's son was defeated? This Senior Brother Wen was incomparably astonished. Xianxia was at the middle 9th layer body refinement stage, which was almost a small realm higher than Mo Dengchen. If he still could not defeat Mo Dengchen, then could it be that all the disciples who were promoted from the inner sect were this strong? Xianxia, who was at the side, had already revealed a displeased expression. In front of so many people, he had been defeated by a mere 8th layer body refinement stage kid. Naturally, he would not be happy. However, now was not the time to act up. Moreover, what that person said was the truth. No problem. Anyway, I just won 10 mid-grade yuan stones from Junior Brother Lin. At worst, I'll just give them back to Junior Brothers. This Senior Brother Wen shook his head and smiled. Mo Dengchen had defeated Xianxia. In order to defeat Mo Dengchen, they had to at least send a disciple at the advanced 9th layer body refinement stage or a disciple at the middle 9th layer body refinement stage who had comprehended tool intent. According to the rules of the Dao discussion, the first round could not be arranged for such a large difference in strength. Xianxia could not help but coldly snort in his heart when he heard that Senior Brother Wen had actually accepted the challenge. What a reckless fool. He clearly knew that Mo Dengchen could defeat Xianxia, yet he still dared to step onto the stage. Could it be that the one surnamed Wen believed that he could defeat Xianxia? Xianxia was in a bad mood. Currently, everyone was an eyesore to him. However, when he saw that someone else was about to lose face, a trace of delight flashed across his heart. If he was the only one defeated by Mo Dengchen, it would be too unsightly. It would naturally be better if more people lost. Senior Brother Wen, please advise me. Mo Dengchen held his spear and bowed. Their stakes had already been placed on a round plate to the side. Junior Brother is too modest. I will throw out a brick to attract jade. Senior Brother Wen bowed in return. The two pulled apart and prepared for battle. Mo Dengchen was at the advanced 8th layer of the body refinement realm, while Senior Brother Wen was only at the peak of the 8th layer. The difference in strength between the two was limited. Mo Dengchen's nickname of the Spear Fanatic was not for nothing. Not only was his spear intent reflected, but his mastery of the long spear was also extremely high. After a round of battle, Mo Dengchen did not even use his spear intent to defeat Senior Brother Wen. This once again shocked the crowd of core disciples. It seemed that the strength of the new disciples this time was quite formidable. Each and every one of them was able to surpass levels to win. After Senior Brother Wen was defeated, a middle 9th layer of the body refinement realm disciple immediately stepped onto the stage. They had heard that even Xianxia had been defeated. If one wanted to win, one's strength naturally could not be lower than Xianxia's. The strength of the middle 9th layer of the body refinement realm disciple on the stage was not much different from Xianxia's. As the battle reached its climax, Mo Dengchen's spear intent erupted and caught him off guard. Mo Dengchen won 2 rounds in a row. This time, the expressions of all the core disciples immediately changed. Even with the previous warning, they still allowed a new disciple to win 2 matches in a row. This was truly somewhat inexcusable. If they hadn't received the warning, Mo Dengchen might have won 3 matches in a row. Allow me. A disciple below the stage said. It was the disciple surnamed Ju from before. He had wanted to spar with his new junior brother, but he never had the chance to do so. Now that Mo Dispirited had won twice in a row, and even defeated a disciple at the middle stage of the 9th level of body refinement realm, it was about time for him to take action. My name is Yu Feng. Junior Mo's strength is indeed not bad. With the strength of an 8th rank body refinement layer, you were actually able to defeat a 9th rank body refinement middle stage. However, I am at the advanced 9th rank body refinement layer, so Junior should be careful. Once Yu Feng stepped onto the stage, he announced his strength, but he did it openly. Please enlighten me, senior brother Yu. Mo Churchen tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand. He could feel that Yu Feng, who was in front of him, was a formidable opponent. After all, he was only at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm. Previously, when he had defeated the 9th rank of the body refinement realm, he had almost reached his limit. Facing Yu Feng, his chances of winning were slim. However, Mo Ketchen did not place too much emphasis on victory or defeat. He was more concerned about the gains he could make from the sparring sessions. He would more or less be able to improve himself in every battle. From the start of the battle, Mo Ketchen had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Their strengths were a whole level apart, and Yu Feng's foundation was also extremely solid. Mo Ketchen immediately let out a low roar. Without hesitation, his spear intent burst forth. It's finally here. Yu Feng's eyes lit up. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, a wave of sword intent suddenly appeared. He had also comprehended sword intent, but since Mo Ketchen had not used his spear intent before, he could not take the initiative to use his sword intent. Once the weapon intents of the two appeared, Mo Ketchen lost even faster. Even though his spear intent was more vigorous than Yu Feng's, the difference in strength could not be made up for. No matter how strong the spear intent was, it could not defy the heavens. I lost. Senior brother Yu is indeed impressive. Mo Ketchen said as he sheathed his spear. Haha, junior brother Mo is not bad either. I can feel that you still have some strength that you have yet to use. If you had used your full strength, perhaps you could have fought me to a draw. Yu Feng also praised. This batch of new disciples was indeed extraordinary. However, Mo Ketchen shook his head and said, that move of mine was a killing move. I could not control it, so naturally I could not use it. What he was referring to was the move he had used against Xianxia of the Skyblade sect. He had used the dragon soars in the sky and the long spear had left his hand. It was just a martial arts competition. If he lost, then he lost. Naturally, there was no need for him to risk his life. Moreover, he did not care about winning or losing at all. As Mo Ketchen walked down from the stage, everyone's gazes turned to the only one who had not made a move yet, Lu Xian, who was also the one with the highest realm. Lu Xian, it's your turn. Lin Tian urged with a smile. He could not wait to see Lu Xian display his strength and shock everyone. Especially the number 1 core disciple, Kong Wenbin. This martial arts competition was started by him, and he was aiming for Lu Xian. Lu Xian faintly smiled. Without any hesitation, under everyone's gazes, he slowly ascended the martial arts competition stage. I am Lu Xian. Greetings, seniors. Please enlighten me. Lu Xian cupped his fists towards the crowd and said. The disciples below the stage shook their heads and bitterly smiled. Lu Xian was at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. Most of the disciples present did not have the qualifications to enlighten him. Senior Yu, just now the 2 new juniors both displayed the strength to fight above their realm. In my opinion, you should also fight with Junior Lu. A disciple jeered. Hearing this, Yu Feng was stunned. Lu Xian's strength was at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. Logically speaking, it should be the seniors at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm who made a move. However, none of the disciples at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm moved. It was obvious that they did not want to be the first to make a move. It would be fine if they won, but if they lost, then they would lose face. As disciples at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm, they could be considered as people with status in the Cloud Sky Mountain. Immediately after, Yufeng smiled and shook his head. Since it's like this, then I'll give it a try. As he finished speaking, he once again ascended the martial arts competition stage and said to Lu Xian, Junior Lu's strength is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid you are the only person in history to become a new disciple with the strength of the 10th layer of the body refinement realm. In terms of realm, I lose by more than a level. Naturally, I do not dare to say that I will win. I ask Junior Lu to enlighten me and test out Junior Lu's strength. Senior Yu's words are too serious. To be able to exchange blows with so many seniors, this junior wishes for nothing more. Lu Xian faintly smiled without the slightest bit of arrogance. Humph, what are you pretending for? Maybe you can't even beat Yufeng. You only have the empty shell of a 10th layer of the body refinement realm. Below the stage, Sun Yingshui viciously speculated. He could not wait to immediately see the scene of Lu Xian's crushing defeat. At that time, he would definitely mock him. Junior Lu, please. Senior Lu, please. After the two finished their small talk, with a flash of sword light, the human tier lower grade star shattering sword appeared in Lu Xian's hand. With Lu Xian's current strength, he could similarly defeat Yufeng without even using his sword. It must be known that the profoundness of the middle stage of sword intent was to turn everything in the world into a sword. Picking flowers and flying leaves could injure people. However, this time, his opponent was not a member of the Heavenly Blade sect, but fellow disciples of the same sect. Thus, Lu Xian naturally had to leave his opponent some face. So Junior Lu is also a person who practices the sword. Then I'll have to ask for some advice. Seeing the long sword in Lu Xian's hand, Yufeng smiled and said. Immediately after, he circulated his yuan power, raised his long sword, and directly pierced towards Lu Xian. Below the stage, Xianxia and Lin Tian stood together, watching Lu Xian about to fight. How strong is Lu Xian? He should be able to defeat Senior Lu, right? Xianxia could not help but turn her head and ask. She was also confused because of her concern. Yufeng's level was lower than Lu Xian's. How could he win? Hearing this, Lin Tian smiled and said, Senior Xia, don't worry. Lu Xian's strength is much stronger than the two of us. With so many people here, not a single one is Lu Xian's opponent. Just wait and see him amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Oh? Is that so? Xianxia was a little surprised. Lu Xian was only at the body refinement realm initial stage. Among the disciples here, there was no lack of people at the body refinement realm intermediate stage and advanced stage. Could Lu Xian defeat all of them? Of course. Lin Tian was also a little proud. Not to mention that he had a good relationship with Lu Xian, just based on the fact that they were both new disciples. If Lu Xian won, he would also be proud. Then I will wait and see. Xianxia lightly laughed and looked at the battle on the stage. In her heart, she already believed 70% of Lin Tian's words. However, if it was said that Lu Xian could defeat everyone here, she still did not believe it. One has to know that Kong Wenbin was also here, and he was at the spirit refinement realm. Could it be that Lu Xian could defeat him? As the two were talking, the battle had already begun. Yufeng's every move was sharp and incisive. One after another, sword winds constantly flashed past Lu Xian's body, but from beginning to end, they were unable to reach Lu Xian. Junior Lu, you can't just blindly retreat. Yufeng hurriedly said. Lu Xian did not even use his sword, which made him a little unhappy. However, Lu Xian's movement technique still made him admire it. It's coming. Senior brother, be careful. Lu Xian said as he waved the sword in his hand. In an instant, everyone looked at Lu Xian's move, wanting to see what martial skill Lu Xian was using. This is the lightning sword art? It seems so. If I remember correctly, the lightning sword art seems to be a low-grade yellow tier martial skill. How could junior brother Lu use a low-grade yellow tier martial skill? After seeing the martial skill Lu Xian used, all the disciples were stunned. Even if Lu Xian used a high-grade yellow tier martial skill, they would not be surprised, but it just had to be a low-grade yellow tier martial skill. Could it be? Junior brother Lu's cultivation talent is not bad, but his comprehension is only average, and he only learned this lightning sword art? A disciple couldn't help but guess. In an instant, many people nodded their heads. This was probably the only explanation. Otherwise, how could he only know a low-grade yellow tier martial skill? They couldn't be blamed for this misunderstanding. Normally, during a martial arts competition, new disciples would be eager to take out everything they had. Who would be like Lu Xian, suppressing his strength? Haha, I knew he was an idiot. He's just a pillow with embroidery. He even dared to take out a low-grade yellow tier martial skill. What a disgrace. Xianxia, who was standing to the side, laughed wildly in his heart. He was extremely proud of himself for having hit the nail on the head. For core disciples, high-grade yellow tier martial skills were nothing new. This low-grade yellow tier sword art was really too low. Xianxia, on the other hand, was a little doubtful. She would never believe that Lu Xian's talent was low. Back in Lin City, during the Wind Sword School's entrance exam, Lu Xian was able to completely comprehend the lightning light sword technique within an hour. His comprehension was at the peak. How could it be that his comprehension was low? Heh, Lu Xian is just taking care of senior brother Yu's face so that he won't lose too quickly. To think that a bunch of idiots would think that Lu Xian's comprehension is low. Lin Tian was about to burst into laughter. To be able to completely comprehend a profound level martial technique at the body refinement stage, could this even be called comprehension? What a joke. While Lin Tian was secretly gloating, the battle between Lu Xian and Yu Feng had officially begun. Seeing Lu Xian's lightning light sword technique, Yu Feng was only slightly taken aback before feeling a wave of shame and anger. Even if my level is lower than yours, you don't have to use a low-grade yellow level sword technique to humiliate me, right? You're just a little stronger than me. Could it be that I can't even beat a low-grade yellow level sword technique? At this moment, Yu Feng was truly enraged. However, he did not say a word and secretly exerted his strength. He wanted to show Lu Xian that even if his strength was not as good as Lu Xian's, he was not someone that could be defeated by a low-grade yellow tier martial technique. Yu Feng's sword force suddenly changed and the sword intent of the minor success stage burst forth at this moment. Previously, he had been suppressing his sword intent and did not use it. Now, he could no longer hold it in. A high-grade yellow level martial technique and the minor success stage sword intent caused Yu Feng's strength to suddenly increase by 30%. To be able to comprehend sword intent, Yu Feng's comprehension was naturally not bad. He had also practiced this high-grade yellow level sword technique for a period of time. Even though he had not completely comprehended it, he was already much stronger than Xianxia. Senior brother Yu is going crazy. If this junior brother Lu only has this sword technique, then I'm afraid he will lose for sure. The disciples below the stage commented. They're too arrogant. So what if they're at the 10th layer of the body refinement realm? A low-grade yellow tier martial skill is simply a joke. It seems like the core disciples' arrangement for the martial sparring competition is still useful. It's to dispel the arrogance of these new disciples. A group of core disciples voiced out their dissatisfaction. Yu Feng's swordplay was extremely ferocious. Every strike was aimed at Lu Xian's vitals, as if he wanted to directly defeat Lu Xian. His set of swordplay was called the Mad Demon Sword Art. It focused on being mad and demonic, fighting like a mad demon, and every strike was fatal. But facing Yu Feng's powerful attacks, Lu Xian was still unhurried. With his current experience and understanding of the way of the sword, Yu Feng's set of swordplay, in his eyes, was simply full of flaws. But he didn't directly attack to defeat Yu Feng. Instead, he guided one strike after another. Yu Feng's flaws, under Lu Xian's guidance, immediately became extremely accurate. In the beginning, Yu Feng didn't notice it. Every time he felt that he was just a little bit away from defeating Lu Xian, so he fought even more desperately. But after 4 or 5 consecutive strikes, Yu Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. The reason why there was only a little bit of difference wasn't because of him, but because Lu Xian purposely did so. Even though he was just a little bit away, in reality, he couldn't break through no matter what. At that moment, Yu Feng's angry mood couldn't help but disappear. He began to seriously attack and carefully observe. With this observation, he was even more shocked. Because he discovered that during his battle with Lu Xian, his crazed demon sword arts actually had a little bit of improvement, even though it was only a little bit, the two of them had only exchanged a few moves. To be able to improve by a little bit in just a few moves was simply unbelievable. Yu Feng stabbed out with his sword again. Lu Xian's star-shattering sword lightly tapped on Yu Feng's blade, and a small suction force was transmitted. Yufeng's originally slightly biased move was instantly in place. The flaws in the move also disappeared instantly because of this small change. Yufeng's originally angry face began to reveal a trace of a smile. Right now, he already understood what Lu Xian meant. Lu Xian didn't even treat him as an opponent, but was using it to guide him. If Lu Xian used too high a level martial skill, then Yufeng would instantly lose. Then how would he guide him? But at this moment, after being immersed in Lu Xian's guidance, Yufeng didn't say anything. He only used everything he had learned and comprehended, and Lu Xian guided him one by one. Even though he didn't really understand the crazed demon sword arts, but the path of the sword was originally the same. The more Yufeng fought, the more excited he became. He felt that after this battle, he would definitely have a qualitative breakthrough, and the disciples below the stage didn't understand. You guys, don't you feel that many of Senior Brother Yu's attacks are from Junior Brother Lu's own initiative? Yes, that's right. Also, Senior Brother Yu's sword arts are clearly more refined and smooth. Speaking up to here, everyone's voices suddenly stopped. They looked at each other in shock. Could it be that Junior Brother Lu was guiding Yufeng during the battle? Isn't this a bit too hard to believe? Some strong martial artists indeed like to use battle to guide their disciples. But Lu Xian was only at the 10th level of the body refinement realm, and a new disciple at that. How could he have the qualifications to guide Yufeng? For a moment, the crowd didn't say anything. They seriously looked at Lu Xian's lightning sword arts. With one look, they discovered that when the lightning sword arts was used by Lu Xian, it was more powerful than anyone they had ever seen. It was so natural, smooth, and free to do as he pleased. Suddenly, the battle came to an abrupt end. Yufeng, who had been attacking all this time, sheathed his sword and respectfully bowed towards Lu Xian. Thank you, Junior Brother Lu, for your guidance. I have learned a lot from this battle. It's almost equivalent to half a year of bitter training. Yufeng took the initiative to admit defeat because he had just used all the martial techniques he knew. Although he wanted Lu Xian to continue guiding him, he knew that it was better not to bite off more than he could chew. He would first thoroughly comprehend what he had just learned, then it wouldn't be too late to trouble Lu Xian. At this moment, Yufeng couldn't help but turn his head to look at Lin Tian and Mo Qiuqian below the stage. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes. He finally understood why Lin Tian and Mo Qiuqian had the ability to fight against core disciples above their level. It was because they could continuously exchange blows with Lu Xian. How much benefit would they gain from this? It was simply unimaginable. Senior Brother Yu is too modest. Senior Brother Yu's comprehension is indeed extraordinary. Lu Xian said with a slight smile. Yufeng blushed. To think that I thought Junior Brother Lu was looking down on me, that's why he used this lightning light sword technique. Now it seems that I was really narrow-minded. In the future, you can just call me Yufeng. I really can't bear the title of Senior Brother. After saying this, Yufeng straightforwardly got off the stage. He didn't say anything more and sat cross-legged on the side. He quickly comprehended everything he had just learned so that he wouldn't forget it as time passed. This, Senior Brother Yu took the initiative to admit defeat? He seems to have comprehended something during the battle? All the disciples were stunned. Although they had guessed that Lu Xian could have been guiding Yufeng, they couldn't be sure. But now that they saw Yufeng's appearance, it was extremely likely that it was true. I hope the next senior brother can give me some pointers. Lu Xian took the initiative to speak. According to the rules of the tournament, after a disciple was defeated, a stronger disciple would naturally come up until the new disciple was defeated. Senior Brother Xiao, this Lu Xian's strength is somewhat strange. We can't let another senior brother go up to avoid losing 2 consecutive victories to this Lu Xian. I think it's better if you personally go up. Sun Yingshui urged in a low voice. Seeing Lu Xian win, he simply hated him to the point that his teeth itched. Senior Brother Xiao was the person who greeted Kong Wenbin before. His strength was at the 10th level of the refinement body refinement realm. He was the second core disciple, second only to Kong Wenbin. Senior Brother Xiao swept a glance at the other disciples at the 10th level of the refinement realm. Seeing that they didn't seem to have any intentions of making a move, he finally took a step forward and walked up the stage. Senior Brother Xiao is personally going up. It seems that junior brother Lu's good days are coming to an end. Although junior brother Lu is also at the 10th level of the refinement realm, senior brother Xiao has already reached the 10th level of the refinement realm. He's almost at the peak of the 10th level of the refinement realm. Winning is naturally not a problem. As he spoke, senior brother Xiao had already walked to the side of the stage. As usual, he placed down 10 middle-grade yuan stones as a wager before going up the stage. Junior brother Lu's strength is indeed not ordinary. I never thought that a yellow-tier lower-grade sword technique would be able to display such might in the hands of junior brother Lu. It seems that junior brother Lu's comprehension towards the way of the sword is extremely high. Senior brother Xiao revealed a trace of a smile as he spoke. His horizons were much higher than the average disciple. Naturally, he knew that the sword technique Lu Xian had just displayed had almost reached the level of returning to one's natural state. The so-called moves were no longer important in the hands of Lu Xian. His judgment was extremely accurate. Lu Xian had already comprehended 2 sets of profound tier martial techniques. Using the profoundness of a profound tier martial technique to display a yellow tier lower grade martial technique, it was simply incomparable to a normal yellow tier lower grade martial technique. That's right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiaolong. Junior brother Lu can just call me senior brother Xiao. My strength is ranked 2nd amongst the core disciples. If junior brother is able to defeat me, then we can only invite senior brother Kong to come up. However, senior brother Kong's strength is at the spirit refinement realm. At that time, junior brother Lu must be careful. This senior brother Xiao said rather enthusiastically. Senior brother Xiao is too kind. Senior brother Xiao is about to reach the peak of the 10th level of the refinement realm. How would I dare to say that I would be able to win? Senior brother Xiao, please give me some pointers. Lu Xian did not display any arrogance. Senior brother Xiao naturally understood and did not take Lu Xian's words seriously. Just a yellow tier lower grade martial technique was able to subdue Yufeng. When Lu Xian used his full strength, he did not dare say that he would definitely win. Wait a moment. Just as the two were preparing to fight, a voice suddenly interrupted them. Lu Xian and Xiaolong both frowned at the same time. They saw that the person who spoke was Xianxia. Seeing that everyone was looking over, Xianxia's face flashed a trace of a cold smile as he said, "The wager of the martial exchange did not state that other disciples are not allowed to add to the wager. In order to liven things up, I will help senior brother Xiao add to the wager." "Xianxia, don't cause trouble," Xiaolong lightly shouted. The one who urged him to go up was also Xianxia. He did not think that he would be used as a tool and use him to extort Lu Xian's wealth. Hearing Xiaolong's reprimand, Xianxia clenched his teeth and did not listen. In his opinion, Lu Xian would definitely lose to Xiaolong. How could he miss this opportunity to attack Lu Xian? He could not defeat Lu Xian. Naturally, he had to borrow the strength of others to take revenge. At most, he would just defend Xiaolong. Brother Xiao, did I say anything wrong? There is indeed no such thing as forbidding others from betting, right? Xianxia raised his head and said. Then, he looked at Lu Xian and said, "Lu Xian, I will add another 100 medial grade primal stones. Do you dare to accept? It doesn't matter if you don't have that many primal stones. You can just owe it to me." After saying that, Xianxia looked at Lu Xian with a cold smile. He wanted to see how Lu Xian would deal with this. If Lu Xian braced himself and accepted it, he would be able to earn some money. If he did not dare to accept it, then Lu Xian would lose a lot of face. Xianxia would not lose anything. Xianxia's sudden attack stunned all the disciples present. An exchange of martial arts was just a competition between fellow disciples. They would never purposely make things difficult for others. Even if it was a bet, it would only be a few dozen medial grade primal stones. However, Xianxia suddenly took out 100 medial grade primal stones as a bet. It was obvious that he was purposely targeting Lu Xian. Seeing that Xianxia actually ignored his words, Xiaolong's face darkened. He was being used by Xianxia for no reason. He was already incomparably furious. "Brother Sun, why do you have to be like this? Don't be so overbearing." "That's right. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need to ruin our relationship." The disciples all tried to persuade Xiaolong. Everyone, there is no need to persuade me. This is a grudge between me and Lu Xian. If you want to persuade me, you can persuade Lu Xian not to accept this bet. Xianxia did not relent. This was a rare opportunity to attack Lu Xian. How could he let it go? When everyone saw that they could not persuade Xianxia, they turned to look at Kong Wenbin. Xianxia might not give Xiaolong face, but Kong Wenbin had to give him face. The Cloud Sky Mountain does not have such a rule. You can raise your stakes. Kong Wenbin hesitated for a moment before replying. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected that Kong Wenbin would actually stand on Xianxia's side. However, when they thought of the rumors that Kong Wenbin and Lu Xian were love rivals, they immediately understood and sighed inwardly. It seemed that this grudge had been formed. Under normal circumstances, as the number one core disciple, Kong Wenbin would naturally try to persuade them. However, because of Xianxia, he did indeed hold a grudge against Lu Xian. If possible, he would rather personally go up on stage and defeat Lu Xian, allowing Xianxia to properly see the gap between him and Lu Xian. However, from the looks of it, Lu Xian would definitely be defeated by Xiaolong. He was unable to personally teach Lu Xian a lesson, so being able to borrow Xianxia's hand to make Lu Xian lose face was not a bad thing. After obtaining Kong Wenbin's support, Xianxia became even more unbridled. Originally, he was worried about offending Xiaolong, but now, he was even less afraid. What, Lu Xian, you don't have money? You don't dare to accept? Xianxia looked at Lu Xian provocatively. It's fine if you don't have money. How about this little bet of mine in exchange for you barking 3 times? If you win, everything is yours. If you lose, you just have to bark 3 times in front of me. How do dogs bark? Lu Xian suddenly asked. Xianxia was stunned. He subconsciously said, naturally, it's woof woof. You. Humph, how would I know how dogs bark? Xianxia did not expect Lu Xian to set a trap for him. Xianxia instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation and flung his sleeves. Seeing that Xianxia actually barked for real, all the disciples felt like they were suffering from internal injuries. As for Lin Tian, he did not even bother to hide his laughter. Haha, what a nice barking. That's what my dog barks for. On the stage, Lu Xian also smiled and revealed an expression of understanding. He said, so, that's how dogs bark. I've learned a lot. However, it's just 100 medial grade primal stones. I can still afford it. I'll accept this bet. Lu Xian directly took out a prized tool sword from his storage ring and tossed it to the side. At the same time, he waved the star-shattering sword in his hand and said, I have a total of 2 prized tools here. They are worth your 100 medial grade primal stones. If I lose, these 2 prized tools are yours. Lu Xian had obtained a total of 4 prized tools in the past 6 months. The Lu clan obtained 3, the Zhang clan obtained 1, and the Heavenly Saber sect disciples obtained 3 prized tools. That was a total of 7. Of the 7 prized tools, 1 was given to Peng Su. The other 6 were exchanged for prized tool swords. Lin Sini, Xia Yi, and Xing Feng each had a prized tool. His sister and father each had a prized tool. Now, he only had 1 left. In addition to the star-shattering sword in his hand, he had 2 prized tools worth 100 medial grade primal stones. They did not expect Lu Xian to accept the bet. The core disciples below the stage admired Lu Xian's boldness. These were 2 prized tools, yet he took them out just like that. How dare you? I was afraid you wouldn't accept it. Xianxia laughed coldly. With a hua la 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 sound, 100 medial grade origin stones were placed on the round plate. These 100 medial grade origin stones were worth a lot to Xianxia. After the 2 of them placed their bets, the atmosphere in the martial discussion hall changed. The nature of this battle had completely changed. The bets for both sides added up to 200 medial grade primal stones and 4 prized tools. It was extremely attractive to everyone present. Junior brother Lu, this time, I have been used as a tool. After this, I will look for someone to settle the score with. However, this is a martial discussion hall. Regardless of the reason, I will not hold back. Junior brother, be careful. Xiaolong took a deep breath and cupped his fists at Lu Xian. It doesn't matter. Since I accepted it, it is naturally my problem. It has nothing to do with senior brother Xiao. Senior brother, please feel free to make your move. Lu Xian returned the gesture. It seems like junior brother Lu is quite confident. Not only did he take out a huge bet, he even asked senior brother Xiao to make his move. This batch of new disciples cannot be underestimated. Let's watch the battle for now. The voices of the crowd gradually became softer. They started to watch the battle on the martial discussion platform seriously. Xiaolong used a saber. Furthermore, Lu Xian could faintly feel that Xiaolong had comprehended saber intent. Thinking about it, it made sense. To be able to become the second core disciple of the Wind Sword School, how could his strength be weak? Even if there was a gap between him and the Heavenly Saber Gate, the gap would not be too big. Junior brother, be careful. The first move is coming. Xiaolong shouted. Before he made his move, he did not forget to warn Lu Xian. Although he would not go easy on Lu Xian, he would not mount a sneak attack. If Lu Xian could defeat him with his true strength, he would be convinced. Senior brother, feel free to make your move. Lu Xian said without any fear. As Xiaolong's saber slashed over, Lu Xian already had a rough estimate of his strength when he felt Xiaolong's aura. Both of them used sabers. As expected, Xiaolong could not be compared to the second core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Gate, Luo Ning. However, he was stronger than the third core disciple, Zhu Ling. This time, Lu Xian naturally would not use the yellow tier inferior grade lightning sword technique. Instead, he used the yellow tier superior grade blinking sword technique. Before Xiaolong's saber slashed down, Lu Xian's sword quickly touched the weak point of the saber's blade and quickly broke the move. What a fast sword. This martial technique is at least a yellow tier superior grade martial technique. It seems like our previous guess was wrong. Lu Xian still has some hidden strength. When the blinking sword technique was used, everyone's guess was wrong. It was obvious that Lu Xian did not just comprehend the lightning sword technique. Good, junior brother's strength is indeed not bad. Xiaolong's eyes flashed as he spoke. When he faced Lu Xian head-on, he could feel that Lu Xian's attack was not only extremely fast, it was also extremely powerful. It was almost on par with his. Although he did not use his full strength, who knew how much of Lu Xian's strength was, with a light shout, Xiaolong began to circulate his martial technique. His retreating body suddenly rushed forward and his saber quickly swept out. Lu Xian did not dodge and met force with force again. The blinking sword technique flashed continuously and in the blink of an eye, 3 sword chis were shot out. With a rumbling sound, it was once again a draw. Previously, when he fought with the 3 core disciples of the Sky Saber sect, Lu Xian had to use the startling cloud sword technique to be able to put up a fight. However, now that his strength had increased, with just a yellow tier superior grade sword technique, he was able to fight evenly with Xiaolong. The previous 2 attacks were just Xiaolong's probing. After he realized that Lu Xian's strength and origin energy were not inferior to his own, Xiaolong knew that he would not be able to suppress Lu Xian with just his strength alone. He had to bring out his true strength. My saber intent has already reached small perfection. I have also comprehended this profound rank martial technique to 50%. Sabers and swords have no eyes, junior brother, pay attention. Xiaolong took the initiative to announce his strength again. Hearing this, Lu Xian's impression of him increased greatly. Although he was not afraid, after Xiaolong found out that he was being used by Xianxia, it was obvious that he did not want to take advantage of Lu Xian. He wanted to give Lu Xian some time to prepare. Damn you, Xiaolong. If you want to fight, then fight. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Xianxia silently cursed. He had seen the 2 clashes between Lu Xian and Xiaolong. It was obvious that Lu Xian's strength was not inferior to Xiaolong's at all, and he had forced Xiaolong to use martial techniques and saber intent to obtain victory. Senior brother Xiao, don't be careless. My sword intent is slightly stronger than your saber intent. Lu Xian was not willing to take advantage of Xiaolong, and he similarly took the initiative to announce his strength. Slightly stronger than mine? Xiaolong was slightly astonished, but he quickly sensed the sword intent that Lu Xian had said was slightly stronger than his. An extremely sharp aura shot out, and for a moment, Lu Xian's entire body seemed to have transformed into a proud and sharp longsword. An invisible sword shot out. Intermediate sword intent. Xiaolong cried out in shock, and the longsword that he had already attacked suddenly changed. Originally, he had only slashed once, but it instantly became 3 slashes, and all 3 slashes landed on top of Lu Xian's invisible sword. Even so, Xiaolong was still pushed back by the powerful impact. If he had completely mastered the profound rank martial technique, it would naturally not be like this. However, he had only comprehended 50% of it. How is this slightly stronger? It's much stronger than mine. Xiaolong smiled bitterly in his heart. His saber intent was only at the small perfection stage, but Lu Xian's sword intent was already approaching the peak of the intermediate stage. They were not on the same level at all. After being forced back by Lu Xian's move, Xiaolong actually stopped attacking. Instead, he put away the saber in his hand and said, "Junior brother Lu's strength is indeed extraordinary. I did not expect your sword intent to have reached such a level. I have lost." Xiaolong's sudden admission of defeat surprised everyone once again. They saw that Xiaolong had the upper hand before, but as soon as Lu Xian's sword was unleashed, Xiaolong decisively admitted defeat. The turn of events happened too quickly, and no one was able to react in time. While everyone was stunned, Xianxia was the first to recover. His face suddenly sank as he said, "Senior brother Xiao, you cannot go easy in this competition. You clearly had the upper hand earlier, yet you suddenly surrendered. I'm afraid you will not be able to explain yourself, right?" Xiaolong's defeat meant that the 100 mid-grade origin stones that Xianxia had added earlier were all for naught. How could Xianxia accept this? He was determined to make Lu Xian bleed. "Humph, what do you know?" Xiaolong snorted coldly. He did not give Xianxia any face at all. He did not even bother to explain. After being used by Xianxia earlier, Xiaolong already bore a grudge against Xianxia. "Senior brother Xiao, I respect you as my senior brother. Even if you have a problem with me, you can't use your position to take revenge. You clearly wanted Lu Xian to win my 100 mid-grade origin stones. That's why you surrendered on purpose. Everyone here saw this. Even if you do not give me an explanation, you should at least give them an explanation, right?" Xianxia did not believe that Lu Xian could defeat Xiaolong. Hearing this, Xiaolong glanced at everyone present. When he saw everyone's doubtful gazes land on him, he said, "How ignorant. Lu Xian's sword intent has already reached the middle stage. It is close to the peak of the middle stage. What is so strange about him defeating me? If you, Xianxia, can reach the peak of the middle stage, I will surrender." When the core disciples heard Xiaolong's words, they all exclaimed, "Peak of the middle stage sword intent." There were not many among them who had comprehended the sword intent, let alone reaching the peak of the middle stage. Earlier, Lu Xian's sword intent had only flashed by. Naturally, they could not see it. However, since Xiaolong said this, it must be true. Xiaolong's reputation among the core disciples was quite good. Sword intent at the peak of the middle stage? Xianxia's expression instantly became even more unsightly. He'd originally thought that Lu Xian was just a good-for-nothing, but he'd never expected that his sword intent had already reached the peak of the intermediate stage. This was truly difficult for him to accept. If I persist, I can indeed continue to exchange a few blows with Lu Xian. But in the end, I will definitely fail. Why should I continue? Xiaolong calmly spoke, no longer paying attention to Xianxia. Instead, he looked at Lu Xian with admiration and said, "Junior brother Lu's talent and comprehension are truly admirable. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely seek guidance from junior brother Lu. However, although I have lost, senior brother Kong is still up next. Junior brother Lu, you must be careful." Xiaolong's magnanimity won Lu Xian's favor. If Xiaolong insisted on fighting him to the end, Lu Xian might have to use the startling cloud sword technique to defeat him. After all, Xiaolong had comprehended blade intent and had mastered a profound rank martial skill. Haha, Xiaolong is indeed not Lu Xian's opponent. You will know in a moment. Don't think that Xiaolong is going easy on him. A laugh suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and saw Instructor Yang and a few people walking over. "Greetings, Instructor Yang." Greetings, Instructor Gua. Greetings, Instructor Ma. All the disciples bowed. The 3 people who came were all instructors of the Cloud Sky Mountain, and they were all in the late stage of the spirit refinement realm. Other than during lectures, it was not easy for the core disciples to see them. Unexpectedly, 3 of them came at the same time. No need to be so polite. Instructor Yang waved his hand and said, "You guys continue to discuss martial arts. I and the other instructors are just spectators." After saying that, Instructor Yang and the others stood at the back and looked at Lu Xian on the martial arts arena. They did not move forward. "Is this the Lu Xian you were talking about? Is he really that monstrous?" Instructor Gua asked curiously. Instructor Yang had just bragged to him that he had found a rare genius. When he found out that Lu Xian and the others were here to discuss martial arts, he quickly rushed over. "Why would I lie to you? Lu Xian has already defeated Xiao Long. It seems that only Kong Wenbin can go up. Kong Wenbin is also in the spirit refinement realm. You guys will know when you see him," Instructor Yang said. The 3 instructors immediately stopped talking and waited for the last round of martial arts discussion to begin. "Sunning Shui, is it? I will gladly accept this prize of yours. Thank you very much for your generous gift." Lu Xian smiled and walked to the side. He picked up his treasured longsword and Sunning Shui's 100 mid-grade primordial stones. Seeing that so many primordial stones that he took out from home were all in Lu Xian's pocket, Sunning Shui felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. 100 mid-grade primordial stones, if converted to low-grade primordial stones, would be 10,000. It was a huge number for him. Sunning Shui clenched his teeth and said again, "Wait. Since you accepted my prize just now, do you dare to accept it again?" "Oh? You still want to give me a gift?" Lu Xian said in surprise. "Humph, as long as you have the ability to take it, so what?" Sunning Shui made up his mind and said, "This time, I will bet another 200 mid-grade primordial stones." As soon as he said this, all the disciples present could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Sunning Shui was playing bigger and bigger. He had already lost 100 mid-grade primordial stones, and he still wanted to bet another 200? Sunning Shui is quite smart. The next one is Senior Kong. No matter how powerful Junior Lu is, how can he be Senior Kong's opponent? If Lu Xian accepts, not only can Sunning Shui recoup his losses, but he can also win 2 treasured weapons from Junior Lu. This is a good plan, a disciple said in a low voice. Hearing this, all the disciples nodded. Junior Lu will definitely not accept it. It is obvious that he will be at a disadvantage. Even if he does not accept, it is reasonable and he will not be laughed at. After all, the difference in strength is too big, a disciple said with certainty. 200 mid-grade primordial stones, such a big bet. Lu Xian slowly withdrew his hand from the round plate. "Since you want to bet, then place your primordial stones." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. What? Lu Xian actually accepted it? Is he stupid? Junior Lu, the next person to compete. With you is Senior Kong, who has reached the spirit refinement realm. Think twice. Everyone tried to persuade Lu Xian. They also did not want to see Lu Xian suffer such a big loss the moment he joined the sect. Sunning Shui was also shocked. He originally thought that he would have to provoke Lu Xian. He did not expect Lu Xian to agree so easily. However, his face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. Only a fool would not accept such a big bargain. Good. A gentleman keeps his word. Since you have accepted it, you cannot go back on your words, Sunning Shui quickly said. At the same time, he quickly took out the primordial stones from his storage ring. However, he had already taken out 100 primal stones earlier. Right now, there weren't that many left in his storage ring. After some discussion, Sunning Shui borrowed 50 medium-grade primal stones from his 2 good friends. At the same time, he took out his own bejeweled weapon. Then, Sunning Shui placed 150 mid-grade primordial stones and a treasured weapon on the round plate. The bet is here. If you have the ability, you can take it, Sunning Shui said confidently. In order to make up for the bet, not only did he owe 100 primordial stones, he also mortgaged his weapon. It could be said that he had put in a lot of capital. If he was not sure that he would win this time, he would not dare to bet everything on this. At this moment, Kong Wenbin also slowly walked to the martial arts arena. Not only did Kong Wenbin not feel sorry for Xiaolong's failure, but he was also extremely happy. This way, he would have the opportunity to fight with Lu Xian personally. Although Lu Xian's power had somewhat exceeded his expectations, especially his sword intent at the peak of the middle stage, which had surprised him quite a bit, he still believed that he could definitely beat Lu Xian. The power of the spirit refinement realm was the reason why he was so confident. Since even junior brother's son has taken out such a big bet, as a senior brother, I naturally cannot be stingy. I will also add 200 mid-grade primordial stones. Kong Wenbin said. With a swish, 200 primordial stones were thrown on the round plate. Hiss! All the disciples gasped again. This martial arts competition was getting more and more interesting. Kong Wenbin actually added 200 mid-grade primordial stones. In an instant, the atmosphere in the martial arts competition hall became a little heavy. In total, the bet for both parties had reached a total of 800 mid-grade primordial stones. If Lu Xian was able to win, he would be able to obtain 400 mid-grade primordial stones. If he lost, he would lose everything. Senior brother Kong is really generous. He actually thinks so highly of me. Lu Xian's face gradually turned cold. Xianxia did this because the conflict between the two of them was irreconcilable. Naturally, he would do anything. However, the conflict between him and Kong Wenbin hadn't reached such a stage. In the eyes of outsiders, it was natural that Kong Wenbin would win against Lu Xian. Kong Wenbin probably thought so too. However, he still placed 200 mid-grade primordial stones as a bet. Obviously, he was purposely making things difficult for Lu Xian and dealing a heavy blow to Lu Xian. Kong Wenbin wasn't moved at all. He said indifferently, "You have even placed your weapon as a bet. Obviously, you can't take out more primordial stones. However, it doesn't matter. I will only exchange these 200 primordial stones for a promise from you. If you lose and give up on pursuing Xianxia, as long as you agree, these primordial stones will be yours regardless of the result." Senior brother Kong, aren't you looking down on me, Xianxia? Before Lu Xian could say anything, Xianxia's sullen voice sounded first. No matter how good her temper was, she couldn't hold it in anymore. When Xianxia opened her mouth, Kong Wenbin instantly panicked. He quickly said, "Xianxia, I didn't mean it like that. How can you be compared to a mere 200 mid-grade primordial stones? It's just that this brat isn't worthy of you, senior brother Kong, you don't have to say any more." Xianxia interrupted Kong Wenbin's words. "Isn't it just 200 mid-grade primordial stones? Lu Xian, I will help you with this bet." Xianxia did not care about what Kong Wenbin said. She walked forward and wanted to help Lu Xian make up for the 200 mid-grade primary stones. This time, the expressions of the core disciples became even more interesting. They were not clear about the grudge between Lu Xian and Xianxia, but the grudge between Lu Xian and Kong Wenbin was obviously because of Xianxia. Kong Wenbin even said that he wanted Lu Xian to give up on pursuing Xianxia. But now, not only did Xianxia take the initiative to refute Kong Wenbin, she even helped Lu Xian increase the stakes. This action was worth pondering in the eyes of the disciples. Let's not talk about the relationship between Xianxia and Lu Xian. Just from her actions, didn't Xianxia mean that no matter what happened to Lu Xian, she did not want Lu Xian to give up on pursuing her? The person with the worst expression was undoubtedly Kong Wenbin himself. He even started to tremble. It was unknown if he was angry or furious. Xianxia's action of helping Lu Xian was like a slap to his face. No matter whether he won or lost this battle, he had already lost in terms of his relationship with Xianxia. "Xianxia, there is no need." Lu Xian's voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention again. Hearing this, Xianxia was slightly stunned. She did not know what Lu Xian meant. Could it be that he really wanted to use this promise to fight with Kong Wenbin? Thinking of this, Xianxia's face turned pale. Kong Wenbin's lips also curled up. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. Is a mere 200 primary stones enough to make you waver? I think Xianxia will be extremely disappointed. Just as everyone was guessing, Lu Xian took out a treasured sword from his storage ring. Could it be that Lu Xian can take out a treasure worth 200 intermediate primary stones? Wait, no, this treasure is definitely not just a human inferior grade. Seeing the new treasure that Lu Xian took out, the faces of the core disciples immediately changed. This sword is called Shattered Ice Sword. It is a human superior grade treasure, Lu Xian said slowly. He glanced at Kong Wenbin and said, treasured level weapons are worth at least 10 times as much when they are upgraded. This sword of mine is worth at least 5,000 medial grade primal stones. Since you want to bet, I will use this to bet with you. If you say so, then so be it. Maybe she's just a good-looking low-grade human, Xianxia said disdainfully. This sword is indeed an upper human rank sword. Moreover, it's at the top of the upper human rank. It's worth at least 10,000 intermediate primordial stones. Instructor Yang's voice came from behind. Xianxia's face changed and he stopped talking. Lu Xian did not care about what the others said. He looked at Kong Wenbin and said, I don't need you to take out more stakes. If you win, this sword is yours. If you lose, I only need your 200 intermediate primary stones. Lu Xian, are you crazy? Put it away. I still have primary stones here. I know you don't want to owe others. You can pay me back when the time comes. Xianxia quickly said. Although she did not know where Lu Xian got this human superior grade treasure from, she had heard Instructor Yang's words. This was a treasure among human superior grade treasures. It was worth more than 10,000 intermediate primary stones. How could he use it to bet? More importantly, she did not believe that Lu Xian could defeat Kong Wenbin. In her opinion, Lu Xian was just acting out of spite. Don't worry. This sword has a special meaning to me. I will not let it lose. Lu Xian explained to Xianxia. He then looked at Kong Wenbin and said, what do you think? Kong Wenbin was also shocked by Lu Xian's generosity. Compared to his 200 intermediate primary stones, Lu Xian's generosity was the real deal. A human superior grade sword. Kong Wenbin was also a swordsman. He naturally knew the value of this sword. You have guts. No matter what your intentions are, I admire you for daring to take out such a valuable treasure item in a fight with me. Even if you lose, you only need to give me 200 middle grade origin stones. You can keep this sword for yourself, said Kong Wenbin. He wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of an opportunity to take advantage of others. Lu Xian was non-committal. Since that's the case, let's do it. Lu Xian did not use the ice-shattering sword. He still held the human inferior grade star-shattering sword. Against Kong Wenbin, there was no need for him to take advantage of his weapon. The two of them pulled apart. All the disciples held their breaths and waited patiently for the fight to begin. The gazes of the three instructors at the back also fell on the sparring ring. Their main goal this time was to see if Lu Xian was really as monstrous as Instructor Yang said. Use your sword intent. Otherwise, you will not be a match for me. Kong Wenbin said. No matter what this fight involved, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. I will naturally use it when I need it. Lu Xian said indifferently. You overestimate yourself. Kong Wenbin snorted coldly. With a flash of his sword, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the martial arts arena gathered rapidly. The strength of a spirit refinement realm martial artist was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. As the yuan qi gathered rapidly, Kong Wenbin swung his sword lightly. However, even if it was a casual strike, its power was much stronger than Xiaolong's previous attack. The difference between the spirit refinement realm and the body refinement realm was the real difference in quality. Startling wind. Lu Xian spat out 2 words quickly. An aura that was not inferior to Kong Wenbin suddenly erupted. His robe fluttered without any wind and he swung his star-shattering sword. A strong gust of wind rushed towards Kong Wenbin at high speed. Kong Wenbin's casual sword attack was actually weaker than his opponent's attack. This is... Some disciples were bewildered. This is a black-grade martial technique. Furthermore, he has completely comprehended this move. Xiaolong's eyes flashed as he quickly explained. He had also grasped a black-grade martial technique. Naturally, he could easily see through it. If he explodes his sword intent and uses this move, I will be defeated immediately, Xiaolong said again. With Lu Xian's strike, the doubts in the hearts of those who were skeptical about Xiaolong admitting defeat were gone. Lu Xian indeed had the strength to make Xiaolong admit defeat. Kong Wenbin's expression changed slightly when he felt the power of the startling wind. He casually swung his sword and thought that Lu Xian would need to use all his strength to block it. However, he did not expect that Lu Xian's move was actually stronger than his. Good move. Although the startling wind was not bad, it was not enough to make Kong Wenbin retreat. Swish. 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 After a few consecutive strikes, Lu Xian's startling wind vanished into nothingness under Kong Wenbin's counterattack. It seems that I have underestimated you. You are qualified to see my martial technique, Kong Wenbin said in a low voice. Bring out whatever strength you have. Don't be unresigned when the time comes. Lu Xian said in a calm tone. Since Kong Wenbin wanted to target him, he did not mind letting Kong Wenbin know how powerful he was. Arrogant. Kong Wenbin shouted. The sword in his hand changed and he had already started to use a martial technique. Along with the change in Kong Wenbin's sword stance, the temperature in the entire martial discourse hall suddenly dropped by 30%. Originally, the temperature was extremely moderate, but now, it made everyone feel a trace of coldness. It was obvious that Kong Wenbin's martial skill was an ice attribute sword technique. That was the power of a black-level martial skill. It could change the weather to a certain extent, especially when performed by a spirit refinement realm. If it was a more profound martial skill, it could even change the weather completely. It was obviously a scorching sun, but it could cause snow to fall in the sky in an instant. This martial skill is called Ice Soul Sword Skill. It's a black-level lower-grade martial skill. If you can't take it, feel free to tell me and I'll stop. Kong Wenbin's words revealed a tinge of pride. This sword skill was his most powerful killer move. The reason why he performed it at the beginning was to give Lu Xian a show of strength. Kong Wenbin has actually mastered this set of sword technique. Looks like his comprehension of the Ice Dao is quite deep. If he completely comprehended this set of sword technique, I'm afraid he might not lose to Wei Sua in the battle, Instructor Yang said in a rather surprised manner. He hadn't seen Kong Wenbin fight with his full strength for a long time, so he didn't know that Kong Wenbin had mastered the Ice Soul Sword skill. Because of that, he thought Kong Wenbin wouldn't be a match for Wei Sua. Kong Wenbin's ambition is to enter the Dark Ice Pavilion, so the cultivation methods and martial skills he chose are of the ice attribute. It seems that if the Dark Ice Pavilion were to recruit from the outside, he would most likely be selected. Instructor Gua, who was next to Instructor Yang, nodded and said. Instructor Yang suddenly smiled and said, that's good too. If Kong Wenbin was too weak, he wouldn't have been able to see Lu Xian fight with his full strength. It seems that it won't be easy for Lu Xian to win. Do you still think Lu Xian can win? Instructor Gua said in surprise. He originally thought Instructor Yang would change his mind after seeing Kong Wenbin's true strength. It seemed that Instructor Yang still believed that Lu Xian could win. Don't forget that Lu Xian has inherited the old sect master's legacy. I can sense that Lu Xian did not display his full strength when he fought with Wei Sua previously. Instructor Yang's eyes were indeed sharp. Previously, Lu Xian had only used the first two moves of the Dragon Sword art to defeat Wei Sua. He had not used the next two moves. Feeling Kong Wenbin's aura, Lu Xian's expression gradually turned serious. First layer of the spirit cultivation realm, peak of the minor accomplishment sword intent, and a profound level martial skill. What was even rarer was that Kong Wenbin was walking on the path of the ice element. His strength could not be underestimated. Kong Wenbin's sword intent leaned towards the Ice Dao. At this moment, he seemed to be a 10,000-year-old piece of ice, exuding a bone-piercing chill. However, this little bit of strength was not enough to make Lu Xian's expression change. Peak of the intermediate stage sword intent, unleashed, a sharp aura instantly burst forth from Lu Xian's body. Kong Wenbin's ice sword intent that enveloped the entire arena was directly forced back. The ice sword intent occupied less than 1/3 of the entire arena, while Lu Xian occupied more than 2/3 of the arena. The difference between the two was obvious. In terms of sword intent, Kong Wenbin had completely lost. It is indeed the peak of the intermediate stage sword intent. Then, let me see how strong you are. Kong Wenbin's expression changed slightly as he said. Sword will was not everything. Otherwise, Emo Chochin would not have been defeated by Xiaolong. Xiaolong was only one level higher than Emo Chochin, while Kong Wenbin and Lu Xian were at the God Ascension realm, an insurmountable gap. That was what made Kong Wenbin so confident. Lu Xian did not reply. He raised his star-shattering sword high up, thunderclap. As soon as he said this, a thunderous sound was heard. The Thunder Yuan power rapidly gathered towards Lu Xian's longsword. Flashes of lightning surrounded the longsword, and its power was also incomparably powerful. Although it was also a lower profound level martial skill, it was much more difficult for a body refinement realm cultivator to trigger a change in heaven and earth compared to a spirit cultivation realm cultivator. From this point of view, Lu Xian was not inferior to Kong Wenbin at all. In fact, he might even be stronger. After all, the difficulty of the two was incomparable. As soon as the thunderclap appeared, a surprised smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Previously, when she felt Kong Wenbin's power, she was extremely worried for Lu Xian. Now, it seemed that Lu Xian really had the strength to fight with Kong Wenbin. A body refinement realm cultivator against a spirit cultivation realm cultivator. This extremely incredible thing happened in front of Xianxia. This junior brother Lu is so fierce. It's unbelievable. Is he still a new disciple? I feel like I've lived my life like a dog. A core disciple could not help but sigh. Thinking about how they thought that Lu Xian's comprehension was limited and that he only knew a lower yellow level martial skill, they felt even more ashamed. Although Lu Xian did not say it, to be able to trigger a change in heaven and earth, it was undoubtedly a profound level martial skill. Lin Tian was a little proud. Looking at Lu Xian, who was like the son of the thunder god, his heart was burning. He murmured, "Just you wait, this is just the appetizer." He would never forget the scene when Lu Xian was fighting with Wei Suo. The scene where Lu Xian seemed to have transformed into a dragon was the real shock. You have some skill. Kong Wenbin said with a solemn expression. He did not care about his posture and suddenly mobilized his Yuan power. He raised his longsword and instantly swung it down, 3 feet of frost. The ice elemental energy in the air rapidly gathered together. The moment Kong Wenbin swung his sword downwards, a layer of ice that emitted an intense cold air had already gathered. Kill! Kong Wenbin roared again. The 3 feet of ice suddenly rushed towards Lu Xian. A strong ice sword intent revolved around the 3 feet of ice, causing the attack to be even more powerful. It forcibly broke through Lu Xian's sword intent blockade and attacked Lu Xian with no decrease in power. Lu Xian's gaze instantly locked onto the rapidly approaching ice. Go! With a low roar, the lightning Yuan power condensed by Lu Xian's thunderclap sword met Kong Wenbin's attack head-on. Both attacks were extremely fast. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Xianxia's heart was raised to the peak. At this moment, a sudden explosion occurred. The lightning formed by the lightning Yuan power had already collided with Kong Wenbin's 3 feet of ice. In an instant, the lightning flashed and the cold air was oppressive. The 3 feet of ice was instantly smashed and ice shards flew in all directions. At this moment, Lu Xian's lightning also completely disintegrated and the lightning Yuan power dissipated. Instructor Yang quickly rushed forward and waved his sword. A light blue screen of light appeared, easily blocking the remaining force of the attacks from Lu Xian and Lu Xian. The disciples who were watching the battle were not hurt. An attack of this level had already reached the level of the spirit refinement realm. If they were not careful, it would be impossible for them to be accidentally injured. He blocked it. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Only at this moment did she completely relax. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Kong Wenbin did not say a word and attacked again with a gloomy expression. His cultivation level was far higher than Lu Xian's. Although they were evenly matched, in his heart, he had already lost. 1,000 miles of ice seal. With a loud roar, Kong Wenbin's hair and robes fluttered in the wind. An even stronger Yuan power than before spread out. Endless ice Yuan power was all concentrated on the martial arts arena. The ground had already formed layers of ice. The strong chill quickly penetrated towards Lu Xian. The territory that Lu Xian's sword intent occupied previously had already shrunk under Kong Wenbin's pressure. The entire martial arts arena seemed to have become Kong Wenbin's home ground. If this continued, even Lu Xian's entire body would be frozen. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Lu Xian without blinking. They wanted to see how Lu Xian was going to defend himself this time. Compared to Kong Wenbin's increasingly powerful aura, this time, Lu Xian seemed to be at his wit's end. He allowed Kong Wenbin's ice yuan power to spread. There wasn't the might of a startling wind, nor was there the brilliance of a startling thunder. There was only an increasingly powerful aura. But in the eyes of those who were observant, they could see that Lu Xian's sword was definitely stronger than before. The previous attack was only on the surface, but this time it was contained in his heart. Just when Kong Wenbin's 1,000 miles of ice seal was about to reach Lu Xian finally made his move. Startling cloud. With the sword in his hand, he held the sword and used the sword to carry the person. His whole body charged forward. It looked like an ordinary sword, but Lu Xian's sword intent was incomparably dense. The startling cloud was able to completely unleash Lu Xian's sword intent to the extreme. As Lu Xian charged forward, the places that were already covered by Kong Wenbin's ice energy exploded. Ice shards shot out in all directions. There was no way to block it at all. However, Lu Xian's body didn't slow down at all. It was as if he ignored all obstructions. Not to mention the mere ice energy, even the endless void couldn't block Lu Xian's sword that pierced through the clouds. This time, Kong Wenbin's expression changed. He could feel that Lu Xian's sword was aimed directly at his heart. It was as if no matter how he tried to block it, he couldn't stop Lu Xian's sword from piercing through the clouds. With a loud roar, Kong Wenbin forcefully dispelled this feeling in his heart. He knew that it was just an illusion. There was no attack that couldn't be blocked. Adding insult to injury, Lu Xian unleashed another move, and the power of ice that he had just broken miraculously solidified at that very moment. Lu Xian's body suddenly became sluggish, and his speed suddenly decreased. After advancing another 3 feet, he couldn't move anymore. It wasn't that the startling cloud was worse than Kong Wenbin's adding insult to injury. It could only be said that Lu Xian had lost to Kong Wenbin in terms of cultivation level. Because this time, Kong Wenbin had relied on his powerful strength to forcefully block Lu Xian's path. He had lost to Lu Xian in terms of martial skills, so he could only use his strength to suppress Lu Xian. It seems that I still have to use the dragon sword skill. Lu Xian thought to himself. The startling cloud sword skill relied on techniques to win, but he was not afraid of strength. Once the dragon sword skill was used, he could mobilize all the power in his body and transform into a dragon. What was there to be afraid of? He suddenly withdrew the startling cloud sword and protected his chest with the long sword. Lu Xian stood still and gathered all the power in his body. Kong Wenbin's expression changed slightly. He could feel that Lu Xian seemed to have changed too. Another set of martial arts. Although he did not move at all, Kong Wenbin faintly felt a sense of fear. Here it comes. Instructor Yang's face flashed with a hint of expectation. This set of martial arts must have been passed down by Lu Xian from the old sect master. Instructor Yang could clearly feel its power. Even in the whole Wind Sword School, the dragon sword skill was considered the top. Last time, Lu Xian only used 2 moves and defeated Wei Suo. Who knew how many moves could Kong Wenbin force Lu Xian to use this time? Seeing that Lu Xian did not move at all and only slowly gathered his power, Kong Wenbin's eyes became more and more serious. He was actually unable to do anything to Lu Xian. He originally thought that by adding insult to injury, he could successfully force Lu Xian to retreat or even defeat him. Now it seemed that Lu Xian's strength was far more than that. Not daring to let Lu Xian continue to gather his power, Kong Wenbin waved the long sword in his hand again. Ice and snow intersect. Kong Wenbin had already used almost 90% of his yuan power. The dense ice-type yuan power had reached an extremely frightening level. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, tiny snowflakes actually began to slowly descend. Although Kong Wenbin's previous attack was strong, it only changed the surrounding temperature. But now, it directly condensed into snowflakes. Even if they were standing below the stage, with Instructor Yang's help, they could still feel a trace of bone-chilling coldness. One could imagine how much pressure Lu Xian, who was facing Kong Wenbin's attack on the stage, was under. These snowflakes did not have any attack power. Their real attack power came from the powerful primordial energy of ice that Kong Wenbin released. If it was an ordinary martial artist in the body refining stage, he would probably be completely frozen. Only an outstanding martial artist in the body refining stage like Xiaolong could have a chance to escape. Snowflakes constantly fell on Lu Xian and then melted away. In the ice and snow intersect, Lu Xian felt waves of coldness constantly trying to invade his body. Once his defense was broken, he would be instantly defeated. It seemed like a beautiful scene, but in fact, contained a strong killing intent. His primordial energy was constantly consumed. There was a trace of sweat on Kong Wenbin's forehead. He was even more shocked in his heart. There was no way to deal with Lu Xian like this? Just when he was about to raise his strength to the extreme, Lu Xian finally moved. The dragon in the abyss had the strongest defense, but it was also the most violent. Dragon in the abyss. Lu Xian shouted, and the long sword in front of his chest was suddenly swung out. A vague dragon roar sounded, and the sword aura that Lu Xian had been accumulating burst out at this moment. Ka 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 ka. The powerful sword aura instantly covered the entire martial arts arena. The violent primordial energy quickly stirred. The ice and snow scene that Kong Wenbin had spent a great deal of effort to create was destroyed without any resistance. The ice on the ground exploded, and the scattered ice shards instantly filled the entire martial arts arena. The snowflakes that slowly fell from the sky also disappeared at this moment. The martial arts arena had become the domain of Lu Xian's sword aura. Kong Wenbin's ice elemental energy was completely repelled. When the dragon in the abyss appeared, all the enemies were melted. Lu Xian's sudden burst of power instantly shocked all the disciples. At that moment, they had an illusion that the one who made the move wasn't Lu Xian, but a furious dragon. The dragon's claws, head, and tail wreaked havoc on the martial arts arena, destroying Kong Wenbin's ice and snow scene cleanly. It was clean and neat without any delay. What a great move, dragon in the abyss. Instructor Guo's face flashed with a trace of pleasant surprise, and he couldn't help but praise loudly. It was the first time he saw Lu Xian's dragon sword technique, and its might had completely exceeded his expectations. Kong Wenbin was even more shocked. A moment ago, he was still in control of the entire martial arts arena, but at this moment, that feeling of control had completely vanished. World of ice and snow. Kong Wenbin roared madly as he stirred his sword, and all his primordial energy poured out madly at this moment. Without his concept of ice and snow, it had become extremely difficult for him to defeat Lu Xian. Taking advantage of the fact that the ice elemental energy hadn't completely dissipated was the best time to attack. The ice shards that were shattered by Lu Xian earlier were gathered by Kong Wenbin once again, and countless ice shards mixed with snowflakes assaulted Lu Xian. If Lu Xian was unable to block them, he would be instantly frozen. Bring it on! Lu Xian's eyes were overflowing with battle intent, and the bloodline energy within his body had been completely mobilized. This feeling of being filled with power caused him to eagerly desire to fight to his heart's content. Dragon battles in the wild. The Star Shatter sword swept out horizontally, and a majestic sword chi shot out, instantly dispersing the ice and snow that were charging towards him. Lu Xian didn't stop for a moment, and with a turn of his body, the Star Shatter sword slashed down once more, and the enormous ice that had already condensed into form was directly slashed to pieces. Chopping, slicing, or stabbing, Lu Xian instantly sent out numerous sword strikes, and the world of ice and snow that Kong Wenbin painstakingly created had completely collapsed without leaving a single trace. Under the eruption of Lu Xian's strength, all the ice elemental energy on the entire martial arts arena had already dissipated completely. Kong Wenbin was completely dumbfounded. A body refinement stage can actually be so strong? I actually lost? I lost under the circumstances that I used all my strength? I lost at the hands of a body refinement stage? I've lost. Kong Wenbin spoke out unwillingly. He had indeed lost, completely lost, and there wasn't the slightest excuse he could find. But immediately after, Kong Wenbin suddenly raised his head and said, "However, Lu Xian, I still have one last move. If you can block it, then I'll be convinced." "Go ahead." Lu Xian attacked in a rather heroic manner. Since the battle with Wei Sua, He hadn't fought to his heart's content, and he wished for nothing more than for Kong Wenbin to be able to be slightly stronger. If Kong Wenbin was able to completely force out his dragon's word technique, then that would be delightful. Kong Wenbin didn't speak again, and he continued to circulate his remaining origin energy. The entire martial arts arena was once again filled with ice elemental energy, and it was even stronger than before, causing strands of ice to start condensing once more. Lu Xian wasn't impatient to make a move, and he just patiently waited for Kong Wenbin's next attack. Since he wanted to make Kong Wenbin completely convinced, then he naturally had to give Kong Wenbin the best opportunity to make a move. Lu Xian was able to sense that under the environment from before, Kong Wenbin's strength had improved greatly. In terms of strength, perhaps Kong Wenbin was inferior to Wei Suo, but under the circumstances from before, the might Kong Wenbin was able to exert was even stronger than Wei Suo, and this caused Lu Xian to be slightly curious. After a short while, Kong Wenbin's voice resounded, "This is my strongest move, and it doesn't matter if you can withstand it or not. Since I've already admitted defeat, then this battle is naturally your victory. I just want to see your strongest strength, that's all." Kong Wenbin was rather magnanimous. Earlier, Lu Xian had given him sufficient time to rearrange the scene of ice and snow, and if Lu Xian had made a move during the process, Kong Wenbin would have long lost by now. "As long as you can defeat me with this move, there's no harm in me admitting defeat," Lu Xian said frankly. "This martial technique of mine is called the haystack sword technique, and this final move is called haystack condensation. It's the strengthened version of the first move, the 3-meter freeze. Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wenbin didn't stay any longer, and he shouted out explosively, "Haystack condensation." The scene of ice and snow that he had spent a great deal of effort to condense a large amount of yuan power suddenly completely melted. However, it wasn't destroyed, but he had automatically cancelled it. All the ice-based yuan power didn't dissipate, but was completely condensed by Kong Wenbin. In terms of power, it was even stronger than the previous world of ice and snow, all the yuan power condensed in the air, and an haystack that emitted an eerie chill silently appeared. All of Kong Wenbin's frosty sword intent was attached to it, causing its lethality to increase dramatically. Lu Xian's gaze gradually turned solemn. Just the chill alone was enough to make him apprehensive, not to mention the even stronger haystack condensation. "Kill." As soon as these words were spoken, the haystack in the air suddenly descended, as if Mount Tai was crushing down, and directly pressed down on Lu Xian. The powerful yuan power impact almost caused Lu Xian to be unable to breathe. End of chapter 303. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.